Chapter 331 Buying Emotional Value. The Manor of the Almond Family. The open door welcomes the return of the owner. The feeling of returning home again makes Linda feel very complicated. He has the memories and feelings of Linda Almond. But he knows very well that he is not the original Linda Almond. He turns his neck slightly and takes everything in his eyes. In the royal city with a large territory. The noble manor is a small territory with its own independent operation system. The fiefdom system formed a hierarchical relationship between the king and the nobles. The land belonged to the nobles, but they had to be loyal to their monarch during this period. Until the loyalty stopped, the land was taken back. In the manor, the nobles could have their own army, serfs, etc., as well as mills, farmland, and even markets, and they could ensure self-sufficiency even without interacting with the outside world. The main labor force of the manor came from serfs, and there were very few hired workers and tenants. Human life was the cheapest thing both now and before the end of the world. Linda looked through his memories and could remember that the serfs often handed over the grain they grew as rent. Of course, they did more than just farming here. They also had to do a lot of odd jobs. 3 to 5 days of work per week, and the rest of the time was free to move around. This was the daily routine of the serfs. Life in Almond Manor was not too hard, because Almond was a warrior and a knight, and was not active in exploiting land and grain. Now under Linda's leadership, he changed the fine traditions of the Almond family and ruthlessly deprived most people in his territory of their rest time. And those people had to thank him. Being able to survive and have enough food is enough to satisfy us. Lind led Pierre, Pim and Tioni through the long road in front and walked into the small castle building inside the manor. There was dust on the ground, but there were also dragging footprints. They did not encounter any alienated monsters along the way. This was because when Lind left the royal city, a large number of tenants, serfs, etc. left the Almond Manor. Soon he heard staggering footsteps. It came from the direction of the maid's bedroom, and a figure staggered over. It was a red-skinned monster standing upright, wearing a tattered long skirt. It was difficult to tell who she was from her appearance. But with Lind's departure, not many people stayed behind, so it was not difficult to guess. She staggered towards Lind, and the changes in her body meant that she must have been affected by the power of the nobles. Pim took a step forward, but was stopped by Lind. He looked at the staggering red maid rushing in front of him, and then reached out and grabbed her neck. He broke her neck to end her confused pain. "I'm late. Sorry." There was nothing worth strolling around in the whole manor, so Linda only looked at the rooms of himself, his parents, and his relatives. When he saw the white bones pierced through the abdomen by swords, he didn't know whether he should be relieved or sad. At least, he didn't have to face the fight with his blood relatives. The top floor was very small, and except for the dust, it was not messy, which meant that no one had been here since Linda left. Tioni stood beside Linda and looked into the distance with him. From this window, you can see the palace. The huge building is so high that you need to look up to see it, overlooking the entire royal city. "What can I do for you?" Tyan seemed to be thinking about something. "Just like that. Don't do anything." Lind didn't want to waste too much time talking to a humanoid magic ring fragment that lacked emotions. He opened the window, felt the soft breeze blowing across his cheeks, and smelled the pungent dust in the room. Tyan recalled what the undead taught her about emotions. Then he looked at Lind and nodded gently. "You said don't do anything. Then I will do nothing. How simple it is." Reyna was lying on the fur-covered bed. After defeating Goliath, the undead entered a strange state. Instead of being idle, they became busier. She was a little confused now. She had rejected the undead's invitation to team up twice, just because there was something in her mind that involved her. Reyna's eyes were looking at the top of the tent. She was thinking about how to return to the bloodthirsty castle, and how to respond to the monarch's mission. During this period of time, she had gained a lot, including the beautiful silver armor she was wearing, the boots that could increase her speed, a soft mask that fit her face, and a dagger with carefully carved patterns. She didn't need the dagger at all. It was not even as sharp as her nails, but she still bought it. No regrets. They didn't have much use, but they were very beautiful, and the exquisite and beautiful appearance made her unable to take her eyes away. The undead people always gave a sneer when they saw her wearing these things. The sound of wow is the biggest effect of these things. Reyna enjoys walking on the street in these beautiful clothes and being stared at. It reminds her of her life before the end of the world. which is a long and somewhat boring story. The first half of the story is her favorite part, and the second half makes her bored. She used to be a flower lady. Before the celebration, she had to wear very thin clothes. So thin that she looked like she was not wearing anything at all. And everyone could see what they wanted to see through the clothes. During the celebration, they were dazzling and received countless cheers. And after the celebration, the flower ladies would do more. Reina liked the feeling of being the center of attention. She remembered that she had once met the only daughter of a nobleman, who was as beautiful and delicate as herself. But only on that day could Reina receive far more attention than the other party. Then one day, a long time ago, she preferred to use this method to tell the time. Still remember that when the sun set, she faded. Flower lady. The glory of being in the spotlight. A strong man found her and grabbed her wrist. To enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention, you have to pay something. Reina had been mentally prepared for the price. But what was waiting for her was not those things, but death and rebirth. A boring rebirth. Only now, she felt the value of life again. Working hard to make money, and then spending and shopping. In the words of the immortals, although the things she bought were useless, she also gained something. The things she bought were called emotional value. She loved emotional value. But Reina also knew that emotional value could not satisfy the monarch. The sun shone directly through the gap in the tent, and when it fell on the rack she bought specifically for armor, the armor was immediately shrouded in a misty light. Reina enjoyed the quietness here, which was in sharp contrast to her boring and bloody life a long time ago. She changed her clothes and came out of the tent, and someone took the initiative to greet her. Today is not a flower day, but every day can be a flower day. But she still has to go back to the bloodthirsty castle and report the situation here to the monarch. Especially the situation of Linda Armin. The golden man who is as dazzling as the sun is very powerful. After seeing Linda kill the Dragon King Kurt that day, Reina even doubted that the monarch might not be the opponent of that man. They all belong to Hydwin, and Linda has killed a powerful Hydwin, which means he can kill a second one. I have to go back, Reina muttered. At least Linda doesn't know me. But the monarch can find me. Turning around and looking at her tent, Reina was full of reluctance. Chapter 332, Second-Hand Sale. You're going to sell all these second-hand? Yes. Reina nodded. She spent more and more time with the undead, and gradually understood their logic of action. Such as, second-hand sale means selling one's unused items. Reina had never sold anything before, so she was a little overwhelmed. I'm afraid it's difficult. Sisterly Wansway posed so that Reina could see his worn-out cloak with the dragon curse. There was nothing special about wearing it except that it would reduce the movement speed. But many undeads have discovered one thing. Although the dragon curse will reduce attributes, it will increase the hidden value. Toughness. Toughness will not make a person stronger, nor will it make a person less likely to be beaten. But it can make a person stand longer and more steadily. If a person who can be knocked down by 3 punches and 2 kicks, toughness, is judged as an ordinary person, then a higher toughness means that it may take 3 punches and 3 kicks to knock him down. The dragon soldiers all have high toughness, and some will not fall down before they die. The undead, who had made a great discovery, did not care about the curse on their equipment at all, and began to snatch equipment related to the dragon curse. Some people have already started to build tank equipment, which is said to be able to withstand the boss's attack without falling, and is as strong as rooted in the ground. Being strong enough, living long enough, and improving the fault tolerance rate are what most people pursue at this stage. Not to mention that the equipment with the dragon curse is very cool. Reina really noticed his cloak and asked, "Is this the cloak of the Land Legion? Those dragon-transformed soldiers?" Sisterly was very satisfied. It's not too rare. There is only one in the whole Goliath. It's just average, she said, and shook her cape arrogantly. What should I do? Reina chose to ignore him. She wanted to know why it was difficult to sell secondhand. Now the small market is undercutting prices. Scalpers and secondhand dealers are rampant. And most of what you buy is for appearance. Most appearances are valuable, especially IP-linked appearances. But the ones Reina bought are simply beautiful, and basically have no bonus. Favorite White Silk said, "There is a place that may be able to help you ship goods, but it's a little far away." Where? Reina knew that the undead had a special way of communication, and they would exchange key information. Even if Reina scratched her head and tried her best, she couldn't find where the information came from. There is a black market in the small market of Black Hoof Village. Everything is sold and bought. But it is only open during fixed hours. Linda's life has not changed much. He is waiting for his exclusive pharmacist to arrive. And Tioni is also making sure that it is difficult for him to have a certain kind of relationship called love. He stopped coming after seeing the abstract things. He was standing in the home of the painter Boyd, admiring his works. Although he had no intention of collecting famous paintings, and no intention of being pretentious, he should be able to find something to decorate the room here. The Almond Manor had been cleared, and the bodies were cremated and placed in the small cemetery of the manor. He must move back to live. The palace was not suitable for him to live in, and that place looked like a boss lair with a very long blood bar. It was not safe to sleep in it. He would definitely close one eye out of habit. Otherwise, he would always worry that the undead would come in one night. When Raven and the Crystal Mage stayed at Almond Manor temporarily, the Crystal Mage would return to Raven City tomorrow, or the day after tomorrow, and officially connect the various territories. One would stay longer and organize the Raven soldiers with Hull and others until Goliath completely recovered from the ruins. I heard before that you executioners of disasters are divided into Iris, gardeners and fertilizers. Linda took the initiative to mention the executioners of disasters to the Crystal Mage, which means that he really regarded the Great Rift as one of his next targets. Yes, they call themselves that. The Crystal Mage nodded. I am one of the fertilizers, responsible for teaching knowledge about dealing with the abyss in the rear. Those things are as contagious as the plague. Is there any way to cure them? Linda asked. That is also one of the jobs of the fertilizers. The pus exiles. They make resistance medicines, which can increase resistance if taken before entering the Great Rift. The Crystal Mage paused, but no one can avoid being infected by the abyss. Resistance medicines will only allow people to persist longer, so that you can see your slow changes. That sounds very disgusting, Linda said. He hated transformation, no matter what he turned into. It felt like he would be slowly replaced and twisted by something filthy and evil. We will be fully prepared, Linda said. This is our war. Wait for night. Linda walked to the barracks in his robe, and amidst the calls of Lord Linda, he lined up with a bowl, filled his bowl with rice, and then sat with the soldiers to eat. The soldiers were somewhat silent. Most of the people around were Raven soldiers, because most of the Rand soldiers were stationed in the manor, patrolling and guarding the dungeon of the royal city. Someone would deliver their food to them. The weaker Raven soldiers had a hard time, as one of their jobs was to deliver food. They felt awkward sitting with Lynn to eat. I feel heartbroken, Lynn suddenly said. The soldiers turned their heads to look at him subconsciously. Lynn said with disdain, such good food is so bad. Is there no good cook in Raven City? Ha ha. The atmosphere became much happier. Sir, can you tell me how you felt at that time? Someone asked boldly. What feelings? Linda picked at the dishes. Many girls like you, including female soldiers. Sir, don't you know anything? The soldiers seemed to begin to pity Linda's slow emotions. Although the female soldiers spitted and said that they would feel their brains buzzing when they fell in love with a man like Linda, they still couldn't help but envy and jealousy. Oh, I'm used to it. Damn. I can teach you how to be more attracted to women. Really? Linda waved at the soldier who looked young. He was definitely under 20 years old, with freckles on his face and a thin body. The only weapon he had was a short sword at his waist. Look as handsome as me, and as strong as me. Everyone heard it, and he deliberately emphasized the word big. Ha ha ha. There was laughter all around. The young soldier who was shaken blushed a little when he heard the laughter around him. You mean if you work hard to become a general, you can marry a noble lady like the general's wife? Time was actually not attractive in the eyes of the native NPCs. She was too tall. Sickly and thin was the mainstream aesthetic. Time was taller than many men, and only looked like a little bird next to Linda. But she was still considered one of the most attractive women, on par with Queen Rania, because she is the general's wife. Lynn's halo can cover many things. Yes, but you don't have to look for your general's wife when you become a general. If they have enough vision, they will choose you when you are still a soldier. Lynn patted the soldier on the shoulder. Remember, if you are still unmarried after becoming a general, you no longer need a general's wife, no matter how beautiful and excellent that woman is. Well, if she has a castle, you can consider it. Ha ha. The old soldiers laughed. The young soldier was thoughtful. Chapter 333 Hidden Method of Trading with Red Name. After hearing Linda's arrival, Crystal Mage, and Wynn took the initiative to come over. They were worried that the Raven soldiers were only enthusiastic about the city lord when Raven. And it was definitely wrong to anger the aggressive lion. When they saw Linda sitting and chatting with the soldiers, they immediately stopped and chose not to move closer. This distance was enough for Linda to find them. But their stay also represented their attitude of not wanting to disturb them. He has a special ability. The Crystal Wizard couldn't help but comment. A person with great power can easily show his personal charm, as long as he is willing to bend down and show his friendly side. But many people can't do this. Wynn said, the general's wife, he said, doesn't seem to be Tyan. She just doesn't want to spend her mind on extra things. Which doesn't mean she can't think about emotional issues. Yes. The Crystal Wizard was more convinced. And then said, but she has a castle. Just behind the head. Linda can see the fragments of Tyan's magic ring. And of course the Crystal Wizard can see it too. There is a fragment in his staff. A very small piece. Which is nothing compared to Tyan's piece. And therefore, he knows how terrifying Tyan is. Recently, he has been trying to discuss Tyan's problem with Linda. Although Linda did not choose to avoid talking about Tyan, because she was his fiancée. They had no way at all. The only thing we can do is hope that Tyan won't go crazy. Otherwise she will plant a few more mushrooms, and no one can stop her. The jokes with color in the distance continue. It's disgusting from a female perspective. But Linda is so frank. In the end, the two chose to leave instead of entering. It may sound ridiculous. But the Crystal Wizard and Wynn are worried that their arrival may make the Riven soldiers uneasy. Because they don't seem to be able to bend down like Lind. It's easy to know how to do something. But it's hard to do it. When the gentle Crystal Wizard left, Lind turned his eyes and looked at him for a while. Then, he heard the love story next to him and started chatting again. It was fun to chat with the soldiers. Much more interesting than living alone in an empty manor. He also wanted to learn about the operating status of Raven City from the soldiers of Raven. The chaotic existence of Raven City would breed many snakes, insects, rats and ants. Directly splitting it up to solve the problem from the root would save a lot of trouble. The advantage of having Rania as the queen is that he can submit these things. And then Rania will worry about it. At the same time, he was also browsing the official website information. Not expecting to get any huge gains. But at least, he could understand the situation in the Rand Kingdom and the surrounding countries. For example, the situation of some undead in the Black Swamp Kingdom was not very optimistic. Those undead were regarded as some kind of disaster. And they were captured and imprisoned in a deep mountain prison. And a level 45 monster was used to guard the door. Level 1 undead facing a level 45 red-named boss. No matter how many there are, will never escape. Except for the Kingdom of Rand. Undead are basically only hated in other areas. Even if they can kill disasters and are not afraid of death. After helping others, they will most likely receive a reward and an extra mouthful of spit. If an undead chooses to take action, it will be even worse. Good news doesn't go out. But bad news spreads 1,000 miles. All undead will become plague-like guys. And then other undead will not be able to continue to act normally. And all NPCs will refuse to cooperate. There have been many cases of undead people massacre of villages. It is more difficult for people to control their temper on the internet. Especially when they have a sword and can beat the opponent. By the way, the Mocteria province of the Black Swamp Kingdom is also hostile to the king. Lind is very satisfied with the feeling of being able to win a battle thousands of miles away without moving. The environmentalists, who are keen on plot research, and the scribes who study ecology are his eyes all over the world. Although they cannot see through all the fog, they ensure that he is not ignorant of everything. A video caught Lind's attention. The video was not very popular, and had been there for several days. What kind of death dungeon is this? Death dungeon? Could it be another noble? He clicked on the video. It started with 4 undead teaming up to sneak into a village ahead. Today they were playing Bandit Simulator. When they were in a good mood, they wanted to do something bad. When they were in a bad mood, they wanted to do something bad. Etc. There was no reason at all. This was the confusion of the undead. Linda was just watching the video casually. But when he saw a 2-headed man rushing out of the village, his face changed slightly. 2-headed men, by rights, should only appear near Star Dragon City. Fuck. Assassin? In the video, the undead roared as he was pierced by a sword from the enemy, who suddenly appeared in front of him. Then there was a fireball, which made Linda 100% sure that it was a potion made in the early days of Star Dragon City that had leaked out. For the undead, the defective potion that could only be upgraded to level 11 was obviously useless. Like chicken ribs. But for ordinary people, it was difficult to get the potion formula and then get a complete heart of disaster. And cheap potions could also increase strength. Is that really a red-named monster village? The undead in the video couldn't help but complain. They were beaten up. Will someone sell them something? Can you trade with red-named monsters? That's true. Linda turned off the video. The village in it was called Swamp Village. He didn't know which noble's fiefdom the other party belonged to. But the other party had a way to get the things in Star Dragon City, which meant that the NPC pharmacist of his faction might have rebelled. It was unlikely. Although it would be tiring to follow Linda, he was definitely the only one in the kingdom who would provide various resource support regardless of cost. Then the undead have mastered the method of trading with NPCs other than themselves. Not with the NPCs in the newbie village, but with the hostile red-named monsters. Lind only wants resources to flow to himself, but never intends to let others buy his things, and then resell them to forces other than himself to help the enemy grow. Some spies who only care about interests have appeared around him, and Lind is really tired. He needs to find out how the undead trade. The horse stopped by the river to drink water, and the witch wearing a wide-brimmed hat also took out a bag of water from her bag. The accompanying soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. The long journey made them physically and mentally exhausted. Where are we? The witch did not sit down. She just walked back and forth. A female knight who was accompanying took out a map. 6 days ago, we passed the snake catcher's fortress, which was a ruin. I think we are now approaching the direction of Raven City. After receiving the order from the Lord, they set out from Star Dragon City, never stopping along the way, and even feeding potions to the horses to restore their physical strength. But the mental exhaustion made it difficult to sustain. What about Goliath? The witch asked. It is marked on the map that from this location, it is best to go to Blackhoof Village. The food and water we have are not enough to support us to Goliath, the female knight said. Then go to Blackhoof Village. There are indeed people who followed Lind when he was still penniless, not after he became a general. Chapter 334 Blackhoof Village. I can no longer remember the original name of Blackhoof Village. I only know that this place was once a gathering place for a group of thieves. They were destroyed by the Black Hooves of the Iron Cavalry, and the village they rebuilt on the ruins was called Blackhoof Village. According to legend, there are still thieves in the current Blackhoof Village, and a small black market has been formed. Recently, precious items have frequently appeared in the small market of Blackhoof Village, attracting more and more outsiders and other forces. Business began to prosper. But of course there were some bad things, and the place became more chaotic. I'll leave. She was not the power holder of Blackhoof Village when the local lord of Blackhoof Village was still there. She once followed a blind old thief to learn how to make herbs, and could simply make some pills to heal injuries. Later, other experiences allowed Isle Lay to gain extraordinary power, and the person who gave her the power controlled the small market. When the other person left because of something, Isle Lay controlled the small market. The village lord was not aware of this, and Eslei did not have much contact with him. Later, the village lord was summoned to Raven City. The noble sent other people to manage Blackhoof Village. Her life did not change much. She still made some pills to heal the wounded, opened a small market at fixed times, etc. But the small market became more and more lively. Unlike the sporadic underground transactions in the past, it has recently developed into a real market, with more and more people coming, and it is very crowded. AIC Lay was worried that her small market would be exposed to the eyes of those new managers. But the high profits made her unwilling to give up the small market, and she was in a dilemma. She picked up the papyrus letter paper and unfolded it flat on the table. Anything else? AIC Lay asked casually, but she didn't answer. She turned her head and looked at the figure standing at the door. It was a man in armor, very tall. He needed to lower his head when entering the door, and ordinary people needed to raise their heads as much as possible in front of him, and then look up. But he has no extraordinary power. In the eyes of many people, he is a weak tall man. Carl who can't speak. A stupid mute. She gently stroked the ring on her finger, frowned slightly, and then smiled with relief. I forgot that you can't speak. Since the village chief of Blackhoof Village left for Raven City and was ennobled to become a noble, there has been no news. Who knows if he is really dead or lingering? It is said that the high-ranking duke is aggressive in his actions. There are many rumors and stories about him, but most of them are about him killing someone. It's news about Goliath. Aisley looked down, her face showing surprise. Her voice suddenly became sharp. Did he really kill Goliath? A news story is about to spread. No one knows how many horrible things are inside the Golden City of Thunder Forbidden Land. But everyone has already accepted the fact that no matter how much effort they put in, they can't kill them at the foot of the city wall. The north-south passage was cut off because of the loss of Goliath. Even Aisley thought it was ridiculous when she first heard that the Duke was going to attack the Golden City. But now, there is a new story to spread. And it is similar to the previous type. The Duke killed someone again. Carl, who couldn't speak, immediately looked up at Aisley after hearing this. And this reaction was keenly captured by her. Why? Are you also curious about that war? Aisley noticed the abnormal reaction of the mute warrior. That man is indeed very powerful. The news said that he successfully broke into the royal city, recaptured the palace, and even killed Prince Kurt, who had turned into a dragon. It was hard for her to imagine what kind of scene that was. Words like the royal city, the dragon king, etc. seemed to be hard to imagine and think with her brain. No matter how much contempt she had in her heart, Aisley had to admit that the Lion Duke Lind was a big man who was so powerful that she had to look up to him. She gently stroked the ring again. Fortunately, that kind of big man would never notice her. And it was very likely that he would never come to this place in his life. Aisley knew that Carl admired heroes. But she also knew that Carl was just a silly boy who had his tongue cut off because he was loyal enough. He admired heroes and had a believer-like enthusiasm for the powerful, just like his faith. As the soldiers sent by the Duke were stationed here, Carl heard more and more stories about the Duke. Like a demon, Carl worshipped the Duke. Of course, Aisley knew this very well. But it didn't matter. She turned the ring again. Don't those soldiers like you very much? Carl, go and mix with them. Aisley specifically instructed. I want to get more information from them, including what weapons appeared in that war, and what their characteristics are. We will find a suitable buyer. In the Doomsday world, resources are scarce. However, there is no direct relationship between the total amount of resources and the total population. Even if the total amount of resources can sustain twice or more people, some people will still starve to death. Similarly, even if the total amount of resources is not enough to support 1/10 of the world's population, some people can still live like nobles. It is normal for a small number of people to control most of the resources. Just like many people now spontaneously rush to the small market. Some people want to buy some new aristocratic luxury goods of the new era. The beautiful waste that can't fill the stomach is still expensive, and even has a very high collection value in many lords. The lord who was unwilling to give his residents more than half a piece of black bread was willing to spend the rations of hundreds of people to buy a beautiful gadget. This was the norm. In addition, there were various precious props and magic potions that accidentally flowed out from the Duke's hands. Whenever such things appeared, they would be snatched. A terrifying alchemical weapon called alchemical bomb appeared many times on the papyrus. It was said that this powerful weapon could even blow cracks in the walls of Goliath. Aisley was very interested in this. She knew that this was definitely a new weapon that could sell well. Remember, she reminded again, hang with them. They trust you. Go and hear more news. Until now, the existence of the small market has not been known by those soldiers. The small market is under everyone's nose, in the dark, but it will never hide under the nostrils. The people sent by the Duke regard themselves as country squires and nobles. They enjoy worship and a leisurely life. Of course, some people complain that they should be on the battlefield instead of maintaining order here. They always look up and look down on others, and their arrogance is unpleasant, and they miss a lot of things because of this. It is not difficult to appease a group of people who are high and mighty. Aisley skillfully guides them, and shows her absolute obedience to reassure the soldiers. And the current situation is that those people can see everything, and now they all have to listen to her. After she waved her hand again, Carl, who could not speak, turned and left. Aisley muttered to herself, a bunch of idiots. Carl's loyalty story can make people trust. Are these people still living before the end of the world? The story of Carl the Silent became the reason for those soldiers to accept Carl. Loyalty is worth a few dollars. Aisley believes that everything has a price, as long as the price is right. However, she also likes Carl's loyalty, and uses it very conveniently. Even though Carl's loyalty is forced to belong to her. Chapter 335 Undead, Gold Coins. No shortage. After resting for a while, Ace came out of the room. It was almost time to start a new market. The new trading day would definitely bring huge gains. Enough for her to make a fortune. People always have to have some obsessions in the world. Ace believes that running a small market well and gaining a huge amount of wealth can prove her success. But success is not so easy. There are good and bad people here, and you need to be fully prepared every time. For example, the first thing to solve is the currency problem. Food, weapons, etc. are all hard currencies. Some people are willing to barter, but there is always a difference in the price of goods. Some people always feel that they have lost out. Different currencies are circulated between different villages and forces, from a dukedom to a few dozen people in a survivor gathering place. When such a group of people gather together to trade, they will encounter huge problems. What is the exchange rate? Who will define it? Etc. The Rand gold coin restored by Duke Lind Alman, the most powerful force today, has become the most stable and recognized currency market. However, the Duke only recognizes gold coins. Regardless of the purchasing power of gold coins, many people cannot get gold coins at all, and a large amount of gold coins are hoarded inside Goliath. A small amount exists in the treasury of the castles of other lords' territories. Ace will provide gold coin exchange services, and then extract a small handling fee from it. Everyone always cooperates happily. She loved this way of trading, and every time she could make a lot of money. The trading would not be conducted directly in the small market, but would be chosen outside the Black Hoof village, where it was safe enough. But now it was slowly becoming unsafe, and she knew it very well. In the past, only a few people were trading in the small market, and no one cared about it secretly. But now hundreds of people suddenly poured in, and it was really noisy like a market. If this happened 2 or 3 times, even if the soldiers from Raven City were deaf, they would definitely notice the abnormality here. This group of people are arrogant and resentful. Ace is considering whether she can corrupt them through her own methods. If she can reach a cooperation with the soldiers, the small market will still exist in the dark. But she can be more assured. It needs to be tested. And Carl, who can't speak, needs to play a role. The small market is officially open. All shouting is not allowed here. And of course, the goods will not be protected. Everyone is wearing a mask. And it is normal for black to eat black. If you think it shouldn't be like this, then don't come to participate. You have to pay for what you want to get. Everyone was wearing a cloak, or simply a black cloth, taking off their black pants and covering their heads. In short, they covered themselves up and hid themselves. This was the only requirement for trading. In the small market, 3 figures arrived. They were dressed similarly to the others, so they did not attract the attention of others. We are selling things here? Reyna adjusted the mask on her face. The hard mask stuck on her cheekbones made her a little uncomfortable. Everyone dressed like this, and no one knew each other, which made her feel relieved. She hoped that no one would recognize her. If buying things is buying emotional value, buying others surprise and admiration for oneself, then selling things for money is also a good way to make money. Recovering blood. Another word she learned. Selling secondhand to recover blood would make her feel ashamed. Fortunately, the 2 undead people she knew didn't think there was anything wrong with this. As if selling things they didn't need was a matter of course for them. No ridicule made her feel a little relieved. Sisterly, do you think these cloaks are useful? Favorite Bicey looked at the red names passing by one, and couldn't help asking her friend, with some complaints in her tone. Everyone put on a cloak. But the problem is that the cloak can hide their appearance, but it can't hide the red name information bar above their head. The lifespan, name, and level are clearly marked. Or my strength is not strong enough. Otherwise I can keep an eye on someone, and then quietly follow him to rob him, and maybe complete a wanted mission. Sisterly Wansway said, I think the biggest role of this black market is to allow red names to trade with us, so that we don't have to fight directly when we meet. Hey, you know what? It's a little interesting. The game still has a lot of considerations. According to the style of the game, it is difficult for the undead to calmly interact with the hostile red name monsters. When they meet, it will only be a life and death battle. Even if the undead want to communicate, the other party will directly attack. But if you cover your face, it will be different. Everyone pretends not to know each other, not caring about the position, but only the transaction itself. Although saying this is a bit like being a trader. The 2 of them have discovered that many undead are selling old equipment or potions that they don't need to the enemy forces. Selling to whoever pays more is a characteristic of players. It's not easy to have an NPC friend. And the two of them hope to dig out some secrets and put them online. Maybe they can make a tutorial. Someone has mentioned the Black Hoof Village market before, but it's only circulated in a small area. Or the things sold here are too ordinary. Instead of wasting time coming here to stroll around, it's better to calm down and brush the Noble Manor dungeon in Goliath. However, after contact, they found that the biggest feature here was not that they would not be attacked when trading with red-named enemies, nor that they could sell second-hand goods, but that the trading currency was Rand Gold. The local undead knew that Rand Gold was the official currency recognized by the Linda forces. But this thing was not very useful. It could only be used to buy some food, drink, and toilet items. For things with slightly higher attributes and value, points must be used. The lottery required Star Dragon Stone, etc. And each main city had its own set of independent points operation system, which was strongly bound to individuals. Rand coins, which can be used as free trade currency and can be freely given to others, are actually the least useful. In addition, gold coins are very heavy, so no one wants to keep too many of them on their bodies. But in the small market, you can even buy potion materials and even enchanted equipment from other NPCs with Rand coins. Although these things are several times or even dozens of times more expensive than the point store. The effect is not very good, and the appearance is not linked to the IP. But the currency here is gold coins. Not hard to swipe points. Gold coins. The undead really have no shortage of them. In the dungeons of the Noble Manors in Goliath, the nobles' treasure chests have nothing else in them, but so many gold coins that they can't be moved. If you don't get the equipment you want when playing the dungeon, you can go to the small market and buy it from NPCs with gold coins. Even if they are hostile NPCs, the small market will definitely be popular. The two are very sure. Brother, can you give me a discount? From the sound of the undead, Reyna was embarrassed to argue about the price. But it was different for two undeads. All at the lowest price. This suit was just obtained. It cost several hundred military merits to get it from Goliath. I tell you, a round of bargaining began. And both sides enjoyed the bargaining process. In the real world, I am timid when buying things. But in the game world, sorry, I am the bargaining master. Just at this moment, someone rode by in the distance, attracting the attention of a group of people in the small market. The other party was also curious and slowly slowed down to look over. But after discovering that this was a trading market for a group of masked people, he immediately sped away. Only some undead recognized that person. Hey, isn't that Miss Miko, the poster girl? Chapter 336. The Rabbit Tooth Witch is nagging. Raise your hand. Hearing the voice from the other side, Lind raised his hand obediently. The other one. It had been a long time since the Rabbit Tooth Witch had such a stern face, deliberately stretching her bluffy look to make the chubby cheeks disappear. Lind raised his other hand as well. The muscles slowly tightened as he exerted force. Energy exists in the body in another way, and the body begins to tend towards perfection, which is specifically manifested in that he does not need to store energy through too much fat. And the external manifestation is low body fat. A strong warrior must be big and fat, with enough energy supply to adapt to long-term combat and even expedition. On the contrary, the more sharp and obvious the muscle scale is, the weaker he is. Others can't do this except Linda, because they have never had absolute control. He looks like a powerful killing machine, and countless lives have died in his hands. Miss Miko's eyes are always on the gray scales on her arm. I'll cook some resistance potion for you. But it's definitely impossible to heal in a short time. If it were someone else, the dragon curse would have turned into something else by now. The fact that Linda has survived intact until now is directly related to his own unique physique. The curse on the body can increase Linda's physical strength. He seems to become stronger the more cursed he is. But the curse may get out of control. Safety comes first. Linda just nodded to her advice and lessons. The rabbit baring its teeth at the lion may seem exaggerated to others, but it has become a tacit understanding between them. In addition to wearing protective gear to isolate contact, you should also add some magical protection. Mike pulled the sleeve of his clothes and took a look. The sleeves that rubbed against the gray scales had pale white spots, similar to the shape of scales. In the long run, this clothes will definitely be cursed. Even if Lynn's body can resist this curse, others will be affected. The stubborn dragon curse carries the ambition of Dragon King Kurt, and will not let anyone go. Okay. Lin nodded again. It was the first time that Miss Rabbit T saw Lin suffering from an incurable injury. Before this, whether it was a pierced internal organ or deafness, he only needed to drink a bottle of magic potion at most. Sometimes, even if his arm or leg was broken, he just needed to bend it hard to put everything back to the right position. And then the injury would heal quickly. And, she kept reminding him. Lin nodded every time he heard the reminder. The sunlight fell into the room through the window, coating the two of them with a layer of gold powder. Perhaps at this moment, Lin could feel that the war had truly come to an end, and his anxious heart could rest for a moment. The feeling of being nagged was not bad. By the way, Lin wrapped his arm with cloth, then wrapped the arm with gray scales with a piece of cloth armor, and then fixed it with a lock made of soul-lost chains, and finally brought a piece of plate armor. There is a student from the Tianqing Magic School in the territory. Maybe you can chat with her. I introduced you to her, and she is very curious about you. Really? Miko stood up. I heard you got a lot of books? She didn't seem to want to talk about this topic. Yes, but those books are not. I hope you can gain something from them. There is a lot of repetitive knowledge, and the faith that has quietly taken root in the kingdom of Rand is also limited. If Lin wants to gain more knowledge, the best choice is to go to other countries. Otherwise, the most he can gain is some useless palace secret patterns, noble bloodline genealogy, etc. How long can you rest? Miko asked. A long time. Until the next war comes, Lin said. He had already fixed the armor. Even if he had the ability to do two things at once, it was still difficult to operate with one hand. Many great knights needed to help each other to put on a piece of armor. Although we have returned to the royal city, our strength has been greatly damaged in this war. Many people have no confidence in defeating a group of crazy monsters. But they are eyeing us who have defeated the monsters. You can't beat the monster, but you can beat the person who beat the monster. Very strange logic. But this battle will be extremely complicated, far from being as simple as winning or losing. Lin doesn't think there is a stronger enemy in this country than Dragon King Kurt. Dragon King Kurt, who has completely embraced madness and magic potions, has absolutely invincible strength. At the beginning, he used Banshee Horn to make the opponent's body as fragile as paper, and his strength was weakened again and again. But Kurt was still able to easily smash the ground and mountains with his tail. From that moment on, Lin knew that if he didn't have so many things to help him, he might not die, but he would have to run away. He recognized the power of Dragon King Kurt, but he was also wary of the enemies that existed now. The enemy was not strong, but they were not monsters that only knew how to kill. Sneak attacks, assassinations, leading to chaos, etc. The war would start from all aspects, and it would be hard to prevent. It is the Queen's job to unify the kingdom of Rand. I have done my job, including my promise to the soldiers, so I can leave it to the Queen to worry about. Linda spoke. He said he could rest all the time. Miko looked at him quietly. You want to abandon the soldiers who followed you? I fulfilled my promise to them. I know you, Miko said. I know you well enough. So this is why you are depressed? Having to abandon your soldiers? This is not like you. Really? Linda Armin. Miko looked at him quietly. Linda shifted his gaze to the other side, not looking at her face. He was really conflicted. If this was a game, he could abandon or directly sell his subordinates, who couldn't keep up with the pace of the version, and then use the new funds to develop new forces. But he knew very well that this was not a game. This world had never followed the logic of the game from the beginning. There was just an official who came out of nowhere and tried to transport the fourth calamity with weak power, and then use the fragile newbie village to guide this group of people to achieve a certain goal. Lind also had a dilemma. He had already determined that the soldiers he trained could not follow him further. People are different from each other. Even if there are magic potions, they have their limits. Mind, ideas, spiritual will, etc. will all be affected. There is no one who can improve himself infinitely. Continuing to force improvement is likely to make most soldiers become like Lance, with strange parts of their bodies. The Battle of the Golden Throne made Lin more convinced of this. Forcing them to participate in the war would not bring glory, but would only increase deaths. The best destination for them is to follow Rania and protect this kingdom, Linda said. At least they won't be killed like mowing the grass if they stay in the novice's kingdom. When the war begins, the soldiers need to fight side by side with the general, Mike said. They didn't discuss and explore this topic. No matter what Linda plans to do in the future, he must first control and stabilize the dragon curse on his body, and then gradually arrange various things in the Rand Kingdom. There is still enough time for him to think. By the way, I once saw someone selling potions produced in Star Dragon City. Mika mentioned what she had come across on the road. Although she had not gone to the market full of people in black robes, she was so familiar with potions that she could tell what kind of power those colored potions represented from a distance. Where? Blackhoof Village. Chapter 337 Blood Servant. Lover. Eily Rice ushered in another bumper harvest. And the harvest shocked her. The huge transaction volume generated profits. So she had to use a carriage pulled by mutant oxen and horses to transport back and forth 4 times. The cellar of her room was filled with gold coins and treasures. In order to close the cellar door, she had to stand on it and stomp hard several times. But she was not as happy as before. She was full of panic. She was looking forward to the arrival of wealth. But wealth came too quickly. Beyond expectations. It was as if what was sent into the cellar was not treasure, but hot charcoal. At this moment, Esley was like an ant on a charcoal iron basin, spinning around. Carl, who could not speak, was sent out by Esley to inquire about the news. She could not guarantee that the horrible income could be hidden from the eyes of the soldiers. The noise of carts of gold coins being pulled in was too loud. Even if the soldiers were drunk, they would definitely notice it. If they were discovered, what awaited them should be the death penalty. She facilitated many arms transactions, including the sale of 5 alchemical bombs, which were the most powerful weapons of the Land Corps. However, the guys who bought the alchemical bombs were definitely not human. They exuded a foul smell and were tall. But the only thing that left a deep impression was the foul smell. In addition, there are also secret pattern weapons, enchanted armor, and a large number of potions. She can say that these things have nothing to do with her. But she opened a small market. Now she just wants to close this damn small market and realize her life value. The value of her life should be to survive. But the soldiers have not responded. Maybe they are still investigating. Maybe they are just drinking and chatting. Maybe the matter is not as serious as she thought. Everything is still under the rule of the kingdom. Nothing has changed. Esley said this to herself. But her pace in circles became faster. She did not act as relaxed as she muttered. Heavy footsteps came from outside, and she opened the door impatiently, ready to criticize the other party for being too slow. Carl, if you knew I was waiting. Her voice suddenly stopped. A black shadow enveloped her. This was a man who was slightly shorter than Carl, with a broad body. She could see his face clearly, but she could not remember his appearance no matter how hard she tried. Forget it once you see it. The other person bent over and squeezed into the room. Esley stepped back subconsciously, watching as he completely blocked the door with his body, blocking the light outside the door, leaving only a gap as wide as a palm. The light was very weak. The shadow stretched by the light on the other person was like a heavy blanket wrapping up Esley. And it was a blanket soaked in water. The heavy, cold and suffocating feeling made her panic while almost pressing her to the ground. Her body trembled subconsciously, so much so that she forgot that she also possessed extraordinary power. Then, Eily saw a familiar figure through the gap between the mysterious man and the door. Carl, who couldn't speak, stood there like a loyal guard, like an insurmountable mountain. Carl, can you please close the door? Carl knew the other party, and closed the door respectfully. There were only 2 of them left in the room, and Eily's heart sank to the bottom of the valley. Who are you? Eily stuttered. She thought something was wrong, and subconsciously grabbed her ring. But just before she was about to do it, the mysterious man spoke and made her dare not move. I don't want to hurt you, little girl. So don't move. Yes. 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 Sorry. I should answer your question first, he said. Carl, he is a warrior. When I heard that he was controlled by despicable means, I was a little angry. Warriors should be free to choose their own life or death. Right? Come for Carl, Eily said. I can stop ordering him from now on and let him go free. She was very decisive. Although Carl, who couldn't speak, was very obedient. Compared with the crisis she might face now, giving up Carl was nothing. Of course, you will. Young people are more empathetic. After all, you look like you are in your teens? He asked. 29 years old. Oh, He sounded a little surprised. It is a little difficult to achieve immortality in the magic world. But it is not too difficult to live for decades. Hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. I didn't expect you to be older than me. If Rania saw you, she would be jealous. The strange mist that had been lingering on his face disappeared. Esley was sure that she had stared at his face countless times, and could clearly see his facial features. But her brain could not distinguish or even remember his appearance. But now she saw clearly that it was a handsome face with sharp angles and short golden hair. She herself could not have imagined that she had not even noticed the clear feature of blonde hair. Rania? Even though she was not well informed, she knew what this name meant. You are? The Duke? Lind Armin. The Duke of Lion. General Rand? What else? There were too many names. In short, this was a big shot that she thought would never appear in her room. Now, he was standing there looking down at her. Wet. Her back was completely soaked with sweat. Her heart was beating wildly and uncontrollably. She was now blank. The reason she didn't roll her eyes and fall down immediately was entirely because her extraordinary physique was forcibly supporting her. Lind said, Miss Esley, we just won a victory. Swallowing her saliva. Esley lowered her head. Yes. I heard about your heroic and fearless story. She glanced at Lind's handsome face with her peripheral vision. But she didn't have any thoughts of appreciation. She just tried to discern something from his face. But Lind's expression did not change. And she could not catch any information at all. It should not be as simple as death. Although she committed a capital crime. It was not enough to make such a high-ranking person come here specially. Her mind was still clear. And she hoped that everything would be in her favor. We have a lot to talk about. Don't be nervous. Lind walked to the chair and turned around to sit down. His tall body sat on the chair that was very big for Esley. And it seemed a bit crowded. Linda's boots tapped the ground lightly. And the tap-tap sound was like a heavy hammer hitting Esley's heart. Just below here, in the cellar, there were 4 carriages of wealth. Did the other party know? Carl had already pledged allegiance to him. So he must know. Who did you get the small market from? When Esley heard Linda finally mention the small market, she felt relieved. But at the same time, she didn't understand why Linda valued an illegal small black market so much that he even came here in person. Dana? A mysterious blood clan? Linda suddenly asked. This made Esley's heart, which had just been relieved, hang again. Linda said, I have never had direct contact with him. But I suddenly remembered that I had seen your ring before. He was not as aggressive as the rumor said. And he would even take the initiative to explain every time he spoke. This respect made Esley feel relieved. When the undead were operating in the snake catcher fortress, they once found a female corpse nailed to the wall with dozens of spears piercing her chest at the underground gathering of the mad secret church. The undead, who take picking up trash and thieves never leave empty-handed as their main action creep, will certainly not let go of anything. But they quickly treated it as trash and handed it to Renzo. Of course, the so-called guess is that he uses the answer to deduce the process. The breath of the person in front of him is very similar to that of the vampires. Lind is very sure that she has some relationship with the vampires. If you can confirm this, and then involve some possible connections together, you will definitely get some answers. Yes, this is something Dana gave me. Esley answered seriously. Where is she from? Lind asked. There are many branches of the vampires. The currently known branches include the vampires, who turned the Fox Cave into a grape plantation. They should be led by the late old King Redwald Hedwin. There is also the Red Sister, a vampire who has awakened a kind heart, and the vampires of the Black Swamp Kingdom. The Black Swamp Kingdom. She used some magic to make me her lover. And then she decided to look for the traces of the old nobles, and left the Black Hook village. That is, the vampire named Dana, who happened to go to the snake catcher's fortress. How unlucky. The other party must have died in the battle or the fire. Linda was very sure of this. Is Carl also your lover? He asked. A blood servant. She emphasized that she was extremely resistant to being compared with the stupid Carl. And she didn't want to have a lover relationship with a fool. But thinking that the person in front of her seemed to value Carl very much, she was a little scared. It's hard for me to understand the relationship between them. Is there any difference? Lind expressed his doubts. According to what he learned from Sister Red about the method of identifying vampires, and the class division of vampires, he knew that vampires were divided into 3 levels. The highest level is the monarch, which can also be called the ancestor. The most powerful mother in each line. The monarch must be the most powerful, and can lead the entire tribe to be strong. But if the monarch is complacent, then the entire tribe will not be able to make further progress. Then, there are the Scarlet Nobles. It is said that the Scarlet Nobles have a lot of noble blood flowing in their bodies. And they are very powerful. The lowest level is the Scarlet Ladies, who are responsible for doing all the chores. The classes are clearly divided. But there is not much connection between them, because their long lives have made them indifferent to many things. For example, he has never heard of blood servant. No. Yes. There was no difference from the beginning. Lovers was just a kind of intimate name. The only thing she had more than card was that insignificant ring. I'm very interested in your little market, including the things you sell. Linda was too lazy to continue to dwell on this topic. Esley was terrified. From now on, I can also be your lover, Linda said. His facial features did not change at all. But Esley found that she could not see his appearance clearly, and could not even recognize who he was. Superior-subordinate relationship. Master-servant relationship. Lover. Whatever you say. He doesn't care. Yes. The small market does not need to be closed, and the trade will continue. Although Lin felt helpless about the trader around him. Weapons, equipment, potions, etc. would be sold. But destroying the small market would not improve the situation. And the situation might even get worse. They would trade in places that he had no idea about. Having it completely in his hands meant that he also had control over this trade route. I will try my best to arrange for other people to come, Lin said. You just need to spread the news that you have corrupted some soldiers, and they will turn a blind eye to the transactions here. Yes. Isle nodded. She could tell that the Duke was about to leave. Before pushing the door open, he paused and said, It's not safe to keep the money with you. Until Lin's figure disappeared. Isle felt relieved and sat down in Lin's place just now, exhaling. Although Lin spoke softly, Isle found that she could not refuse any requests made by the other party. He was so aggressive. Chapter 338 The Red-Named Monster Who Breaks the Prison. Revan City. Dungeon. The air is not circulating, and the smell of excrement stays at the corner. And the smell will not go away. It is not quiet here. I forgot to turn off my sense of smell. It stinks. Huff. The 12 undeads have been suffering here for a long time. Since they were captured by the army that broke through Ivanhoe, they have completely lost their freedom. Those NPCs have already mastered the method to deal with them. The guards here are tight, and there is no possibility of escape. They were judged not to be allowed to pay the ransom, and even their information was recorded. So it would be useless even if they found someone in the real world to pay the ransom. Of course, they never intended to pay the ransom. The 12 people have been blacklisted by Lin's faction. Unless Lin nods and lets them go, they will never be able to move freely in his ever-expanding territory. They also tried to post a help post online, but no one was willing to help except those who were watching the fun. Even the undead, with the same chaotic evil attributes, refused to help. Everyone is afraid of being on Linda's blacklist. Things are different now. Back then, Linda was just the head of a novice village. Later, he became the lord of the main city. It was nothing. At most, he would not come to play with you. But now, he is the general of the kingdom, the largest lord of the Rand Kingdom. And even the Golden City, which is accessible from north to south, is under the control of his army. Going against Linda is very risky. They finally got a set of equipment, military merits, and skills. If they end up deleting their account and playing again for help, who should they look for? We have to join the enemy forces. Maybe they can help us. In the Kingdom of Rand, Linda is not the only one in power. The Black Catfish Prince of Black Island, the Salamanders, the Blood Clan, and even the Greenskins who have recently emerged, all do not deal with Linda. For example, the Salamanders are purely trying to capture the old nobles. But because of Linda's existence, they dare not enter the central area and can only wander around the northeast of the royal city. The Greenskins are more covert. The Black Catfish Prince is a very good choice. Some undead have tried to contact him, but unfortunately there has been no feedback so far. Join? How to join? This question caused others to discuss it. Didn't Riven City capture a group of spies? It seems that they are detained with us. They can't escape by themselves. We can help them escape. As long as we help those spies escape, maybe we can get the qualifications to join other forces. The problem is back to the beginning. If you can't escape yourself, how can you help others escape? Luckily, the undead who first proposed it said, I have contacted a buddy. He also killed an NPC. He dealt with a soldier and handed over his hidden treasury to an NPC soldier. He said that the NPC soldier should be able to help release us today. He added, today is the day of judgment for that guy. And the troops in Raven City are insufficient. So the NPC who took the money has a chance to act today. Damn. Where is the money? We have been stripped naked. Pure paupers. It's okay. The NPC doesn't know. Let's coax him to let us out first. Pay. As long as the NPC soldier dares to let himself and others go, he will be greeted by a violent attack. The 12 people tied their hands and feet, waiting bitterly, and at the same time made up their minds that after escaping, they would definitely find an opportunity to wreak havoc in the Land Kingdom. I am a noble player. And you, a mere NPC, actually captured me. After I get out, I will definitely do nothing but go against you. Not only that, I must kill you if I have the chance. Linda Alman, you dare to imprison us players. And you, a stupid NPC, should let you know what you can and cannot provoke. Remember this grudge first. Upgrade and get equipment first. And come back to take revenge after your strength is improved. You must kill. 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 Moral bottom line? Don't take it too seriously when playing a game. Just have fun. After a long time, they didn't get any news from their buddies. Nor did they get any NPC soldiers to help. How is your buddy? He must have been executed more than 20 times in such a long time. He might not be online. The undead also have ways to avoid punishment. Just not go online. But not going online to play games is the biggest punishment for them. You can't escape the first day. Most of the undead regard punishment as part of the game entertainment. Living in this world, not everyone has the opportunity to be hanged or beheaded. As long as they were not imprisoned in a dark underground prison like the 12 of them, no one would mind experiencing the feeling of death penalty. Here they come. There was a noisy sound outside, and the light footsteps sounded like a gust of wind. After a few muffled sounds, and the sound of rags and sacks hitting the ground, 4 people with red names on their heads rushed in. Scarlet Lady Tracy, 23. Scarlet Lady Jiaika, LV22. Scarlet Lady Eileen, LV22. Scarlet Noble Shinta, LV31. Scarlet Lady. Aren't they the vampires who planted grapes in the Fox Cave? I didn't expect to meet them here. However, this group of people obviously didn't come for them. They didn't even look at them, and hurried past them to go deeper. Wait. Hey. Wait. Sir. We want to join you. We are undead. The undead immediately shouted at the top of their voices. The young man who rushed to the front was wrapped in a black robe. He suddenly appeared in front of the 12 people like a cloud of mist. Silver white hair surrounds his head, like a thin white cloud. White skin, delicate and elegant features, and breathtaking. A noble and elegant vampire. Shinta smiled. Immortal? When the Blood Clan was sent out to investigate, there was also a lot of information about the undead. But there was no trace of the undead in the bloodthirsty castle. If the undead can be brought back, it should be very interesting. Immortal plus immortal. What will it become? Of course. Finally, a new force was able to help them escape, and was willing to let them join. The 12 people breathed a sigh of relief. Although they didn't know why they were still red names even though they had joined the other force. But it should be normal. Linda's fiancé is still a red name. The prison door could not stop a LV31 heroic Scarlet Noble. The white and slender fingers easily pulled the prison door open. If they were not sure that Linda, when and others were not in Raven City, they would not dare to enter Raven City. However, Raven City, which has a large number of troops and no high-end combat power, has a weak defense and is like entering a no-man's land. My lord, what are you looking for in the dungeon? Noble, Shinta replied. Chapter 339. She is actually a wizard? Unlike those who claim to be new nobles, the bloodline theory of the Blood Clan is more stringent. Their power does not come from blood, but they cannot do without blood if they want to be stronger. So in their eyes, there is no distinction between new and old nobles. Linda, Rania and others are nobles, while Wen, Leon and others are not new nobles. Except for the title of nobles. They have nothing to do with nobles. The 12 undead remembered that when they were online recently, they often heard twisted howls coming from the depths of the dungeon. In a blink of an eye, they had rushed to the deepest part of the dungeon. There were magic and secret patterns guarding it, and even traps. I don't know who triggered the trap by mistake. The arrows coated with poison flew over, and the blood clans exploded into black mist one by one. But the 12 people following behind were miserable. Fuck. It's poisonous. The powerfully prepared poison paralyzed the bodies of the undead. The group of undead, who were stripped of their equipment, soon fell to the ground motionless due to the poison. The Blood Clan members ignored the undead. They continued to go deeper and saw several people with distracted minds in the depths. But in a nearby cell, they also saw the figure of a body twisted and completely transformed into a monster. Shinta looked at those crazy and alienated things with disgust. Their arrival made the twisted monsters bang on the prison door frantically. Take them away. Shinta pinched his nose. He was disgusted by the filthy and smelly blood on the monsters. He waved his hand to let the Scarlet Ladies take action. Their target was not the nobles who were twisted and transformed into monsters, but those nobles who still looked like normal people. This blood was pure. The Scarlet Ladies prepared to break open the prison door. My lord. Tracy turned back. We can't do anything about this door. Shinta frowned and walked forward to unlock the door. Scarlet Lady rushed in, lifted up the weak nobles, and walked out of the prison. When passing by Shinta, he raised his hand to stop him, and gently scratched a noble's arm with his fingernail. A drop of blood trembled and stopped in the middle of the fingerprint spiral of the index finger. He put the blood under his nose and took a deep breath. Inferior noble blood. It is very difficult to find pure noble blood that has not been polluted in this era. Although this kind of blood is so thin that it seems to be completely non-existent. When they took the nobles back to the mechanism outside, they found that the poisoned undead were still struggling. But it was obvious that they had reached the end of their lives. Bang! An undead body exploded into a pile of ash. Undead exploded one by one. Dead? They seem to be called undead. They will be resurrected. Tracy saw Shinta's confusion and took the initiative to explain. Where is the resurrection? Shinta had a little interest in the undead. And the vampires had a little interest in the undead. Immortality? There is a clear difference. I don't know. Tracy shook her head. Let's go. The undead were not their main purpose, so there was no need to stop for them. But they didn't expect that when they passed by the undead cell, they would appear in it collectively. Shinta instantly thought of a possibility. My lord. The undead immediately followed. Yes. Let's go. Shinta smiled. What a beautiful and perfect life. He could feel that the bodies of these undead had fully recovered. A large group of more than a dozen people rushed to the ground. At several intersections, the bodies of soldiers guarding the prison were lying crookedly on the ground. The undead people shouted, "Good death." Now they simply hate Linda's forces, and all actions against Linda can be regarded as imperial orders by them. These guarding soldiers deserve to die. If it weren't for them, I would have escaped long ago. The ground exit is getting closer and closer, but a huge figure suddenly squeezed in from the ground, like a stone pier smashing down. ISA. LV-19. The undead didn't recognize the ugly monster in front of them. But level 19? Haha. They are all powerful vampires. And there is even a top-level strongman at level 31. Who are you? Her voice made the undead's heart twitch. It sounds nice, but it looks too ugly. Like a troll. The two Scarlet Ladies left the nobles they were carrying and rushed forward. I didn't expect that Isa raised her arms, and her palms were like two big pots that could stew food for dozens of people. The air in the narrow dungeon passage was almost stagnant, but because of her waving hands, it made a whirring sound. The undead felt the strong wind sweeping in their faces, and their hair was blown messy. Her fingernails accidentally rubbed against the wall, and two big holes were dug out in the wall like tofu. The big slaps hit the two Scarlet Ladies at the same time. They vomited blood and flew backwards, rolling on the ground in balls for a long time before getting up. When they looked at Isa again, their faces were full of horror. The undead were completely shocked. This was a bit of a hooligan. A level 19 player directly defeated two level 22 players. What happened next was even more shocking to them. Shinta rushed up. And of course Shinta won. As a level 31 Scarlet Noble, Shinta's strength is unquestionable. He easily dodged Isa's slap, and his sharp nails scratched multiple wounds on the opponent. The narrow dungeon entrance was a unique skill of Shinta. Isa could only stand there stupidly and be attacked. She tried to grab clumsily, but couldn't touch anything. I found an average of 85 places on the human body that would cause severe pain. Shinta turned into a black shadow. The larger the subhuman body, the more pain it will cause. 1, 2, 3, 15. Blood flowers exploded from Isa's body. She waved her arms, but it had no effect except making the wind in the dungeon whistle more wildly. Shinta was immersed in the art of showing her pain. Isa was not a warrior, and her body and mind had never suffered similar pain. Although her body is a little wrong. I guess the 5 positions on the right leg must still have an effect. Attacked again. Isa's right knee bend, ankle and other parts were severely injured at the same time. When the blood burst out, she finally couldn't bear it and knelt on the ground. It's really smelly. Shinta covered her nose and hid in the distance. In the close fight just now, not a drop of blood fell on him. Ugly and smelly. Shinta commented again. The crowd bypassed the fallen Miss Isa and ran to the ground. They could kill Isa, but that would waste time. It's better to leave quickly now. No one is sure what is in Raven City. Wait, did you hear any sound? One of the undead among the running people suddenly asked. Someone is chanting. The sound came from behind. Even the vampires turned their heads and looked back, and found that the lame troll Isa stood up with the help of the wall, and opened her huge palm that could smash a head with one slap. An ice crystal condensed in her palm. The ice crystal twisted and expanded rapidly, and the fire from the torch on the wall spread and twisted after passing through the ice crystal. Everyone could feel the chill that made people tremble from a distance. And the ground was covered with a layer of white frost in an instant. And all of it came from the lame troll lady. Then, in the next breath, the ice spear caught up and instantly bridged the distance between them. The scarlet lady named Jiaika was pierced, and the ice crystals completely froze her body. The undead saw with their own eyes that the blood bar of the scarlet lady named Jiaika was cleared, and she turned into a wilted black snake. Shinta did not turn around, but the scarlet lady named Tracy bent down to pick up the black snake, and pulled up the nobleman that Jiaika was responsible for carrying. They fled quickly and disappeared in front of the dungeon entrance. But when they left, they could not hide their shock, especially when they saw the troll falling backwards. She was actually a wizard. Chapter 340: The Monarch and the Thunder. The dungeon in Raven City was robbed, and the news reached Lin's ears immediately. Lin happened to be near Blackhoof Village, so he set off to Raven City. There was no ostentatious dragon escort, and no one even knew that the Duke, who had won a battle, had left the royal city alone. The existence of the small market in Blackhoof Village is very important. It is a channel for Lin to communicate with other forces, allowing Lin to control and even exploit the forces of other villages. Do you really think that you can beat me by spending a lot of money to buy those weapons? For every weapon they buy, Lin can earn at least 30 to 50 times the profit with the price they pay, which is higher than the price paid by the undead. It is even more than 100 times. The number of people who Lin gave up all his own interests and supported with real money is astronomical. Even if the undead work like cows and horses and make crazy contributions, Lin is still short of money. If the active undead are not given a trading channel, the undead will also look for similar channels. They have no concept of loyalty, and of course no concept of aiding the enemy. It is natural for them to sell things they don't need or steal things. So Linda chose to control the channel in his own hands. Linda saw the troll lady lying on a specially made big bed in the extra-large room. It's the Blood Clan. The Red Nun was sitting in the room and stood up immediately after seeing Linda. She knew why Linda appeared here, but she didn't expect him to come so quickly. What do they want? Linda checked Miss Isa's injuries and found that she had recovered well. All the injuries were healable. Noble blood. Noble blood should be the blood of nobles with blood inheritance. He was sure that those nobles who were robbed, that is, the heads of the novice village, were all ordinary people. Could the blood of nobles who were nominally canonized also change? Linda's suspicion of the kingdom's laws increased, and he felt that the law was a special book. Poetry is different from the way to gain power from the hand of God. Maybe I should go back to study the laws of the kingdom. Ayase was lying on the bed. She still exuded an elegant temperament. A learned noble lady. She recounted her experience. When I went to the dungeon, I found that the soldiers outside were killed. I knew something must have gone wrong inside, so I rushed in. And then I ran into the group of vampires and the undead who escaped with them. The undead of the chaos system followed the vampires to escape from prison, which was definitely a trouble. But the trouble would not be too big. He would post bounties and notices. Many undeads were very interested in hunting down red names. Hunting down evil red-named players was also fun in the game. When Linda heard her talk about the vampire hitting her in the so-called 85 painful spots, his face was expressionless. However, the red nun, who was good at sensing the human body, felt that Linda should be very angry now. Now the only wound on Isa that had not been healed was a broken leg. A broken leg was not a big deal in the magic world. As long as there was no curse, and it was not healed in time, it would not be a big deal. Heal. Wait. A bottle of magic potion can quickly heal it. And at most it will take some time to recuperate. Sometimes, the harm of diarrhea, dysentery, colds, fevers and other diseases is far more serious than broken arms and legs. Isa's body is relatively heavy, and the vampire's method is very sophisticated, so it will take more time to heal Isa's broken leg. Also considering drug resistance, he also hopes that Isa can heal her injuries without leaving any hidden dangers. Did you successfully heal them? Linda asked. Being able to attract the vampires means that those people should have completely recovered and have some parts in their bodies that are in line with the nobles. Which makes Lynn feel a little absurd. At first, he just wanted to use Rania to create some loopholes to facilitate research. But he didn't expect that those people would really become nobles because of a blessing in disguise, falling into the hands of the old nobles. Perhaps the blessing is not their last step, and there will be continuous disasters in the future. Lynn knows that they are poor people who have been brainwashed, but he is not. The attitude of the affiliates is just like this. The conflict between the two sides is difficult to reconcile. He can't reach the other party's table, and the other party can't point fingers at him. Isa said, I just helped them get back to the right direction under the guidance of the stars. This technology can restore the old nobles to normal. Even if it can only restore the old nobles, who are crazy, but not physically abnormal. Do you remember what those blood clans look like? Linda asked. He didn't want to just endure everything. Yes, sir. I can draw them. It didn't take much time to draw a few vampires. And Miss Isa had a good foundation in painting. After a long period of study, Miss Isa mastered many skills, such as painting, music, clay sculpture, etc. When the thick hands grasped the pen, the strokes were very steady. The 4 portraits were placed in front of Sister Red with the ink not yet dried. During the long time, it was not so easy for the vampires to absorb new members, and Sister Red recognized several people at a glance. Cinta, the Scarlet Noble. The rest are Tracy, Jiaika and Eileen. Red Sister pointed at Tracy and said, I'm not familiar with her. She just became a vampire a while before I left. It seems we have a lot of work to do. Linda stood up and said to Miss Isa, have a good rest. After he walked out of the room, Red Sister soon followed him out. Are you going to take action against the vampires? She was a little worried, but also a little expectant. Don't you think it's wrong? The monarch is very powerful, and the entire bloodthirsty castle is under his surveillance. It is difficult for you to attack there, and even if you just approach, he will find you, Red Sister said. Linda also nodded in recognition of this. He knew the characteristics of the blood race. They could not be killed easily. They could transform into various animals. Unlike the dragon soldiers in the royal city, who only acted on instinct, it was difficult to win against such a group of enemies who could fight and run. The number of blood races was not large, and they could fly. When Lind asked about the power of the Scarlet Monarch, the Red Sister said, he may have the power of thunder. She had never seen the monarch use that power, but the bloodthirsty castle was always surrounded by thunder. Thunder? Lin thought he had another reason to attack, taking advantage of the absence of the high-end combat power of Raven City. These vampires were more difficult to deal with than imagined. They could transform into various animals and find information through any opportunity, which was hard to guard against. Moreover, Redwald Hedwyn is always a thorn in my heart. As a former king, if he is resurrected at this time and appears in the royal city, what should Rania do? And what should I do if I swear allegiance to Rania? Was it Rania and Linda who betrayed the old king? Or was it the old king who betrayed the kingdom of Rand? That face will make many things unclear, even if there is only a little ambiguity and question. But if Linda can kill the other party quietly, and directly solve the person who will raise the question, the problem will no longer exist. Before dying, the old king chose to let Rania become the new king, and then fell asleep. This was the ending that the story should have. But now, It is no longer like that. Lin wants to get the story back on track and get it back in the right direction. He feels that the biggest gain after knowing Miss Isa is learning this sentence. Right. Right in everything. Go back to the right direction. Die right. Or wake up right. Before that, he must go to the City Lord's study. The dungeon of Raven City has been cleansed, and chaos has broken out. He must deal with prison-related matters as soon as possible. Chapter 341 Mysterious? NPC. Linda sat at the City Lord's desk. He was thankful that he had personally set Rania to the Golden Throne, so that he would not have to be bothered by the complicated and headache-inducing government affairs in the future. He was tired of doing everything himself. But many policies had to be done this way. When the interests of these territories with his own symbols were infringed, it was difficult for him to stay out of it. Fortunately, Miss Isa was not dead. She was one of Linda's most precious treasures at this stage, even surpassing the horn and the Holy Grail on him. The only individual who records knowledge cannot be copied. Some people always say that he is aggressive, but Lin feels that he is still too gentle, and he should be more crazy. The pen tip slides quickly on the paper, and Lin reviews the reports from Raven City one by one. Raven City, without the supervision of Raven soldiers, is getting more and more crazy. Some people are forming gangs and trying to establish deeper underground connections to deal with the return of soldiers in the future. The stationed Raven soldiers have discovered these forbidden gangs and gatherings, but they are not enough in number and can do nothing, so they can only investigate and track them secretly. There are also people who put their madness on the surface and fill themselves up by damaging the interests of others. From the old to the young, Lin's previous heavy law in troubled times was effective for a period of time. But now, with the reduction of soldiers, it has become chaotic again. If when Raven was here, she would definitely choose to continue to ignore it, or use some insignificant ways to restrict it to ensure that Raven City can barely operate. Every life can be used to fight against the Great Rift in the Abyss. Everyone will unite in front of the Great Rift. This is Win's idea. Lin believes that one must first stabilize the country before fighting against foreign enemies. He would rather kill his way through the internal forces than give unstable factors a chance to cause trouble. If he is stabbed in the back at a critical moment, it will be more painful than being stabbed 10 times by the enemy. Fortunately, Lin now has the right to speak, which is why he prefers to go to war rather than continue to follow them. Round Table Alliance. Cooperation will confuse voices, but after distinguishing the strong and the weak, there will only be one voice left. All policy changes need the support of military power. But what Lin lacks most now is soldiers. Raven's soldiers are still in Goliath and must stay there. It is urgent to continue training new soldiers. But not all soldiers should belong to the Rand Corps. Otherwise it will be like the situation in Black Hoof Village, where some soldiers will complain that they should be on the battlefield instead of in the rear. Lin does not have much energy to do it himself. But there are no strong generals under his command. Whether Marcus, Lance, or Reed, they are not qualified to be a strong commander. It is not that they do not have enough military knowledge. Knowledge can be learned, but because they are too weak. In this world, you cannot be respected without great power. Charm comes from strength. Lin's pen suddenly paused, and a trial about the undead caught his attention. Kerrigan, the undead. It was written in detail that the undead Kerrigan massacred ordinary people, was captured by the undead Rena after being wanted, and was tried yesterday, sentenced to imprisonment, and deprived of all freedoms, including hearing and vision. Although Lin did not invest too much in exiling the undead, he could still take the initiative to deprive the undead of their senses, so that they would go online, and the screen would be black and silent, etc. This is why many undeads have become honest, and dare not break the law at will. Even if they break the law, they will think about paying the ransom. It says that Kerrigan tried to bribe a Revan soldier, but the soldier only pretended to agree, cheated the other party of a sum of money, and did not show up. Lin put down his pen. Come here. He wanted to meet the Revan soldier who was black eating black. How could he just take money and not do anything? Ivanhoe's 12 chaotic undeads followed closely the steps of Shinta and other vampires, bypassed the Crescent Town, and rushed north for several days and nights, and then plunged into the frozen mountains in the northwest. The roads were muddy and difficult to navigate, and they were doubting whether these roads really existed. There were several times when they were ready to give up. Since they had already escaped, they could let the birds fly freely in the sky and the fish jump freely in the sea. However, Shinta's handsome appearance was very deceptive. He even invited the undead to become a member of the vampires. changing to a new profession, and a vampire who looked very high-end. The 12 people were very tempted. During this time, they contacted their buddy Kerrigan. "How are you?" Kerrigan replied, "That NPC didn't come. I got cheated. I'm getting a black screen when I log in now. I'm just about to delete the game and start over. I spent all my savings, thinking I could buy off an NPC soldier to regain my freedom, or at least escape from here. But I didn't expect that I was naive. The NPC soldier took the money but didn't do anything. I'm a player who didn't die. But I was cheated by an NPC. How are you guys doing?" Kerrigan asked. "I've arrived at the Bloodthirsty Castle, and will be changing my job soon. I'm telling you that the castle here is a bit low class. It feels like a broken cave. But there are red-named monsters everywhere. And the lowest level is above level 21. And there are a large number of them above level 31. I suspect that if Linda encounters them, he will have to hide away. Such a strong group of Blood Clan bosses, if released, will definitely kill indiscriminately. And everyone is a chaotic flow. And they are also hostile to Linda. In the future, it will definitely be a powerful force to deal with Linda. Wait, I'm released. Brothers, I'm free again. The soldier didn't lie to me. Give me a rough map, and I'll go there too." Kerrigan was surprised. "Brothers, we'll wait for you," the undead said. In the dungeon of Raven City, when the sight was restored, Kerrigan almost burst into tears. Even if there was a choice, he didn't want to delete the account and play again. What if he created a new account in another strange country and started from scratch to find potions to upgrade and change jobs? Now, at least he can join the Blood Clan. "You're finally here." Kerrigan looked at the bearded face, which was so kind at this moment. "Stop talking nonsense," the NPC soldier said while helping to unlock the lock. "You don't have much time. Don't say I let you out after you get out. Otherwise I will definitely kill you." "Yeah. Don't worry. I understand." Kerrigan nodded. "And," the NPC soldier said, "this time you are not alone. There is another person escaping with you. Remember to go north along the way." "Go north?" "There is no other option except to find the vampires." The NPC soldier suddenly stopped and warned, "That man is very dangerous. Don't have too much contact with him." "Very dangerous?" Kerrigan was shocked. "Is it a hidden mission?" The NPC soldier grinned. "I can retire after I finish this. Don't come to me in the future." "Uh-huh. Congratulations, brother." Kerrigan followed the other party out of the cell. It was obvious that the timing of the NPC soldier's arrival was carefully calculated. It was just the time for the shift change. And he didn't meet anyone. Escaped safely. The NPC soldier turned his back to Kerrigan and looked towards the dark shadows. A strong and tall figure walked out of the darkness, covered by a black robe. A mysterious NPC with no information? I didn't expect that being caught in a cell could trigger a key plot. Then Kerrigan heard the NPC soldier say, in a slightly trembling voice, "You two run north after leaving the city together. And don't come back." Is it really that scary? Kerrigan analyzed the information conveyed in the other party's voice. But Kerrigan couldn't see that the NPC soldier with his back to him had no worries on his face, but excitement, tension and awe, which was the expression he would show when he saw a big man who could make him crazy. Chapter 342 New Optional Races. The escape was very smooth. In fact, the undead Kerrigan had learned from the forum that the entire city of Raven had fallen into chaos long before this. If he committed a crime at this time, he would definitely not be caught. So he thought it was reasonable to escape in the chaos now. They walked through the streets in a swagger. And they didn't even have to hide when they met patrolling Raven soldiers, because those soldiers were attracted by another commotion. In this way, they walked out of Raven City without any danger. Kerrigan, who finally breathed a sigh of relief, looked down at himself, only wearing a pair of white shorts. No weapons at all. Now, except for his level, he had nothing left. Kerrigan turned his head to look at the tall black figure beside him. The other party had always covered his face with a cloak, and was silent all the way. "Brother, we still have to escape together. My name is Kerrigan." "What's your name?" "A man with a red on his head." "NPC. This is not a big problem. Red names represent hostility. But his 12 chaotic friends are now staying with the vampires, and are even about to be transferred to the vampires. But those vampires still have red names. It is normal to have malicious intent." The black cloak did not answer, but just moved towards the north. "Hey, wait for me, Brother. Kerrigan trotted to catch up. He was not good at running in the real world. But here he gradually mastered some running skills. For example, using the toes to exert force, and then the soles of the feet can make him run faster. But if you want to run long distances, you have to take bigger steps. First land with the heels, and then push the toes at the last moment. This technique works better when used by melee professions. But Kerrigan found that he had no weight, and could only barely keep up with the opponent even if he ran at full speed. Which means that the opponent's level is much higher than his own. As a shameless undead, he found that the mysterious NPC definitely had no reason to let the opponent leave. Persistence works. The other party was probably fed up with Kerrigan's nagging, and was finally willing to explain his origins. I'm from the Kingdom of Black Marsh. The Kingdom of Black Marsh? It's not a good place. Many undeads are imprisoned. A few are still trying to escape. But most of the undead have chosen to delete their accounts and start over. This is the most interesting part. Other games are afraid that players will not play, even if they are given a seemingly catastrophic start. There are actually many guides. But in the Ring of Doom, if the undead are in a predicament, it is really broken, and there is no other way except to delete the account and start over. What are you doing here? Looking for someone. The Black Cloak paused, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he chose to shut up. Looking for someone. My lover Dana came to the Land Kingdom, but she didn't send back any news. So I came here. If you can help me find Dana, I can pay you some rewards. Mission. Kerrigan found that when he talked to the other party was always uninterested. But as long as he mentioned Dana, the other party was willing to chat for a few more words. A big man who was infatuated. He had already tried hard to imagine what kind of face was under the cloak. Dana is your wife? Kerrigan asked. He needed more information. No. She is just my lover. Don't you have a portrait or something else? No. We can recognize each other as long as we are within a certain range. But I can't recognize him. Kerrigan wanted to curse. But considering that the other party's strength far exceeded his own, he chose to be polite. So what did your Dana do in the Land Kingdom? Secret. But I can tell you that she is also looking for someone. Following orders? Just like me. Wait. I don't understand. Following orders to find someone. Isn't that your lover? Yes. Lover. They didn't avoid towns along the way. But when they went north, especially when they were advancing along the frozen mountains, they didn't meet anyone at all. When they passed by a certain place, they accidentally came across traces of camping. There should be a large army stationed here, with at least 200 people. But Kerrigan searched the internet and found no information. This world is running on its own without the participation of the undead. On the way, they encountered several wandering disasters, which means that this place has completely left Linda's sphere of influence, which means that they should go their separate ways. The mysterious NPC's mission must not be easily let go. With this in mind, Kerrigan could only try to hold the other party back. Kerrigan, we succeeded? The Chaos Undead, who had not been in contact for a while, actually sent a message. Success? And there were photos sent. Kerrigan was shocked. Fuck. What have you become? It was a flat and disgusting face with a wide mouth with sharp teeth. The body was like a hunched human standing bat, with flesh membranes connecting the elbows and ribs. But no one believed that this biological structure could allow it to fly or glide. The flesh membrane was like an animal expanding its body, just making its thin body look more sturdy. And its body is covered with warts, which are very disgusting. Blood wart demon. The other party was a little proud, a member of the Blood clan. After smelling blood, it will enter a frenzy state, and can quickly heal itself. The only disadvantage is that it is afraid of sunlight, and will be burned to death. We have tried several times. It is really uncomfortable to be burned to death by the sun. Kerrigan couldn't understand. Why didn't you change your job to Scarlet Noble or Scarlet Lady? Probably promoted step by step. I'm not sure. Anyway, there is definitely a possibility of promotion in the future. But the feeling of not being a human is really great. The same level as before. And I still keep the previous professional skills. But the attributes have been greatly improved. If you put aside the appearance, becoming a Blood wart demon doesn't seem to be unacceptable. I've accepted a hidden mission here. I'll find you when I'm done. Okay. Come quickly. After disconnecting, Kerrigan looked at the Black Cloak. Unexpectedly, the Black Cloak took the initiative to say, we should separate here. If you can find news about Dana, You can go to the town to ask about me. As long as you go to the tavern and ask the noble vampires. I will definitely leave footprints wherever I go. Noble vampire? Kerrigan's heart moved. And he quickly asked, so you are a vampire? Have you heard of vampires? The Black Cloak was a little surprised. Well, my friend is a vampire. But are you really? Kerrigan asked. I'm not. I'm a lover of a vampire. What is a lover? Kerrigan had a headache, and suddenly remembered that his friend was already a vampire. So he immediately sent a message to his friend. Unexpectedly, the other party quickly replied, lover is a subordinate or a blood servant. The most intimate relationship. I can be sure that the person you are talking about is one of our vampires. My boss said to invite him over. Kerrigan was surprised. He looked at the Black Cloak. Brother, do you want to go with me to meet the vampires of this country? Maybe they have news about your lover. The vampires of this country? Okay. Chapter 343 Bloodthirsty Castle. The emergence of a new race has attracted the attention of many people. It also represents a new way of playing. Many people even have wild ideas. If a race that is good at strength goes the way of tank, will it become more resistant to attacks? Or there can be a weirder way of playing. A race that is good at magic, but chooses to use swordsmanship and directly turns itself into a mystic swordsman. Different races provide more possibilities. Almost all the undead who have received information want to explore more races. Human? We all choose not to be human. Bloodwort, an inferior race among the vampires. Bloodthirsty and strong but afraid of sunlight. Minus 10% resistance to fire. The two shortcomings of fear of sunlight and reduced resistance to fire are unacceptable to many people. After all, fireball is the starting trick of many wizards. But when they saw the display of the undead after the job transfer, they immediately said that it seemed to be normal to have weaknesses. Otherwise this race is so perfect, and the human race is useless. First of all, the attributes have risen sharply. In the past, the undead knight had to release skills to cause the scale of destruction. But now the effect of a bloodwort claw is not much different. And the blood volume has also been greatly improved. As a vampire, you will not be afraid of death. You have lost your weaknesses, which means you will not be hit by critical strikes. You have stronger combat endurance and higher fault tolerance. If you can tolerate the ugly appearance, changing your race to a bloodwort demon is definitely better than being a human. A considerable number of people cannot accept the ugly appearance of the bloodwort demon. And some people who pursue numerical values are willing to change their race. Playing games is really fun. And ugly appearance can be covered by wearing clothes. Even for some people, becoming an ugly monster is also a kind of refreshing. And it seems that it is not so easy to join the Blood Clan. Brothers, we can help introduce you. But it's not free. The Bloodwort undead are very economically minded. They don't want real money. They want game currency, equipment, and various props. Now they are wanted by Linda. And they are also in short supply of various equipment and resources. Inside the bloodthirsty castle hidden in the mountains, a bloodwort undead came to the hall with his hands and feet. And he grinned at the disdainful look of the Scarlet Lady with a red name on her head. This place is good. No vampire is ugly. And the poster girl is at most the same level as them. He sighed. Becoming a bloodwort demon also made it impossible to avoid wearing white shorts. But it did not prevent him from appreciating beauty. The bloodthirsty castle was empty most of the time. The long life made the vampires unable to feel the passage of time. When they had no work, they would think about how to spend their boring time. Long sleep was obviously a good choice. After passing a room that bloodwort demons were not allowed to enter, he came to a room at the back and raised his hand to knock on the door gently. This was located at the edge of the bloodthirsty castle. It was the research room of the Scarlet Noble Shinta. Those captured. The nobles were all locked up here. Their hands and feet were tied. The nobles' minds had returned to normal. They cursed. Even if they were rescued by the vampires, they would hardly be grateful at all. Shinta was extracting their blood. As it was said, Shinta needed their noble blood. In fact, this group of people were not far from freedom. Freedom was just a wall away. As long as they could break free and kill the wall next to them, they could regain their freedom. This was a trivial matter for them in the past. But now they can't even move, and can only exchange the strength they have accumulated with great difficulty for a meaningless curse. Lord Shinta, I can bring some good things. The bloodwort demon undead excitedly asked for credit, magic props, magic potions, and wealth. Oh, Shinta raised his eyelids, his expression unchanged. Really? Yes, Lord Shinta. If I can bring back good things, can you give me a reward? This is the main purpose of his coming. Rewards are necessary to motivate people. If there is no reward, they will be too lazy to recruit new people into the bloodthirsty castle. It is so comfortable to play games by themselves. Okay. Shinta nodded. He was very curious about what the undead could bring. After a short contact, he found that these undead always give people something unexpected. A crow flapped its wings and flew over, like a black arrow shadow. When it approached the two people, it suddenly exploded into a black mist. As the cool wind swept by, the black mist quickly gathered and revealed the figure of a woman. The blood-wart demons next to them were full of envy. If they had a choice, they would also like to become human-like instead of ugly blood-wart demons. Now they can only pray in their hearts that the blood-wart demons can be evolved, and one day they may evolve into Scarlet Ladies or Scarlet Nobles. Scarlet Lady said, "My lord, there are two people approaching. One of them claims to be Kerrigan, but we don't know him." The blood-wart demons immediately said, "Hey, sister, that's my friend. He came to seek refuge. Then you go and lead them." Shinta didn't want to waste any more time. The power of these nobles was very weak, and the effect might be very different from what he had expected. For this reason, he had to feed these nobles something to make them produce blood faster. He had lost too much energy. "Okay, I'll go right away." The blood-wart demon nods repeatedly. He and Scarlet Lady came to the gate of the castle together, and saw the undead Kerrigan and the black cloak standing beside him. Man, the two were very surprised when they met. "Brother, you are really good." Kerrigan looked at the blood-wart undead and circled around him several times. With its ferocious appearance and sharp teeth, it is definitely a bloodthirsty beast. Just standing next to it, he felt weak in the knees. The two chatted lively about the job transfer to become a blood-wart. But the expression of the Scarlet Lady on the side was a little subtle. Becoming a blood-wart, an ugly thing that is considered a blood slave. Is it something worth celebrating? But she did feel the relief and joy from their words. "I don't understand." The Scarlet Lady looked at the man in the black cloak. Is he also an undead? She couldn't sense the other party's strength. He seemed to be shrouded in a mysterious veil, so it was easy to ignore him. She even stared at that face for a long time. But in the end, she couldn't leave any impression. If she glanced at this face in the crowd, she would probably forget it as soon as she turned around. This made her alert. She couldn't easily let go of a face. But just now, she had unconsciously ignored the other person many times. He was like a stone or a weed on the roadside. In short, an insignificant person. I forgot to introduce him. He is a vampire lover from the Black Marsh Kingdom. Looking for someone. Kerrigan took the initiative to introduce. Black Marsh Kingdom? Scarlet Lady raised her eyebrows slightly, and couldn't help looking up and down. Someone from hometown. Chapter 344. Let's start counting from 1. The vampires of the entire Rand Kingdom actually come from the vampires during the outbreak of the Fox Cave Plague. The other party is the ancestor. Although they are close to the Black Swamp Kingdom, they have never thought of going back after so many years. The long life has made the vampires lose a lot, including emotional concepts. It is difficult for them to have emotions such as love and gratitude. What remains is only the residue left after being sifted by the big net of time, which can be mastered naturally without thinking, such as arrogance, vanity, hatred, greed, etc. They have no obsession to return to their homeland. And from the stories told by the monarch, the vampires of the Black Swamp Kingdom are actually very weak. They originated from the Black Swamp Kingdom, but they have no special feelings for it. At most, when chatting about the long history of vampires, they can cite the vampires of the Black Swamp Kingdom as evidence. Who are you looking for? The Scarlet Lady still has some respect for people from the Black Swamp Kingdom. Ancient and origin will not make people in awe, but the strong who cannot be seen through will. Dana, have you heard of this name? Asked the man in the black cloak. No, but I can take you to see an adult. Now the only Scarlet Noble who allowed to be disturbed in the castle was Shinta, and she hoped that the other party would not be angry. Scarlet Lady led the way in front, while the undead, who thought they had triggered the plot, followed and chatted behind. Sure, this can make you encounter a hidden task? The blood-wart demon undead jumped. The blood-wart demon has many shortcomings, such as not being able to run, and can only use jumping. Fortunately, jumping is faster than running, so not being able to run is not a big disadvantage. Kerrigan had a proud smile on her face. When I saw on his head, I knew it was not simple. It might be a major main quest. And the sudden loud noise interrupted the two people's chat. Their sight failed to capture any danger, but they found that they could not hear any sound when they opened their mouths to speak. The sound of the wind whoosh, boom, covered everything, including the thunder in the sky. The storm whistled out from the corridor of the castle in front, like a heavy hammer hitting the face. Kerrigan's nose was crooked by the wind hammer, and blood flowed out of her nose. Before the two could react, their bodies were lifted up by the storm. And then they flew backwards and were thrown back fiercely. In the sight, a figure was pushed backwards by the strong wind, and the storm continued to attack, completely collapsing the corridor wall. The entire bloodthirsty castle collapsed at the moment the storm sounded. It seemed that a huge monster that controlled the storm shook its body. Vipers, crows, toads, and other figures wrapped in black mist were affected by the storm, dragged and thrown into the sky, and the entire castle periphery was lively in an instant. This sudden attack from within confused the vampires. They rolled on the ground in a panic, and some even plunged into the ground uncontrollably. When they crawled out, their faces were still angry and vigilant. Nothing could stop them from showing their claws and baring their teeth to deal with possible enemies. The undead people who rolled on the ground for several circles finally came to a stop. They were the weakest and were the first to be swept away by the storm. But they were the last to land, just being affected by the storm. Their health points were reduced by half. The Scarlet Lady who was knocked away by the storm earlier did not roll like them, but turned into a snake after landing, spitting out her tongue and running away quickly. But the two of them clearly saw that the opponent's health value was only 1. If it weren't for the Blood Clan's unique blood bar feature, she would have been completely torn apart by the storm. The castle collapsed. Two figures appeared in front of the Blood Clan and the undead. What's going on? Who is that person? Why is he stepping on Shinta's head? No vampire was stupid enough to rush forward. Shinta ranked high among them in terms of strength. No one present dared to say that they could step on Shinta's head so easily. But the mysterious man covered in a black cloak stepped on Shinta's head with 1 foot. No one could hear what they were saying. The storm that was brewing quickly shattered the sound. Who are you? Blood escaped from Shinta's mouth as he spoke. His head slowly deformed under the pressure of the other party's boots. Shinta could hear himself getting closer to death. He felt very aggrieved when he heard Scarlet Lady Eileen say that a vampire lover from the Black Swamp Kingdom appeared. He impatiently dropped the work in his hands. But he still tried to force a smile, because he couldn't see the strength of the person who came. Mystery represents strength. I have never been to the Black Swamp Kingdom, but I have heard the monarch say that it is our hometown. Shinta said this, and then the mysterious man in the black cloak in front of him grabbed his neck like lightning. The speed was so fast that he couldn't react. The power was so strong that Shinta couldn't resist at all. But Shinta reacted quickly. He tried to fight back with his flexible and sharp claws, leaving something on the opponent's body, perhaps making the opponent let go of him because of fear of injury and pain. But he didn't expect that the opponent actually controlled some kind of storm power. The storm formed a solid fortress, blocking all of Shinta's attacks, and then tied Shinta's hands and feet. The Scarlet Lady Eileen standing aside was swept away by the storm without even having a chance to react, and the castle collapsed in the storm. Then the Black Cloak man's elbow, as powerful as a saber, landed on Shinta's ear, easily piercing his eardrum and causing deafness in his left ear. Shinta had never felt so aggrieved as he was now. He had no right to resist, and was thrown around like a broken sack. When his mind was also in a daze, his head somehow came under the other's boots. Then he heard the other's voice. I have a friend. You may remember her. In my original plan, I should have cut off your hands and feet and brought them back to her. But I think a lady who is well-read and not good at fighting is not suitable to see a bloody scene. A well-read lady? Shinta understood that the person in front of him was not a vampire lover from the Black Swamp Kingdom. He was here to seek revenge. But for a long time, he could not remember when he had hurt a noble lady with a ladylike temperament. There were too many things that could not be explained until he heard the other party's next sentence with his right ear. I have a better way to deal with you. The force of the boot pressing on his head gradually increased, and Shinta felt more and more wronged. Then he heard the other party say, she didn't cry at that time, so you better not cry either. Let's count from 1. 1, Chapter 345 The Great Melullin? The vampires are immortal. Indeed, no matter how badly they are wounded, the vampires can quickly recover on their own. Whether they are pierced through the heart or through the head, they will not die. The sun cannot hurt the noble vampires. They hide in the dark just because they don't like the sun. Garlic can drive away the vampires, but it is only useful for a few vampires who hate the smell of garlic. Silver cannot hurt the vampires, and even becomes their collection. The vampires do not have any natural enemies. If there is anything in the world that can really kill the vampires, it should be only fire. After turning into charcoal, even the strongest body is powerless. But the vampires at the scene saw with their own eyes that a vampire was pierced by the almost tangible wind. His body shook wildly, shivered, and blood mist burst out all over his body. If the vampires who can be immortal are squeezed into blood mist, can they still be resurrected? The blood was scattered all over the ground, and there was no sign of recovery. It seems that it is impossible. Oh my God! So strong? The blood-ward demon was completely shocked. Kerrigan opened his mouth. He really didn't expect the plot to develop in this direction. The powerful Shintal was killed in seconds. The boss-level strongman who controls the power of the storm walked with him. But he only thought about the task on him. If he directly became a disciple, would he have learned the exaggerated storm power? Who are you? Two more Scarlet Nobles spoke. But they did not approach the Black Cloak Man. The undead couldn't help but curl their lips at his appearance of being fierce but weak. You have lost all the prestige of the blood race. I am from the Black Swamp Kingdom. The storm was always swirling behind the man in the black cloak, and the storm was holding up the broken bricks and stones of the castle. He used the storm to hold up half of the castle with his own strength. The absolutely terrifying brute force made the rubble and ruins swirling in the tornado form a storm throne that fully represented his power. This power that held up a small mountain was also the main reason why the blood race present listened to him calmly. I'm here to find a vampire named Dana. She's my vampire lover. But none of this matters at the moment. He looked up at everyone present. I heard such treasonous words. The vampires who escaped from the Black Swamp Kingdom actually dared to abandon the glory of the vampires and establish their own monarch? What? Every vampire present was stunned. The origin of the vampires. The source of power. There is only one. The daughter of hate. The creator of the sanctuary. The Black Law Vampire Queen. The Great Melullin. His voice was high-pitched, like a knight who was venting his dissatisfaction when his faith was blasphemed. Like a holy religious knight who was going to judge heresy. Under the cloak, Lind was making up stories. After he found that the blood clan seemed to adhere to the bloodline theory far more than the nobles, he came up with this plan. He couldn't catch and kill every blood clan in the bloodthirsty castle. They could fly, hide, and transform, as long as they were scattered. It would be impossible to catch them all. If he let these guys act freely, he might get into endless trouble. Therefore, he needs a reason to prevent these people from running away. This reason must be so strong that no matter who he attacks, it is a legitimate reason, and no one will doubt it. Bloodline theory. This is what the bloodline advocates the most. The noble bloodline from the Black Swamp Kingdom is the main bloodline and has infinite glory. And the so-called Scarlet Monarch you have elected is just a traitor who betrays the glory of the bloodline. Even if Lind makes this statement, some people will not be willing to admit it. From the Red Sister, we can know that none of these bloodlines have ever been to the Black Swamp Kingdom, and their knowledge of the Black Swamp Kingdom only exists in the stories in their memories. But as long as they agree with this statement, it is enough. Still loyal to the Scarlet Monarch? That's easy. He just needs to kill the Scarlet Monarch. If no one is loyal, then there is no loyalty. As expected, when he solemnly shouted the name of a queen he had placed in the underground pasture, all the vampires were frightened. Even those who were not frightened would convince themselves to believe it when they saw the terrifying tornado storm suspended behind him. There is no need to fight desperately. Really. The thunder flashed again, and the branch like lightning inserted into the storm, turning the storm into a thunderstorm. Melullin? An old voice came out. A hunched old man wearing only a robe appeared in Lind's sight. Redwald Hedwyn. The old king. He looked exactly the same as when he was dying. Lind was a little dazed. He seemed to smell a bad smell from him. But he was very clear that it was not Redwald in front of him. The old man was just a vampire who occupied his body. That's the name of the queen of the Black Swamp Kingdom, Redwald said. You are not a vampire. So what's your name? Lind looked at him quietly. Redwald? That's the name of the king of the Rand Kingdom, Lind said. You don't even have your own name. But you want to slander the great Melulin. He roared angrily. Lowly bug. Lind thought he should go find the dwarf to participate in the performance. He has a strong urge to perform now, and his emotions should be in place. In terms of performance ability, he should surpass most of the actors. Redwald seemed to have won the battle, and was unwilling to explain. I have my own things to do. Before Goliath was defeated, he might have been just the Scarlet Monarch. But now, he admitted that he was very envious of Lind, and wanted to get him madly. The corrupt body could not give him more. So he had to make himself Redwald first. Accept everything in the body, and then use it to get more. You don't understand. You are just a pathetic bug. Lind seemed like a god on earth, who controlled the storm. Although he doesn't use poison, storm, frost and other powers much, it doesn't mean he can't use them well. The reason why Lind uses fire is that too many of his abilities are related to fire. The complementary relationship between the Fire Knight and the Sun Knight determines that he must use this as the main one, with absolute control and the support of noble power. When using powers of other attributes, there will not be much difference. I am the Guard Knight of Melulin, the great servant. When you go out, your identity is given by yourself. Having been in a high position for many years, Lind has an authority that cannot be ignored. Even if he completely hides his figure and face, and does not with a gorgeous armor, he is still awe-inspiring. The storm is a strong proof of what he said. No matter whether it is the Scarlet Nobles, Scarlet Ladies, or undead people of the Blood Clan, no one chooses to approach to help. They cannot intervene in this battle. The storm and thunder prevent those who try to approach. Whoever can finally walk out of the storm is the real orthodoxy. Will a powerful monarch lose? They had never thought of this before. And even for loyalty, they should fight for the monarch. But what if the monarch's existence stems from a betrayal? Linda could smell a nauseating stench through the storm and thunder. All signs showed that the Scarlet Monarch in front of him wanted to occupy Redwald's body, and paid a heavy price. In the battle with Dragon King Kurt, Linda had already had a deeper understanding of thunder. And he knew that he could not be entangled by thunder. High temperature, numbness, stinging, destructive bombardment, and a speed so fast that he could not react. Even his body could not withstand the negative effects of thunder hitting his body. Whether it was Dragon King Kurt or Redwald in front of him, they could continue to use thunder when their bodies were extremely weak. And they could do it at will. Lind's figure moved in the storm. Even if he forcibly restrained his rough fighting style, he could still show a very high level of fighting art. It even gave people a feeling that he was better at moving quickly and sensitively. But the opposite Scarlet Monarch could not do this, because his corrupt body affected too much. The storm blocked the line of sight. But it seemed that the victory or defeat was not difficult to distinguish. Chapter 346, Children's Role-Playing Game. Central Area. North of Raven City. Crescent Town. 2 boys and 1 girl. 3 children escaped from George's aunt's pursuit. They bypassed the deserted military camp, climbed up the hill behind, and sat down on the ground, laughing at the same time. Escaped from George's aunt's pursuit. Like winning a great victory. It's still a long time before Miss Einar plays the piano. Before that, should we play Bumlaw? Nika offered to do it. She has silver hair. Her mother has blonde hair. But it is said that when the world became bad many years ago, many children's situations changed. And Nika was one of them. Bangla. A game that only belongs to the children of Crescent Town. A game that will make your body covered in dirt. Although you will be scolded by your parents and elders. The joy is real. The game may be circulated in the bee colony hut, because a child who came with the caravan last time played this game with them. If the other party takes the game back, I don't want to play. George shook his head. Miles was young and didn't have the ability to make his own judgment. But he liked playing with George. So he hesitated and shook his head. Nika picked up a branch and shook it casually. She was a little unhappy that her proposal was not passed. The ground around was full of new dry plants that looked like hair and dry fingers. Children who grew up in this era have become accustomed to desolation. Green plants, gardens, etc., are as far away as fairy tales. They can't even imagine what kind of scene it is in their minds. If my aunt knew I was covered in mud again, she would definitely vent her anger on me for not being able to find a man. George muttered. I remember that Owen pursued your aunt. Nika still remembered the man who was good at repairing armor. He always carried a jar with tan leather. Before the soldiers of Crescent Town left, Was the only one who could easily travel between Crescent Town and the military camp. He and the soldiers were brothers and sisters. My aunt doesn't like him. He thinks about the Duke all the time. George pouted. No one would not admire the Duke. But he couldn't accept his aunt's wishful thinking. The Duke? Nika pulled her hair and thought about it. George nodded and said, She talks about the Duke every day. She hopes her future husband will be like the Duke and be a brave soldier. It's not difficult. Nika interrupted. Miles nodded in confusion. You may not find a cunning businessman who is good at business, or a hunter or fisherman who is good at hunting in Crescent Town. But what is most lacking is soldiers. George was a little dissatisfied with being interrupted. Hey, listen to me first. That's just the most basic. She said her husband must be as tall as the Duke. How tall is the Duke? Nika asked. As tall as the wall? I heard that he must live in the castle. Because the houses we civilians live in will prevent him from entering the door. And he must squat. Wow! Nika exclaimed. This kind of secret must only be known by her aunt, who is crazy about the Duke. Miles stared at the two of them blankly. And then he also said wow. He is not inferior to anyone in creating an atmosphere. And then? The Duke's wealth? Nika asked. My aunt is not keen on wealth. She said she prefers men with charisma. George agreed with this point. If his aunt was not loyal and righteous, he would not have survived. Although the little boy was not tall enough. He knew a lot of things. Nika nodded and asked, What else do you want? At least a head of blonde hair. Like a Duke, George said. Oh, Oem has messy red hair. Nika expressed regret. They all liked Oem very much. Although the guy's nose was a little big. But he was very kind. That can't be helped. George spread his hands helplessly. He knew his aunt was not interested in Oem. Nika asked, You know a lot about the Duke? Of course. Including his battle in the royal city, George said excitedly. Although he only heard a little bit. Many secrets would not be passed on to ordinary people. But they still knew who participated in the war at that time. And they also knew that it was a victory. Why don't we just play this game? What game? Goliath War. They hit it off. George, Miles, and Nika. The three of them were ready to re-imitate the original scene. George played the role of the Dragon King Kurt. He carried several bricks with his butt raised. Although he didn't play breaking law. His clothes were already dirty. He would definitely be punished when he got home. But George had already put his previous worries behind him. Those were not important at all. Now, he just wanted to share the scenes of the war in his mind with his friends. The stones could only be piled up to the calf. This place, City Wall, was named by George. Goliath of the Golden City. The indestructible iron wall. He jumped onto the wall. The stone swayed, and his funny unsteady appearance made Nika and Miles giggle. It's about to start, George shouted, shouting in a high-pitched voice. Laughter would mess up the atmosphere. Nika had to play Her Majesty Queen Rania. But when Miles, who played Duke Linda, threw pebbles and branches at George and launched a fierce attack on him, Nika had to do two things. Because when Raven blinded one of the Dragon King Kurt's eyes during the war, that was considered a turning point in the war. And she had to appear on the small dirt slope. George, standing on the rocks, waved his hands, as if he really controlled the King of Thunder. He attracted rolling thunder, and heavy rain submerged the entire Goliath. And Miles, who played Lind, broke Goliath's iron wall with his fierce attack. George jumped down from the wall and slammed his feet heavily on the ground. What greeted him was Nika's rapier. One of the dragon's eyes was blinded, and George fell to the ground, allowing George and Nika to cut him into pieces with their enchanted branches. Ah! George's scream represented the end of the war. Their minds seemed to perfectly outline that magnificent battle. And in their minds, Linda was splitting the thunder with a relaxed posture. The thunder was split. The storm stopped. And the ruins and bricks flew away. Smoke and dust flew. The ground shook. And birds within a few miles were startled and flew away. The man in the black cloak stood still. As for the great Scarlet Lord Redwald, he had turned into a pool of mud. The corrupt body was even weaker than the Scarlet Noble Cinta in terms of vitality. Lin turned his head and looked at the vampires in the distance. His eyes swept over everyone. A face that could not be remembered, but left an indelible impression on everyone. Maybe it will be engraved in their minds until death. Brothers and sisters of the vampire clan, Linda said loudly. His voice was loud and clear, like a knight in control of absolute justice who killed evil bandits. His righteous words made the vampires never doubt whether his behavior was false. I hope you can always remember that the glory of the vampires comes from the bloodline. And the glory of all blood belongs to my Lilin. Everyone agreed with this, including the undead. One subordinate is so strong. How powerful should my Lilin be? Not to mention that the Scarlet Monarch has been killed. Even if he didn't die, the undead would definitely join the main bloodline. Those who have read online novels know that outer disciples can never compare to inner disciples. The Scarlet Monarch was obviously an outer sect elder, and the man in the black cloak was the inner sect deacon. It was unnecessary to say who to cling to. Lind asked the vampires and the undead to clean up the collapsed castle and redemarcate the area so that the vampires could temporarily live here. After that, the castle had to be rebuilt. But no one was qualified to be called a monarch. It would take a lot of time to rebuild a castle with extraordinary power. But it would not be too difficult to build a simple living area. Most of the Blood Clan are wizards, and some simple transport magic makes the stones float up quickly. The Bloodwort demons crawled out to act as masons and adjusted the floating stones. The cement must be stirred constantly. Otherwise it will solidify. Even the undead in the Chaos Camp can easily find the method of making cement. A row of stone houses that can be temporarily lived in rose from the ground. What Linda didn't expect was that no one in the entire Blood Clan was willing to avenge Redwald. They quietly accepted it, returned to orthodoxy, and even take pride in it. Lynn chose the ruins of the bloodthirsty castle as the venue for the meeting. Only when you are in the ruins of the battlefield torn by thunder and storm can you feel its power more. But some undead people are still puzzled. If he is so powerful, why does he still sneak around in Raven City? Could it be that Lind is more powerful? This assumption scared the undead people. But it is the most reasonable. Otherwise, with the other party's flamboyant way of doing things, how could they accept hiding their whereabouts? It also made the undead, who was planning to go back and cause trouble for Lind, calm down a little. Revenge is fine. But it is never too late for a gentleman to take revenge. We undead have plenty of time. I don't believe that you will still be your son by the time the public beta is released. Lind looked down at everyone, and he was thinking about how to deal with them. It is unlikely that all of them will be killed. And the vampires are not the only ones in the world. He learned some stories about the vampires in the Black Swamp Kingdom from the Red Sister. And her story came from the Scarlet Monarch. The vampires of the Black Swamp Kingdom were actually very weak, and lived cautiously like mice with their tails between their legs. All the vampires present knew this story, and sneered at the vampires of the Black Swamp Kingdom. But now they all agreed that it was just a story made up by Redwald. And the vampires of the Black Swamp Kingdom must be extremely powerful. So powerful that Redwald had no idea of resisting, and could only use stories to trap every vampire. The death of the Scarlet Monarch, the ancestor who created the blood lineage of the Land Kingdom, was considered a worthy death. No matter how ironic the story is, at least now everyone thinks that they have put everything back on track. Lynn said, "Blood honor will always protect you and me. How should we call you? Sir?" George and Nika held Miles' hands on the left and right, and they were all covered with dust. They came down the hill, and came to the small square next to Crescent Town. There used to be soldiers stationed there, but after the soldiers left, it became a free trading area, and everyone could take out things they didn't need at home to exchange. In fact, it was more like begging for food from each other, because there was nothing that was not needed at home. Ms. Einar, we caught up? Right? Nika asked nervously. A beautiful lady with a glove on her right hand and a big harp in her arm sat in front of the chair. Her name was Einar, and she was very beautiful, since she was rescued by Surgeon Inga a long time ago. She would play the harp here every afternoon at this time. In the past, soldiers liked to come here to listen to her playing the harp. And later ordinary people in Crescent Town also gradually came over. Music is one of the few things that can keep people going in difficult times. And everyone found that listening to Miss Einar playing the piano would give them a feeling of excitement. It was also because of this feeling that everyone persisted day after day. Although life did not get better, it was difficult for life to get better. I hope that things will get better and better under the Duke's governance. Where did you go to be naughty again? Miss Einar looked at the three little guys in front of her and couldn't help laughing. She said to George, "If your aunt sees you, she will definitely spank you with bitter green vines." Miss Einar helped everyone brush off the dust, but she only used her left hand, and her right hand was placed on her knees without moving. The three little guys laughed. "Hurry up, Miss Einar. We want to hear you play the piano." I'm afraid we can't wait to play the piano. There was a shout. A strong man came. He was split in half from the middle, and then sewn up with needle and thread, which looked very scary. The reactions of the three little guys also showed how scary he was. He was Inga from Crescent Town, the surgeon who sewed himself up. Hurry up and hide in the cellar. There is a fire burning in the north. Which cellar? Miss Einar asked nervously. The biggest one, Inga said. Chapter 347 Hidden New Gameplay. Mount and Blade? A strange smell came out of the cellar. The smell of mold and acetic acid entered my nose. And when the surgeon Inga came in, the smell of medicine on him made the smell even worse and more complicated. The airless cellar was blocked by a bunch of disgusting smells. There was also a group of people who came in. More than 30 people. All women and children. A voice roared, "If you don't want those bastards to find you here, you'd better shut up." The sobbing suddenly quieted down, and they chose to cover their mouths and wipe their tears. George found his aunt, ran behind her and hid, pulling her skirt. "Who are they?" he asked in a low voice. All the people who rushed in were strangers. "Shh, kid." The armored mercenary raised his finger in front of his mouth. Now was not the time to satisfy the curiosity of a kid. Learn to shut up, or I don't mind teaching you. He was very scared. The crazy roar and shouting outside made the mercenary sweat on his back. The aunt pulled George behind her and glared at the mercenary like a female cat. "Don't scare him. And you are a soldier. Why are you hiding here?" "I am a mercenary." "A mercenary? And today is my day off. I didn't even have time to put on my armor and my damn boots. And I don't have a sword." The mercenary didn't want to argue with George's aunt. He just received money to help in Crescent Town, and only planned to stay here for a few days, and then go to Goliath to find a good job. There are many good jobs there, and they make a lot of money. But I didn't expect to encounter such a thing just after taking a break today. Xiongbat has been eyeing this place for a long time, a sobbing woman said. The dress that can't cover her plump figure like a veil. It's not difficult to guess her identity. Who is Xiongbat? This time, the one who asked was Njia. There was no one around the man who was split in half and then stitched back together. Everyone avoided him. I don't know if they hate the smell of medicine on him, or they are afraid that the stitched body will suddenly split like a mouth and swallow people. Children always guess like this. They often make up some stories to entertain themselves. Although Njia has a mouth, the children still think that Njia should use a more cruel way to eat. The Frust Bear King, the Bandit King, is good at killing and robbing. A few months ago, we lived in the shanty area of the Red Castle, and then we heard someone shouting, "Bear Bear is coming! Bear Bear is coming!" and we started to flee. This experience must have been experienced by them together. So when each person talked about a part, someone else would continue this part. We couldn't stop. When there was a fire in the south, we had to run to the north. And when there was a fire in the east, we had to run to the west. So you came here? In the dark small group of residents of Crescent Town, someone made a dissatisfied voice. It was this group of fleeing refugees who brought the war. The walls of the cellar suddenly began to tremble, and dust flew up. Everyone seemed to have been kicked, covering their mouths, and not daring to make any sound. After a long time, it was finally quiet outside, as if the giant beast that could collapse the cellar had finally left. Maybe Xiong Potter chose to leave after discovering that there were only empty houses here. But the footsteps that came next made people feel nervous. The stronger farmers in the cellar took up the weapons at hand. Sickles, sticks, stones, whatever they could get. "Don't be nervous. It's me." It was a familiar voice. A man with messy wine-red hair came down the ladder of the cellar. He looked okay, but there was dust on his back and hair. He must have rolled around outside several times just now. "It's OM." George poked his head out from behind his aunt and shouted in surprise. "Uh-huh. George." OM looked relaxed. Everyone felt that it was a bit unreasonable. The sound of fighting outside came again. The number of soldiers stationed in Crescent Town was small, and they would definitely not be able to stop Xiong Porter. And that guy clearly wanted to kill and run away. He had no fixed place to live, so he was not afraid of retaliation from the kingdom at all. "Don't worry. The soldiers are more professional than you. They have been observing for a long time. Before, they just confirmed whether those bastards outside were passing by or really planned to rush over. And they were prepared for both situations." OM was still confident. He was very familiar with the soldiers in the barracks all day long, and many news would not escape his ears. At this moment, What OM said in the cellar made everyone feel at ease. But when the ground shook violently again, they couldn't help but scream. Messy footsteps came from above the cellar. Is there anyone here? In the horrified eyes of the villagers in the cellar, several people carrying glowing weapons poked their heads out. It's the undead, OM said. Yes. Hey. Don't be afraid. Fellow countrymen. We are family. The undead, who looked over, smiled. Does anyone want to give a task? Task? Inga and Einar both knew about this, and knew that the motivation of the undead to do things came from this. It's just that their values are very different from those of ordinary people. But the same treasures also have recognized value in their eyes. It was Einar who took the initiative to speak. Please defeat the Frost Bear King. I can pay gold coins. I have 2 pickled fish at home. I can give you a chair. I can. Hey. Hey. Hey! The undead man quickly raised his hand to stop him. Who do you think I am? I'm not doing this for the sake of profit. You guys hide here. I'll be back soon. He does the same job as me. The mercenary in the cellar muttered. Like his job. They are all mercenaries. But the difference is that the undead will not die. So they are more unscrupulous when doing things. And he gets more respect than himself. Frostbear King. Bandit King. Xiangbot. The story can probably be told from more than 10 years ago. From the first time he chopped off a man's head with an axe in a tavern. Or from the time he used a month to force a lord to open the gate of his castle and send his wife and daughter. But when the undead sword chopped off his head, no one wanted to know the story of a bandit whose head was chopped off. Sydney's brother stood on the mountain of corpses with an axe in his hand. They received an emergency rescue mission, but there was no reward, because they happened to meet the soldiers of Shinua town who were running to other villages and towns to ask for help while they were on the road. But it felt good to return to the novice village to kill the monsters occasionally, and he had a lot of fun killing them. The stumps, the smell of blood and incontinent feces all over the ground made people want to vomit. The so-called Xiong Porter's bandit army may be able to show off their power when facing ordinary settlement camps, refugee camps, and other small forces in the Doomsday. But they are vulnerable to the undead meat grinder. When a group of fearless and extraordinary undead rushed into the battlefield, everything changed. Sydney's brother stood on the pile of corpses. The unparalleled slaughter made him feel very refreshed. He finally understood how the boss felt when he killed the players. He looked at the 5 bandits, who were still alive. Unexpectedly, they all knelt on the ground. Submitted? And there was no red name. Sydney's brother looked at the only bandit who didn't pull his pants pocket. The other party looked very burly, using a palm-sized axe and a face full of stubble. The other party's eyes made him confused, fearful and fanatical at the same time. We are willing to follow you, sir. Linda knew that this situation would happen sooner or later. He was not the god of this world, and the gods of this world were nothing special. As long as there was a health bar, they had to die. At the moment, a difficult situation appeared. Some natives chose to be loyal to the undead because of fear, awe, and other emotions. In the end of the world, it is very normal for the weak to rely on the strong. In the current Rand Kingdom, not everyone can be blessed by Lind. The powerful Rand Corps has to deal with disasters, crazy old nobles, new nobles, etc. And it is impossible to protect ordinary people. Lind cannot tie everyone in his territory. If he can provide food and drink for everyone, it will barely work. But the reality is that most people still need to be self-reliant. When facing robbers, refugees, and other bastards, they need to learn to raise their pitchforks and hoes. The land does not grow food, relying on soilless cultivation with medicines. It can adjust the nutritional intake to a certain extent, but it cannot support the survival needs of more and more residents. It is impossible for Lin to send an army to protect ordinary people in every area. Before the army can play a role, they will eat themselves up first. Hidden new gameplay. Mount and slash. Recruit bandits to form your own army. A video. A bit of a clickbait. The undead Sydney's brother in the video has 5 bandits in front of him. He is distributing the equipment he prepared in advance to the bandits one by one. Many discarded equipment are obsolete and backward products for the undead. But for the bandits running around bare-chested and barefoot, they once served. Frost Bear King. Bear Potter had never had such a powerful weapon. Well, you are good at bows and arrows, so you should use a bow in the future. Take off your armor. I've got you a better one. And you? Hold the shield. Then you two can fight in close combat. Poke with a spear. Understand? Sydney's brother was very excited. These were his brothers. Then the scene changed. The undead had taken 5 bandits to the northern area, and the road to the Black Island in the northeast of the central area had not yet been opened, and was still in unlocked status. Some undead were tortured too badly by the old noble bosses of Goliath, so they chose to open up new maps, encountering many wandering disasters along the way. Among them, the forest road area became a training range, because the disaster reappeared here very quickly, and the monster level was not high, and it was not too far from Goliath. Many undead would choose to come here after getting new equipment or new skills. Go! In the video, Sydney's brother rode a horse, holding a slender rapier as a command sword. Shield forward. Archers shoot. In a chaotic battle, the gray-scaled, web-finned fish-eyed man, who was only level 5, was hacked to death like a slow slicing. The disaster that the undead could easily kill with just 2 or 3 moves took a lot of time under the joint siege of 5 bandits. However, Sydney's brother was not dissatisfied, but very happy. At the end of the video, he even put forward his own idea. Is it possible for us undead to become lords? Or to establish our own country? Are there any kings, princes, generals, or ministers? After the video ended, Linda had a slight headache. He could understand the undead's thoughts. This world completely conformed to their idea of high degree of freedom. If the undead were allowed to act freely, it would be a huge waste of population resources. Linda could even imagine that the undead would immediately start attacking cities after they got the army. The number of people who died in the siege game would far exceed the number of people who died in the disaster battle. The undead were born rebels. Fearless. They would not die. Linda also has a solution. Chaos does not need to come from having no goal. He now holds the Queen card of Rania in his hand. Nobles who are not recognized by official procedures will only be like Gordon, the Baron of Red Mushroom, who can only give himself a title and get nothing substantial. Only those who are canonized by Rania can become real nobles, and even get special enhancements, even to the point where they are not like humans. They are directly out of human form in appearance. This group of undead are like lawless stone monkeys. If they are recruited and given a chance to be horse grooms, they can even become the great sage equaling heaven step by step. He has had experience in letting undead govern undead before. However, before returning to Goliath to study the relationship between legal kingship and noble power, Lynn did not intend to implement this plan. The NPC natives were enthroned, and they could be killed if they made mistakes. But if they didn't die, they would not die cleanly. So they had to be cautious. In the vampire territory, everything was normal. After receiving Lynn's order to keep quiet and not act arbitrarily, most of the vampires chose to dig a grave for themselves and sleep. Although the boss was changed, life did not change much. The long life made these vampires have no sense of time when doing things. As for the urgent task, to keep an eye on the Scarlet Noble, Dana, who is destined to never be found in this world, they can only wait until they are well rested and meet her one day when they are bored. Lynn did not impose any restrictions on the undead. After Kerrigan successfully changed his job to become a blood-wart demon, there were already 13 undead of different races. They could not listen to anyone's opinions. But the blood power of the Blood Clan was far beyond imagination. Although Lynn could not see the detailed attributes of the undead, he could clearly perceive that when the blood-wart demon undead were about to attack the Scarlet Lady and the Scarlet Noble, their power was greatly weakened. Unable to take action against his superior, Linda almost couldn't help but open up the recruitment of blood clans. And it would be best to turn a large number of Chaos Camp undeads into blood-warts. He did not specifically instruct the blood clans, or make any other arrangements. After all, he was just a powerful lover, not a blood clan member. Bloodline theory is the support of the blood clan. Do what you should do, Linda said to the bloodwarts before leaving. Almost all the blood clans had fallen asleep, leaving only the bloodwarts on the ruins. What does the Black Knight mean? The Black Knight is the name they give to the mysterious NPC. The other party claims to be loyal to the Black Law Vampire Queen, so he is called a knight. Do what we should do. They looked at the ruins and seemed to have the answer in their hearts. Like Lind and his justice and lawful camp have the cool golden city Goliath. Our chaotic evil camp should not be any worse. So, let's build a city first, so that we have a facade. Only then can we recruit new members. There are quite a few undead who want to create lawless chaos. The video about Linda and the Scarlet Monarch Redwalled Headwind was finally circulated on the internet after editing. And they are not afraid of making a big deal to attract attention, and even launched a recruitment plan on the forum. If there are undead who can't wash off their black spots, they can come here. We also have a super powerful new NPC, which is definitely not worse than Linda. We are recruiting red-named undead here. We are all one family, compared to Lind Alman, who was as bright and powerful as a lion. The mysterious Black Knight hit the spot of many undeads. He followed the order of the Blood Clan, but he obviously belonged to the evil camp, and was born to stand on the opposite side of Lind. Some people even thought that there was a plot here. Lind, who tried his best to get rid of his boss identity, never thought that he was just wrapped in a black robe to hide his identity, and killed Redwall by the way. But he was regarded as the leader of a new camp. Some undeads were even ready to abandon Lind and throw themselves into the arms of the Black Knight. Someone raised his own question: why do I feel that the Black Knight is so common? Tie-in: yes. I feel very impressed after watching it once, but I forget it as soon as I turn my head. The art design is quite good. Ling Yin, I have filled out the application according to the requirements. By the way, can I learn the Black Knight Storm skill? Dimension Giant God Song Su Hongying, forget about boss skills. It is purely a show for buyers and sellers. You can refer to Linda's flame and the flame of the undead. Lind's flame swept through several streets of the royal city, killing the boss instantly and destroying the terrain like a volcanic eruption. The flames of the undead, kneeling down to pray, brewing, and then erupting, are gone. There are many discussions about the Black Knight, and even at a certain moment, it reached its peak. Not only the Black Knight, but also Lind, Rania, Tioni and other well-known and popular NPCs. Because the 2.02 update is coming, it is directly related to the NPC. Add a favorability system. Chapter 348 Internal Beta 202 Update. Chapter 348 Internal Beta 2.02 Update. The Internal Beta 2.02 version of Doomsday Ring has been updated. Now a favorability function has been added. You can have more interactions with NPCs through your social skills. Official announcements are always simple, but Lind's expression was not very good. If there was a favorability function, many things would be exposed, and the situation was similar to what he imagined. When he returned to Goliath, he saw a group of undead people posing coquettishly. It was a real coquettish scene. Some people were obviously big shots who played female characters, and they even performed glass cleaning in front of the soldiers. Some male characters launched a charm offensive against women. If nothing else, just in terms of face pinching, there is really nothing that can compare to the undead. The charming handsome men and beautiful women from the multiverse showed their charm. From Altria to the unshaven King Arthur, there are all kinds of beautiful and handsome people, let alone them. When such a group of people stood in front of Linda, Linda would sometimes be confused. Of course, his heart is as hard as steel. Lind appeared on the main street of Goliath's capital. As time went on, the effect of Lind's large number of soldiers from other regions to support Goliath was also shown. All the Noble Manor dungeons had been almost cleared. The undead had begun to change their thinking and move towards efficiency and speed in their fighting style. They completely abandoned the previous lengthy pre-swing NCD and began to seek to make up for their lack of skills and weapons. Therefore, Lind's Lion Slash was once again pushed to the must-learn skill for melee combat, with 0 frames to start and no pre-swing. And anyone who uses it will know. And the wizards did not stand still, because Lind only gave the magic a barrier in the manufacture of weapons. So they chose to use alchemical props, disposable alchemical arrows, explosive bombs, etc., giving birth to a deformed mage profession. And playing the game means spending money. But spending money is also a kind of elegance. What the wizard wants is elegance. Every undead wizard who was pushing a dungeon in the royal city had a hand in elegant melee combat skills. And 3 or 5 bandits and refugees could not get close to him. The royal city was regaining its peace. And the only one who stayed was the female Marquis Lady Druids. The former holy place for monster spawning was now eaten by Lady Druids, and only she was left. Lind suddenly appeared on the street and attracted the attention of a large group of people. It might be a bit inaccurate to say that Lind was the most popular NPC in the entire Doomsday Ring game, because most people only watched videos with Lind, and most players had no interest in understanding him after finding that the people in the game had nothing to do with the area they were in. The whole world is not just the Rand Kingdom. Similarly, even if there is no favorite son like Lind, there must be many NPCs whose performance is not inferior to Lind. Every country, even the undead in different worlds, has its own game circle and style. But if we narrow the scope to the Rand Kingdom, Lind is definitely the most popular. After the update of the favorability system, the first thought of the undead is to brush up the favorability. No matter what the use is, brush it. Then Lind saw a handsome archer who looked like the elf prince Legolas standing in front of him. "Sir, is there anything I can help you with?" "No." Lind had a blank expression on his face. He did not feel that the undead had put anything on him, nor did he seem to detect magic or anything else. His senses were very dull. In terms of mental power, many wizards have said that although he is not a wizard, he is not inferior to wizards. Undeads gathered around one after another. As more and more people arrived, Linda was surrounded by 3 layers of people, and the whole road was blocked. Your behavior was disliked by Linda. Favorability -5. Your behavior was disliked by Linda. Favorability -1. Am I disliked? Me too. Disperse quickly. Disperse quickly, brothers. What is this? The crowd dispersed automatically, and Linda was also very surprised. Can favorability be like this? He has grasped a key point. How I successfully promoted to the top of the salamander party by brushing the favorability, and also got a wife. The undead named Still Hardmouth posted a strategy video, which immediately attracted a large number of undead onlookers. After the favorability system was updated, a large number of undead began to brush the favorability with great enthusiasm. But the results were contrary to their imagination. Few people actually brushed the favorability, but many people got red names. Even in other areas, some people were directly expelled and hunted down because they were too wretched. Early before the update of the favorability system, I actually found a problem. The red name is related to the faction. As long as you are judged as a hostile force, there is basically no way to get a red name. Of course, you could also deceive the red name by concealing your identity, unless the NPC compares your face with the wanted order. This post does not mention the red name issue, only the favorability. In addition, the red name is also related to your personal behavior. If you steal, beat, or kill people, you will also be hostile to those with related interests. When I was doing tasks in the Salamander Party, I was always hostile to others. It was related to the faction. At that time, I obeyed the order and saved a family of 3. They even scolded me. At that time, I couldn't help but cut their whole family. Then I found that those who were hostile to me didn't dare to move because they knew they couldn't beat me. But some of those who were hostile to me actually eliminated the red name. That's right. If you can understand the interpersonal relationship of NPCs, you can also bring the two sides closer by helping NPCs kill their enemies. And the other party may even regard you as a great benefactor. If there is no law where you are, you will not even be wanted by the authorities. But I don't recommend doing this. I think that before the update, the favorability has always existed as the underlying code. But this time it has been digitized and pasted in front of us. There are several NPCs in the Salamander Party whose personalities are very compatible with me. We often go to the tavern to drink together. After this favorability update, I went to see these friends and found that their favorability towards me has basically reached more than 90. What does it mean to be above 90? If I choose to betray the Salamander Party, they may consider whether to go with me or help me escape. But they will never expose me. There is even one who wants to marry me. A female NPC wants to marry me. Although she looks a bit ordinary, she has always been my female daddy. Are you excited to hear this news? It's a pity to tell you that the pants cannot be taken off. At the end, I will post her picture to satisfy everyone's curiosity. By the way, although I can't take off my pants, she can. The rest is up to your imagination. Having said so much, let me talk about the method. In fact, the specific method has been mentioned in the previous content. Do something to please the NPC. However, this method is too slow to work. You must investigate the preferences of an NPC. Although this is a doomsday world, people will not become stupid. If you investigate a person madly, it is easy to arouse his vigilance, or even backfire and directly turn him into a red name. So the truly efficient way to increase favorability is to become famous. I know what I said may be a bit abstract, but this is the way to quickly increase favorability. As long as you become famous and become a hero, When you communicate with NPCs, their eyes will be glazed. NPCs here are not divided by gender. And everyone worships heroes. If you are a serious player, I suggest not to do that. Because if your behavior touches the bottom line of the NPC, they will turn hostile in an instant. Also, do not probe the target with high favorability in person. Especially when facing a strong NPC. The favorability will definitely drop. But if it is an ordinary or hostile target, it doesn't matter. I suggest using it when you are happy to chat. It is like a very aggressive gaze. It will not cause negative effects when used in a lively atmosphere. Finally, I'll give you a piece of advice. Whether you are a female or male player, you must remember to be loyal to your feelings. Otherwise you can only sigh. At the end, he even posted a picture. The female warrior with strong features. If you say she is beautiful, her features are indeed quite regular. But if there is any flaw, it is her. Sweetheart, after turning off the lights, she has a built-in invisible effect. The barrage exploded. I think you are really hungry. I can see that you are really stubborn. Otherwise this chocolate sweetheart would not like you so much. It may be that I'm just being stubborn. I hope that next time, I can understand a math problem in seconds. Then, there were some boring shots where he was still stubborn. He made a name for himself in the salamander party. And people greeted him wherever he went. Which was completely different from the situation of most undead people. He even found out that someone didn't like him. So he started to try to do things to please the other person, and improve his favorability through targeted work. But the funny thing is that when he improves the favorability of other female NPCs, his chocolate sweetheart will lose favorability. In order to hold on to his thighs, he could only restrain himself. He didn't want to fall in love in real life. So he wanted to find cyber love in the game. And then he found that cyber love was also a problem. If I can't have a harem, what's the point of my favorability? The barrage was in chaos. Linda! Your wife is mine. Rania. I'm coming. Miko. I'm coming. Brittany. I'm coming. Tioni. I'm coming. Linda. I'm coming. Chapter 349 French Circle Weekly. The public beta is coming. Linda originally thought that the so-called favorability function should be to draw on his own spirit. A very reckless way of observation. It's not just mind reading. Because it needs to be digitized. But after more and more undead surrounded him, and began to do those inexplicable behaviors of brush favorability, he found that things were completely different from what he thought. This is a blessing gain. Because there are too many eyes. Linda's body can feel it very clearly. As the undead cast their eyes on him. A kind of blessing gain blessing on his spirit is rapidly superimposed. Using a curse or direct detection will make people wary. But if it is a blessing, it is indeed not easy to attract attention. This blessing does not have any substantial benefits. It can only be classified as a blessing. And it is related to one's emotions, not to his state. It can be clearly determined that it is related to emotions because of Lin's dragonization. People who are hit by the dragonization curse will fall into various negative emotions. Lin has the Golden Oath emblem, S restriction, plus the Craft Snake emblem that keeps devouring, and has never been affected. If that's the case, it's easy to deal with. But it still needs experiments. Lin stopped and looked at the undead closest to him. He had never seen him before. He should be a newcomer after the internal beta 2.0. The character he molded was very strong. And his appearance was very similar to his own. Even with the same hairstyle. He remembered that in one of the novice villages, Windmill Village, there was a rumor about a barber with amazing skills. Now it looked like a plastic surgery instead of a haircut. What's your name? Soldier? My name is Horace. Sir. Horace? Isn't he bald? You apologized to me first. And then apologized to Horace. But Lin thought of his purpose and said, the recent long-term battle has consumed a lot of my energy. If you can sing, I don't mind listening to it. Sir, I can sing. The undead Horace was surprised and started singing directly. Oh. Now you have one more person to apologize to. Ha ha ha. Linda laughed. It's right to be abstract. If these guys don't abstract, the whole world will be abstract. Your behavior is liked by Linda. Favorability +3. Oh my god. +3? The undead who was singing impromptu was stunned. And then he sang more vigorously. 3 is +3? Linda sensed it very clearly. And he left 3 lines on the curve that looked like a musical score. When the other party sang more and more happily, even harshly, Linda had to stop it quickly. Your behavior has caused Lynn to hate you. Favorability -1. The undead has become obedient. Shut up. But when he became obedient, the other undeads came closer to him frantically, and the curse extending from each person surrounded Lynn. Sir, if you are in a bad mood, do you want to see the beaker? I am a professional beaker. Sir, let me tell you a story. Sir, in order to verify what he thought in his heart, Lynn also chose to increase or reduce the favorability of the undeads. It is certain that everyone's favorability was 0 at the beginning. He met several undead people who had met him a long time ago, such as Wizamigio. The default favorability of the other party is 21. What are they doing? Rania looked at the people gathered in front of him, and Linda's figure stood in the center. Then Rania saw a group of powerful undead people who could kill disasters and defeat crazy old nobles. And they actually did all kinds of unexpected things in front of Linda. When the undead found Rania, some of them immediately split and rushed to Rania, but they were stopped by the soldiers before they got close. Your behavior was hated by Rania. Favorability -1. Xn series of reminders made the undead calm down immediately. It's bad. Favorability may be useful, but it's a little unlikely to be useful. However, after being hated by Rania on a large scale, they at least learned how to be a little more obedient. Goliath is rebuilding, and the spectacular building is covered with a red cloak from the sunset. Rania was standing on the wall of the palace. From this position, looking southwest, she could see the ruins of the battle between Linda and Dragon King Kurt. The huge pit was slowly being filled. The sunset disappeared on the horizon. There were footsteps behind her. Rania turned around and looked at the person who came. In the whole country, the only person who could come up without notifying was Linda. Why are you here? Rania turned back again. She looked at the earth divided into yin and yang faces by the red light, and looked at the torches lit in several corners. The war finally came to an end, as the protagonist who stepped onto the stage without permission. Lynn completed a gorgeous performance. Countless people will praise his name. I see you don't seem to be in a good mood. Lynn spread his hand, and in his palm was a glass bottle. Sugar? Made by the undead. Don't underestimate those undead. If there is no war in this world, they must be the best talents. Of course they are now. Lynn took Rania's hand, poured one into her palm, and then put the rest into Rania's hand. If the style of the painting wasn't wrong, maybe Lynn would still like to smoke a cigarette or drink at this moment. But he couldn't get drunk when chatting. Rania threw the candy into her mouth, and the rich sweetness of honey and milk made her eyes light up. It's not that she hasn't eaten better things. The luxurious life of the royal family exceeds the imagination of ordinary people. Precious. Rare. For her who holds the highest power, it is the cheapest thing. She happily held the glass bottle in her palm, and was happy that her general was so considerate. From this position, you can see most of Goliath. The nobles' manors, gardens, churches, squares and training grounds. I like to look at that position the most. Although my father doesn't object to me wielding swords and guns, I can't mix with men in a sweaty state. You were a princess at first. Linda took out a lollipop and put it in his mouth under Rania's slightly wide eyes. What is that? A lollipop, Linda said. That kind of milk candy is low grade, because the cow creature is almost extinct, and the cows that are left to produce milk may not look very appetizing. And the taste is different. The lollipop that Lind eats can even relieve fatigue. Rania licked her lips. The sweet taste of milk and honey still lingered between her teeth. She resisted the urge to open her mouth to ask for it. As a queen, she couldn't have both. We defeated Goliath and returned here. And peace is returning here. Not really. Lind shook his head and corrected. The Marquis de Ruiz has not found a place to settle down. And this behemoth is still sleeping. I'm just a little confused. Lind, do you think I can protect this country? But she was destined not to hear words of comfort from Lind. How about giving it to your uncle? He must be nauseous living in the Black Island. I can imagine how smelly it is there. The relationship between the two has never been gentle and harmonious. They can only be business partners. Rania rolled her eyes at him and continued. I once stood here with Kurt, and my father stood behind us, holding our shoulders. He said, we should protect this country in any way we can. Linda knew that the way she said included marriage, which was normal. No noble would really give up everything for a so-called love. The situation of pursuing love without hesitation only appears in the fantasies of the lower class. For example, A girl sweeping the floor fantasizes that she is favored by a prince. Or one day a princess inexplicably comes to a farmer's house to stay overnight. And then inexplicably falls in love with him. And brings a lot of wealth. The truth is that they can live quietly as lovers. Which is quite common in the aristocratic circle. Rania just felt at a loss. Now you are here. Yes. Linda's here. He can rush and destroy those enemies. The disaster and war that trapped her in Thorn City for 2 years were quickly resolved with Lin's arrival. The land is being recovered bit by bit. They have tried to communicate with the South. If the Duke of Griffin still keeps his sanity, he will definitely swear allegiance. The war against Prince Black Catfish to the west was also on the way. But everyone knew that this was a war without suspense. The reason why it had not started yet was because Linda was mainly dealing with internal issues. He believed that he must first stabilize the country before fighting against foreign enemies. And every day, his strength would grow rapidly. With Linda around, she didn't know what her previous efforts and sacrifices meant. She sat on the throne very steadily. But she didn't feel anything special. The stars are out. Linda looked up at the sky. Yes, the stars are out. Very beautiful. Rania followed Lind and looked up. Actually, my dream is to have a field and a small house when I am gray-haired. And then lie in a rocking chair under the grapevines in the summer and look at the stars. That sounds good. Rania sighed, saying, lying down and looking at the stars in that situation must be more beautiful than now. Summer night, quiet night, grapevines, rocking chairs, starry sky, and gray hair. It's more like a fairy tale than the princess marrying a peasant or the prince marrying Cinderella. Take your time to think about it. I'm leaving now. Remember to eat less next time. Rania watched Lind leave. She was still immersed in the peaceful summer night that Lind had drawn until she came to her senses. Eat less next time. Does that mean you're full? Hello. All the immortals in the world. This is the first episode of the French Ring Weekly. We update it irregularly. The main purpose of the weekly is to summarize all the important information about the French Ring world and help everyone understand that magical world. In the future, the French Ring Weekly will have peripheral programs such as strategy, plot research, and copy summary. There will also be game live programs. Stay tuned. I am the host Red Pow Pow. I am the host Green Fruit. The progress bar is as long as 54 minutes. As the game's attention grows, many companies with foresight have begun to make arrangements. Although there are not many places for internal testing now. As long as a few employees are in the game, the remaining behind-the-scenes employees can work in the company and collect data. Of course, the main reason is that the public beta is coming soon. The official website suddenly announced that the public beta will be open. And the countdown is only 2 months. This period of time is enough for old players to frantically collect resources and accumulate capital. Of course, it can also allow many studios and companies that have long been eyeing this epic-making game to enter the game. French Ring Weekly is just one of them. There will be more and more competitors. Whoever grabs the market first and becomes a weather vane will become an authoritative program. Authority can represent too many things. The most straightforward one is money. A lot of money. What to use, as the theme of the first episode of the program has been a headache for us for a long time. Maybe many undead, who have not learned about it in detail, are not clear about this. In fact, the world of Doomsday Law Ring is very large. There are currently 3 known continents. Namely Shilu Continent, Instad Continent, and Cerulean Continent. The cultures between them are very similar, but the gap is a bit large. They also have the belief in the 3 gods. The 3 gods are Uni, the Moon Witch, Zasa, the god of death, and Leo, the evidence of the sun. Their images are fixed and unified. Friends who want to know more can wait for our popular science encyclopedia, which will be online soon. It also includes many myths and legends related to them. This world is very big, but we assume that the 3 continents should be 3 servers, which will not affect each other. This should be easier for everyone to understand. Of course, it may be a little crazier. For example, they are really in the same world, but the distance is too far so that everyone doesn't know each other. It's really crazy. The land kingdom in the Shilu continent, which is currently the most explored, has not been measured in detail, but it is estimated to be about the same size as Germany. However, many people in Shilu continent have never heard of the land kingdom. In fact, this is normal. Even with the development of the internet, I can't name every country on Earth or even in Asia. It's normal for those illiterate NPC farmers not to know it, Redbubble said, in addition to the background science. There is also the main battle. The protagonist we chose at the beginning is Lind Alman. Many undead people must know him. Green Fruit continued, but our copywriter rejected it, thinking that explaining Lind Arman is a thankless task. As one of the protagonists of the beta version, Lind Arman is indeed dazzling. Hey, I really can't help but want to introduce him a few more words. Especially the dragon-slaying war, which is more exciting than any war blockbuster I have ever seen. But everyone knows that with each version update and the changes of the times, the heroes cannot keep up with the development of the version. And what awaits him is only being mediocre. Looking at the development of many online games, the bosses who once dominated the game will eventually be overthrown. The heroes who cheered loudly will always retreat. And the players will surpass him until they are completely left behind. Lind, who is over level 30, is indeed very strong at this stage. But what about when he faces enemies who may be level 100, 200, or even higher in the future? Everyone doesn't know the upper limit of the game, but they know that he will definitely be eliminated. The entire beta version of the game is Newbie Village. Many friends know the characteristics of the game. You can choose to be anyone here. Do good things, do evil things, etc. The freedom of this world is sometimes so high that you don't know what to do. So we can finally enter the main line in this episode. Right? Greenfruit asked. Redbubble smiled. Yes. The main purpose of our program this time is to explore the main line. The common point between the 3 continents and many novice villages is the main line. According to the information everyone has investigated, it can be determined that after the ring of magic is broken and the end of the world, disasters begin to appear. At the same time, areas called the Great Rift appeared in various places. Although it is only in legends, and no one has seen it with their own eyes. Every main city lord seems to regard it as the main target. Yes, the main plot of the first version is the Great Rift. We are heroes who will sacrifice our lives to save the world. Linda smiled and turned off the video. Lost in the crowd? Looking forward to meeting in the public beta. Chapter 350 Boss Red Knight. Speaking of the Black Catfish Prince Seven Hedwyn, he is definitely a legendary figure. The sword master of the Rand Kingdom. A bloodthirsty thief. Countless masters died in his hands. And he never hesitated to open his bloody mouth to the weak. Whether it was Redwald or Rania, they had no way to deal with him after ascending the throne. Mentioning his name can stop children from crying at night. He is not a hero, but he is really famous. The entire Rand Kingdom always complains about him. And the relationship with the Black Swamp Kingdom can always drop to the freezing point in the fastest time. Because he likes to hunt those border soldiers. Black Island is destined to be a tough nut to crack. It should be so. You know. But the Queen convened a meeting and made Black Island the next target to be dealt with. The participants of this meeting included Queen Rania Hedwyn and her loyal Lion Duke, Lind Arman, the commander of the Lander Legion. Also present were Marcus, who was in charge of the Lander Legion cavalry, Lance, who was in charge of the archers, Wynn, the Lord of Raven, who was in charge of the soldiers of Raven City, and they are all Lind's subordinates, and have long sworn allegiance to Lind. The feudal lord of the feudal lord is not my feudal lord. Rania can be sure that the only thing that belongs to her in this country is the golden throne under her buttocks. And she doesn't feel comfortable sitting on it. Lance took out a map. Nowadays, when magic is gradually being used, soldiers still choose to hand-draw maps. Maps drawn with brushstrokes seem to make them feel more at ease and real. This is a map of the northwest direction of the royal city Goliath. As Lance spread his arms and pressed the slightly curled map on the table, it seemed that his whole body also pressed down the mountains and forests on the map. If we want to go to the Black Island, it will take several weeks. From the first sentence Lance said, Rania knew that he must be saying something on behalf of Linda. And she turned her head to look at Linda. We have to pass through a small territory. The Red Knight Arena. Where do you want to go? Rania understood what Linda meant. Because from the map, it takes a slight turn to go to the Red Knight Arena, which doesn't seem to be so convenient. It's not that I want to go there, but we have to go this way. Lind reached out and tapped the map. The sound of his index finger tapping the table made people's hearts tremble slightly. From here, even if we cross the forest, what awaits us is a swamp. The only road left for us is a small bridge that only allows 2 soldiers to pass side by side. Even if Prince 7 is not good at military operations, He must know to stop us at this position. Or simply jump out from behind to block us after we walk onto the bridge. Think about what a group of heavily armored soldiers will encounter after falling into a turbulent river. No one will miss the opportunity to beat a drowning dog. And as far as I know, the prince is always good at killing people. Linda continued, so we must try to avoid the road from the forest to the swamp. Detour to the Red Knight Arena. And then go over that mountain. There is a lake waiting for us. Lake? Rania frowned. There is not even a bridge there. It is impossible to use a fishing boat. Yes, there is not even a bridge there. Linda nodded. But I received a message that there is a group of poor residents in our territory who need help. And they will help cross the water. What did you promise them? Rania asked. No promises. But as far as I know, their lords hope to have a chance to pledge allegiance to the kingdom of Rand, and to Her Majesty the Queen. The main direction of the attack has been determined. And Lin stopped talking. But he felt like a powerful minister who had completely overthrown the Queen. Everyone would subconsciously look at him when they talked about their battle plans. He was simply a real villain. But he was also thinking, it would be great if someone could refute him. He was really not interested in doing this thankless job. A wider stage awaits him. In the Demon Land. In the Everfrost Land. In short, it is definitely not the Shilu continent. The Black Island has long been made into an iron plate by Prince Black Catfish. And the surroundings are either swamps or lakes. The terrain advantage makes it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Moreover, according to the map drawn by Black Island a long time ago, it can be seen that Prince Black Catfish has made his territory into a maze. The layers of areas are dazzling. There is no telling how many dangers are lurking inside. But as long as the soldiers of the Land Legion reach Black Island, the battle will end. Lin will not participate in this war personally. He is trying to extract himself from the front line. The complicated military operations have wasted too much of his energy. He must prepare for a higher level of combat, as those enemies cannot be overcome by numbers. At least not at this stage. After the meeting, the Legion began to prepare. At the same time, the undead of the Land Kingdom also received a new mission. Attacking the Black Island. There are 2 roads. One road takes 2 more weeks. But there is no risk and requires a detour. The other road is very dangerous and may die. But it can reach the destination in the shortest time. Ask the undead which one they will choose. Undead, are there 2 roads? We can only see one. After receiving the mission, the undead began their journey to the Black Island. They still chose to travel in 2s and 3s. Even though this was a war that everyone knew about. The most fascinating thing about a free exploration game is that it can make you get lost. In other words, a game that can't make you get lost is not a good open game. And the undead have felt it now. The undead walked through the sea of trees covered with moss and poisonous frogs that jumped out. And got lost in it as expected. Woo woo woo. Did you hear any noise? A woman with her back to the undead appeared. She sat on the moss covered with dew, revealing her white thighs. After enduring for so long, it's finally my turn to endure the honey trap? If the woman was just crying, the undead would actually be very kind. The same sentence. But there was a blood streak on her head. On the road through the forest to the swamp, the undead made a lot of noise. Black Island. Marvin, the double-bladed swordsman, quickly crossed the intricate narrow streets. If he wanted to get to the Lord's Hall from the entrance in the Black Island, the quickest way was definitely not to walk along the road. The road that made him feel dizzy and headache was more tiring than lying on the back of a woman who lifted up her gray skirt. He knew a more convenient way, which was to climb over the miller's second-floor window and walk quickly on the roof. Remember to step on the ridge. Otherwise an old woman covered in mud might jump out and shout with a knife to kill people. After a jump, he stepped on the tree trunk in front of him and climbed up to the second floor of the Lord's building. The soldiers had seen him a long time ago, but they were used to the way he appeared. The rainy season has come, and the soldiers can't stand the city Lord's Hall that is about to fall in a heavy rain. The second floor and above will gradually become everyone's main activity area. After seeing the tall and thin figure in the room, the double-bladed Marvin immediately said, "The Land Corps has taken action, and their target is us. They are passing through the forest and swamp, and they will arrive in a week or 2 at most." Prince Black Catfish looked down at the map. Just like Lin's previous evaluation, he was good at all skills related to killing. Nothing was more satisfying than killing enemies on the battlefield. And killing more. They are difficult to deal with. Prince Black Catfish had a high opinion of Lind. Otherwise, he would not have fled back to Black Island immediately after confirming that Lind was going to Raven City. Wizard. Great Knight. His army is constantly improving. And there are also excellent enchanted armor, weapons, and even siege equipment. But Prince Black Catfish obviously did not want to surrender. When he was about to go crazy, a voice appeared in his mind. But that voice failed to control him, but unexpectedly helped him regain a little sanity before he went crazy. Madness still exists, and so does reason, intertwined and troubling him. We don't have much time left. They will definitely pass through the narrow bridge. This is the only way to get to the island if they don't take a boat. It would be even easier if they took a boat. As the defender, Black Island has enough fire to entertain those moving targets, who can only stay in the waters under the city wall. Ambush here. Wait for their army to get on the bridge, and then attack. Prince Black Catfish said. Either jump into the river and survive. But I guess their soldiers can hold on. But they will be greeted with a head-on blow. So get ready. Yes. Double Blade Master Marvin nodded. This is not a brilliant fighting skill worthy of praise. If you want to attack Black Island, you can only take this path. It is not our ambush that will defeat Lind and Rand's army, but their arrogance. The Red Knight Arena, the base camp of the Salamander Party, is called the base camp for a simple reason. Those who can grant the existence of salamanders are imprisoned in the deepest part of the arena. Every night, you can hear roars and insults. That hot giant, Red Knight Black Gold. He was still stubbornly browsing forums and videos. With the sudden appearance of the news of the open beta, a large number of popular science videos emerged like mushrooms after rain. There were too many. He even received several interview invitations. In reality, many top video bloggers also wanted to enter the market early to share a piece of the pie. But the game Doomsday Ring was very casual and didn't care about bloggers at all. Before the open beta, everyone said it was a scam and that someone was filming a web drama. But as the time for the open beta got closer, bloggers who wanted to get a taste of the first soup were already anxious to enter the market through various means. You can play games while you sleep. This is not a game quota, but a ticket to a new era. All the undead who have made a name for themselves in the game have been invited. And the most impressive thing is that they are called soft rice guys and are still stubborn. Wheelchair skills? Wheelchair weapons? If new players want to become stronger while playing games, the best way is to increase their favorability. There is no skill more enjoyable than summoning a strong person to help you push the map. The strongest wheelchair is not a lion slash, but someone pushing your butt from behind. The roar came from the depths of the arena again. The piercing roar was like countless iron claws scratching the nerves, making people feel irritated from the bottom of their hearts. Since the first time they met the Red Knight, they have never had any intersection with each other. The top leaders of the Salamander Party have been avoiding more people from contacting him. They claim that the old nobles have a power to corrupt the mind. But he still doesn't believe those things at all. Because according to his understanding, there is an old noble who is doing well in Goliath. There must be a hidden plot. No undead can refuse a hidden plot. He is now one of the top leaders, relying on his chocolate wife. Many people know his name. He is different from the undead who thinks he is a gigolo. He is undead and fearless, and is still stubborn. He is a strong man respected by NPCs. Entering the dungeon where the Red Knight is imprisoned. This is actually the visiting room of the territory. He can see a tall chair in the spacious room, with torches on both sides, and stone pillars that support the roof but seem a bit redundant. In the past, this place should be full of fully armed soldiers. But now the visiting room is empty. The salamanders have seized this place and imprisoned the lord of this place deep inside, tied to a chair on a high stone platform, and tied with chains and magic. The roar came again, still stubbornly moving in the direction of the sound. He entered the corridor, and his vision was dim. He lit a torch, and his vision penetrated the darkness with the light, successfully found a low passage on the dark wall, and he lowered his head and approached, knocked gently on the door. No one. He was still a little surprised. Exceptions must be guarded by soldiers. The Red Knight is the foundation of the Salamander Party. He felt a little uneasy, but the hidden plot kept provoking his nerves. The undead, who centered themselves, could accept all emergencies except for the ordinary ones, and took them for granted. He pushed the door open, although there was no fog door or other things. He subconsciously drew his weapon. He stepped into it. It was a little different from the road he had walked before, but as he went deeper, the road looked more and more familiar. and he heard a woman talking to herself. Like stars, repeating stars, until a strong roar suddenly broke out in front of him. He was still stubborn and suddenly laid down. A piece of gravel flew past his scalp and deeply penetrated the wall behind him. Bursting dust. There was no need to stubbornly move forward to test what was waiting for him, because the giant-like figure had already rushed over. Old Noble Red Knight Black Gold. LV31. The blood-red name was on his head, and the other party successfully broke through the shackles. It's going to be bad. He was very sure of this in his heart. The next moment, he had turned into ashes. When he was still stubbornly resurrecting, he appeared at the edge of the Red Knight arena. The 4 or 5 meter tall giant was wreaking havoc with arrows, and the buildings collapsed one after another. The dust splash was enough to let the salamanders feel what a massacre was here. A true old noble escaped, and the beasts returned to the forest. A large number of salamanders rushed out, and palm-sized salamanders emerged from their bodies, and the illusory figures bared their teeth and claws at the giant. It was a pity that under the limitation of the skill mechanism, he could not do this. He could only wait for his salamanders to take the initiative when the attack caused damage, and it was impossible to actively control them. However, the composition of the salamanders was very complex, and fighting happened to be the part they were not so good at. The frenzied fighting style of the huge figure was terrifying. When dozens of fire lizards turned into fire points and crashed into the Red Knight, a fire lizard also jumped out from behind the opponent. The difference was that this fire lizard was even taller than the Red Knight. It was like a small mountain, looking down at the small lizard cubs that were as big as those just hatched from eggshells. With a light sweep of its tail, all the small fire lizards died. This was the arena. What awaited the fire lizards was only to be slaughtered. No one knew how they had caught the Red Knight before. Obviously, they could not reproduce the original scene. What is certain is that they will now pay for their actions with blood. Still talking stubbornly rushed out of the salamander arena with the help of his wheelchair. We must leave here. The chocolate warrior dragged him and said. She liked still talking stubbornly. Maybe it was really his stubbornness, or for other reasons. Although they were a temporary couple, it would be much safer if they could escape together. Associations, parties, gathering places, camps, no matter what they are just to survive and keep each other warm. If everyone lives a comfortable life, maybe they will have the leisure to engage in a power struggle. Now, it's time to run away, and you have to run faster than others. The arena is breaking apart, and human bodies are like debris being blown into the sky. Above the arena, flowers bloom, and clusters of scarlet turn into raindrops. The woman was still pulling him, but he pulled her back and asked, "Have you ever considered joining the Rand Kingdom and becoming a mercenary? I heard they are quite open." Of course I. The chocolate woman's dirty words came to her lips, but she swallowed them forcefully. A group of land soldiers had quietly surrounded the entire Red Knight arena, and Lind Alman, who was only seen in the video by Still Mouth Hard, was walking towards him with a red name. He didn't even look at him, which made Still Mouth Hard breathe a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also understood that it was time to watch the CG. Lind walked towards the Red Knight. His strong figure was short and thin in front of the Red Knight. Like a toddler, Still Mouth Hard recorded the scene in front of him. The old noble Red Knight, who had gone crazy and completely lost his mind, was panting heavily. But after seeing Lind, he suppressed the madness in his heart. "Linda?" he shouted and roared. "Red Knight, I am now the general of the Lander Corps, the Duke of the Troll Castle, and I have helped Queen Rania recapture the royal city of Goliath." He slowly counted his merits, but his tone was calm as if he was chatting. "I heard that you were resting here, so I came to invite you. Now the Lander Kingdom needs talents, and you may be able to inherit your father's title." Then, everyone present saw a small mountain kneeling on one knee, under the illumination of the stars. The Red Knight regained his sanity and made a decision in an instant. The fire lizard, which was completely made of energy, also imitated bowing and kneeling. The flames spread on the ground to form a film of light. "Fight for you, my lord." Chapter 351, Granting of Emblems. It is difficult to make the Red Knight surrender by force. Knight's honor, warrior's dignity, etc., can be easily mentioned, but if given a chance, such as getting a title, he will be happy to give everything he has. The Red Knights, who had no chance to get a title before, could only hide in this arena. doing a barbaric business that the nobles looked down upon. And they didn't even have the chance to pledge allegiance to a lord. The battle for the throne between the princess and the prince had nothing to do with the Red Knight. The battle for territory had nothing to do with him either. He had never had a private army, nor could he afford to support one. The guards with iron and wooden sticks were his subordinates. But he had to pay for food, gold coins, women, etc. for these people. The huge cost once made the Red Knight feel unable to support himself. The fate of non-heirs of the nobility was always similar. If he was the second son of a great lord, it was okay. He could be granted a territory. A lesser noble could have a village to support himself. The worst ones are like the Red Knight, who has nothing. In fact, he is just a slave trader. It happened that the bloody fights in the arena attracted some merchants, who pursued the noble taste to stop by. And it happened that his business was a little bigger. He is no different from those slave owners. In the arena were good and bad people mixed. The Red Knight eventually became a collection, which was more like fate. There are many things about the Red Knight that Linda is interested in. When the end of the world came, the Red Knight took the initiative to drink the potion and became what he is now, and awakened the power of the noble emblem. There are also huge differences between the old nobles. Linda, Baron Ronan, Dragon King Kurt, etc. all have emblems on their bodies. In addition to Linda, Baron Ronan and Dragon King Kurt spread their power to their soldiers in the form of infection curse. He is not sure whether the dragon curse is related to the emblem. However, the Red Knight can be squeezed by the salamanders to extract the power of the emblem, which means that this power can be actively granted. It is equivalent to the passive skill in the eyes of the undead. Most of the old nobles in the royal city do not have the power of the emblem, because they have never actively pursued power. And they became bosses only because of the influence of their blood. It's not difficult. Sir, the Red Knight described how the power of the salamander emblem was taken away from him. And he also explained how this power helped him. The method of granting the power of the emblem is very simple. But the power granted can no longer be taken back, because this power does not come from their nobles, but from those gods and masters. Just like Lin's sun ring comes from the sun's evidence, and the moon ring comes from the moon witch. He can spread the gift but cannot take it back. Just like a missionary, Lin really wants to try what kind of reaction his emblem will cause. According to the information he got from the undead, salamander emblem unique, fire resistance plus 5%, life limit plus 5%, madness resistance minus 10%. When attacking, there is a certain probability of hatching an aggressive salamander. Note, each undead can only obtain one emblem. This will be an important weapon for cutting leaks. I have a large number of emblems, but how much power the emblems can give? He still has to try slowly. The Red Knight continued to talk about his own power. The Salamander Knight Path. A simple physical enhancement. The Fire Lizard is his bloodline power. It is said that this is the power from the Dragon Man. The Red Knight is quite satisfied with his own power. Although he was strong in the past, his warrior talent is far inferior to Linda, and even inferior to those soldiers. Perhaps for this reason, the Red Knight was eager to solve all problems with violence after turning into a little giant. He hated using his brain. His desire to show violence did not mean that he was really brainless. Merchants were good at avoiding risks. The Red Knight could feel the terrifying power suppressed by Lind. He would probably be torn apart easily. Lind asked the Blackfire brothers and the Red Knight to try. The two burning black flames collided with the giant. The Red Knight, who completely suppressed the Blackfire brothers in terms of strength, had a very difficult time. His strong body was a burden at this moment. The distance from his arm swinging from the right to the left was enough for the Blackfire brothers to burn several scars on his back. No more fighting. No more fighting. The Red Knight became honest. He wrapped himself up with black cloth again. These scars were a shame. Another attribute of the merchant made the Red Knight quickly come to Lind with a shameless face. Facing the queen who had nothing and the powerful duke, he knew who he should cling to. Even though the burly figure completely covered him, Lind's eyes did not stay on the other party. The next attack on Black Island will be the Red Knight's pledge of allegiance, and winning will bring him a meteoric rise. The Salamander party was destroyed in the blink of an eye. From the perspective of the undead, this may be a bit exaggerated, but in the Legion, this kind of crushing is the norm. Most of the Salamander party members will still be wandering outside, and may organize new associations or new religions. People who don't want to submit to the kingship will always find something to do on their own. And there is always no shortage of people in the world who hope to grasp some faith or something else to comfort themselves. Everyone thinks they are born extraordinary. But in fact everyone is ordinary. And what's more cruel is that they are really NPCs in this world. Lin called the Legion commanders. This operation must be led by the Red Knight. Only by being strong can the soldiers respect them. It is too difficult to convince the soldiers with personal charm. So it is better to worship them with force. They discussed the battle plan. I will bring you victory. The Red Knight's voice was very firm. After seeing those soldiers, the Red Knight's heart has never been so full and confident as it is now. With such an army, he has the confidence to crush the opponent with all his strength. As long as the opponent is not a dragon, he has the confidence to twist off the opponent's head. The cost of such an elite army would be terrifying. If this expedition lasted for a year or so, most of the noble lords of the Rand Kingdom would be directly dragged down. Linda nodded gently, waiting for your good news. Red Knight. The Red Knight led the army forward, and the surviving undead also followed the team forward. As for whether the undead would post the news here on the forum and cause others to beat their chests and shout that they missed an important plot, that is another story. Only the Blackfire brothers and the troll Miss Isa were left with Lind. Under Miss Isa's command, the Blackfire brothers took out the potion materials and began to draw the magic circle on the spot. They were in tune with each other and could reduce the probability of mistakes. But after failing several times, they finally succeeded in drawing the map. Lind looked at Isa. Are you sure it's okay? Theoretical knowledge does not come from me. My lord. Her voice was full of the cuteness of a young lady. If you close your eyes, you can try to imagine a young lady wearing white socks. Blonde, with red cheeks. She may puff her cheeks when she speaks. A young lady who knows nothing about the world. By the way, white socks are the key. But open your eyes. Sorry, but this is the first time we use a portal to move a long distance. Please allow me to be cautious. You know I am afraid of death. The portals for long distances were not so big before. Or the distance was very short. The farther the location, the easier it is to make mistakes. Isa smiled. She thought it was a joke. If the Duke who always fights at the forefront is afraid of death, there will be no real warriors in this world. Linda took out an aphid and threw it to the Blackfire brothers. The two of them immediately dripped blood to feed the aphid without saying anything, and threw it out when the aphid was filled with blood mist. After Miss Isa chanted the spell several times, the door opened. They were in the ruins arena. Looking through the door, across from them was Linda's hometown, Star Dragon City. When crossing the portal, Isa heard Linda muttering to himself, how can I limit it to only one person? Or only use it once? The moment the door closed, the aphids that fell on the ground struggled and squirmed into two figures, their bodies burning with black flames, and began to bombard and burn indiscriminately in the ruins until they ran out of life and dissipated. Chapter 352 Ferry in the Lake. Starting from the completely abandoned arena, it won't take too long to head towards the lake. The army went to the fishing village. At the end of the hot summer, it felt terrible to travel in heavy armor. After approaching the lake, the wind blowing in their faces made them feel relieved. Just looking at their reflections in the water, they felt cool in their hearts. The wizards accompanying them were using magic to help eliminate the traces. They had to be as silent as possible. Although it was almost impossible, the undead man was still stubbornly dragging his chocolate wife. During the time he was on the road, he received a lot of contacts, especially the undead, who chose to travel alone to the Black Island and kept complaining. Brother, you caught me again. It's obvious that the army hasn't arrived here, and the plot hasn't started yet. It's impossible to break through. I even doubt whether this is an air wall specially made by the game production team. If so, the setting is too awesome. Other games don't allow us to pass through, using air walls with a strong sense of separation. This game pursues reality, and simply makes us unable to win and kill. If the air wall didn't kill anyone, they might have stopped and waited for the plot to develop. But it was different when they couldn't get in with the fire suppression, especially when they found that they could kill back. I had to kill them before the plot started, so that it would be fun. As a result, Black Island was forced into a stalemate defensive battle. What was worse was that they fought so hard that they couldn't even see the shadow of the Lander Legion. The Legion continued to move forward, along the lake path, and finally saw the village. Although every house had fishing nets drying, there were no fishing boats. Until a soldier told the Red Knight that the villagers here might be different from humans. We are the Lander Legion. The Red Knight roared loudly, and the sound was like a comb combing the ground. The doors of the houses were pushed open, and something came out. This was a group of fishmen, with scales, stains and mosses on their bodies, and their clothes looked sticky and wet. The worst thing was that they could smell the fishy smell before they got close. The small fishmen hid behind the big fishmen, looking at the Lander Legion wearing golden armor with fear. When the Red Knight looked at the fish-scaled fishman and said monster, he almost couldn't help punching him. Could there be anything more like a monster than these? He instinctively felt that something was wrong. Normal people would be transformed after drinking magic potions. But it would never be like this, where an entire village became a new race. You better tell the truth. The Red Knight was definitely not a suitable leader. His character as a slave owner has remained until now. But it can't be said that this is a bad thing. In terms of execution and management, the Red Knight's experience is unmatched. The oldest fishman said, "Our village used to dig mud from the river to make bricks. But the Red Knight slapped his shield with his palm, and the sound of dong-dong interrupted the fishman's story. Making bricks? Do you know who I am? Even 3 years ago, I didn't hear of a village making mud bricks here." The Red Knight pretended to lose patience. He would use this trick when intimidating slaves, and it worked very well. The Rand soldiers followed him, and raised their arms, and drew their weapons. They were waiting for an order, and someone would die here. The old fishman immediately changed his words. "We started out making bricks, but it was hard to make money, and it was hard to even fill our stomachs. But by chance, we caught a fish in the lake, and there was gold in its belly. There is a treasure under the lake." The Red Knight nodded. This was in line with his guess. Otherwise, there was no need for a village to live in this area by the lake. He didn't think his presence would reduce crime around him. "Yes, we thought it was a gift from the lake fairy. So we hid the news and arranged for people to dive to the bottom of the lake to salvage treasure. But they claimed to have heard a strange voice. And that voice claimed to be the lake fairy. Everyone loves the lake fairy. One day a group of people were invited by the lake fairy. We don't feel happy about it. Sir, we are very panicked. Because you only love treasure." The Red Knight twisted his body. His huge figure, 4 or 5 meters tall, would attract the attention of others, no matter what small movements he made. The old fishman continued, "They disappeared. Completely disappeared at the bottom of the lake. Maybe they really went to the fairyland where the fairy in the lake lived. We wished them well. But life had to go on. We could only arrange for others to dive." But not long after, they heard the call of the fairy in the lake again. The old fishman stopped. "We dare not let anyone go to the bottom of the lake again. But the fairy in the lake did not intend to let us go. You don't love the fairy of the lake." The Red Knight emphasized again, as if he had made a final judgment. He heard several layers of beautifying language that was biased towards the fishmen themselves, and the real situation was obviously completely different from what they said. Do they really want to go to the bottom of the lake to salvage treasures? Or sacrifice a group of divers to the fairy of the lake at the bottom of the lake in exchange for treasures? After the end of the world, gold and treasures have become waste, and the fairy of the lake may still use treasures to exchange for sacrifices. The group of people in front of him did not want to continue the transaction. But they had no one to rely on before, and wanted to tear up the transaction. This is the most likely development. Otherwise, these people would not have grown scales. "Do you have a way to cross the lake to the Black Island?" the Red Knight asked. "Yes, we can carry them." The Red Knight laughed out loud. He did not think that the few loaches in front of him could carry him across the river. "My lord, the fairy in the lake will come again soon. Very soon. Each of us has heard her voice. We will swear allegiance. We can give everything as a reward. Treasure. Everything. Please." The fishman knelt down. The Red Knight nodded in agreement. He had to put the Duke's order first. But he also felt that this group of fishmen was untrustworthy. Night fell. The soldiers had already prepared for the siege. Even if they were only facing some enemies that might not be very strong, he still chose to build temporary fortifications with stones. Every great knight was a precious warrior. The Red Knight had the same idea as Lind on this point. They were all people who were used to hard times. The difference was that the Red Knight had always been in a daze. So he didn't know that the great knights were everywhere. Lind was just picking on the NPCs. NPCs were a very slow-growing resource for him. But immortality was much more vigorous than leaks. A huge black shadow climbed up from the shore. Flames emerged from a 4 or 5 meter tall figure. The salamander looked down at the thing that climbed up the shore. It spit out flames and gnawed off pieces of riverside rocks with its hot claws. It was a monster. When it opened its mouth, it didn't spit out a tongue, but a beautiful woman with her upper body naked. The moment the monster saw the Red Knight, it tried to attract attention with the woman, but what awaited it was the pounce and bite of the fire lizard. The tongue was torn apart directly. The Red Knight used a spear to jump up the woman. The woman, who exuded a strange soul-stirring fragrance, had no internal organs, but was just a piece of solid meat that grew a human shape. It seems that I can cross the river too. The Red Knight looked at the trembling black shadow. Chapter 353 Boss. Seems to be on my side. Black Island. The double-blade Master Marvin has completed the deployment from both ends of the narrow bridge of Black Island. Recently, there have indeed been undeads coming to kill one after another. They are very difficult to deal with and are fearless. He thought he knew Lin's plan. Let the undead attack frantically so that his side could not rest, and then wait until his side was exhausted and quickly cross the bridge at lightning speed. Everyone is using overt tactics, so it depends on who can hold out in the end. No! Marvin, who had been on guard for a long time, felt something was wrong. Where are the sentinels? Have you seen where Lin's army has gone? The number of undead is increasing, but they cannot form an effective offensive and will always be dispersed after being on the island for a while. The one who should be worried now is Lind. Is he really not in a hurry at all? The uneasiness in his heart is becoming more and more obvious. The double-bladed man quickly climbed up a tree. He looked towards the direction of the Black Island. At the limit of his sight, the fire shot up into the sky. Go back. The double swordsman couldn't figure out how Lin's army rushed to the Black Island without anyone noticing. The sentry on the wall didn't even see a ship. He had to go back as soon as possible in order to ambush Lin's army here. He almost drew out all the forces of the entire Black Island. Everyone knew that the land army was not easy to deal with, but no one imagined that the other side had no intention of attacking from the beginning. This battle was indeed lost to arrogance. But it was not Lind who lost, but Prince Black Catfish. When the double swordsman rushed back to the city wall, he saw the terrifying huge figure. He stood far away and bent down to pick up a stone and threw it at the city wall. The wall was smashed down by the huge stone. The soldiers on the wall could only stand shakily. But the second huge stone came one after another, and then the third one. They didn't even use the equipment that was said to be very effective in siege. The double swordsman saw the city wall collapsing inwards. A large part of the wall was pulled down, opening its arms to welcome the lion soldiers. He saw the Red Knight holding a huge tree. He roared and rushed forward. The huge tree was far more terrifying than a battering ram. The soldiers who formed the shield wall in front of them were swept by the huge tree and flew all over the sky like weeds. This battle must be won, and the Red Knight is gaining glory in his own way. The undead who followed from behind also saw with their own eyes that the giant grabbed a huge tree and swung it left and right to sweep the ground like sweeping the floor. And a large number of Black Island soldiers were swept away. This scene is very much like a boss attacking a city. But now there is a problem. The boss attacking the city seems to be on my side. After playing the game for so many years, this is the first time I have played a favorable game. The battle to attack Black Island is over, and Lind received the news immediately. The official forum is a good thing, although he can't do much. Receiving various information from it can make him no more than the NPCs. Prince Black Catfish will be escorted back to the royal city. Linda prefers to kill him on the spot, so the Red Knight will still be deducted from him during the siege. Reason for deduction: too conservative. Don't be afraid to kill him just because he is the Queen's uncle. Didn't the Queen's father whip his corpse? He is staying in the underground Bloodlamb Ranch at this time. The situation is a little troublesome. A large number of disasters will make the disaster shadow area more and more serious. The environment will be affected, and then a higher level of disaster will be born. It is like a kind of civilized development. There are not many people who can come here except him. The book thief Dume only comes here regularly to harvest the hearts of disasters. So when Linda came here, he found that several high-level disasters were born here. It is not based on evolution, but almost like raising poisonous insects. Lind easily got rid of these disasters, and half of the administrators he had tamed with the Soul Lost chain were torn to pieces. Among the survivors, only a small part of them still retained their power, and even one administrator was excluded from the tribe. He was very thin and small, like a monkey. He had to intervene in the operation of the Bloodlamb Ranch, Retame and chain those who were willing to cooperate and fear. Kill the troublemakers who were unwilling to cooperate. And redemarcate the ranches one by one. The bugs before were almost dead. Lind found Melulin. His taming was not humane. And the two sides were still in a stalemate. During the period of letting the other side free, he seemed to have completely forgotten Melulin. If he hadn't come here to harvest a wave of disaster hearts and deal with the chaos in the ranch, he really wouldn't have taken the initiative to come here. I heard some news about the Black Swamp Kingdom, Lind said. Melulin, who had been unresponsive, opened her eyes. She was very beautiful. After all, she was the queen of the Black Swamp Kingdom. And beauty was her most basic thing. The king of Black Swamp is still alive, Lind said. But they are fighting and seem to be in a stalemate. She didn't open her mouth. But she had the power of the mind. Just like the Lost Soul chain. So both sides could communicate directly through the mind. Lind didn't like the feeling of being invaded by others. What do you want? Melulin asked. I can set you free. Lind thought he was probably not a bad guy. But you have to pay the ransom. He limited the transaction between the two parties to the scope of nobles, which sounded like a compromise to release a prisoner. What do you want? Melulin continued to ask. But Lind could clearly feel that her inner attitude was relieved. Being threatened as a pig and being treated as a noble are two completely different things. Everyone wants to be respected. The Black Swamp Kingdom is a vassal of the Rand Kingdom. I will not return to him. He killed me and tried to embezzle my property. And even... No. You may have misunderstood me. Linda had to emphasize and add, I mean, the queen also has the right to inherit the throne. Melulin looked at Linda in shock. You want to become the king of the Rand Kingdom? She thought this was the only possibility. Being a king? It's thankless. And the king won't give you a bonus even if you do a good job. What he wants is to monopolize the novice village. At least the novice village adjacent to the Rand Kingdom. All of them. The public beta is coming. If he can control one more country, it means that his leaks. Oh no. The loyal undead people will increase. I am already quite satisfied to be a duke. Future queen. Lind bowed his head slightly and said, maybe you can leave me a title. After brushing the title of the Rand Kingdom, he also wanted to brush a title of the Black Swamp Kingdom. Maybe with 2 duke titles. He can be a little different. None of this matters. Taking over the novice village is just Lind's insurance. If someone wants to overthrow him as the boss in the future, he can still ensure that the situation is not one-sided. In the future, when he enters a higher level map, neither the Land Kingdom nor the Black Swamp Kingdom will be able to help him. I promise you. Happy cooperation. Chapter 354. Just changed the name to Scout Guard. Linda reached out and hugged Melulin, and carried her crippled body to a bed that had been prepared long ago. Have you ever thought about gaining some power? I have always longed for power. She gritted her teeth, and the hatred in her heart made her eager to return to the Black Swamp Kingdom and tear the king's face apart. After death, the body was sold and transformed like a commodity, and humiliation and resentment had occupied her mind. It just so happens that I have a power here that I recommend to you. It comes from the Black Swamp Kingdom. He was not worried at all that Melulin would turn against him after gaining powerful strength. Melulin was just an ordinary woman. Even if the royal blood allowed her to become a strong person like the Scarlet Monarch, she could never be stronger than Redwald. Redwald, who happened to be dead, was no match for him at all. And Linda was still getting stronger and never stopped. Melulin's transformation into a vampire was very fast. This was a transformation ritual filled with some cult aura. Linda had witnessed an undead transforming into a blood-wart demon. Her cheeks were dry and pale. Her eyes were occupied by swaying scarlet flames, and scarlet lines climbed from the corners of her eyes to her cheeks. Sharp teeth escaped from between her red lips, shining with cold light. She was muttering to herself, and the bloody and uneasy atmosphere was blowing wildly in the underground pasture. Linda could feel the faint uneasiness. The opponent's strength was now probably equivalent to superior. A scar suddenly appeared on Melulin's neck, as if a sharp and slender invisible nail had scratched her chest. Bloody roses radiated out, and then flapped like butterfly wings, trying to escape from her chest with all their strength. The blood succeeded. A huge spider web woven entirely of blood enveloped Lin's head. He could feel that Melon had not disappeared or weakened, but was getting stronger and stronger. Breakthrough to the hero level. When the bloody spider web was rewoven into a cocoon, Lin's ears could hear a strong heartbeat. A white arm broke through the blood cocoon and stretched out. The woman's chuckle echoed in the space. In the bloodlamb pasture in the distance, the bloodlamb seemed to hear some kind of sound that frightened them, and they trembled and crawled to the ground. There seemed to be a flame burning above his head, and Linda vaguely saw a battlefield. The giant who could easily tear the mountains apart with a wave of his hand strode towards him. Something was rotating in the flames until he saw clearly that it was an eyeball as big as the moon. At some point, flowers bloomed at his feet, and the flowers bloomed and then withered. Linda lowered his head and found that his fingers had also turned into debris and slowly broke. This was an unprecedented scene of fear. Linda was completely enveloped by a sense of powerlessness, and fear madly eroded his heart. Illusion? Linda tried to break free. He tried to calm himself down, but fear was like a physical instinct. He watched the giant stop in front of him, his head piercing the sky, his head completely surpassing the clouds, and the giant lowered his head and looked down at him. Then the terrifying giant planet eye staring at him burned everything in front of it. An endless scarlet overflowed from the pupil, drowning everything Linda saw. The silent death brought by the flowers was accelerating. Lind welcomed his own death, and his body continued to tremble. He felt that he was very familiar with this power, just like when his noble power was awakened. The difference was that this time the power was very concrete. The body's instinct was faster, and the emblem power of various channels surged out and easily took the lead. He tried his best to guess what the three powers represented, but in the end it all turned into a chuckle, which was not important at all. Is it over? Linda looked at the blood cocoon, and Melon's arm twitched slightly, as if she didn't expect Linda to wake up, or she just accidentally moved while having a nightmare. The blood cocoon bloomed like a flower, and Melon sat naked inside it with her body tilted sideways. The power of blood. She looked at Linda with fear in her eyes. Just now, when she couldn't bear the power in her blood, she chose to use her spiritual power to force it all into Linda's head and let him bear it. The scenes that frightened her so much that she lost her voice were actually forcibly resisted by Linda, and he looked very relaxed. She was terrified and apologized for her behavior just now. He didn't feel relieved until Linda left the underground and returned to Star Dragon City. He almost capsized in the gutter. In the next few days, in Star Dragon City, the book thief Dume, who knew a little bit about everything, and the troll lady Isa conducted many academic researches. Dume was delighted by the profound knowledge of the top student. However, Lind is more concerned about the development of the territory. There are not many undeads left in Star Dragon City, as Lind's power center has shifted to Goliath. Star Dragon City has cooled down. Occasionally, only 1 or 2 new undeads can be seen wandering around on the streets. His magic mission system has been updated many times. Now, as long as the signal transmission problem can be solved, it can cover all territories. Moreover, the magic alchemy props for transmitting signals have been produced. Although the durability is not very high, the cost is also very low. There are 2 types now. One is something you can use at any time. I call it a signal stone. Stone confidently showed off his research results. It can transmit signals 10 miles away, and it can absorb free energy in the air to recharge itself. The technology obtained from the Mechanicus is like a cornerstone. Lind is not sure if Dome has gone astray, but the effect is still very encouraging. The cost has been reduced to the lowest, but the price is still high. That's not a problem. Lind naturally has a way to solve the problem. What about the other one? A larger, magnified signal stone. Dome excitedly led Lind forward, until he passed the castle wall and looked at the pyramid building. He finally understood what Dome meant by magnification. It has too many disadvantages, Dome said helplessly. First, as you can see, it is too eye-catching and will definitely attract countless attacks. Secondly, it is very expensive. Sir, very expensive. Is there any possibility of optimization? Lind asked. This is made based on your gold seal. There is no optimization. Its function is only to transmit signals, but you can add something else to it on this basis. Other things? Like magic patterns, barriers, etc. And then let people control it. Maybe it can increase its chances of survival when attacked. Dweme's voice became smaller and smaller. He spent more than a year and a lot of money to finally make something like this. He could even imagine how angry the Lord would be. But I didn't expect it. What a great idea. Dome. Linda clapped his hands and laughed. Even the troll lady Isa, who followed along, showed a puzzled expression. If someone could tell from her puzzled expression, well, the signal stone can be mass-produced, but it needs to have more functions. Communicate with the gold seal, and then organize wizards to learn how to build it. Linda pointed at the pyramid, paused for a moment, and said, by the way, give it a name. Why not call it the Crystal Defense Tower? Crystal Defense Tower? Dome was puzzled. He couldn't understand what it had to do with crystals and defense towers. Yes, the name of the signal stone has also been changed. Linda nodded. He had already thought of a way to make the undead willing to grind for materials themselves, and then willingly help him expand his vision. Change the name to Scout Guard. Chapter 355 tried to become a wizard. When too much manpower was gathered, Queen Rania began to arrange for people to go to the ruins of the Snake Catcher's fortress for reconstruction. The key fortress of the North-South Passage needs to exist. It still has the name of Snake Catcher. The fortress has become taller, and the steel and concrete technology of the undead has provided great help. Another kind of help is provided by wizards and great knights. It's just that the lion flag is erected in the fortress. There are always people who think this is the country of the Lion Duke, because the lion flag can be seen everywhere in this country. But the dragon flag can only be planted in the royal city, and its coverage is not even as far as Her Majesty the Queen. But gossip did not affect the loyal soldiers, nor the Queen, and certainly not the undead. The refugees from Crescent Town were carrying stones. They had to bend over and stick their butts out to move the stones onto the carriage, then pat the horse's butt, and wait until the stones were transported to the place before unloading them. There is nothing difficult about exerting force, but it has a great impact on the waist. Fortunately, this kind of life is much better than running around. In addition, there is gossip. The women quietly discuss those emotional matters, but they dare not involve the Duke and other nobles. At most, they talk nonsense about George's aunt. Well, George's aunt is crazy and wants to marry the Duke, who is as high as the city wall. This is known to everyone. Through George's mouth, there are even women who will not change their colors and make dirty jokes, such as whether it will stab the heart. After all, the walls are so high. People always grow in harmony, right? So they just gossip about the nobles in a roundabout way. It's definitely not okay to gossip directly. No one dares to. Last time, a man said something treasonous to the Duke after getting drunk, and then he was hung up and whipped more than 10 times. Everyone saw it, including the children. But no one felt sorry for that person. And the same, including the children. If it weren't for the Duke, they wouldn't be able to get drunk and act crazy after eating. Afterwards, that person fell seriously ill. Now he is the most hardworking person who moves stones. I heard that he wanted to join the army, the self-defense force, or the guard. But it will definitely not be so easy for him in the future, because after the incident in Crescent Town last time, Her Majesty the Queen rearranged their new life and gave them a new identity. Rand gold coins slowly returned to the mainstream of transactions. And there was also a points system, which forced both parties to bind, so that ordinary people could not buy things with gold coins only. Points plus gold coins. Points come from work. All kinds of work. Gold coins come from transactions, rewards, etc. This was created by Rania herself based on the special points system that Lind had set for the undead. But she was not that cruel. Lind's points system often deprived all the undead of their hard work without any effort. Sometimes even Rania felt strange that Linda's behavior was fully recognized by the undead. Of course, there were many things about Linda that the native NPCs could not understand, such as Linda allowed betrayal, and there was no punishment. But only the corresponding benefits would be cancelled, and they were even allowed to continue to act in the territory. Linda and the undead had a kind of tacit understanding that people could not understand. The deeper the contact, the more people felt this, and this tacit understanding could only be barely imitated, but could not be surpassed at all. I heard that the army has finished the battle. The boy strode towards the red-haired Oem and said excitedly, I heard that the Duke led the army to break through the Black Island. They rushed ashore on the waves and made the Black Island soldiers, who were preparing to ambush at the narrow bridge, suffer a great loss. When they turned around and found the problem, the army had already conquered the Black Island. Oem, is this true? A young man with a gray face next to him also excitedly joined the discussion. I heard that the Duke did not participate in that war. There was a noble lord who was as tall as the city wall. Isn't that the Duke? The two had already started arguing. OM grabbed his dirty red hair helplessly. Children, can't you talk about something interesting? War is not what we should discuss. I heard that you went to the royal city this time and met the Duke. What does he look like? I just went to help. There is a group of new soldiers joining the army. They are a little short of manpower. As you know, after the riot in Raven City last time, many people were withdrawn. So you should try to eat more and grow taller. And strive to become a soldier. Being a soldier in the Rand Kingdom is definitely worth it. The treatment is good. And the family can be properly settled. Even if you die on the battlefield, you can still get a generous pension. And your family members have priority in joining the army. This time he heard that someone was claiming the body. And it is said that even the person in charge of handling the soldier's funeral was found to be selling the names of the relatives of the corpse in the small market. It is said that when the relatives of the corpse came to claim the body, they found that someone had already claimed it. So they exposed this criminal activity that had not yet made a fortune. It's impossible that the Lord controls the small market. Not many people know the secret. The various policies implemented by Her Majesty Queen Rania, such as household registration, are also related to this. What does the Duke look like? I heard that he is like a god walking on earth. I did see him from a distance. OM's eyes shone with admiration. But calling him a god is a bit too much. And I don't think the Duke likes to be called a god. By the way, have you seen Her Majesty the Queen? She is more noble than I thought. OM smiled, but I also saw the future Duchess. She is equally noble. They chatted. The war was over. The country was slowly unified. The army was strong and no longer affected by the war. And the previous bad things had to be forgotten. But soon several carriages arrived. OM and others saw a group of wizards in robes getting off the carriages. They held different staffs and wore wide-brimmed magic hats. The person in charge of rebuilding the snake catcher's fortress was a big man. But he also smiled kindly when he saw this group of wizards. Although they are not nobles, they have a very high status like nobles. It is very difficult to become a noble. Throughout the history of the Rand Kingdom, the number of people who have become nobles from ordinary farmers can be counted on one hand. At this moment, the teenagers seem to have a new direction to work hard. Try to become wizards. OM gently patted the shoulders of the two teenagers and said, I heard that a wizard class will be open to select some talented people. Even if you can't become a wizard, you can become a soldier. The future is worth fighting for. If you work hard, you can achieve the opportunity of class crossing. It will only come once in hundreds of years. And the people who are building the new snake catcher fortress have also received new work. They must build a huge crystal defense tower in the center. And no mistakes are allowed. Crystal defense tower. What is that? Chapter 356, A Hug That Increased Favorability. It's the Fairy of the Lake. The Red Knight knelt on one knee. He won a great victory. After breaking through the city wall, the double-bladed Marvin rushed back with his troops. But the undead rushed back with him. The subsequent melee became the undead's home ground. In the complex environment of the Black Island town, the undead became more and more excited, and even captured the Black Catfish Prince. Linda looked at the disaster whose tongue had been chopped off. A heroic disaster above level 31. However, there are differences between heroes. The so-called Fairy of the Lake can only be regarded as an ordinary elite monster at best, while the Red Knight of the Old Nobles is completely at the boss level. Linda only thought that the so-called Fairy of the Lake was a little ugly, while Rania couldn't help frowning, because the visual impact was a bit strong. This is what I got from the fishman. The Red Knight handed over 2 potion formulas and a collection of poems. The formula of the potion of the Fishman Path, attached with Merceman skills, seems to be related to water. The name of the poetry collection is Hymns of the Half Malak. In addition, there is a potion called Malak Energy Potion, which can enter a violent state after taking it, greatly increasing strength. Use the secretion of the Lake Fairy, bitter green vine, mercury, and high-quality liquor. Good harvest. The rabbit-toothed which will definitely like it. Lind is also interested in the poetry collection. But forget about the potion formula. He has no plan to become a murloc for the time being. And it is very important to maintain his human appearance. Always remember that players are visual animals. They won't look up to you just because you are handsome or beautiful. But they will still give you some margin of error. If you are ugly, the probability of them wanting to cut you will increase exponentially. Keep raising it, Lind said, looking at the fairy in the lake. Take good care of it. Before large-scale reproduction is impossible. This is the only seedling that can produce Fishman Energy Potion. This is a new product. After the undead buy it, they can drink this cup and launch a suicidal attack. The Fairy of the Lake is very powerful. She is huge and powerful. But she was beaten by the Red Knight and had to surrender. After seeing Lind, the danger coming from him made the Fairy of the Lake dare not even move. The reward of the Red Knight had to be delayed. Lind had not yet fully mastered Melon's mind-sharing ability. The awakening of the power of the old nobles would cause a lot of waves. And it was time to make full preparations. Soon it was time for the last thing. The execution of Prince Black Catfish. Prince Black Catfish deserved to die. But no one could catch him before. Even if Prince Black Catfish went to the royal city alone. The Black Island soldiers who were eyeing him were his confidants. And no one dared to touch him. No one mentioned this either. Because that was Queen Rania's last blood relative in the world. The hot wind of late summer hit the window. And the window was dragged by the wind and hit the frame again and again. But Rania ignored it and was entangled. The palace fell into silence. The queen did not cry. But everyone could feel her sadness with their hearts. The new maid hurried past barefoot carrying a wooden bucket. But she pursed her lips and slowed down her pace when she approached the study. The laundry maid kneaded the clothes more gently. And the chef chose a way to cook without making a lot of noise. Until the sound of boots hitting the floor broke the silence. Linda arrived and the soldier bent down. "Leave it to me." Linda waved his hand and asked the guards to leave. The door of the study was open a crack. And Linda could only see the darkness in the room. "Linda?" Rania's voice came from the room. She must have just cried. "What's wrong?" Linda stretched out his hand to push the door. The creaking sound of the door hinge seemed to alarm Rania. He could hear the sound of the stool legs scraping the floor in the room. His eyesight was very good. And he could see Rania sitting on a chair in a long dress. She was looking at Lind in panic, rubbing her hands on her face. "Seven Headwind. He deserves to die," Rania said in a resentful tone. "I have heard of many evil things he did. And I was helpless against him after I ascended the throne. Even when he knew I was back. His first reaction was to flee back to Black Island to rebuild the defenses, intending to fight me to the end." Her voice suddenly became hysterical again. "But he is my uncle. My only relative. You told me to kill him." "Yes." Linda walked in front of Rania, staring down at the still beautiful face in the dark. And after scanning her slightly red eyes, he locked his eyes on her pupils, making sure he could see his face in Rania's pupils. "You must kill him. You are the queen of the Rand Kingdom. You must be strong. I will sign to execute him." Rania sniffed, which had nothing to do with elegance. She raised her head slightly and looked into Linda's eyes. "How will you kill him?" Even without asking her in detail, she knew that Lind wanted to kill Prince Black Catfish not only because of the many crimes he had committed, but there must be deeper reasons. Others could not understand. But she could always see through Lind's thoughts at a glance. Let the undead do it. The undead, who made outstanding contributions in the Battle of Black Island, should enjoy this honor, Lind said. He did not hide his true intentions, because many things could not be replicated even if they were said. Besides, he has the emblem. Emblem? Rania was stunned. She also had the emblem that looked like the Golden Oath. No undead had ever killed a noble who carried an emblem. If the old nobles who were the boss were killed by the undead, they would definitely get something. Linda had some guesses, but he needed to practice it once. "Are you always like this?" Rania suddenly asked. She felt that she might have some kind of estrangement with Linda, because this idea of fully utilizing the value of life to the extreme made her shudder. But then a big hand reached out and hugged Rania's shoulders. When Rania came to her senses, she was already in Linda's arms. Her cheek rested on Linda's chest, and she could smell the scent of soap coming from his body with her inadvertent breath. Special soap, also one of the things brought by the undead, is more delicate and refreshing than ordinary soap. Rania felt her head sink slightly. It was Linda who put his chin up. She was like a small bracket, supporting his tall but tired body, making him crooked but not falling down. The chill instantly disappeared, and she felt more emotions conveyed by the weight of Lind pressing on her. It was heavy fatigue, but he soon let her go. Lind said, "I just saw you crying pitifully, so as a companion as promised, I comforted you a little." He found that he seemed to be able to see the NPC's favorability towards him, using the dragon curse combined with the undead. A certain official cheat for the undead, but it was imitated by himself, who had absolute control. Just when Rania's favorability dropped, he subconsciously hugged her. The knowledge point came from the teaching of his ex-girlfriend when he was in love on Earth. She said that when girls are angry, Don't reason with them. Girls are the most emotional creatures. Giving emotional feedback is far more useful than presenting facts and reasoning. Right or wrong is not important. Emotions are the most important. So, when a girl is unhappy, you should take the initiative to hug her and kiss her. Linda, who has lived a new life, still doesn't understand why he did this. He thinks that if he doesn't explain the reason clearly, they will definitely continue to quarrel next time. But from the current situation, this is a very correct decision. He hugged Rania, and Rania's favorability did not drop but increased. When you are sure? Before Linda finished speaking, Rania rushed over and hugged him, burying her face in his chest. Her voice was muffled. Let me be comforted for a while. Considering that we agreed to travel together. You said it very righteously. But your favorability increased a little abnormally. What happens when the favorability exceeds 90? Chapter 357 Reward for Execution. Aishang Zaoba put on his most handsome clothes. As an undead who ranks high in the Hunter Society, he has a complete set of Blood Source Hunters co-branded suits. He must be on TV today. And he has to dress like a human in the cutscenes. His job today is to execute Prince Black Catfish of the Land Kingdom. An old noble. A prince? As the undead who killed the most and gained the most in the Black Island battle. Aishang Zaoba got this opportunity, which made many people jealous. Especially some real-world game companies and game guilds that have begun to infiltrate. This is an opportunity to show off. Just like an advertisement that is destined to be popular. If they get the honor of harvesting and executing the old nobles, they have countless ways to cash it in after the game is publicly tested. Someone even asked me if Aishang Zaoba was willing to sell this quota. And his answer was very simple. Don't ask yourself about this matter. Ask the queen if she agrees. There were many people who came to watch. Not only undead people, but also NPC soldiers. They stood not far away and blocked the wind behind them. But after Aishang Zaoba climbed onto the execution platform, the wind blew on his face again. Prince Black Catfish had a calm expression. Today, his execution was beheading. His hands and feet were tied, and there were 2 fully armed Rand soldiers beside him. However, no one thought he could escape because Lind was also there. Prince Black Catfish did not sleep the night before. He tried hard to support himself and feel the last moments of his life. Then he found that time could pass so quickly. Prince Black Catfish, who always enjoyed killing people, never thought about his own death. People who like to hurt others will never learn to think from the perspective of the victim. If they can understand empathy, they will not enjoy killing. Now that death is getting closer, Prince Black Catfish actually feels a little bit of fear. He slowly figured out why he fled in panic when Linda rushed to Raven City. It has nothing to do with the power struggle. He has never been interested in being a king. He is just afraid of death. Yes, he is afraid that he will be killed by Linda. Because the rumors about Linda have always been about killing. It is not the honor of the nobles that has made him meritorious today, but the heads of the nobles. But death will come eventually. Rania did not come to watch the execution. Probably because her death was approaching. Prince Black Catfish was eager to see his relatives again. He looked ahead. At the huge figure. The Red Knight. Once at the wine table. Oh no! His father was not even qualified to sit at the same wine table with him. And Linda. The person he was extremely afraid of. Finally met him now. But Prince Black Catfish's impression of Linda has always remained in the vague youth. Meeting again. In fact, there is no difference from the first meeting. Linda is not as scary as imagined. Before the end of the world, no one would ever execute a prince. This was treason. Now, who does this country belong to? He stared at Lind, trying to see through him with his eyes. At the moment of death, even he himself felt funny that he was actually worried about the future of the Headwind family. But Lind did not respond to his gaze. He seemed to be in a daze, looking at a certain place. His eyes were not so focused. The atmosphere suddenly became a little warm. The damn onlookers blocked the wind. The weather in late summer was really hot and humid. Prince Black Catfish had been awake all night last night, and now he was beginning to feel sleepy. If he could die in his sleep, it might be a kind of happiness. What's your name? He asked the undead who was executing him. He had never seen the clothes he was wearing before. There were some shadows of noble clothes, but they were much simpler. I'm going to work at 8. Huh? He was stunned, because it sounded like the other party was greeting his mother. The axe fell. The Black Catfish Prince, who had been seriously injured for a long time, was still full of vitality, and even an axe on his neck could not kill him. The excruciating pain made Prince Black Catfish's eyes widen. The second axe chopped down, and then the third axe finally chopped off his head. Prince Black Catfish died. Oh! The crowd cheered. I was stunned because at that moment he received a terrifying experience reward. But the fucking thing was that he was already level 20. And such a generous reward was wasted in an instant. And he got nothing. Boil. Then came reminders of NPC favorability growth from all directions. The huge happiness almost made him dizzy. And he suddenly became a good guy in the eyes of the NPC. Not only that, he also got a new passive. I got a unique passive. I was excited. Two-handed sword emblem unique, two-handed sword damage plus 10%. Attack speed plus 10%. Madness resistance minus 20%. Note: each undead can only get one emblem. I immediately sent out a screenshot of the relevant information. Linda, who was far away, also saw the information at the first time. Killing the boss with the emblem with your own hands can indeed get some rewards, especially directly taking the emblem from the opponent. He also knew how to get the two-handed sword emblem. The harvest from the Black Island Library has not been completely counted yet. In just a few days, those potion formulas, potions, poetry collections, etc. will be placed on Linda's desk. All he has to do is to activate new emblems. Compared with having more channel power, Linda hopes to master more emblems. Drinking too much potion is useless. But the improvement of the body by the emblem is permanent. I was excited to share my gains on the morning of the 8th day. He was the first to accurately feel the benefits of the increase in favorability. Some soldiers looked at him with obvious respect. Favorability can really get real feedback from NPCs. Instead of treating undead people equally in the past, the body of Prince Black Catfish was placed on the stone slab, and undead people were not allowed to enter the garden inside the palace. Phylon lowered his head, waiting for Lin's order. Queen Rania came to see her uncle off for the last time. But she looked very different now. She was no longer sad, and had completely transformed into a strong queen. Maybe the crying like yesterday will not happen again. Or it may only happen in front of Lind. She did not say much, but turned her back, because she knew very well that Lind's attitude towards the enemy was to make the best use of everything. Lind checked the body of Prince Black Catfish, and the emblem was still there. He turned his head, and glanced at the Red Knight. Perhaps some instinctive reaction when being killed would make the old noble pass the power of the emblem to the undead. It must be some kind of emotion. And people will never be happy or grateful when they die. Therefore, the emotions when bestowing the emblem should be negative, such as hatred, curse, fear, etc. This is very similar to the situation of the monsters in the city created by the Great Snake Ronin and the Dragon King Kurt. Lin felt that this time he really caught one of the true ways of bestowing the emblem. Flame. Lin turned his head, and the flying dragon that had been brewing flames opened its mouth immediately after hearing his voice. The blazing heat overflowed from the dragon's mouth, spread into a fan shape, and swallowed the corpse. When the flames were extinguished, only the remaining black ashes were left. The soldiers would collect the ashes of Prince Black Catfish and bury them in the Headwind Cemetery. Lind has always been generous to his dead enemies. He is willing to admit that the other party is still a prince, but the other party's deeds in his lifetime must be engraved on the tombstone. The only thing left for national unification is the South. Griffin Castle. Chapter 358. Visitors from the Crack. Goliath's crazy old nobles and dragon soldiers have been completely purged, except for the female marquis druids. Lin can't do anything about it. Of course, there is another reason. The undead people like to enter the druid's manor dungeon very much, and every time they have to pay the dungeon fee and buy a lot of things, no matter whether they buy from the small market, Raven City, or Goliath. No matter where they buy from, the money will eventually gather in Lin's hands. He gave the undead people a chance to compare prices. Market prices always fluctuate, but the undead people's demand for equipment and props is constant. So Linda will never lack a consumer market. Leaving a big boss behind, and the other party will not move, is simply a natural leak fertilizer. With the lessons learned from the past, undead people come to try every day. If they can really kill Lady Druids, they can get a coat of arms reward and gain the respect of NPCs. Linda plunged into the library to study. He was trying to understand the laws of the kingdom. Every one of them was nothing special, but he still read it over and over again. Then he changed to the history of the kingdom of Rand. for which he had to find Miss Troll Isa. But after he finished talking about this, he turned around and forgot about it. The rotten smell of books and wooden shelves was like a cage, completely trapping Lind in the large library of the palace. Rania was busy every day, and she needed many civil servants to help her handle government affairs. After Lind ordered the construction of a magical building called Crystal Defense Tower, Rania began to receive huge bills for expenses. And there were also funds needed for the repair of fortresses, streets, and other places. Undeads work hard, but they demand more for benefits. When they are weak, they will work hard. But if they become strong, they will turn a blind eye to work that does not bring enough benefits, even if the rewards are enough to make many great knights jealous. For this reason, Rania once discussed with Linda rewarding the undead, which was brought up by Linda, but was rejected by Linda himself. His reason was that the time was not right. In addition, Rania also had to deal with the plan to rebuild Black Island, recruit soldiers, train soldiers, station soldiers, and craftsmen to make equipment, including everything that extended from this: mining, forging, blacksmith training, selection, and then back to food, etc. She has never been so busy. But the existence of Black Island is very necessary. It is a fortress to block the Black Swamp Kingdom, and it is also the closest inland lake to Goliath, Raven City, etc. If you want to eat fish, you have to rely on it, ignoring the strange appearance of those fish with hands and feet or blinking eyes. They are still quite delicious, despite the busyness. As long as Lind is still here, she is at ease enough. The previous hug made her feel a little uneasy, but she knew that she would definitely not have anything with Lind. Probably not, if he didn't speak first. She needed to breathe some fresh air. After leaving the Golden Throne, Rania unknowingly walked to the archway corridor. If she walked to the left, she would go to the only garden with flowers blooming in the entire Goliath. But she subconsciously walked to the right, which led to the library. A petite figure caught Rania's attention. "Your Majesty." The other party took the initiative to greet Miko, a witch. The only thing Rania knew about her was that she followed Lind from the north, and that the potion that Lind drank every day to resist the curse must be brewed by her. This is absolute trust. When facing Tioni, Rania can still remain calm. But when facing Miko, she will have a subconscious sneaky feeling. "Miss Miko, are you here to deliver medicine again?" She decided to ask one more question. "Yes." Miko nodded, a little puzzled by the Queen's sudden stop. Fortunately, there was no further communication. Miko was not used to chatting with nobles in a pretentious way. Linda should be the only person she could communicate happily with. But when Miko entered the library and saw a huge figure sitting with Linda discussing something, she almost subconsciously wanted to turn around and leave. "Miko!" Linda heard the voice. Miss Troll Isa, who was sitting next to Linda, also looked over, and a look of surprise appeared on her face when she saw Miko. "This is Miss Isa, whom I mentioned before. She majored in astronomy and history at the Star Magic School." Linda took the initiative to introduce. The rabbit-toothed witch who always talked about the Star Magic School should be very happy to see her classmates. She was a little at a loss. "We know each other." Miss Troll took the initiative to speak in a gentle tone. She must have understood something, but she didn't expose it. "So it's a gathering of old friends?" Linda didn't check the favorability of the two people. Wizards are very sensitive to emotional things. He will only use it occasionally on enemies or people with big mood swings. "My lord, we are discussing the critical moment." Miss Troll suddenly became a little tough. "You are right." Linda nodded. From history and kingdom laws, Linda is slowly searching for the power that may be hidden in them, and it has achieved initial results. Maybe it has something to do with the power of thunder. This power has nothing to do with blood or gods. It is the power of law. When releasing this power, he doesn't even need to control thunder himself. It's more like summoning thunder. This discovery makes him a little regretful. Afternoon, in the palace, turning his head and looking at the scene behind him, he always feels that the atmosphere is a little wrong. Queen Rania, Rabbit-Tooth Witch Miko, Fiancé Tioni, Song White Knight Wenruewen, Recorder Doris, oh, and a troll lady Isa. Like Wen and Tioni. They are simply silent. Miko suddenly became taciturn for some reason. Rania seemed to be simply upset. And Her Majesty the Queen was pouting quietly. The record officer felt as if she had accidentally come to a dangerous place. although she came here on her own initiative after hearing that the Duke seemed to have made some breakthrough research. She now felt that she should not have come. The atmosphere on the scene was far more exciting than she had imagined. There must be something. The expression on her face said that she should not have come. But what she was thinking in her heart was, write it down. Write it all down. And then accidentally throw the notes away. Only Miss Troll and Lind were analyzing seriously. Thunderclouds gathered. And thunder fell. A pit was smashed into the ground. And the effect was not as good as Redwald, let alone compared with Dragon King Kurt. It is only useful within the territory. And it is related to the people protected by the law. The more powerful people there are, the higher the power may be. That's why Dragon King Kurt can show great power. But Lind is currently in the entire Rand Kingdom. No one obeys the laws of the Rand Kingdom. Each territory is independent of each other. At least Lind's own territory does not implement the laws of the Rand Kingdom. He has a more detailed and binding set. Reperfect the law and then promote it thoroughly. Lind made a quick decision. His own laws are not recognized and have no special effects. So it is very necessary to reintegrate the laws of the Rand Kingdom. However, he did not include the undead for the time being. Who knows how long the undead will disappear this time. North of Morphus Gate, the unforgettable church. It takes about 10 days and nights to get here from the crossroads of faith. But the soldiers of Star Dragon City avoid this place. Even if they patrol on horseback, they will never take even one step in this direction. However, resisting approaching does not mean that some things will not take the initiative to move north. A group of people gathered in this place. They hid in the shadow of the dark and dilapidated church ruins and lit a bonfire. The flames illuminated the faces of these people. A group of beautiful women. Beautiful. Like an elf. With skin color close to ice blue. But their faces were full of fear. Do we have to leave? A younger girl asked. The older woman said, yes. Those things have escaped. And the daughter of the night can't protect us. We must run further. But her skin only looked darker. And her face was still perfect. So, where is the key? The girl continued to ask. Our job is to protect the key. Yes. But the daughter of night prefers it to be stolen. The older woman did not intend to discuss more about the key. If it were not for the crisis, they would definitely stick to the dust pool until eternity. The sky was slowly getting darker. The girl with ice blue and translucent skin climbed up the hill in the south with her hands and feet. From this direction, she looked north. But she could not see anything except a bare patch. However, compared with the terrible environment south of the Morphus Gate, the north was desolate. But there were no disgusting black rivers, no swarms of insects, and no white bridges that were always flooded by some sticky things and flesh-eating flies that lie on people and eat them. Watching the sunset dye the sky red, she reluctantly buried half of her head below the horizon. Then she turned her head and looked southwest. The sky was split in half by a sword. The southwest was still shrouded in darkness and evil, while the red light in the northwest was getting farther and farther away. This was a shocking picture, and she was about to indulge in it. Suddenly, a strange cry came from the distance. The piercing sound made the girl's body tremble subconsciously. She trotted down and opened her eyes wide. The disaster is coming. Put out the fire and hide. The women used their hands and feet to cover the bonfire that they had finally lit with soil, without caring to do anything else. They rushed into the unforgettable church. The girl tried to look outside through the cracks in the bricks of the dilapidated church. But she was quickly covered with her eyes and forcibly pulled back. No one was allowed to get close to the wall and had to hide as far away as possible. They huddled together, listening to the rumbling footsteps, which were getting louder and louder, meaning they were getting closer and closer. Those guys must have discovered that someone had burned a fire here. Disasters are not stupid. They are good at hunting, cunning, and patient. You can't imagine how persistent they are in hunting. They will lie on the ground pretending to be a corpse. Just like that. Letting you walk by them. When you think you are safe and expose your back to them. Oh! Your life has come to an end. If you are lucky. Although no one spoke, everyone prayed in their hearts. The noise outside was crazy. It must be a group of crazy wolves. You don't need to look to know that it is those guys. Their mouths are open like blooming flowers. And there are several long tongues in each piece of flesh that look like reproduction. They are very sensitive to flesh and blood. The disasters have an obsession with life that ordinary people cannot understand. The noise outside is getting more and more chaotic. They must have found the bonfire. The flames are extinguished, but the heat is still there. They are scratching the ground to make the dust fly. They can only cover their mouths, not making any noise, and then pray and silently recite in their hearts, if you're lucky. But the wolves outside still heard some sounds, and were attracted to leave in another direction. Then, there were roars, and the sound of claws hitting stones, which was a bit confusing. Then, there were muffled roars, and the sound of blood gushing out from the throats of the wolves. When everything calmed down, they saw a beautiful woman holding a slender liquid sword made entirely of blood. The ground was full of twisted corpses of wolves. The bloody sword must have come from those wolves. They looked at the woman and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Come with me," she said. Chapter 359 Update. Expedition of the Great Rift. The time has come. The autumn night wind swayed and swept the thorn grass beside the horses' hooves. The mosquitoes were still rampant, and the horse's tail flicked gently. "Paw!" Someone raised his hand and slapped himself in the face, then lowered his head to the campfire, saw the mosquito bursting blood in his palm, laughed happily, then grabbed a handful of sole and rubbed it in his palm to get some blood. Linda was eating wheat crackers and a pot of thick stew made with peas and potatoes. Toppings. Served in a bowl. It was so thick that if the bowl was turned upside down, the toppings inside would not even spill out, just like condensed lard. The military chef would use his apron to wipe off the splashing soup on the edge of the bowl when serving the dishes, ensuring that the edge of the bowl was clean and beautiful. But when Lynn stuffed a piece of food into his mouth with a cracker, the complex taste made him miss it very much and sigh that he was not made for hardship. Lynn was about to go to the snake catcher's fortress, the first crystal defense tower. It is about to be completed. The wizards have been busy for several days and nights. Along the way, he will hide his figure and go to the small market in Black Hoof Village to see the black market transactions. He is also accompanied by the garrison soldiers, who can eat these things when they camp and rest. Meat is still a scarce resource, and animal husbandry is more difficult than imagined. But the soldiers are always the best in terms of welfare. If they are not full, they can't fight. Linda agrees with this statement, because he often went to the battlefield hungry before and hated it. Maybe this is why many people still try their best to join Lynn's army even if they know that they have to go to the battlefield. Sour gravy meatballs are actually more like dumplings. The outside is ground with flour from the rhizomes of Solanaceae herbs. The only advantage is that they are hard to digest, and there is a risk of constipation if you eat too much. But now, after the chef's research, those disadvantages are being eliminated. Baked, ground into powder, then kneaded into a dough with small lumps with water, soaked in gravy, and pulled into small balls. Sour sauce is an ingredient that can be seen everywhere, which makes the cost of this dish infinitely low. As a duke, Lynn also has a salad, sometimes with fennel and some spice sauces. But Lynn's perception of this dish is average. The spicy salad can enrich the taste, but that's it. He will eat all the food and never allow waste to occur. But he has been thinking about whether to let the old chef from Raven City retire. So many good ingredients can only make a pot of stewed ingredients that are hard to swallow. It's really a waste. Just as he was sitting by the campfire and cleaning the last spoonful of stewed beans with a spoon, the chef and the team came over. "Sir?" The chef held a large ladle with a wooden handle. When he served the dish, he would use his wrist to scoop a large spoonful of cooked beans along the edge of the bucket. Don't worry about the chef shaking the spoon, because the dish was too sticky. Then you had to hold the bowl with both hands because he would hit the bowl hard with the spoon. Otherwise the sticky beans would hold on to the spoon tightly and not let go. Only in this way could the beans be shaken down. "Thank you. I'm full." Linda rejected the other party's kindness. Give it to those young men who are still growing. They are never satisfied with anything they eat, and they can grow taller even if they eat shit. The chef obviously didn't want to waste the food he had carefully prepared, but he still didn't dare to reject Linda's order. The young men were not picky eaters, and they wolfed down the food after the extra meal. Linda put down the bowl, and a young man with a keen eye ran over. "Sir, I will help you wash the dishes. What's your name?" Linda found that the other party seemed to appear in front of him more frequently recently. He didn't mind others using tricks to climb to a higher position. It's a good thing to be ambitious, but ability is also important. "Fuller." "My lord." The young man stood straight, but his posture didn't look so standard. "Where are you from?" Linda nodded and asked again. "Black Island." "My lord." Fuller was very serious, with a gleam in his eyes. But that was all. Linda would not treat him specially just because someone washed dishes for him. Otherwise the maid who washed his clothes should be directly made a baron. He remembered Fuller. Maybe one day when he needs him, he will choose him to help him. After a short rest, the team set out on the road again. When it was dark, they set up camp to rest. Linda went to the small market in Black Hoof Village to take a look and sort out the wealth. Lover Miss Aisley Lace is very reliable, and has never thought of betrayal or doing anything else. She used to be cautious, but now she works directly for the Duke and has almost no scruples. The scale of the small market in Black Hoof Village is expanding rapidly, and the things sold are becoming more and more outrageous. Of course, what is even more outrageous is that many mutants, greenskins, blood clans, fishmen, etc. have appeared here. The blood clans don't know that this is Lin's industry. Those undead bloodworts are even complacent, thinking that this is the place where Dark Chaos players should come. There are also some small forces that Lin has to choose to let go because they are too good at hiding, and they will come here to exchange equipment and survival supplies. Linda did not choose to take action. This group of people would not choose to pledge allegiance to the Kingdom of Rand no matter what. Even if they pledged allegiance to them, their conditions would not be met, such as becoming nobles, owning fiefdoms, etc. So let them live like this, trying their best to make money, hiding everywhere, and then return the hard-earned money to Linda through the small market. If you want to become a vampire, Linda flipped through the account book. I guess Rania could not imagine that the tax revenue of the major territories under her diligent governance was not even 1/20th of the black market in the small market. This place is a place where people are robbing money, and everyone is willing to come here to be robbed. After all, you can buy any core item of the Rand Kingdom here. The stronger Lin's army is, the higher the price of the goods circulating in the small market will be. Can I do it too? Aisley raised her head in surprise, with surprise in her eyes. Yes. It doesn't matter whether you become a Scarlet Lady or a Scarlet Noble. Lin closed the account book and nodded gently. In his eyes, they were all insignificant trifles. The benefits brought by Aisley exceeded his expectations, and it also saved him a lot of trouble. So it was nothing to let the other party become an immortal race. However, the rapidly rising favorability made Lin feel a little strange. Because of the opportunity to become a vampire, Aisley Lace's favorability soared from 5 to 75. She was so eager to leave her human body that it was difficult for Lin to have any interest in her. It was like meeting someone who was willing to sacrifice everything just to betray and leave the country and nation. Even if you knew that you were using her, you would still feel a little disgusted. I choose to continue to be loyal to you. Aisley lowered her head and said. She waited for a long time in Black Hoof Village, but did not wait for Dana. But if she could become a vampire, she was willing to sacrifice everything. No matter who you are, you must continue to be loyal to me, Lin said. He would not let go of such a useful talent. He took out a small round barrel from his body and put it on the ground. The muffled sound of it falling to the ground showed that it was not light at all. This is the newest alchemical prop of the land core. You can sell it in the small market. And then? Linda suddenly paused, as Aisley Lacey watched Linda's expression change dramatically, and all the words she wanted to say were stuck in her throat. Damn! For the first time, she saw anger on the handsome face that always planned and planned. Sir? Aisley shouted subconsciously. Then she saw Linda put away the barrel. These things are no longer useful, and the transactions in the small market will continue. Don't worry. I will arrange for someone to make you a vampire soon. Linda stood up and left in a gust of wind without giving Aisley a chance to answer. She wondered what had happened to make the Lord like this. Linda, who was rushing towards the camp, looked very upset. There should be a month before the public beta test. Linda even planned that the undead would disappear for a few years from now on. Before the update, it was his last chance to reap the benefits. He thought so, but he didn't expect that the update would come out of nowhere. Version 1.0 of Expedition of the Great Rift was officially released, and the update would last for 24 hours. It would be fine if it was just that. But Lin saw that the undead people on the forum were celebrating. The forum was not disconnected, and the time on the Earth was synchronized with the time here. This means that in this update, the undead people will not disappear for a year or two. They will disappear today, and then reappear in 24 hours. Chapter 360. This is the catalog. Expedition 1.0 of the Great Rift. The version will last for 24 hours, and all players are forced to log off. It has attracted a lot of attention in a corner of the internet before, but it is still a minority. Even games are a niche culture in the real world. To this day, there are still a large number of people who still think that work related to computers is just playing and is not doing their job properly. And games are the best example of not doing their job properly. Therefore, regarding the game Doomsday Ring, a large number of people on the internet do not care. They may occasionally see a video, but they just glance at it and then shift their attention to other places. Technology is developing, but people still use mobile phones or game consoles to play games. The most advanced is to use a VR helmet, but the evolution is not big. Some people believe in this game mode, while others do not believe it at all. However, as one person after another posted the game helmets they suddenly received on the internet, public opinion began to explode. There are manufacturers for helmets, and some people nearby even started investigating and found that this is a large electronic assembly plant. They have recently received some orders to make gaming helmets, but they only have helmets. They have no contact with the core technology inside, including battery technology, etc. A considerable number of netizens think that this is just an online carnival, just like someone fabricated the aminos country on the internet before. The potential of netizens to work together is unlimited. They can fabricate the history, flag, etc. of a country from scratch, and even deceive other people who don't know the truth into tears. So after the helmets that can't be said to be cross-era, but completely beyond the times, really began to appear on a large scale, this part of people thought it was another internet farce. In order to make people believe that there is a game called Doomsday Ring, some people joined together to shoot a video, and it was a prank game jointly played by global players, intending to deceive billions of people around the world. Some people have already called for rational watching and not being treated as clowns for a moment. Among them, there are many people who really registered accounts to participate in it and started posting. No, the public beta time can be so arbitrary. And it was said that it could be advanced in a month? Are you too confident? Or are you ready to make a quick buck and run? I strongly suspect that the game was not optimized at all and was directly put on the shelves. Brother, can my computer configuration play it? Computer configuration diagram.jpg. Can the mobile phone play it? Can the children's watch play it? Please click on any part to start the game. I downloaded it wrong? This is a game that requires wearing a helmet. Did you download the installation package in advance? You are so smart. Wait, let me think about it. I really received the helmet. If this is a network prank, then we have to say that the game Doomsday Ring has really made them prank, with unprecedented attention. And some people even dug out the video of the broom god from some time ago. All disputes will be confirmed after 24 hours of updates. Is it really a game that allows humans to enter a new era? Or is it a network prank with a huge impact? Put on the helmet, and then connect. Ding Dang doesn't look at her crotch. As a game anchor with few fans, she doesn't have much competitiveness in the live broadcast track. She has a pretty face and a cheerful personality, but popularity must be tied to streaming. In the early stage, you need a company to generate revenue, and in the middle and late stages, you need to cultivate your own top brother. Otherwise it's useless no matter how beautiful you are. She was cheated the last time she signed a live broadcast guild, which required her to broadcast for the full time or she would not be paid. So now she is struggling alone. The advantage is that she can play whatever she wants. But the disadvantage is that there is no basic salary guarantee and the income is unstable. But she has gradually relied on her face and the so-called healthy smile, and attracted a small number of fans. She has been coveting the Doomsday Ring for a long time. She doesn't like Doomsday-style games very much. From many CGs she has seen before, it is not difficult to see that this game will be related to religion, human nature, sex, etc., and is often accompanied by blood and violence. But this game can be played while falling asleep. Her two major interests in life, sleeping and playing games, if they can be done at the same time, I can't imagine how cool it would be. Maybe she doesn't have to worry about not making money and being hungry at work, because she will be hungry less slowly when she falls asleep. So no matter how noisy the voices on the internet were, Xiao Dingdang registered and ordered a helmet as soon as possible. After that, she began to search and buy various props online. Some second-hand platforms have begun to accept orders for game warehouses. Among them, The most popular transformation is the massage chair. It will definitely be uncomfortable to lie down for a long time. If the power of the massage chair is reduced, the body can be massaged regularly every once in a while to relieve body pressure. The biggest problem is the excretion problem. After a person falls asleep, the body will enter a low consumption state. But people cannot go a day and a night without eating or going to the toilet. She only bought a special pillow, which cost her several $100s, and she felt bad for a while. There were only 10 minutes left before the game was officially launched. Can't wait any longer. Doraemon went to the toilet without looking at her crotch, to make sure she wouldn't wake up from the urge. Put on the helmet and choose to connect. Her consciousness began to blur, and she felt dizzy. And then, the next moment, she appeared on a stone platform. The surrounding environment was not clear, as if she was really dreaming. Everything was in a real and illusory state. There was a living person in front of her, and when she subconsciously raised her arm, the other person actually raised his hand as well. I can really play games in my dreams when I fall asleep. This function alone is worth it. This is a mirror, used to pinch my face. Pinching my face is more magical than what is said on the internet. Very easy to use. Ding Dong finally chose to base it on her real appearance, and then beautify it a little bit. Oh! I accidentally pinched it so beautifully. Goose 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 goose. She was very satisfied and chose to enter the game. Her consciousness was pulled into the endless void by a big hand, as if she was quickly traveling in a certain environment. When she came to her senses, she had appeared in a huge open-air construction site. This place looks like the ancient Roman Colosseum, with towering buildings piercing the sky. There are strangely deformed horses that do not conform to human cognition pulling carts, and strong men bending over to carry stones as big as themselves. Is this a world full of supermen? I can no longer tell whether this is a game or reality. There is not only her here, but also many undead people like her. Their common feature is that they do not wear clothes. Men only wear white shorts that cannot be taken off, and women wear a white bra. Everyone was confused and excited. It's different from what we saw in the video. It's not the same at all, ha 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 ha. Some people were laughing excitedly. Others were already lying on the ground to smell the smell of the soil, and gave a thumbs up. That's the smell. Undead? Line up here. Someone was shouting in the distance. The undead, who had just entered the game, were confused and obedient, no matter how much they shouted on the internet. When everything their physical senses touched was exactly the same as reality, it was difficult for them to tell whether it was true or false. Of course, there are also those who don't listen. How can I listen to an NPC like you? What awaits them is a beating. Doraemon is very obedient in the queue. Those who have played the game know that the next step is definitely the tutorial for beginners. If you don't listen, you can't continue the game. It will be her turn soon. What's your name? Doraemon. She answered. Well, gender? Male. She subconsciously glanced at the side, and the voice was the answer of the super beautiful sister next to her. This game is full of malice. Female. She answered. Now you have two choices, the NPC said. The first choice is to join the Kingdom of Rand and become a citizen of the Kingdom of Rand. You must abide by the laws of the Kingdom of Rand and enjoy the benefits of the Kingdom of Rand. Ask a question. Doraemon subconsciously raised her hand without looking at her crotch. Because of her sudden action, others looked over. Oops. Her well-behaved personality was exposed. She stuck out her tongue awkwardly. Well, what can I do, and what can't I do? There is a printed law, the Rand Code, that you can read. As long as you don't hurt others it will. You will basically not break the law. The NPC pointed to a thick book at hand. You can smell the smell of brand new ink. Just half a day ago, Lind opened the portal at all costs. If the portal didn't have coordinates and couldn't be opened, he would use flying dragons. In short, he used all means to send the newly printed laws to every novice village. It was to establish a good law when the unknown number of new undead people just entered the scene. Rules. She nodded. Then I know. Go on. What is the second choice? The second choice is not to join the Kingdom of Rand. But you can't enjoy the benefits of the Kingdom of Rand. But you must also register your identity. Otherwise you will be banned from entering. Except for not being able to enjoy the benefits. There is no difference from ordinary people. You can become a mercenary and go to the guild to receive tasks. Doraemon asked without looking at her crotch. What are the benefits? The NPC directly handed her a thin booklet. She took the thin booklet and looked at the heavy code next to it. She subconsciously said, The difference is too big. This one is the catalog. The NPC pointed to the 3 piles of books next to it. Those are the specific contents of the benefits. I want to join the Kingdom of Rand. Chapter 361. You can buy a house now. The game is officially open for testing. And hundreds of thousands of new players are pouring into the game. But they are not clustered in the same place, but scattered. For the magic world, players guess that it is at least 3 times the land area of the Earth. These hundreds of thousands of people are thrown into the world and left to act on their own. It is very likely that they will never meet another person in their lifetime. Fortunately, this is a game. Everyone is just thrown into different servers, and there is also a novice village, which is better than the treatment of internal test players. The video playback volume of French Circle Weekly began to surge. Even the column views have seen a surge. Similar programs include French Circle Guide, French Circle Skipping Class, French Circle Complete Collection, etc. With the influx of a large number of bloggers, the program has exploded. After confirming that this game is extremely real, everyone can't help but indulge in it. The Great Rift Expedition 1.0 has been launched, but the game has not changed at all. The level has not been upgraded. And even at this stage, there has been no plot related to the Great Rift. We guess that the key plot has not yet been triggered. This may be the time the authorities give new players to adapt, so that everyone can improve their strength and level as much as possible to deal with the powerful enemies in version 1.0. A friend of mine was very lucky and appeared directly in the Kingdom of Rand, which is really enviable. There are many countries in the world, and appearing in which novice village does not affect the game experience. Undead people will one day become heroes that those NPCs must look up to. Speaking of becoming a hero, how can we miss the introduction of weapons? First, I will introduce to you the most suitable weapons and professions for pioneering. Here they will be divided according to continent, country, territory. If your area is not mentioned, you are welcome to submit. Lynn closed the video. This time, a large number of undead people really poured into the Rand Kingdom. The number has not been counted yet, but it is definitely over 10,000. The total number of people in the public beta test exceeded at least 600,000. And this was only the first hour of the first time. It is not ruled out that more and more people will enter the game in the later stage. It is not a problem for the peak number of online people to exceed 1 million. And it may exceed 10 million in the future. Disaster? The biggest disaster has come. I wonder if the Great Rift in the Abyss can withstand the suicide attack of so many fearless monsters. Far water cannot quench a nearby fire, so Lin can only focus on the nearby. He has come to the Snake Catcher Fortress under construction, and decided to temporarily focus on the Snake Catcher Fortress until he finishes the work here. Although there are many new undead, they will not cause big trouble in a short time. They are curious about this world, and will explore it with a novel eye. Moreover, they will be guided by the undead. Most of the undead still belong to the lawful camp. In order to deal with the sudden arrival of large numbers of undead, Lind has already arranged some interesting jobs, opening points function, points redemption store, etc. Not only in the Snake Catcher Fortress, but also in other areas. Each store has its own exclusive profession and redemption equipment, etc. Each area has received the notice at the first time. And the local soldiers and merchants, who are used to being NPCs, have arranged each undead with ease, just like the rotation of gears, in order to enhance the undead's sense of belonging and prevent them from taking action casually. Lin's other killer move is to open, buy a house, function. Not only the novice village, but all the main cities have a serious problem. Lack of population. There are a lot of empty houses, but no one lives there. Not to mention the many abandoned villages, fishing grounds, and disaster shadow farming areas in the wilderness. Selling for a period of 70 years allows the undead to feel real in the game world, as if they are living in the real world. In this world, there is no problem of not being able to pay off the mortgage. Most people don't even need to spend money to live in a house, as long as they are willing to work hard and complete more tasks. Each person is limited to buying a house, and only has the right to live in the house. The land still belongs to the Lord and must comply with the laws of the Rand Kingdom. Lin wants the undead to live here, and become a member of the Rand Kingdom. Even if they leave here to go to the advanced map in the future, they will not kill casually because this is their home. The strength of the undead will grow. In the future, everyone will be a hero or epic level. The city can't resist their invasion at all, and can only play the emotional card. As the home purchase was opened, It caused a stir. Undead people in many regions also asked the lords of their regions, and were scolded by the lords. The houses and land are the private property of the lords. You undead monsters actually want to get involved? Get lost. Lind, who was completely unaware that his actions had been labeled as difficulty, considerate, was about to take a look at his crystal defense tower. This should be the first one, because the crystal defense tower of Star Dragon City was not very sophisticated before. Not only was the appearance too rough and did not conform to the aesthetics of the Rand Kingdom, but many magic circles were not added to it. After several experiments, it has been included in the demolition plan. When the new crystal defense tower of Star Dragon City is built, it will be demolished. The current crystal defense tower integrates many functions, such as teleportation magic circle. In the future, each main city will build a teleportation magic circle, which can be opened only after the consent of both places, truly connecting the two places. The protective buildings of the Crystal Defense Tower are also being strengthened, even including the arrow towers erected around it, and a wizard tower for daily care, maintenance and operation, etc. After confirming everything, Lin prepared to go to the city to check the progress of the reconstruction of the fortress. In his plan, the Snake Catcher Fortress should assume the function of arena. It was also necessary to separate the functions of the major cities. In layman's terms, this is called dragging the game time and letting players play for a while longer. Moreover, the points between the different territories he set were not universal. It was necessary to ensure that each territory had an irreplaceable function, so that the undead would work hard to brush every place and start to grind. A melodious sound of the harp suddenly attracted Lin's attention. He felt a force like sweet spring water flowing into his body along with the sound of the harp and the song. He looked up and found a woman sitting on a big rock. She was holding a harp and plucking the strings gently. She had long hair that fluttered like silk in the wind, and her singing overwhelmed the shouts at the scene. The singing was magical. Lin looked carefully and found that the woman was not sitting on the stone. She was floating quietly, and the sound waves flowed along the wind, swirling and drifting, nourishing everyone. As she sang, people worked faster and recovered their strength faster. She finished singing a song and fell to the ground, obviously noticing Lin's arrival. My lord. She bent down. What should I call you? Einar. I'm from Crescent Town. A very perfect performance. Your strength. Lin said. You are a great knight. Right? He recognized at a glance that the other party was not a wizard, although she sang by playing the piano to bring strength to people. It felt more like a knight's war cry to Lin, a technique to inspire the body, rather than a magical blessing. Einar nodded, yes. Very interesting ability. Linda went straight to the point. Your ability is very useful in war, and can increase the survival rate of soldiers. I hope to buy the potion formula related to your ability. Different status. The chat style will be different. When he is in a low position, he has to estimate the other party's feelings. But when he is in a high position, he only needs to make an offer, and it is difficult for the other party not to accept it. At most, he is greedy. Linda has plenty of wealth. Of course. Einar nodded without thinking. This was a pleasant exchange. Linda was very generous and willing to give her more compensation, such as wealth, etc., which were just resources in Linda's eyes. Their function was to exchange for other resources. Money that could not be spent was just scrap metal. But Einar refused the gift and compensation. When Linda separated from the other party, he said to the officer in charge of the reconstruction of the Snake Catcher Fortress, give her more convenience, and prevent anyone from harassing her. Oh! And leave her a house in the Snake Catcher Fortress. Lin doesn't mind making up for it in other invisible aspects if she can actively provide help. This ability is useless in her hands, but if it is transferred to the battlefield, it is equivalent to a group of soldiers being able to increase their strength by 10% to 20% at no cost. The increase in strength can avoid death and sacrifice. It can also bring victory. The Duke is here. After walking a distance, several children cheered because of Lin's arrival. Why are there children? Lin looked at the 3 children in confusion and waved at them. Adults. They are also residents of Crescent Town. They come here because adults come to work. Yeah. Lin nodded and looked down at the 3 little guys. But the 3 were not as scared of him as he imagined. They were even whispering. However, the sound of their whispering entered Lin's ears word for word. He doesn't look that tall. George. the little girl said. But he is very handsome. He has blonde hair. The youngest kid opened his hands and raised them above his head. Linda bent down and asked, "Why? Am I short?" Very interesting statement. I didn't expect that in the eyes of the child. I was still a dwarf. There are not many people taller than me now. And the only ones who are taller than me are the Red Knight and Carl, who can't speak. The three little guys were so scared by Linda's sudden talk that they covered their mouths and dared not speak. Other people around also saw the scene here, but they were not sure whether Linda would be angry because of the child's words. Everyone did not move, but watched quietly, perhaps still praying in their hearts. The little boy mustered up his courage, looked up at Lind, and said, "My aunt likes you, and she wants to marry you." Ha ha ha. Lind smiled and gently rubbed the boy's head. "It's really my honor. I believe your aunt must be a beauty. But it's a pity that I already have a fiancé." "Yes, that's a pity." The little boy sighed. The three children were sighing, but the people around them, whether soldiers or ordinary people, were laughing, and the tense atmosphere was swept away. "George!" There was a sharp shout in the distance. A woman with a red face ran over. "My lord." I. Her cheeks were red, and she was embarrassed. "It's a very cute child." Linda smiled and turned to walk towards the crystal defense tower. The people around him also automatically dispersed after Linda left. Auntie reached out and pulled George's ears. The little guy had to stand up on tiptoe because he was held by his ears. "It's over. He will definitely be beaten today." Chapter 362. Start brushing emblems. In the Snake Catcher Fortress, the undead were carrying stones. The NPCs from Crescent Town looked at the undead working frantically and couldn't help but open their mouths wide. I've never seen people working so hard. I seem to have exceeded the upper limit of the load. And I'm losing blood, ha ha ha. When people saw an undead with a festering and bleeding body but smiling, they just felt crazy. Why do these people love work so much? Is there a script? This task is a bit boring. But I'm almost saving enough money. The undead are not destined to work forever. When they feel bored or save enough money to buy a sword, they will start the next step. Because Lind has opened up housing qualification. You can buy a house by earning points in a main city and being in a friendly state without being wanted. You can even buy land and build your own house. Some studios, game guilds, etc. that have just entered the game have begun to work together to brush up points. The temptation of buying a house and having your own base is too great. Some people are planning to buy together. If one person only owns one room, it is a bit small. But if dozens of people get together, can they build a small yard? In the game, as long as you pull the senses to the highest level, the sensory system is not much different from normal. Everyone can have dinner together occasionally in the future. And there is no need to consume in the real world. Avoiding all kinds of consumerism. The more I think about it, the more excited I am. So, open up the wasteland. The surrounding disasters are the first to be operated on. Golden City Goliath. Royal Palace. Lind just came back on horseback. As the fastest flying creature in the country, the flying dragon often sets out with a lot of things on its back. From east to west. From south to north. It delivers things that are not worth transporting through portals. Or places that portals cannot reach. Compared to fighting on the battlefield, Alex is more adapted to the current life, which is not much different from his previous life of pulling a cart. Flying does not make him tired. And every time he arrives in a village, he feels proud to see people's panic or awe. There were only 2 people at the long table in the conference room. Rania held the seal with her left hand and pressed down with her right palm. The red wax overflowed under the pressure of the seal. When she lifted the seal, only a dragon-shaped seal mark was left below. The moment the wax was pressed, it represented that the law came into effect. The candlelight flickered Rania's expression. "Do you really plan to implement it now?" "Yes. I'm afraid we don't have much time. We must implement it now." Linda nodded. She handed the scroll to Linda, hesitant to speak. She thought Linda's plan was very dangerous, and they had discussed it many times before. The core of the topic is whether to give the undead certain rights. The king needs to increase his strength by constantly infecting nobles. But if the infect nobles are undead, the situation may be very bad. For this reason, the answer they finally discussed was a few years later. However, this answer was drawn because Lin guessed that the undead might disappear for a year with the update. who knew that this public beta update not only did not make the undead disappear, but also brought more undead in advance. Some previous plans must also be put on the agenda. Lin looked at the edict, and after confirming that there were no mistakes in the content, he rolled it up and said, "I will go to Griffin Castle in a while. We must find out what the Griffin Duke intends to do. Surrender or destruction. As an old noble, the other party has never been overthrown. And Dorothy, as an old noble, has become the most popular poster girl in the main city in the south. There must be some reasons for this. Everything and official things that can coexist peacefully are worth his most malicious speculation and vigilance." After leaving the palace, Lin prepared to publicize the new officer system as quickly as possible. But the officer system must be built on the magic task system, so he still has to update through letters. The process will definitely be a bit busy, and the timeliness is also poor. But as long as one undead sees it, all other undead will see it soon. He doesn't have to worry about the spread of information. When Lin handed the scroll to his men, he met his fiancée, Tioni. Favorability. 0. Lin strongly suspected that her brain really couldn't understand what emotions were, although she behaved like a normal human in all aspects. Emotions don't lie. Tioni was just wandering around as usual. She was very interested in all the information from the outside world, and was keen on collecting other people's emotions. She seemed to want to fulfill her responsibilities as a wife. But Lin had no interest in hugging a nuclear bomb that could explode at any time. There was no communication between the two sides. Just like strangers meeting. This is normal, because Lin once found that Tyan actually made an action table, which had a strict time division, and wrote down what she should do and when. During the time she was with Lin, she was a fiancée. But when the time came, she had to be busy with the next thing. Even if it was her fiancé, she couldn't get entangled. Otherwise she would be hit by a nuclear bomb sword. The undead people also learned to be smart. Even the so-called most difficult to brush Lin's favorability can be brushed. But Tyan will always have 0 favorability. So there is no need to waste time on her. See you in the book. Lin returned to Almond Manor. The manor had hired new maids and housekeepers. Their work was not hard, because Lin often ate and lived outside. So they only had to clean and wash clothes occasionally. What's for dinner? Lin untied his robe. Although the complicated noble clothing was far less heavy than armor, it was much more stuffy than wearing armor. Fried fish, said by Hey Dao. The housekeeper said. It sounds good. Where are they? Lin found that there was no familiar figure at the table. Miss Doris, the recorder, was given a room here at Lind with a serious and responsible attitude. But she would live elsewhere most of the time. Miko would definitely live here at Lind. As would Miss Troll Isa, when also lived here before. But now she has returned to Raven City with the Crystal Mage. Miss Isa said she has a problem that has not been solved yet. She is reading in the library. I have saved food for her. Where's Miko? After the housekeeper pulled out the chair, Linda sat down and took the towel handed to her to wipe his hands. Miss Miko. Just as the housekeeper was about to speak, footsteps were heard. Miko was not wearing her wide-brimmed magician's hat and had short hair, but her expression looked a little strange. Miko seemed to be in a bad state recently. But Linda had too many things to do and had no time to pay attention to her. Has your favorability dropped so much? Linda subconsciously glanced at her. We are almost ordinary friends. And even the favorability is almost at the level of Doris. The one with the highest favorability is Raven, who has a full favorability. This has something to do with Win's way of thinking. As long as she recognizes you, you have a full favorability. But don't think about doing anything to her, because the brain circuits of angels are different from those of ordinary people. Next is Rania. Recently, Rania's favorability has slightly decreased, probably because she has calmed down. Then there is Melulin. The high favorability of both parties is closer to a kind of mutual understanding after experiencing a certain experience together. Lover Aisley Lacey also has a high degree of favorability towards Linda. But this comes from gratitude, admiration and fear. Linda waved her hand and asked the housekeeper to leave. Linda, I have something to tell you. Miko's expression was tangled, and it could be seen that she had been tangled for a long time. You tell me. Linda nodded gently, waiting for something that she might be tangled in that needed to be confessed. I come from Tianqing Magic School, but I am not a student. I am just the broom lady in the library. Mika clenched her fist slightly. I love magic and potions, but I only learned part of it by myself. Later, I left Tianqing Magic School and disguised myself as a student of the school. She looked up at Linda. And at this moment she really looked like a rabbit. With red eyes. I'm sorry. Linda's voice was heavy. I don't know any broom lady. But Tianqing Magic School didn't admit you. A great potion genius like you? When I have time to go there, I will definitely teach those guys who look down on others a lesson. She suddenly looked up at Lind. This answer was a little unexpected. But it was something that Lind would do. The unexpected part was that he was not angry about hiding his identity from her. And what Lind did was that he seemed to protect her from beginning to end. And this time was no exception. For Lind, Miko's identity was not important at all. It was even better that she was not a student of Tianqing Magic School. Not to mention the ghost girl Selena. Just say the troll lady Isa. She has a very firm self-awareness. And will argue with Lind when she disagrees with him. And will refuse to help. Miko is different. Lind would grab all the potions and materials and give them to her. And then she would hide everything like a rodent and give Lind all her help. The relationship between the two sides is always full of everything. And this trust and peace of mind far exceeds everything. As Miss Troll said, for a personal pharmacist, skills are not the most important. But trust is. You are my chief potion pharmacist. What? Chief potion pharmacist. What? Linda, is there something wrong with your ears? Miko showed her rabbit teeth. I asked you to say it a few more times. Ahem. Miss Miko. Are you willing to become the chief pharmacist of Duke Linda Alman? Linda stood up, bowed slightly and said, you know, the Duke's trust in you is irreplaceable. My pleasure. Sir. Miko squinted, tears trembling on her eyelashes. Linda sighed inwardly. The increase in favorability was higher than Rania's. The little girl was too easy to coax. But what about his own favorability towards her? He subconsciously checked it. Isn't this abnormal? How come my favorability towards her is also over 90? He looked at Miko's extremely bright smile and smiled too. Well, this is normal. Miss Chief Pharmacist. I need you to help me make a few potions. Lind said. How many? Bard potion. Murloc potion. Swordsman potion. He nodded. Yes. A few. He should only drink the Bard potion. But the Bard has no poetry collection. So Lind can only try the Pied Piper. And the other potions are not very effective. And repeating them will not help. And may even cause some changes in the body. He didn't need to take the potion. But he had to brush the emblem. He also brought several previous poetry collections. Including The Last Refuge, Along the River, and Miss Moon. It can be prepared tonight. It seems that the newly appointed chief pharmacist is very excited. Lind nodded. They came to the top of the building. The room with the best lighting happened to be Lind's bedroom. He opened the window to let the moonlight in. Miss Miko quietly brewed the potion, while Lind took the basic poetry collection and quietly flipped through it. He didn't need the power of the potion path, but only the benefit brought by the emblem. But he also needed Miko to brew more potion to activate the emblem. Soon, the first bottle of potion was ready. Start brushing the emblem. Chapter 363. There is a paradox player among us. Emblem. Exclusive to Old Nobles. The great power preserved in the blood of the Old Nobles is also the reason why the Old Nobles can be called boss in addition to the powerful mutant physique and many numerical values. From the perspective of the undead, this thing is called unique passive. Unfortunately, Lind's only passive is that the passive is not unique. Sun Ring, the first one Lind obtained. Emblem is one of his starting points, allowing him to use his abilities at will, which is intuitively reflected in the fact that there is no need to read the bar. And there is even no skill release pre-swing. Moon Ring, the second emblem, allows Lind to significantly improve his combat power when he is covered in moonlight at night. He tested it himself, and it was about 20%. But there is a problem. When the moonlight cannot fall on him, he will lose this power. Firelight covers the moonlight. Dark and hidden valleys, forests, rivers, etc. So there are not many opportunities for it to be used. The furnace emblem makes Lind's fire resistance directly exceed 100%. He will not be injured when burned by flames, but will recover and heal his injuries. Combined with the Sun Ring, it forms Lind's main fire fighting style. The twin emblem allows him to do two things at the same time and gain a second health bar. At this stage, Lind is trying to transfer the health bar of the noble from the second heartbeat, so that the second stage mentioned by the undead can become his own first stage. The twin emblem is like a second chance at life. giving Lind a lot of tolerance. The Krite emblem can devour curses to improve its own attributes. The more terrifying the curses on the body at the same time, the stronger the increase. However, curses are double-edged swords. Currently, the only curse on Lind is dragonization. The lion emblem has the characteristics of bloodthirstiness, and will burst out the damage accumulated from continuous attacks at a certain time. The golden oath emblem has the effect of restraint and cage. The messy emblems on Lind can be merged together and straightened out. This is its function, just like maintaining the balance of all forces. Next is the poet emblem, which was just obtained from the Pied Piper. Lind grabbed a practice sword and swung it, but the wind blades that were swept out spread out in a fan shape after hitting the candlestick in front of him. The same is true for other attack methods. After the first collision, it will spread out. Although the power is reduced, the coverage area is increased. The Lady emblem, from Miss Moon, has no other function, but it allows Lind to have a third health bar, because he heard the third heartbeat, and the heartbeat was barely audible. Fairy emblem, from Along the River, has nothing to do with the lake fairy of the fisherman. The emblem is in the shape of a sword, with a buff effect, doubling the time, including magic and potions. Shield emblem, from The Last Refuge. This is probably Lind's favorite emblem. In order to test how strong the power is, he deliberately challenged the Red Knight to a duel. The unguarded state allowed the Red Knight to hit hard, but he only consumed a huge amount of physical strength. But his body did not move. In other words, as long as his physical strength is not exhausted, he will always be in a dominant state. The half-fish emblem is also the emblem that Lind dislikes. He is unwilling to give up his human appearance, so he stays away from all abilities that may make him weird and ugly, even if this ability may seem powerful at the moment. Breathing in water, not affected by humid environments, and moving faster in liquids. As for the last two-handed sword emblem, Lind grabbed a wooden stick with both hands and easily knocked down the Red Knight. He also has an amplification, but unlike the undead, it is not limited to the category of swords. All weapons held with two hands and even kitchen utensils can be used. Lind doesn't know how strong he is now, but he must be far above the level of 40. The level is just an external number. If he stands in the sea of fire, covered with moonlight, holding a sword in both hands, Lind is confident that he can kill for a year or two without rest. While Lind is studying his own strength, the undead have already started various explorations for the main task. There is not much information about the Great Rift. If it weren't for the 1.0 version called Great Rift Expedition, many old players would not have noticed any changes in their game environment. But when they searched carefully, they found that NPCs related to the Great Rift appeared in the main city, and they were recruiting warriors willing to participate in the expedition. A country far away on the other side of the Shilu continent, the Kingdom of Bly. The people of this country have never heard of the Kingdom of Rand, and the undead people also think it is the same server. Different partitions of the Shilu continent server, that is, the Land Kingdom Zone and the Break Kingdom Zone. This is due to the inertial thinking of the game. No one can believe that in a game that can be played while lying down. The land area is actually much larger than the Earth, even if every inch of land is made, filled with buildings, plots, different monsters, tasks, etc. And all programmers in the world are caught together and locked in a small dark room to code until they die. They still cannot complete such a huge workload. It's outrageous enough that the whole world is dreaming together. The undead gathered in the main city. An old man stood on the high platform in front of them, and the other party was mobilizing. The disaster is just the beginning. The abyss monsters in the Big Rift will destroy everything. They were told that the gods have fallen asleep and can't protect the world. They were told that the monsters from the abyss of the rift are ready to move and will destroy the world. They were told. Wait, I have a question. An undead in green armor raised his hand. The other undead, who were watching the plot, also turned to look at him, with doubts flashing in their eyes. Everyone was waiting to go to the new map to open up the wasteland. So don't delay things. But the old man was very happy. We will never fight with doubts. He nodded slightly, signaling the undead to ask questions. The undead asked Scholar, "You said that the arrival of the crack monsters will destroy the world. How exactly will it destroy it? They will infect humans with their plague-like curse and make us become part of the abyss." The old man gnashed his teeth. "And then?" the undead asked. "Scholar, what?" "Undead, I'm asking." The Abyss turned all humans into monsters. And then what are they going to do? Scholar, isn't this evil enough? The undead didn't understand. Is this evil? The undead on the side quickly distanced themselves from the puzzled undead. Damn. There's a paradox player among us. Paradox players, who are anti-human, genocide and other characteristics, are the ultimate evil boss type among game players. Fight a war and destroy a civilization. Such a terrifying character actually appeared next to me. My scalp was numb. This guy would not take the initiative to join the Abyss, and then deliberately come out to spread the Abyss curse plague. After all, no matter how you look at it, joining the side of the boss, the development speed will be easier and simpler. Chapter 364 The money that scalpers make is all my money. Welcome everyone to watch this issue of French Ring Weekly. The first snowstorm of winter has arrived. When the sun shines through the layers of dark clouds and falls on the ground. I, a person who has never seen snow since birth, happily played a snowball fight. Our discussion topic this time is Expedition of the Great Rift. Many kingdoms have begun to form legions, and undead people are recruited to join the army. But we also advise some newbies not to rush to join the army. You should seize the opportunity to upgrade your level and obtain new equipment. Doing more tasks is a good choice. Lin had the attitude that the Great Rift must be dealt with. But he did not intend to rush over like this. He had to first investigate the situation of the Great Rift at the Morphous Gate. To do this, he needed to select elites layer by layer, and let them go with the gentle crystal mage to establish an outpost. He had already had 2 battles with the Abyss. Whether it was Iris Leon or the Cunning King, he had to be vigilant, and not let those things come out. The big crack called Alternative Plane Invasion by the Crystal Wizard is a huge passage. But it is hard to say what it is like. However, sufficient supplies will definitely make the undead more willing to work hard. And they can also promote consumption, stimulate demand, and ease employment pressure. From the perspective of the economic development of the Rand Kingdom, the undead must also go on an expedition. From Lin's perspective, he wants to go even more. When the undead and other servers have already started the expedition, the Rand Kingdom has not made any moves, which makes many undead feel dissatisfied. Let's talk about whether we can win or not. And we can't delay us from opening a new map. So Lin opened the mission to the public. Expedition Outpost. The Great Rift makes people uneasy. Those visitors from the Abyss only think about how to kill more people every day. Go to Raven City to sign up for the expedition. Reward, none. It's good that Lin didn't charge them money to participate in the reward. It's a good thing to be able to go to the new map to fight new monsters. The undead have taken all the advantages. But this is not enough. Lin opened the officer system, which he regarded as his trump card. Through the officer system, you can get battle experience points and upgrade your level. And the level affects the recruitment of soldiers and the formation of your own war group. Although many NPCs can be recruited now, just like bandits can be recruited, as long as you are willing to invest in training. If the talent is not too bad, you can really train a strong fighter. But Linda's officer system is different. A group of undead people stood in front of the wooden bulletin board, looking at the content written on it. Trainee soldier, regular soldier, elite soldier, elite soldier, knight squire, trainee knight, knight, baron. Wait a minute. Baron? As for the fact that the experience points of trainee soldiers range from 1 to 500, while the experience points of baron are more than 500,000, they have automatically ignored it. No matter what the value is, as long as you can work hard within a limit, you will definitely work hard. Baron should have a fiefdom. It's hard to say, but even if there is no fiefdom, who doesn't want to be a baron? Let Queen Rania canonize me as a baron. Just thinking about it can make me laugh so hard that I can't stop laughing. In real life, I can be a cow or a horse. And in the game, I am a noble baron. It seems there are other bonuses. Soldiers who are allowed to be recognized as soldiers of the Rand Corps. Regular army recognition and private army are 2 completely different things. It is unrealistic to let the undead people build an army that can sweep across the mountains and rivers, because the population problem cannot be solved. NPCs are destined to die one by one. It is even difficult to say whether they can recruit people. But at this moment, they are excited. Although they don't know how to get 1 battle experience point, their enthusiasm has risen. In particular, it says that when you reach a certain level, you can exchange for exclusive equipment and appointment books after returning to the palace. When you reach a certain stage, you will be given a coat of arms. which is the only passive skill of the old nobles. The only way to get the coat of arms is to kill the old noble's boss. But the old nobles are more difficult to deal with than one another. And they hide very well. If you can't beat them, they will hide. And only a few people can get the passive skills. Now that you can get the coat of arms by brushing the battle experience points. It is hard for the undead not to be excited. By the way, the Rand Kingdom missions, the mobile game sign-in feeling is really strong. Only 30 days away from giving away wings and divine pets. But what can I do? I still want it so much. The good benefits of the Rand Kingdom can no longer attract the attention of the undead in other regions. The undead in other countries will actively avoid related posts. Everyone is not playing the same game. So don't disturb each other. And don't use your shining weapons and equipment to disturb my eyes. Your Rand Kingdom area is not a simple difficulty. It is clearly test server. So test server players should not come to our place. There is no game experience at all. No challenge. And I don't know what's the point of playing. Someone has already posted on the forum. What are you waiting for? I must have an all-female night team. It's boring to have an NPC team. A bunch of timid NPCs go to the battlefield. I might as well rush up and chop them myself. It's very interesting to have an all-female night team. Put on beautiful armor for them all. And they will be great when they go out. Afterwards, Lind opened the expedition shop and even had to hire a large number of people to keep it running. Before the expedition even started, the shop was already crowded with curious people. The only thing he was selling at the moment was the Scout Guard. The effect was to help the kingdom open up the map. The price was high, and the undead seemed to have no reason to buy and use it. But what if the Scout Guard came with +1 experience points? Good news for us exploration players. As long as we put in 500,000 eyes, we can become a baron. It's really a little simple to think about it this way. Damn! Sold out. There seem to be more than 1 or 2 people who want to rely on inserting 500,000 eyes to become a baron. Demand exceeds supply. Linda stood in front of the crystal of Goliath's base, which was a huge crystal defense tower. Put the gold seal in it and began to check the signal connection status. What's going on? He immediately took out the map to compare. Raven City, which had not yet completed the construction of the crystal defense tower, actually connected to the signal? The undead actually used the reconnaissance guard to connect the two places. How many scout guards would be wasted? It was a waste. But Lind made money again. Because for every scout guard he inserted, he could create another batch of scout guards. It doesn't matter if resources are hard to get. You can send tasks to the undead to do it. He didn't really want to make this money, but he couldn't stop the undead from giving money like crazy. So Lind could only helplessly make this deal and urge the mass production of scout guards. He hated scalpers very much. And the scalpers made my money. My money! Chapter 365 Heroic Sun Knight. The selection of the first expeditionary soldiers has begun. All natives with experience in thieves and sentinels can participate. Keep an eye on all directions and take certain risks. However, the rewards are generous. Whether alive or dead, there will be rewards that make people breathe faster. Honor, money, family benefits, etc. No one can refuse. This is your chance to make a name for yourself. A friend who's right, I was pecked out in his early years, pulled Fuller's arm. Do a good job for the Duke. Wait to hear my great story. Fuller patted his chest and whistled. The story of Lord Fuller will be spread throughout the Rand Kingdom in the future. And I will definitely become the Duke's most trusted warrior. I'm waiting for your good news. Fuller participated for honor. Some people can die for money. Some can die for honor. He and his friend are both people who can die for honor. But it's a pity that his friend had one eye pecked out for honor. And he never had the chance to serve in the army again. Fuller strode away with his luggage under the envious gaze of the people around him. His chin slightly raised. At this moment, he already felt his success. As if he had returned with honor. After the army was ready, it set off for the Gate of Morphus. The grand expedition had already begun. And all parties appeared on the stage, waiting for a perhaps gorgeous performance. Or perhaps, it came to an abrupt end. Nothing. There were only a few undead people selected in the first batch. And their common feature was that they were very strong. Reaching level 20 was already the most basic requirement. But fortunately, there was more than one expeditionary force. There was also a second batch and a third batch. There were also undead, who were not ready to complete the mission. At most, I could just follow the team on foot. They just wanted to open the map. But they gave up this idea after following them for 3 days. After 10 days, and a half of a month of expedition, there was no reward. Others ate meat, and I got nothing. What was the point? After a brief rest at the Snake Catcher Fortress, they headed straight for the Gate of Morphus. When they arrived at the Snake Catcher Fortress, the undead saw the familiar crystal defense tower. Without saying anything else, how about putting a ward first? Well, it's not allowed. The signal overlapped. What a big arena. Is there any saying here? What's open in the Snake Catcher's Fortress? Whenever you arrive at a main city, it's important to see what local specialties are sold. Just like the Linda's Lion/sold in the Troll Castle is fucked up. And the skill can only be purchased in the Troll Castle. But that place is a bit remote. And another way to buy it is to find Linda himself. But this guy is sometimes willing to teach. And sometimes, he will say that he is very busy, and doesn't want to talk to people. If they hadn't seen that he was strong and had a high level, they would have drawn their swords and killed Lynn to see if they could get some skilled books or something. The team will take a half-day break. The Crystal Mage turned around and said loudly. After half a day, gather and continue on the road. One looked at the dispersing undead people. Can they really do it? This time, they only brought a small number of soldiers. And more of them were logistics. They had to set up a sentry post at the Gate of Morphus to facilitate the subsequent reinforcement. And as the only military force, the undead people seemed unreliable. You have chosen to trust Lind, haven't you? The Crystal Mage asked. I have chosen to trust him. Wen nodded gently. Her extreme thinking was like this. Once she had chosen, she had determined it. As long as the goal was the same as what she had determined at the beginning, she could stick to it. At this stage, following Lind was indeed better than fighting alone. He seemed to know how to play with the undead. He could always make these thorny guys obedient. Even crazier than the fanatics. At this time, Linda had received a letter from the Duke of the Southern Griffin. They heard that Goliath had returned to the rule of Hedwyn. So they sent a letter. Igor Griffin, the Duke of the Griffin, just like the Duke of the Mountain Troll, has absolute autonomy in the territory. His own soldiers, policies, etc. The dukedom is like a principality. If it weren't for the strict requirements on coins, maybe the coins would become griffins. Linda's impression of the Griffin family is that they can give birth. Not only can they give birth, but the Duke also raises illegitimate children at home. The illegitimate children of the Griffin can even form a team of knights. As for Miss Fonley Dorothy, let's not talk about it. Before this, Lind had arranged for people to go to the Griffin territory to investigate. And the people he arranged were not ordinary people, but the Scarlet Ladies of the Blood Clan. Some people will pledge allegiance to the Black Knight. They are eager to go further. Blood and loyalty seem to complement each other at this stage. Don't they? The middleman of the Scarlet Ladies is the Red Sister. She is also the only one who knows that Lind is the Black Knight. But Lind has never asked her to keep it secret. He had never intended to act in disguise. And he only hid his identity to get in front of the Scarlet Monarch. The misunderstandings that followed had nothing to do with him. But the Red Sister didn't think so. She was sure that the mysterious Black Knight could better restrain the vampires than the Lion Duke standing in the light. The Black Crow spread its wings and landed at the window of the defenders of the Golden City. The badge on its ankle flashed a faint light. Seeing this, the patrol soldier nodded, opened the door and let the crow jump in, and flew into Goliath from the passage. Today's Goliath is so difficult for birds to cross. In the almond manner, Lind has changed into a robe. After his burly figure is wrapped in a slender noble robe, the overall visual effect is elongated. He looks like a noble who is powerless. Loose, long robes, etc. will give people some illusions. When the crow landed on the window, Lind raised his hand to signal the butler to leave. My lord. The crow landed and turned into a red nun. She couldn't help but look at Lind twice more. This man, who is said to be the man who is called the walking god on earth, never cares about his clothes. He prefers armor to gorgeous robes. He is always decorated with various props, each of which can be fatal, as far as Sister Red knows. This style is the same as that of most undead people. Those undead people call it value higher than appearance. When you are free, you can wear something sexy to entertain yourself. But when it comes to war, who cares whether it looks good or not? You will definitely wear the one with the highest attribute. Now, he was wearing a long robe without wrinkles, with dark red and gold as the overall tone. And his hair was smoothed and trimmed. He didn't like long hair. But he hadn't cut it for a while, and didn't cut it off. His hair was combed, which modified his facial contours and made him look more gentle. It was difficult to put adjectives such as weak on him. Not so aggressive was the most tolerant adjective. What's wrong? Lin subconsciously raised his hand and touched his cheek. He never thought that he could make a living by his face. But when he found that Sister Red was staring at him in a daze, he subconsciously, offended, to take a look at her favorability. Just staring at his face, and slowly increasing his favorability, Linda didn't mind that his subordinates had a higher favorability towards him. Their emotions were inclined towards him, which meant that they would not betray him easily, and there was no need for them to fall in love with him. Compared with pretty girls, he preferred strong and powerful helpers. Sister Red also noticed the emotional oppression from Linda, which made her slightly startled. And then she said, "The information you want has been investigated almost. I'm so glad you delivered it in time." Linda raised his left hand and adjusted the cuffs at his wrists with his right hand. He wouldn't blink if a knife hit him. But the wrinkles on his shirt sleeves made him feel uncomfortable. He suspected that he might be the male version of the princess and the pea. After he was done, he continued, "They have come to Goliath, and they may be being questioned now, and then waiting to be received by the queen." Red Sister lowered her head even lower. Scarlet Lady found some information, but there was indeed a problem with timeliness. "What did you find out?" Lin took the letter from Sister Red. The hastily recorded content was not sufficient, but some information on it caught his attention. For example, the illegitimate son named William was a genius, and he was a hero-level Sun Knight. Duke Igor Griffin was seriously ill and could not bear the long journey, so Dorothy Griffin came to represent him this time. There was not much information about Dorothy on the forum, because the most popular poster girl is not often seen by the undead. Like Rania, she is an NPC that can only be seen during limited holidays or special missions. It is this mystery that makes them always popular. Dorothy Griffin has special abilities? Lin got a piece of news that surprised him. Yes, she seems to have some special induction with animals, which can make animals work for her. It's really a fairy tale. Lin was not very interested in Dorothy. He was more concerned about another person. Where is William? Should his last name be Griffin? He is the 16th illegitimate son of the Duke of Griffin. Red Sister nodded and replied, "But he is a genius. He was sent to the monastery of the Sun Church when he was a child. Later, he became a high-ranking knight through hard work. Then, when the magic ring was broken, he organized a group of people to deal with the disaster. He made a lot of efforts to ensure relative peace in the south." Seeing Lin quickly browsing the letter, Red Sister didn't know whether she should continue. Linda was able to split his attention between thinking and listening to Sister Red's introduction. After the undead appeared in the south, William immediately arranged for people to go to various villages and guide the undead to move. It is understood that they went to Goliath this time in order to borrow the passage to Morphus Gate and resist the Great Rift. Resisting the Great Rift is a war of races. And it should be. But William's appearance made Linda full of doubts. Illegitimate child, but not affected by blood, but burst out with stronger talents after the end of the world. As an old noble, he was not opposed by the village chiefs of the novice village, but quickly reached an agreement and swore allegiance to him. Moreover, William took the initiative to send people to the novice village to lead the undead. If William is replaced by Leon and one Raven, it seems that there is no difference. No, the difference is still very obvious. William is an old noble and does not have any revolutionary attributes. If you really want to entangle, maybe the illegitimate child of the old noble in him. Attributes. It seems to be in line with the needs of the revolution. Lin never minds speculating the worst-case scenario for unknown enemies. The 16th son of the Griffin Duke seems to be an official person. Is he a heroic-level Great Knight? Sun Knight? Lin confirmed again. Yes. The Red Sister nodded. It seems that no matter what the other party is, he must meet him in person. Lin Sun Knight. Stuck. Has been in the upper position of the Great Knight for a while. He must get the heroic level. That is, the Sun Knight potion formula upgraded to level 31 from William. At the same time, a team has entered the Golden City of Goliath. The carriage opened the curtain, and the noble lady wearing round-framed glasses and holding a kitten looked outside. The handsome young man on horseback looked at her subconsciously. What's wrong? I've been here before, and it looks more dilapidated than before. This place has just experienced a war. Dorothy. It should be dilapidated. The young man's face was excited. And he said, Duke of the Lion. Lind Alman. We all heard about it on the way here. Didn't we? He killed the Dragon King Kurt with his sword. He took back the territory that belonged to the Queen. Yes, William. You have said it more than a dozen times in a row. It was an epic battle. William continued. You should listen to more of his stories. He defeated many enemies and rebels, including Prince Black Catfish. He said with some regret, I heard that Prince Black Catfish is a very powerful swordsman. It's a pity that I didn't have the opportunity to learn from him. That was a commendable good thing that Lind did. Dorothy didn't have any special feelings for Lind. Her memory of Lind was vague, probably at her own dance. But that didn't matter. She gently stroked the kitten in her arms and said, We came here to express our need for peace. Don't force them to think like you. Dorothy couldn't stand her brother's enthusiasm. It seemed that his brain had been corroded by the sun. And he always asked others to sacrifice themselves to resist the monsters of the Great Rift. It has been like this since 3 years ago. But Griffin Castle has always maintained peace. And he has made great contributions. She came to Goliath with her father's order, just to show her friendliness. They had to do this because the legend of Lind had already spread to Griffin Castle with the escaped wanderers and refugees. Duke Lind was determined to achieve unification, and did not mind using any violent means. Look at the Lord of Baya who previously occupied the Troll Castle, the Snake Catcher Fortress, Raven City, Black Island, and the Golden City Goliath. All the roads were paved with blood, and all the stories about Linda were inevitably about killing. In 1 or 2 years, they directly killed through most of the Rand Kingdom. There was really no need for them to fight to the death in Griffin Castle. They just wanted to live in peace, no matter who won or lost. Fighting would cause some damage. So their purpose of coming this time was also very simple. They hoped for peace, and were willing to continue to swear allegiance, pay taxes, etc. As long as peace continued, it would be fine. Chapter 366 Version Protagonist. Lind is the me in my dreams. The team is not allowed to enter the palace directly. They can go to a noble manor they are familiar with to rest. Now the only 2 noble manors in the whole Goliath that still have their owners are Alman and Druids. The former is not familiar with Griffin Castle, while the latter welcomes everyone. But no one is willing to visit. What's wrong? Dorothy looked at her brothers. Although William was just an illegitimate child, the upbringing customs of Griffin Castle made it difficult for them to have differences in status. Everyone has always been brothers. The illegitimate children without the right of inheritance will do their best to help the brothers who have the right of inheritance. And they will cooperate with each other. Dorothy is the most favored one. When she was a child, no one dared to provoke Dorothy, because if she provoked her, dozens of brothers would jump out. Even when he first met the eldest Prince Kurt, he kept smiling. Even if you are a prince, you can't refuse the duel between knights. And this is a round-robin battle. Did Goliath have this before? William pointed to the huge tower-like building in front of him. Unlike ordinary towers, that tower always emits some kind of energy fluctuations. No. Dorothy recalled the legends she had heard about Lind on the way here, which did not include this tower. Perhaps it was just an insignificant part of Lind's countless great achievements. Do you feel something is wrong? No. William shook his head. But I am very interested in the Duke, and I hope to persuade him to go to the Great Rift. They finally chose to wait for the summons in Goliath's newly built tavern. The journey was dusty and tiring. Dorothy needed to wash herself briefly, and eat a little to fill her stomach. The horses also needed to be fed. And the soldiers needed to take off their armor and take a breath. They are all great knights. A Griffin soldier couldn't help but say, Everyone. Another nodded. It was like crazy. Who could imagine such a scene? The great knights who could be elite and even serve as officers in the Griffin Castle could only patrol and maintain law and order here, and even led the way for them. Everyone felt that it was the right thing for them to swear allegiance to Goliath again. Otherwise they would die in a very ugly way on the day of the war. Entering the tavern, it was very spacious. This place was more like a huge auditorium or a noble's ballroom than a tavern, with dozens of tables lined up to the end of the site. Some people were already dining in the tavern, and several bards were singing, and the atmosphere was relaxed and happy. The sound of flutes and whistles followed the drumbeats of the bards' leather boots hitting the wooden floor. That bard, is he an undead? Dorothy walked into the tavern with her skirt lifted, and of course attracted a lot of attention. Without a doubt, William nodded. Then a very beautiful undead walked onto the stage. She bowed her head and whispered a few words. And the style of the music suddenly changed. What song is this? Dorothy thought this song was pretty nice. And it was a style of song that Rand Kingdom didn't have. Let it go. An undead came over on his own initiative. Dorothy was used to the offenses of the undead. They always seemed to want some tasks from her. But that didn't mean they liked working or were willing to be loyal. On the contrary, the undead were very picky, lazy, and undisciplined. They would beg her to give them some tasks. But if the rewards of the tasks didn't satisfy them, they would just turn around and leave. The dignity of the nobles was trampled on the ground. And Dorothy was angry about it. But William would always stop her and give the undead great tolerance. So, Dorothy ignored the other party and went upstairs with her skirt in hand. The undead man just now looked at Dorothy's figure leaving with her chin raised, curled his lips, and returned to his dining table. It's much worse than our poster girl. Nonsense. Don't you see that those poster girls were snatched back by Linda? Only this one was sent here by chance. But she is really beautiful. Like a little princess. If I have that time, I might as well go to improve Tioni's favorability and cheat on Linda. I have an idea. How much have you increased your impression? Red name. Draw your sword and nuke me when you meet me. I'm hiding now. Ha ha. Dorothy went to the room under the guidance of the tavern maid. And the accompanying maid went to get water for Dorothy to wash her face. William had no servants. And his attention was on the undead. Sitting alone at a long table, William ordered a local specialty. When the food was served, William was a little surprised. It was completely different from what he had eaten in Griffin Castle. What kind of meat is this? He didn't dare to eat it directly. Chicken. The waitress serving the food was a little confused. How could anyone not recognize such a big chicken leg? Chicken. Do you have chicken here? His sudden shout made the whispering undead turn their heads and look at him subconsciously. Oh my god. This NPC is quite fierce. Go to the tavern to find chickens. Hey. Come on. Why don't you see the chicken house? You can't even take off your pants. What are you looking for? I can satisfy my craving for meat. Right? Yes. Goliath has a chicken farm. The barmaid nodded. She didn't understand why she was surprised. Meat has always been a scarce resource. Animals are more likely to mutate than humans. Even in Goliath, meat only appears on the tables of the palace. The Duke, and others. Soldiers who join the army can occasionally eat meat. Otherwise, they need to go to the bar to consume it. The high price of meat has a lot to do with its difficulty in breeding and raising. Sorry. William reached out and grabbed the chicken leg, opened his mouth, and took a bite. This was a very satisfying meal for him. Even in Griffin Castle, it was impossible to always eat such delicious dishes. At the same time, it also made him more and more curious about Lind. Until the evening, a soldier finally came to inform them that they would be allowed to go to the palace and share dinner with the queen, the duke, and others. William changed into a noble robe, but did not wear a badge. He belonged to Griffin. But he was not Griffin. The soldier who came to lead the way was talking freely. He happened to be one of the vanguards, who had participated in the dragon-slaying war. He vividly described how they defeated the dragon-transformed soldiers together with the duke and rushed into the palace. In his words, Lind was described as a walking god in the world. And the soldiers' worship of him was like a crazy belief. Victory will make people worship. And continuous victory will deepen the worship until it is crazy. The steps to enter the palace are not complicated. The soldiers stopped at the gate of the palace and were led by the palace maid. The journey was a bit boring. In the audience room of the palace, Dorothy and William saw Queen Rania. Dorothy Griffin from Griffin Castle greets the queen. She was in a submissive manner. William followed closely behind, but his eyes immediately locked on the two figures standing next to him. The figure on the left was about 4 or 5 meters tall. If this was not a palace but a private house, he would definitely not be able to enter it. The aura emanating from the other party was very strong, but not so strong that William had to look at the other party directly. His sight turned to Lind. The lion emblem was not hard to recognize. But when William secretly looked at Lind, Lind's eyes immediately turned back, and his sharp reaction was like a thorn. A strong breath immediately rushed towards William. William felt like a griffin cub that had just broken out of its shell and had not yet learned to fly. And in front of him was a Warcraft lion with its bloody mouth open wide and looking down at him. He could even feel the manic hot wind mixed with death energy hitting his face with Lin's sight. And his hair seemed to curl slightly under his gaze. It was like seeing a horrible fantasy at the moment of death. Even at that moment, William had an absurd feeling that he would die in Lin's next attack. William. William. Dorothy's voice came to his ears. And William woke up from his daze. Ah? He looked up and found that the three people in front of him were looking at him. Sorry, Your Majesty. William knew that he should take the blame first at this time. But Lin's voice also came. He seems a little absent-minded. Don't be too harsh on him. William was surprised. But he no longer dared to look directly into the lion's eyes. The unification of the kingdom is imperative. And no one can divide the land. Rania said, I can still agree that Igor's territorial ownership is valid. But you must implement new laws within the kingdom's territory, including paying taxes and fighting for the kingdom. Yes. Dorothy nodded. She had made sufficient preparations before coming. But in terms of taxation and responsibility, she must strive for more. And, Your Majesty, I have something to say. Linda suddenly spoke. Dorothy looked at Linda, frowning slightly. Even though Linda was a duke, he still had no power to interrupt the queen when she was speaking. She thought that her previous guest might be a little biased. The country might be back in the hands of the queen. But the queen was not independent. She had to rely on the man in front of her. This discovery made Dorothy feel uneasy. If you want to continue to be loyal, you must assume some obligations. And you are not allowed to refuse. Lin said. What else will happen? Dorothy couldn't hold back the bitterness in her voice. Begin the war, Lin said calmly. He was just as bloody as she had heard, which made Dorothy's perception of Lin the lowest. At the same time, after the Griffin brothers and sisters entered the visiting room, Lin noticed their outward emotions. He didn't need to investigate himself at all. Their emotions were like tentacles that actively entangled him. Before rushing over, Lin had already had a general understanding of William. He hoped to obtain the hero-level potion formula on him. Then he could go one step further and successfully open the epic Storm Knight path. The executioner Leon went to the front line of the abyss at the epic level, which also shows that the epic level is the most basic level of Expedition 1.0 of the Great Rift. Lin can analyze the strength of the enemies he may encounter through the level of the undead. But it is only for reference and cannot be trusted. At this stage, the level of undead is only open to level 20 Great Knight. And even level 21 Upper Great Knight is not open, which means that the enemy's strength is not very strong. But with the previous sudden public beta, Lin can be sure that the official control over this world is almost zero. In order to get the formula from William, Lin made various preparations based on his behavior. The probability of success is very low if he takes it by force. The other party is obviously the character of the protagonist of the version. He can get the series recognition of the village chief of the novice village. So he must be very firm in his heart. I don't know to what extent he has been brainwashed. But according to the fact that the stronger the target is, the weaker the brainwashing effect is, it can be inferred that William should still retain his self-awareness. Then the only thing left was to outwit him. He had never tried it before. But this time, he wanted to try to improve the favorability of a male NPC. The other party was peeking at him when they first met. And Lin took advantage of the other party's offensive gaze and successfully invaded with emotions. Favorability 10 made Lin a little surprised. They had never met before. So why did he have such a high favorability towards him? Just as he was about to improve William's favorability, Dorothy's emotions suddenly exploded. Her small face under the big glasses was full of resentment, and her favorability dropped directly to the freezing point. Dorothy? It doesn't matter at all. When Lin said to start the war, Dorothy calmed down, because her favorability had dropped to the lowest point. Her mood was very stable, but her breathing became a little short and her breath was not smooth. William's attitude also changed, and his favorability towards Lin decreased by -2. Lin was not surprised by this. After all, favorability is just an emotional expression, and numbers cannot represent everything, because a person's mood is always changing. Just like Rania, whose favorability towards him was over 90 before, has now dropped to 81. It was originally at 79 points. But because Lin wore clothes that he rarely wore before, Rania's favorability suddenly soared to 90 points, then dropped to 77 points. And after several rounds of ups and downs, it finally stopped at 81 points. Just as Lin said, start the war. Rania's favorability increased by 1 point. Wait a minute. How did the Red Knight's favorability increase by 3 points? He was sure that if he kept using favorability as a plug-in to communicate with others, he would definitely die of exhaustion. Because human hearts are unpredictable. However, the Red Knight was a bit dangerous. So Lin turned his body slightly to avoid facing him. Griffin Castle must open up trade routes, Lin said. It is necessary to ensure that merchants can travel within the kingdom. The grain tax needs to be lowered. And the taxes on weapons and ores can be appropriately raised. Ah! Dorothy and William were stunned. This was a good condition for them. There were many mines near the King of Ashes. But the corresponding southern territories had difficulty in producing food. And people could only eat some mutant food to fill their stomachs. Also, we must send troops to participate in the expedition, Linda continued. He was about to start using his big move. Expedition? William asked subconsciously. Yes. South of the Morphous Gate. The abyss disaster of the Great Rift is ready to move. We must concentrate more forces there. Every lord and soldier has an obligation to contribute to the future of mankind. William's favorability plus 10. Linda smiled slightly. You are the great and glorious protagonist. Then how can you hate me? An NPC who conforms to the version. Soldiers who join the expeditionary force will receive the same treatment as the Lander Corps. And I will provide all the weapons. William's favorability plus 10. The expeditionary force will be stationed at the Morphous Gate for a long time. You must send a general to the scene. I will also be there, using my life as the last line of defense. William's favorability plus 10 every time Lin said a word. William's favorability would increase sharply, because the content he mentioned included the welfare benefits for soldiers, the preferential treatment for the undead, and the attitude towards the abyss, etc. And he completely set an example by sacrificing all the interests of being a noble. If the person standing here today was not William, but other nobles, they would definitely hate Lin deeply. And every decision made by Lin was cutting flesh from them. But the one standing here today is William, a protagonist of this version. Dorothy? She is not important. William also wanted to implement the decision made by Lin at this moment. But he knew that he could not do it. So he could only squeeze out some benefits from other details for the undead. William always believed that the undead were the main force against the disaster. How could we not dare to use warriors who were not afraid of death and would not die just because we were afraid of their power? He could understand the nobles' stinginess with wealth, but he could not understand their decision to give up eating because of choking. After the dinner, the two left in a hurry. Dorothy was indignant. He is just a powerful minister. A treacherous minister. Didn't you see that he was commanding the queen throughout the whole process? And the entire kingdom was his land and his soldiers. He even asked us to sacrifice all our interests. Everything. William suppressed his joy. Because every decision made by Lin was what he wanted to do, but couldn't do. William, Lin is the me in my dream. Chapter 367 give you the purchase qualification and discount coupons. Dorothy and William left the palace. But the discussion in the palace did not end there. Are you really going to the Great Rift? Rania couldn't ignore what Linda said before. That he would take the lead to the Great Rift and fight those abyss monsters. Someone has to go. Linda had deliberately blocked his perception of emotions. But looking at Rania's expression, he thought that the other party should not be too happy. You are a general. You can't be a good general sitting in a castle. Nothing else matters. The Great Rift plot is something Lin must not miss. The whole world has entered Great Rift Expedition 1.0. Which means this is a sudden attack from the abyss. He talked about the alternate dimension with the Crystal Wizard, Isa and others. The alternate dimension is not something strange. It is as simple as taking a walk in the neighbor's house. You can try to open a portal to come, and then open a portal to leave. Those alternate planes must be large-scale battle dungeons that the undead will fight in the future. You must take the initiative to understand, rather than passively accept. If you are slow, you will be slow at every step. Even if Lin dreams of lying in a rocking chair in the vineyard and looking up at the stars and dying quietly, it is not easy to do. First of all, you must ensure that as the boss in the early stage of the game, he can survive to the end. Red Knight. General. The Red Knight immediately put down the wine glass in his hand and stood up suddenly. He was sitting on a special chair, and only the palace had such a high restaurant for him to walk into. The risk of standing up suddenly extinguished the candles on the table. Linda quickly raised his hand and threw out a wind wall to calm the candles. We need to organize a second expedition. Get ready now. When the road to the south is opened, There will be a steady stream of undead coming. A steady stream? Yes, a steady stream. Until all the undead in Griffin Castle come. Linda is confident of this. What? The ban has been lifted? You can go to Goliath and join the expeditionary force. Finally, I can catch up with the main storyline. My wives. I'm coming. Lauda. I'm coming. At Griffin Castle, a large number of undead people began to move towards the golden city of Goliath after receiving the notice. The Griffin family soldiers breathed a sigh of relief. These undead monsters finally left. They no longer had to worry about these lawless and unrestrained guys going crazy every day, but seeing them leave in large numbers and taking away a lot of wealth and food when they left. The Griffin family couldn't help but start to have a headache. But the problem is that there is no way to stop it. So we can only watch. Griffin soldiers can beat undeads, provided that undeads only have one life. A high platform has been built at the temporary military camp in front of the Goliath wall. Thank you all for coming, William said, with a large number of undeads gathered in front of him. Unlike Dorothy's dissatisfaction, he could only express joy from the bottom of his heart. This is an expedition, and everyone, including me, is taking huge risks. The undead people crowded together and tried to move forward in the hope of hearing more clearly. The discipline was chaotic, and the voices were noisy. People who were not standing in the front could not hear what William was saying. The existence of the Great Rift is like a nightmare. I have had nightmares about it countless times. Fortunately, we got the help of the Duke. He has the same idea as me. But I still hope that you will not blame me, because resisting the abyss may make you die. There was a clamor below, and an undead shouted, "What? Die 9 times to get through? Ha ha ha. They hunt death. Have fun playing. And death is the lowest cost." But some people began to whisper. In terms of forming an expeditionary force, Dorothy had to agree to Lynn's request. But she was unwilling to provide more Griffin soldiers. Don't you want to protect the welfare of the undead and ensure their logistics? Okay. Then throw these chaotic undead to you, and see what you can do. They are typical greedy people who eat all the benefits, and use all kinds of tricks to be sneaky. Linda promised to provide weapons and equipment, and Dorothy thought it was fun to watch. She had no objection to resisting the Great Rift. But the premise of everything was that the interests of the Griffin family could not be harmed. During this period of contact, Dorothy also had some experience in dealing with the undead. She was now sure that the undead were more inclined to her side. So the final result was that the undead would make a fortune from Linda and then come back. In fact, Dorothy was waiting to watch the fun. But Linda was more anxious than her and couldn't wait to start. Mix everyone together and start distributing expedition benefits. Brother, is it true that you can get equipment? It's true. And it's not ordinary weapons. There are enchanted weapons. I only saw it on the forum before. But I didn't expect those old beta players to eat so well. The undead vortex queued in his mouth and rubbed his hands in anticipation. It took him a long time to finally get to the front row. There was only a Griffin soldier NPC in front of him. Weapons, shields, and the person in charge of distributing things was a Rand soldier, who delivered all the things quickly. There was also a small bag of money. After the NPC soldier left, Uzumaki walked forward and rubbed his hands. But the Rand soldier NPC did not give him anything directly. Instead, he stared at him for a few seconds and asked, "Bring me the information card you filled out earlier." "Oh." Uzumaki nodded obediently. Based on his experience of living on Earth for 20 to 30 years, if you start to ask for various certificates when you receive things, it means that you are really going to give real benefits. If you don't need any certificates and don't need to make any pre-preparation, no matter how good it sounds, most of them are not good things. If they keep sending messages to urge you to come, then you can be 100% sure that it is not a good thing. The Rand soldier said, "You can now buy things in the Expeditionary Force store." "Ah?" Whirlpool scratched his head. "Didn't they say they would give you equipment? Give you the right to buy, and discount coupons?" The Rand soldier had no expression on his face. He was used to the various reactions of the undead. All the undead would be dissatisfied with the coupons at first, but they would be overjoyed immediately after seeing what the store was selling. A catalog was placed on the table in front of Whirlpool by the soldier. He lowered his head to study. The first page, the second page, not only had patterns, but also detailed values and prices. The more he read, the more frightened he became, thinking back to his experience in Griffin Castle. It was not a life for a human being. He was still using a broken sword, space equipment, enchanted weapons, staffs, general skill teaching, enchanted armor, potions, hiss. But how do you get store currency? This military merit? Joining the expeditionary army. There is a fixed fee every day during the march, which is the salary. In addition, you can get it by participating in combat, completing tasks, and making breakthroughs. Do you want to buy anything? If not, you can go over there. There are expeditionary missions available there. The Rand soldier pointed to the distance, and the undead looked over there and found that many figures were already lined up in front of the window of another tent. Wait, let me see how much the things I plan to buy in the future cost at least. He quickly scanned the catalog with his eyes. He also knew that some bloggers and game bosses would definitely analyze this part. But everyone has a different style of playing games. He was a little dazzled by all the things he saw, until he set his eyes on one thing. And the emblem? He had heard of this thing. Passive skills. You could only encounter them when you encounter them. The Lander soldier tapped the table with his fingers. This part has nothing to do with you. This part is the benefit of the Lander Corps Expeditionary Force. Vortex immediately said, "Ah, then I want to join the Lander Corps Expeditionary Force." Joining and not joining. The difference is too big. Loyalty? Yes, but not much. He felt that if he hesitated for even a second, it would be disrespectful to the open store reward. Chapter 368. People were pried away. Dorothy has been staying in the upstairs room of the tavern for the past 2 days. The Queen did not invite them to stay in the palace. The explanation given was that the chaos at the beginning caused some houses to collapse. At present, all forces are concentrated on rebuilding the walls and roads of Goliath. So the palace can only be postponed. The dilapidated palace cannot accommodate guests. But Dorothy knew very well that being treated coldly was probably related to her poor performance in the palace, and she could do nothing about it. She thought Linda was exaggerating, and was a flatterer who tried to control the Queen to control the entire Rand Kingdom. So of course she would not have a good tone. With nowhere to go, they could only stay in the tavern. Fortunately, they could enjoy the treatment of nobles by spending money here, and Dorothy was very happy to eat. How did Linda prepare the weapons? Dorothy wiped her glasses gently. The kitten jumped off her knees and meowed towards William at the door of the room. Dorothy was very concerned about things related to Linda. She didn't believe that Linda was really willing to selflessly donate so many military supplies. Moreover, this expedition will gather thousands of undeads, and their appetites are not so easy to satisfy. He didn't give it. William bent down and picked up the cat. What? Dorothy didn't think that Lind would break his promise. The Duke's reputation was more important than property. She also didn't think that Lind would not be unaware of the characteristics of the undead. There was no benefit in angering the greedy and crazy undead. William continued, the soldiers we arranged to participate in the expedition received allowances, weapons and clothes. But he gave the undead something else. What? A kind of voucher, which can be used to buy things in the store at a low price. What store? Dorothy felt that she must have missed something. The only benefit of the undead joining the expeditionary force is that they have the qualification to buy the weapons and equipment sold by Lind at a high price. Huh? Not to mention Dorothy was confused. Even William is still confused now. This is not just a free-for-all. I won't give you what I should give you now, but let you fight and pay you, and then buy it after you get your salary. The undead agreed? Dorothy thought that the possibility of the undead agreeing was not very high. Those weapons and equipment are all good stuff, William commented, and he was also envious of some of the armor. It's not that Linda didn't bleed. He really bled a lot. We can't afford those things in Griffin Castle. William's last sentence made Dorothy silent. Dorothy always felt that something was wrong, but she reluctantly believed that Linda was really willing to spend all his wealth in order to deal with the Great Rift. Such a huge amount of wealth made her feel terrified and even more heartbroken. From the perspective of the nobility, war should not be fought in a way that Lind spent all his wealth. No matter who the enemy is, war should be fought for profit. If you can't get richer by fighting, then war should not be started from the beginning. But Lind's selfless attitude changed Dorothy's view of Lind. The expeditionary force was about to set off, and the soldiers took on the logistics work, while the undead, who had no organization or discipline, stood lazily aside. Dorothy will not go to the front. She wants to go back to Griffin Castle. At present, the Griffin family has not paid much. Just some undead who don't obey orders, and they will come back in the end. Besides, There are only dozens of soldiers. When Dorothy put on her glasses, she saw William wearing a brand new armor and carrying a secret patterned sword. Where did you get these? General Linda gave them to me, William replied. Linda? Dorothy felt something was wrong. Sure enough, William said. Yes, Dorothy. I won't go back to Griffin Castle with you. I'm going to the front line. This is different from what we agreed. Dorothy was a little anxious. For the front line, they can send other knights instead of letting a griffin take the risk. Illegitimate children are also brothers and sisters, and blood relatives surpass everything. But William was serious. The general promised to let me be the deputy captain of the assault team. I will go to the deepest part of the abyss. Dorothy kept shaking her head. That's courting death, William said calmly. Maybe. But someone has to go deeper. Where's Lind? Didn't he say he was going to the front line? Dorothy asked. She had a worse and worse impression of Lind, who put her brother in the most dangerous position. He's the captain of the assault team. Dorothy was silent, looking at William's expression. Dorothy knew she couldn't persuade him back, so it was best to find Lind now. When Dorothy walked out of the tavern with her skirt lifted, she saw a few familiar undeads. They took the initiative to greet her. But Dorothy saw more. She found that these undeads all wore lion emblems, which were the family emblem of Alman. It was bad. Not only her brother was pried away by Lind, but even the undeads chose to be loyal to Lind in a very short time. She came here with a sure win. But she might become a lonely person when she goes back. She bit her lower lip lightly, and got on the carriage. The road was smooth, and the horse trail was the first to be rebuilt to ensure normal passage and material transportation. When arriving at Alman Manor, the carriage was stopped. After the notification, the carriage was soon allowed to enter. Dorothy went to the living room of the manor under the guidance of the housekeeper. Many rooms were blocked, and only this room was open. She sat down and found a portrait hanging on the wall. It was a weak boy. Just as Dorothy stared at the portrait, Lind's voice came from behind. I was 17 years old, and Boyd helped me draw it. I look like two people, right? She turned around and saw Lind, who was already wearing armor, compared to the elegant look when they met last time in the palace. Lind now looked full of oppression, and the ferocious armor was like the fangs and claws of a lion. Lind walked to the portrait, then turned around and looked at Dorothy. It was like the young him and the teenage him were in the same time and space. The immaturity disappeared, but it was more like two completely different people. You let William go to the Great Rift? He wanted to go there himself. Lind walked to the table and poured a glass of wine for Dorothy. But after finding Dorothy shaking her head, he raised his head and drank it himself. Not wasting is his principle. Always. You can't let him go. Okay. Looking at Lind, who agreed decisively, Dorothy opened her mouth. Did you agree? He wants to join the expeditionary force, Lind said. I didn't ask him to join. If you can let him go back, I have no objection. Dorothy clenched her fists. She thought Lind really agreed to help. It turned out that he had seen through William's character and knew that William would never leave. Today only. Linda put down his wine glass. Tomorrow the army will set out. If he wants to leave then, he will be treated as a deserter. He already has the potion formula, so he doesn't really care what will happen to the protagonist of that version. A heroic knight can't influence the situation of the war. Dorothy's favorability towards Linda, which didn't exist to begin with, has once again decreased. But she can't do anything except glare at Linda. Griffin Castle didn't bring anything to participate in the expedition except the undead. By bringing back the undead, will Linda compromise? Dorothy knows she can't do it at all. Those undead have no loyalty at all. But if they accept the mission, they will not be afraid of death and will be extremely loyal. This is really bad. Chapter 369 Miss Sinan. When dusk came for countless times, the sickly sun was burning behind the red clouds. The first expeditionary force did not go to Star Dragon City, which would have delayed them for a long time. They simply camped outside the holy water town to rest. The logistics chef threw the dry food and beans that could not be distinguished into different things into the pot, covered the lid and simmered them until they became sticky. The aroma aroused the greed of the soldiers on the road. At this time, the undead would collectively log off and disappear. Instead of eating sticky beans in the game, it was better to go offline and order takeout, or eat instant noodles. The whole marching team is not as grand as imagined. Most of the time, only the logistic soldiers are busy on the road, and the undead appear sparsely. When it's time to rest, They will disappear in large numbers. In the game, you can rest on the spot. And in reality, you must take off your helmet and get up to stretch your muscles. Undead, pull a big one, is a studio-type player. In order to maintain sufficient physical strength, the expeditionary force does not travel fast. Ordinary people may be able to tolerate it. They just rush on the road every day, or brush up the favorability of the accompanying NPC, and occasionally play games such as arm wrestling. The expeditionary army has always been quite lively. Just like some undead people have become bards, as if they were music teachers in real life. So they directly formed a small band and performed on tour with homemade folk instruments. And they always received a lot of applause. NPCs can distinguish between good and bad music. Not everyone's performance will receive applause, and they will be remembered by NPCs after the performance, and will be praised when they meet occasionally. It is this sense of immersion in the real world that makes people unable to extricate themselves. The game is too real, and it is difficult to distinguish whether it is virtual or real. But for players who are eager to develop profits, wasted time is money. All the side quests are unnecessary. Their goal is to quickly pass the main quest, and then find the profitable part of the game. Go search around. Anyway, we know the direction. We can just follow the road and catch up with the team when the time comes, Laguda said. His words were immediately recognized by several undead people in the same industry. It is better to go out to kill monsters or take tasks instead of wasting time here. However, when they were taking action, they were blocked. You want to be deserters? Brother, we are just going northeast. Laguda pointed to the distance. Just when the soldier was about to say something, the crystal wizard who happened to pass by came over and heard the argument here. Let them leave. But, Mentor, okay. The soldier wanted to say something else, but finally gave way. Bye. Laguda and others waved their hands and left the team with a smile. Many undead people saw the scene, but they didn't take it seriously. Where are you from? Asked the crystal mage. Teacher, I was in Windmill Village. The soldier replied. The undead will take responsibility for any choice they make, but deserters will affect the momentum. I don't understand. I don't understand either. The crystal mage looked in the direction of the tent. One also didn't understand. But they could only obey Lin's orders for now. When leaving, Lin ordered that they didn't need to care about what the undead were going to do. They could leave at will. If there was any betrayal, they would be judged as enemies, reported, and all their honors and points would be cleared. After the mission is issued, there is no need to require the undead to complete it. Lin even gave an example in front of him. If the undead accepted an emergency rescue mission, but delayed it to pick a beehive on a roadside tree, resulting in the mission failure, there is no need to give any punishment. And Lin also specifically emphasized why the undead should be the main force in the rescue. They are only suitable for subordinate actions. Never use them as the main force to complete the mission. If you really do this, be prepared for the mission to fail. They are like mercenaries who do not follow the law and will not be punished. The soldier was indignant. Yes. The crystal mage nodded and said, but you can remember their faces. There is no need to be nice to them. The soldier nodded. I will. After leaving the expedition team, the big guys deliberately chose an area without signal coverage to explore. And they actually found 2 elite disasters in the wild. In 2 days, they made an extra income and also got the Heart of Disaster, which can be directly exchanged for money when posted online. And a lot of newbies are waiting for it. But when they caught up with the expeditionary army, they found something wrong. Why didn't our experience points and military merits increase? Is there a bug? The experience points and other rewards in the Lion badge are distributed by default every day, and there is no change at all. It's broken. They immediately found the NPC to ask. This is the expeditionary army. An army? The soldier looked at Laguda and others, with undisguised disgust on his face. You left the team without permission. Why do you still hope to get your salary? Damn it! The news that Laguda and others had left the expeditionary army and missed the sign-in quickly spread to the ears of the immortals in the expeditionary army. They did nothing every day, just played small games and brushed up the NPC's favorability. And they could give 1 battle experience point and 10 military merits exclusive to the expeditionary store. How cool. Although Laguda and others got the Heart of Disaster, the profit from selling it was nothing compared to the battle experience points lost. Especially their unorganized desertion behavior, which made the entire expeditionary NPC hate them. Following the expeditionary army is the main quest. I really want to swear and complain, but I can't, because the main quest of version 1.0 is called Expedition of the Great Rift. I gave up the expedition to do the side quest. I am stupid. After a long journey, the expeditionary army finally arrived at the destination. It was very shabby. The door was open, and the walls were bent by wind and rain. Maybe a gust of wind can make the fortress collapse and turn it into ruins. The Crystal Mage and Raven looked at the shabby building sentry post, with different thoughts in their hearts, but equally excited. Everyone lives for the faith in their hearts, and they can sacrifice a lot and devote everything to fulfill their faith. The Crystal Wizard, who once regarded fighting the Abyss as his lifelong mission, came back with a lot of feelings. Although this team is not as good as the executioners of the disaster, they are immortal. Immortality means that they can fight indefinitely, even if they cannot go deep into the deepest part of the crack abyss. At least, they can avoid the overflowing abyss disasters wandering around. But before that, they must build an outpost here. At present, this is the first line, and it plays the role of an outpost. When the expeditionary force advances deeper, this place will serve as a transit station. It is an important portal for controlling the spread of the Abyss Plague. This is the Gate of Morphis. Chapter 370 Fuji's Escort Mission. Except for the logistics soldiers, the rest of the first batch of expeditionary forces are strictly selected elites. The Crystal Mage deeply understands that he is not suitable for frontline combat, let alone being a leader. But his long lifespan allows him to store a lot of knowledge in his mind. He can be a mentor, which is what he has always done. Establish an outpost and wait for Lin to arrive. But before that, he cannot do nothing. The Crystal Mage, who once fought on the front line of the Great Rift, knows how to create an advantage as quickly as possible. We can't go directly to the Great Rift of the Abyss. Facing the Abyss, no matter how powerful we are, we can't decide victory. Not even General Lind. The Abyss will corrode our minds all the time. So before that we must find a group of people. You can call them Pus Exiles. They live in the village south of Morphis Gate. They can make resistance medicine to resist the erosion of the Abyss. That is the thing that can keep our minds intact. Will we not be eroded by the Abyss if we go deeper into the Gate of Morphis? A voice asked. People turned their heads and saw that it was Fuller who was speaking. He was a thief, and now he was the Sentinel, a job that was destined to belong to him. The Crystal Wizard said, "It may be dangerous, but I promise that I will not be eroded. The Abyss has no way to bring its curse out of the big crack, which is why it took them so long, and they could not go any further. I have a map that will take you to the village. Just remember to avoid some flesh-eating flies and some black water cockroaches on the way." Fuller couldn't help asking, "What is that?" "You'll know it when you see it." The Crystal Wizard smiled. Everyone present was a great knight. Even if they were not great knights, they would be forcibly promoted to great knights by Lind. This is a war without extraordinary power. There is no qualification to provide logistics. However, as long as they don't enter the front line of the crack, the Great Knight will walk sideways in this area. How could he be afraid of a slightly larger flesh-eating fly? Only Fuller had a bitter face. He felt that this mission was reserved for him. Oh my god! This is Morphis Gate. Why does it feel so much worse than expected? Is there anyone who wants to team up to add wards? Don't add too many wards, or you won't get any experience points. I'm out of money. Scout wards are too expensive. Hey! The mission is out. The group of undead, who were originally lazy and scattered, suddenly stood up and rushed forward. Finally, there is a mission. The task content is hung on the board. Maybe the scope of the reconnaissance guard is too small, or for other reasons. Anyway, their lion badge can only be used in the safe area. After receiving the task, you have to get a paper task scroll. The good news is that after arriving in the safe area, you can update your combat experience points and upload them online for cloud storage. Escort Exploration Team. A Sentinel team will go deep into a village south of Morphis Gate and urgently recruit a group of undead who are good at stealth to escort Sentinel Fuller. If you can do it, hush and don't make any noise. Come on. Reward, 5 experience points. Build an outpost. We have arrived at the Gate of Morphis, but it has become shabby, very shabby. Rebuild the outpost under command and build the walls high. You also want a place where you can snore and sleep. Right. Reward, 3 experience points. Investigation and collection. You need to receive the build an outpost. Pre-task: stone, stone, and stone. Collect stones, and find some other resources by the way. Reward: 50 military merits. Logistics patrol. Need to receive. Build outpost. Pre-task: the importance of logistics resources is far more important than anything else. Make sure no thieves take anything. Reward: 50 military merit. Expeditionary Army salary. Remember to go to the safe zone to receive your salary today. Reward: 1 experience point. 10 military merit. The mission was not as fiercely snatched as imagined. The undead people looked at the missions with huge price disparity and began to think. From the perspective of harvest, receiving the mission of escorting the exploration team is the most profitable. 5 experience points. You have to pay out of your own pocket to buy reconnaissance guards. And insert 5 eyes in a row. Pure profit. An ordinary escort mission has no danger mark, which means it is not difficult. If you really encounter danger, you will make money, and there may be extra rewards. But if you leave the exploration team, it is very likely that you will not be able to sign in. The expeditionary forces sign in must be issued in the safe zone on a daily basis. The experience of the big one is a warning. If the escort investigation mission exceeds 5 days, it is better for everyone to move bricks in the camp directly to make more money. The longer the time, the more losses. Instead, building an outpost became a task that the undead were vying for. They could receive a fixed salary reward every day, and an additional 3 experience points reward, which was more profitable than the first task. In the end, the task of escorting Sentinel Fuller was taken by the wealthy. Rich guys. Rich guys include game anchors, local tycoons, and studios. The price of scout guards is too high for ordinary people. If they are not sure how far the southern village is, if the distance is too far, they will have to face 2 situations: give up the task and come back to collect the salary, or give up the salary and complete the task. But it is not a problem for the rich group. They can exchange money and resources to buy scout wards through offline transactions. Since there is no way to sign in, just put in wards all the way and pull the range over. Problems that can be solved with money are not problems. If the game officials had not opened the currency exchange and recharge platform, they would have been dressed in godly clothes long ago. The exploration team led by Fuller passed through the gate of Morphus. They did not ride horses. Livestock is a precious resource and must be left in the camp. However, a group of knights and wizards acted together, and their speed was not slow. The journey was expected to take 3 days. When night fell, they rested on the roadside and lit a bonfire. Every once in a while, undead people would disappear. Fuller spent the night in fear. But fortunately, he was not alone. The undead people also knew that protecting Fuller was the most important task. So they would ensure that someone would be by Fuller's side when he was online and offline. On the second night, Fuller's situation was a little worse. He hallucinated the roar of some kind of beast, and kept repeating in his heart, "Glory, honor." He could barely fall asleep. On the third night, the wind was a little strong. It was late autumn, and the weather was getting colder. Fuller poked the bonfire with a stick to make the flames burn more vigorously. Roar! This time he heard a clearer sound, and it was nearby. Fuller was a great knight, but his first reaction was to look at the undead. Unlike Fuller, the undead showed a happy expression. Here we come. Chapter 371 Twilight Believer Night Demon Girl. The grass rustled, and the monster that had been provoking Fuller for 3 consecutive nights finally emerged. It was a mutant wolf with a somewhat disgusting appearance. It had a strong desire to attack. What is this corrupted mad wolf? The undead killed the monster that rushed over with a sword. This was a massacre. Could it be something that ran out of the abyss? An undead said excitedly. Fuller, who had always kept his mouth shut, stretched his ears. He was very panicked. This was just a simple mission, and he would not encounter the abyss monsters in the big crack. He comforted himself in this way. Compared to his panic, the undead killed happily, and many disaster fragments and many things marked with materials enriched their pockets. It was just that the harvest was a bit bloody, and every time at this time, you had to turn on the special mode, from picking off the head to picking off the cabbage. Fuller watched the undead chatting and laughing as they decomposed the mad wolf that was still grinning a second ago, and his heart was beating like a drum. After dawn, he continued on his way. As for the mad wolf, the tongue in its mouth was like a reproductive organ. Everyone ate bull whips and pig whips, but the whip growing in the mouth was still a bit disgusting. As a thief, Fuller has a strong sense of direction. They followed the map to a cliff. His feet gently rubbed the edge of the cliff, and a stone rolled down under the force of his toes. The stone falling towards the bottomless cliff seemed to hit Fuller's heart. He subconsciously took a few steps back. Fuller didn't know the geographical situation of the Land Kingdom. The arrival of the Doomsday also changed the terrain, and the part that could be referenced in the previous map was greatly reduced. There was no such cliff on the map. It should have just appeared. Looking down, there were actually lingering clouds and mists. According to the map given by the Crystal Mage, the road ahead was the road to the frontline fortress of the Great Rift. Looking into the distance, hundreds of meters of redwoods formed a black sea of trees. When the sight reached it, it was easy to be swallowed by the vast blackness. Fortunately, they didn't have to go forward to the village they were going to. They turned at the small slope in front, and then walked for a while, and saw a passage made entirely of branches and vines. The existence of the tree and vine passage was not recorded on the map. Obviously, there were great changes here after the Crystal Mage left. They struggled to get in. Fuller used a short knife to cut off the vines that blocked the road. The vision became increasingly darker. Finally, after walking for a long time, the front suddenly opened up and was a relatively open area. Ahead was a village. The houses were made entirely of wood and mud. They had an architectural style that did not belong to the Kingdom of Rand. It seemed that they were built for temporary shelter from the wind and rain. Then a stench came, which made Fuller cover his mouth and nose. But the stench filled his eyes, making him feel a swelling pain in his eyeballs. The buzzing sound of insects' wings attracted Fuller's attention. Huge flies, as big as the tip of his thumb, kept spinning around his head, and he had to release his hands that were covering his mouth and nose to shoo them away. This may be the village in the records, Fuller said. The undead people were also disgusted by this. Fuller said, "We should knock on the door and see." As soon as they heard Fuller's words, the undead people rushed out. They were professionals in searching houses and picking up garbage. Fuller did not forget his work, although he was already dizzy from the flesh flies and wanted to leave all the time. There were many corpses buried in the muddy land, but fortunately he did not see any human beings. He stabbed 2 flesh flies to death with a short blade, and then he watched the flesh flies rushing up and eating their companions, which made Fuller even more frightened. He had to speed up the speed of swinging the blade and use the blade to prevent the flesh flies from approaching. "Sir, we found something." Hearing the voices of the undead, Fuller rushed over, and then he saw a lot of blood on the undead's body. He saw with his own eyes that the flesh-eating flies were gnawing on an undead. And then the undead slapped the flesh-eating flies to death and calmly took out a bottle of potion and poured it into his mouth. This scene deeply stimulated Fuller. The undead picked up a lot of garbage, but they were only willing to hand a letter to Fuller. "What is that?" "A painting." The undead was a little reluctant, but the painting was too big, like a shield. Twilight follower Night Demon Girl. The painter Boyd once came here to pursue the legend of the Twilight Pool. He used a brush to record his encounter with the Night Demon Girl. Armor defense plus 10. When you carry this thing on your back, your armor defense will increase rapidly. It is a treasure for the undead. Fuller couldn't see anything special about the painting, but he had heard that Boyd, the noble painter, could also paint things that people like to see. The blue-skinned girl in the painting was very beautiful. Fuller returned the painting to the undead, and then took the letter. "Dear Xena, I must leave the village before the tide rises. Everyone is heading deeper. It is not safe to stay here. I am also very interested in the evil past of those people. If I can draw the demons in their hearts, it will be very interesting. But I don't recommend you to come to me. I heard that some people there like to eat people from Griffin Castle." Boyd. "Xena?" Fuller looked behind the undead man, where there was a skeleton, but it was definitely not rotten, but eaten by something. "Damn flesh flies. We have to go deeper," Fuller said, and he already knew what high tide meant. Just under the white bridge, there was black sticky muddy water. He didn't know what would happen if he touched it. The best choice was to never touch it and hide as far away as possible. They walked across the white bridge without any danger. The undead man even specially selected the tallest building in the village to place a reconnaissance guard. Everything is normal. Fuller envied their character of finding joy in adversity. But if he could also die and revive infinitely, he might be more courageous than them. But he only had one life. As he went deeper, the light became dimmer and the number of flesh flies decreased. But the stench became stronger. The uneasiness in his heart became more and more serious. And suddenly a dark shadow came out from the front. It's alive. Brothers. The undead rushed forward. It was a monster with creeping flesh on its body, without skin and flesh, and a pair of long horns on its head. It even created a strong wind when running, and some undead were accidentally knocked over by the wind. Fuller clenched his knife, but didn't plan to rush to help. He watched the undead fighting like wild beasts, attacking frantically, and finally like a group of hyenas pounced on a wild bull. Continuing to move forward, they began to encounter more and more monsters, and were seriously injured and had their arms broken, which greatly affected their combat effectiveness. There is a city wall ahead. The undead were surprised. Too far. Fuller took a look and found that there was indeed a city wall, but it would take at least half a day to run to get there. However, the monsters in front of them were stronger than the defense of the city wall, completely blocking their way. Protect the NPC first, someone shouted. Wait, where are the NPCs? Chapter 372 Shilly. Fuller chose to run away. He was a thief, and he was very good at running away. He quickly escaped from the battle by taking dozens of steps in a row. Damn the glory. Damn the mission. Let the undead hold on there, and I can run to a safer place. When death was infinitely close to me, Fuller realized what he was really afraid of. Now that life in the Rand Kingdom has returned to normal, I should go back instead of fighting on the front line. The general will definitely not care about the life and death of a sentinel, and the war will definitely last a long time. He was full of gratitude. As he panted, his mind was spinning rapidly. But the bad thing was that it was completely dark, and he was a little confused. Until he stepped into some soft mud soup. He realized that he must have fallen into the black river that he wanted to avoid before. His body was sinking rapidly, and the gurgling sound was like boiling soup in a hanging pot. And he was the poor guy who was about to be swallowed. At this moment, a hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Fuller's arm. Don't struggle. The more you struggle, the deeper you sink. It was a young girl's voice. It was like the sound of nature. He tried to slow down his body and let the other party pull him out of the black mud that swallowed him. Thank you. Fuller wiped the paste that splashed on his face because of his struggle. He was rescued only when he sank to the thigh. It was completely dark, and he could only vaguely see that the other party was thin. She was not wearing armor, which meant that she was not a member of the expeditionary force. I am Fuller, the sentinel of the kingdom, even though he was already a deserter. Lee, you can call me Sheely. When Sheely lit the fire, Fuller could see clearly that she had ice blue skin and a pretty face. Night Demon Girl. I have seen your portrait, Fuller said. Portrait? She was puzzled. I mean, the portrait of your race. We occasionally communicated with the people in that village before. I heard that this might be left behind at that time, the Night Devil Girl said. No matter what, the two of them had better cooperate on this night. It was natural to cooperate. They were two poor creatures in the dark. He didn't want to talk too much about the expeditionary army. He couldn't guarantee whether the girl in front of him would also meet the expeditionary army. Suddenly he regretted telling the other party his name. For a period of time, the name Fuller would definitely be laughed at in the expeditionary army. The Night Devil Girl Shelley said a lot. I want to go back to the Dusk Pool. We believe in the Daughter of Night and guard her key. But the key is always lost. She wanted to go back to get the key and fulfill her obligations. But the way back was difficult. Just when she was about to give up, she met Fuller. I can walk with you for a while, Fuller said. By the way, you said you didn't come from the Gate of Morphus? Yes. Take another way. The Queen arranges our lives. She spoke in bits and pieces, and Fuller had to think hard to extract effective information from it. Just like her whole person jumping around. The first half of the sentence was about walking, and the second half suddenly jumped to the Queen, who had never been talked about in a topic. This means that she is not very experienced in the world and has a naive personality. Fuller asked, Can you tell me how to get to that road? Of course. I just happened to be going back. So we're on the way. The Night Demon Girl was also very curious about the human world. She wanted to hear everything about it from Fuller. But Fuller, who had just become a deserter, was unwilling to mention it. The Dusk Pool? He could only try to divert the topic to other directions. Shiali was easily diverted, yes. We were born in the Dusk Pool, and we are natural believers of the Lady of the Night. We will spend our lives serving the Lady of the Night. And then we will guard the key. What key? A key that is always lost. Xiaoli suddenly stared at Fuller's face for a while. Her face full of vigilance. I won't steal that key. Today is the first time I heard of it. Fuller saw her like this, and was also aroused by curiosity. What can that key do? Open all the locks? Some locks are magic locks, which cannot be opened without breaking the magic. It is said that Lin's treasure is hidden behind such locks. But it is just heard. Why do you want to open the lock? But it's a key. It can do more. Xiaoli looked at Fuller with a serious look and said, More. For example? Let the Daughter of Night come. The Daughter of Night is probably a powerful god. But Fuller has no interest in keys that cannot bring wealth, glory, etc. For a non-believer, seeing a pagan god is definitely not a gift. Fuller prepared enough dry food on his body. If they threw away the one soaked in mud soup, there would be enough left for them to eat. The way out was not easy. And to ensure safety, they kept moving along the Black River. There's something there? Fuller mistakenly thought that the river would swallow everything and nothing could survive in it. But the huge thing in front of him made him open his eyes wide. It was a fat creature like a hill, with claws as long as a hybrid sword. And its open claws were like a weapon rack. Its eyes were white without pupils. But what puzzled Fuller was that Xiaoli had no reaction to this huge thing. Not at all like she was startled when she walked along the way. Suddenly the monster's body began to tremble. And Fuller quickly stepped back. Then he understood why Xiaoli didn't feel scared. The monster had long been dead. And countless cockroaches as big as leather boots crawled in and out of the monster's body. The body was eaten by cockroaches. And from a distance, it looked like it was trembling. The monster was just prey. Bugs are the most dangerous thing, Xiaoli said. Like man-eating flies? Fuller asked. Yes. But not only man-eating flies. They found a place to hide and rest at night. And then moved forward after dawn. After 2 days and nights, they finally came to a spiral slope, which was the temporary residence of the night demon. According to Xiaoli, this was the place where the queen ordered them to stay. The queen had to leave temporarily because of something. But she would be back soon. The queen also took some people with her. Is the queen also a night demon? No. She is not of the same race as us. She just saved us by chance. Xiaoli was grateful and respectful to the queen. The wolf howl of Wu made the two people nervous immediately. Fuller reached out and grabbed Xiaoli and pulled her behind the stone to hide. It's a mad wolf. That kind of monster will use its tongue to drill blood holes in your body and finally tear you to pieces with its claws and teeth. Xiaoli covered her mouth after she finished speaking. They held their breath to avoid making any sound. The thieves had sufficient experience in this area. But the mad wolf seemed to have determined that there must be something wrong here. And the sound of its claws pressing on the ground gradually increased. Fuller held the knife and waited nervously. He didn't want to have a conflict with those bloody things. Ah! The miserable cry of the mad wolf came from outside. And then the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground. Xiaoli! A woman's voice came. The two stood up from behind the stone. There were 4 bodies of mad wolves with smashed heads on the ground. And 2 night demons with ice blue skin. They pinched their hands in strange hand seals. And the magic light was dissipating from their wrists. Is this magic? Fuller breathed a sigh of relief and asked the 2 night demons. It's magic that belongs to us, they said. The night demons simply nodded to Fuller. And then began to scold Xiaoli, saying that her behavior of leaving without permission was very dangerous. When they learned that Fuller wanted to leave, the night demons pointed out a way and even gave him a horse. It's like an interesting experience. Fuller swung the reins. But unfortunately, the horse was too old and ran very slowly. And it would take him a long time to get back. Chapter 373 Miss Dorothy's Inspiration. The weather was fine. Lin rode out with his expeditionary army that stretched like a sword. The dragon flag and the lion flag fluttered in the wind. And the sunlight fell on the golden armor. And the reflected light illuminated everywhere. In the end, Dorothy left by herself. She came with confidence, but left alone. Except for Dorothy, everyone was very satisfied with this expedition. William had become Lin's loyal knight. He thought that Lin was more mature than himself in many ways. And his eyes seemed to be able to see through the future. Sir, can you see through the future? After thinking for several days and nights, William finally couldn't help but ride to Lin's side to ask after watching Lin put the undead from chaos into order. No one can see through the future. Or when you see the future, everything you do may be to facilitate the arrival of that future. William didn't say anything, but expressed his doubts with his eyes. I once met an old woman who could see through the future, Lynn said. Then what? Then she died under my sword. She predicted that I was Baya. Maybe you have heard of this name? William nodded. Lord Baya. Although the major territories no longer contact each other, some information can still be circulated occasionally. She told Baya that I might help Rania take back the kingdom of Rand, and maybe even kill him. Then Baya began to guard against me, and even secretly framed me, causing many soldiers to be killed and injured. Although his conflict with the Serpent Sentinel and the 10 Sons was accidental, he never regretted killing them, William said, but he and she both failed. No. They succeeded. Lynn shook his head. Look. The final development was just as they imagined. I really killed Baya, and continued to swear allegiance to Rania. If she hadn't given that prophecy at the beginning, I don't think there would be such a big conflict between us. But why were you able to move forward correctly all the way? William asked. After separating from Dorothy, William immersed himself in the Expeditionary Army. He asked a lot of stories about Linda. And then, he was surprised to find that Linda almost never failed. Linda unified all the territories except the Great Frozen Land in 2 years, which could not be explained by his bravery and good fighting. A war in a small territory often lasts for 3 to 5 years. And a war in a dukedom may even span more than 10 years and last for 2 generations. But Linda is like playing chess. Coming over, eating the chess piece, and then taking the next step, restoring the unity of the country. Before the collapse of the magic ring, his achievements would surely be recorded in history. Now he may have been recorded in history, and the people of the Land Kingdom are all singing his name. Whether it is correct or not will be judged by future generations. We don't have the ability to judge. But if you get closer, I guess future generations will definitely find our love story in the unofficial history. What? William was puzzled. And then he looked in the direction of Lynn's finger. Doris was looking at them excitedly, with a red glow on her cheeks. She looked up at the two of them, then lowered her head and wrote furiously, the pen sliding across the paper very fast. It was obvious that Miss Doris was full of ideas. Miss Doris. Sir. Doris suddenly closed her notebook, and her expression immediately became dull. Seeing Lynn waving, Doris pulled the reins and walked to Lynn's side, although she was reluctant, and then handed the notebook in her hand to Lynn. Her mouth was pouting. Is this what you just wrote? He pointed at the contents of the notebook. With his good eyesight, William also quickly glanced at the contents of the notebook, and then his face became ugly. He admired Lynn very much, but it did not mean that he wanted to have anything with Lynn. My lord, I am only responsible for recording what I saw. I have no right to comment. I should pass it on to future generations. Her voice became smaller and smaller. She tried to explain with Lynn's words just now, but she did not have the courage. Try to record this war, Lynn said. Many people will die. I think they should be recorded as the protagonists of the story rather than recording these contents. I know. Sir. Doris took the notebook with several pages torn off, her face serious. After leaving Lynn's sight, Doris immediately opened the notebook. What? All torn up. She thought Lynn would not see the part she wrote about Lynn and Miss Mick. Lynn held a few pieces of paper with a smile on his face. I can't control you. The flame burned, and the paper turned to ashes. He had been with Doris for a long time, and he already knew what kind of personality she had. Before the Expeditionary Army set out, Lynn began to drink the heroic Sun Night Path potion, which would be completed after reaching the Gate of Morphus, and successfully upgraded to level 31. After that, he could take the Epic Storm Night Path potion. But before that he had to get an Epic Disaster Heart for Miss Miko to brew the potion. However, she had no experience, so it was best to prepare 3 to 5 Disaster Hearts to increase the error tolerance rate. There should be no shortage of materials in the Abyss Rift. Lynn needs an Epic Sun Night potion formula. The heroic level can only barely make up for the shortcomings of his barrel, and it will still limit his development. The Great Knight power from various sources in him has begun to fail to keep up with the development. If he wants to avoid being eliminated by the version update, he must speed up the acquisition of power from more sources. Lynn has set his goal on advanced schools such as the Star Magic School and the Far East Magic School. It would be best if he could go directly to the Everfrost land, facing a place where the most basic combat units are all at the epic level. It should not be difficult to obtain advanced potion formulas. He hoped to get news about the Song White Knight Clory in the Everfrost land there. However, the road must be taken step by step. First, go to the Great Rift to hunt epic disasters and cook potions. Only Miko and Doris came with Lind and the accompanying team. Expedition is not a game. No matter what Rania thinks, she has to sit on the golden toilet. As for his fiancée Tioni, she hopes to come with Lind, but seeing that the other party has a zero favorability, Lind thinks rationally that he should not allow her to do so. The huge fragment of the magic ring behind her head is a treasure, but also a time bomb. It is better to hide it as real estate. The expeditionary force passed by the Snake Fortress. The steel building has been built, which is taller than the original snake nest, but the internal facilities have not been completely improved. The residential area is still an empty space, waiting for the undead, who will make money in the future to come and buy houses. The arrival of the army attracted the attention of the new undead. Of course, the most important one is Linda. Every newbie who is determined to appear in the Rand Kingdom will definitely search for guides on the internet. The Rand Kingdom has the most parts about Linda. He is one of the protagonists in the early stage of the game. Lauda, look at me! Look at me! Ah, husband, the hoarse voice shouted. And you could tell what it was. He tried to keep his expression unchanged. All men. Linda went to the Crystal Defense Tower again, showing his importance to this place. If there were no undead for this money, Linda really couldn't build it. If he wanted to fill the entire Rand Kingdom with crystal defense towers, or even expand the territory, he had to let the undead go to the Great Rift to open up Wasteland immediately. Without people to work hard, the national finances can't support it. Those NPCs can't be used as cattle and horses. They can't bear it. Only the undead can work hard, and they have motivation. Linda met the poet Miss Einar again. She is selecting and training a group of children who can learn to sing and play musical instruments. Whether a group of poets with buffs will appear on the battlefield in the future depends on her training. Auxiliary warriors are more scarce than offensive ones. Linda even emphasized the importance of Einar. However, the Snake Catcher Fortress lacks a lord, and Rania needs to distract and control it, which has a serious lag. When Einar cultivates the first batch of auxiliary warriors, the legion belonging to the Kingdom of Rand will also be formed. Chapter 374 Escort Lind Mission. When Lind arrived at the Morphous Gate outpost, the city wall had already been built. All kinds of equipment were complete, including crossbows, crossbow beds, catapults, etc. In addition, ditches were dug in the south direction, and chevaux de frise were installed. The city wall was patrolled by undeads 24 hours a day. Before Lind arrived with the expeditionary force, the undeads on patrol had discovered their traces. We have contacted the exile outpost, Crystal Mage, and when Raven finally breathed a sigh of relief when they saw Lind coming. War was indeed not as simple as they imagined. They had exhausted their minds to mobilize a group of people to act. Their method of dealing with it in Raven City was to not make a big fuss. Of course, they would not be tired without any effort. After they put all their energy into Morphous Gate, they found that it was not easy to manage so many people. Without the support of Lind's task system, the situation would only be worse. Therefore, Lind, who arrived at this time, was like a savior in the eyes of the two. William, go check out the situation. Yes. Linda gave absolute trust to the protagonist of this version. Other aspects can be doubted. But when it comes to the protagonist of version 1.0 fighting against the abyss of version 1.0, the credibility is extremely high. Let's go in and talk. This time, in addition to exploring the Great Rift, Linda also had one thing to do. He wanted to reconnect with Melulin. Both parties were cooperators. Melulin hoped to return to the Black Swamp Kingdom for revenge, while Linda hoped that Melulin could help him. An ordinary Scarlet Monarch is nothing. Before this, Lind could easily tear Redwald apart, and he was about to be promoted to the hero-level Sun Knight. Even he himself didn't know how strong his strength and attributes were. Almost every country has a big crack of varying sizes. If there is an ultimate boss in the big crack, such as the Abyss Visitor like the Cunning King, then can he snatch the boss? He believes that the undead can get some benefits by killing the boss. And he can definitely get it through some means. And it will definitely be better than what the undead get. And he will not be castrated. He is the one who eats from the bowl and looks at the pot. And Melulin represents the orthodoxy of the Black Swamp Kingdom. She is the queen. But she was secretly killed and her body was sold. As long as she returns alive, The people who killed her will definitely not dare to stand up and say that she is dead. Linda likes the power of law very much. He believes that the law of the Black Swamp Kingdom must have some characteristics. The Great Rift Abyss, the law, and the novice village of the Black Swamp Kingdom. Linda really has no reason to give up such huge benefits. This is another leek field, and it has never been harvested. Directly apply the development of the Rand Kingdom to it, and you can directly and systematically harvest. All preparations are to facilitate him to step into the magic land. The border area must be full of dangers. As for the Far East continent, flying dragons can only be used to pull cards. It must be a mid to late stage map. It is best to have a chance to contact it. If you can't contact it, you can't force it. He also asked Miko and Isa about the magic land. But the answer he got made him regretful. They had never explored the magic land, and they left school with underground tunnel worms. This strange worm will travel underground, equivalent to an express train. Lin couldn't imagine what it would be like, being eaten by worms, and then drilling around in the ground. He still knew too little about the world of magic. He could only say this to himself. Lin even considered whether Melulin would betray him. As long as he met Melulin, he could find out everything by directly probing the other party's favorability. However, he was more inclined to believe that the cooperation between the two sides would continue. There were only 3 people in the meeting room. What's the situation? Some of the pus exiles are still there, but not many. The Crystal Mage replied that finding the exiles was the greatest contribution he could make. What about the resistance medicine? They can make it, but the output is not high, and they are reluctant to leave the exile outpost. They think it is safer to hide there. Who is responsible for managing them? The pus exiles are not kind people. They wear iron cages and come to the gate of Morphus as sinners. Everyone has committed a serious crime. No one. But they want to see you. The Crystal Minter said. Can they hand over the formula for making resistance medicine? Linda proposed his own guess. For example, let the undead make it. Even if an undead can only make 1 resistance medicine with 1 life, the output is quite terrifying. The Crystal Wizard stopped in time. I don't recommend you to do that. If the undead becomes an abyss monster, the situation may be worse. Linda thought about it, and agreed with the Crystal Mage's concerns. If it was just a simple plague curse, it would be fine. If they were really judged as a new race, wouldn't the undead change their camp on the spot? To them, the good and evil of the camps are meaningless, because they are good at looking at the game content from any angle and easily put their emotions into it. To control the situation of the undead, you need a scavenger. If there is a scavenger to follow the action, things will become easier. As long as the undead have the slightest possibility of mutation, they can be killed directly. When also said at this time, there is one more thing. There is a painter named Boyd in the exile outpost. After hearing your name, he also said that he wanted to meet you. Boyd? Linda really didn't expect the painter to appear here. But the two of them didn't have much friendship. At most, he helped him draw a picture. How is he? Not very good. It seems that I must go to the exile outpost once, in order to be fully prepared. Resistance medicine is essential, and it always makes Lin feel that it is a waste not to hold such a good treasure for cutting leaks. Anything else? Lin was returning to the arranged room to rest. Later, he had to discuss with William how to prepare for the next action. After that, he had to drink the last bottle of magic potion under Miko's care and be promoted to the hero level tonight. There is a deserter in your team, the Crystal Wizard said. What's his name? Lin frowned. There had never been a deserter in his team. If he was destined to lose, it would be normal for a deserter to be desperate. However, at this stage, there was no danger or enemy, so a deserter seemed a bit abrupt. Fuller. As a sentinel, we arranged for him to investigate the village of the festering exiles. But when he encountered danger on the way, he abandoned the undead who were traveling with him and fled, and did not come back here. Fuller? Lin's mind flashed a very clever figure who had appeared in front of him. After listening to the Crystal Wizard's retelling of the situation, Lin nodded. I understand. The military discipline of the expeditionary army cannot be broken, and he must offer a reward for capturing Fuller. He has always given the soldiers the feeling that the battle will definitely be won, and the victory is just a matter of time. But Fuller's escape will cause confusion. It will only affect ordinary soldiers, and it will be easier for the undead. They probably only regard Fuller's escape as a pre-task for a certain task, and then regret that they missed this task. Now they are probably beating their chests and stamping their feet somewhere. You have stabilized the people's hearts quite well, said Lind. Tomorrow, Wen and I will work together to directly open up the path between the Morphous Gate outpost and the Exile outpost. When Crystal Mage has no talent as a commander, it is not easy to maintain stability in the face of deserters. Facing the unknown, the soldiers are panicking. Fuller's case is the first case, but it will definitely not be the last. There must be a victory that represents an absolute crushing victory to boost morale. William soon came back and quickly explained the current situation of the outpost to Lind. The soldiers are in a relatively stable mood, but most of them are afraid of the Great Rift. And the undead are generally very excited. Only those who are really going to die will start to be afraid of death. And those who are not going to die will only feel excited. You go and pick some undead and wait to kill them into the abyss, Lind said. We need exciting news. Soon. But not now. As the deputy captain of the assault team, William's goal is to rush to the front. And he certainly will not refuse this task. The setting sun hid below the horizon, and the broken moonlight fell on the ground. At nightfall, Lind stood in front of the window, letting the moonlight shine on him, and his body was strengthened. He raised his head and drank the last potion of the heroic rank Sun Knight path. After pouring into his throat, the hot potion quickly penetrated into his body and tried to explode. Before it exploded, it was pulled back by his emblems one by one. Lind never paid attention to perception more and more path potions, each of which required him to listen carefully to their whispers when stealing the power of the gods. Even if he could really do this, his brain would have gone crazy long ago. Therefore, Lind always chooses the simplest and most efficient way, ignoring the so-called whispers of God, and uses his talent to forcibly change the extremely low success rate to 100%. Miku, who was standing by, saw with his own eyes that a circular emblem suddenly appeared on the chest of Lind, who was only wearing a loose pajamas robe, and penetrated his clothes. Boom! The heartbeat sounded as loud as a drum. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive heartbeats, and 3 more emblems appeared. Lind's body trunk was like a grass, and his heart was blooming. The heartbeat became faster and louder, and more emblems appeared, until all 13 emblems appeared and were dyed with flame red in an instant. Miko looked at Lind worriedly. Lind had never experienced similar situations during the previous promotions. She didn't know whether this was good or bad, but she was powerless because she was just a high-ranking witch limited by her talent. If you are too weak, you can't keep up with Lind. It's cruel, but it's the truth. At the same time, in Lind's consciousness, the short tree suddenly began to grow. Finally, it said goodbye to the top-heavy state of the tree with malnutrition in the trunk, but luxuriant branches and leaves. Lind took this opportunity to completely integrate the power stored in the second heartbeat into his body. His skin appeared red for a moment, but soon dimmed back to its original color. No matter what kind of red-skinned monster the blood power of the almond family would eventually turn into, it had nothing to do with Lind anymore. The power in the noble blood had been completely digested and absorbed by him. From this moment on, there was no so-called second stage, because he was in the most powerful state when he exploded. The first heartbeat was as strong and powerful as thunder, while the second heartbeat from the twin emblem and the third heartbeat from the lady emblem were barely audible. He now had 3 health bars, but the other 2 were only at 100 out of 100, as if waiting for the power of 2 completely different systems to be injected into them. Lind opened his eyes and immediately met Mika's worried gaze. She came over and reached out to check Lind's body. Don't worry. Linda held Miko's hand. I feel very good now. Really? Yes. Really. When I get the epic heart of disaster, you will have to cook the Storm Knight's potion. That's better. Miko retracted her hand and hummed. After confirming that Linda was really fine and not just strong, she relaxed a little. Linda closed his eyes again and felt his own strength. The most intuitive and obvious thing was that the power of the Fire Knight had undergone a huge change. It was different from Sun Knight. The power complements each other. One is fire. The other worships fire. In addition, the power of the body has been slightly improved. Not very obvious. The power of multiple great knights can be superimposed, but it is impossible to superimpose forever. If it can be superimposed unlimitedly, he doesn't need to search for more advanced potion formulas. He only needs to accumulate the power of hundreds of great knights, and then he can consider killing gods. 100 level 10s are not as good as 1 level 100. You've grown taller again? Mike stood on tiptoe, then stretched out his hand to indicate the height difference between himself and Linda. This is really not good news. Yes, I've grown taller again. Linda raised his hand and touched his head, sighing. Although the growth is not obvious, the strength will definitely be reflected in the body size. His body contains so much strength, especially the strength of the old nobles. It is good luck that he has not become a monster. This life has nothing to do with the elegant nobles. The next day, 2 tasks came as soon as I got up, which made the undead people excited. Escort Lind to the exile outpost and protect him from harm on the way. Reward, 1 experience point. Frontline preparation, after passing William's test. You will successfully join William's frontline team. You will be responsible for deeper and more dangerous work. Reward, 1 experience point. All rewards are 1 experience point. Not much, but it makes the undead people very excited. Needless to say, the former actually has to protect Lind. Who will protect whom when we stand together? It's just giving away points. As for the latter mission, there was no need to refuse. If it wasn't dangerous, they really didn't want to participate. They had had enough of the dull game life recently. What they wanted was excitement and danger. Not surprisingly, there were a lot of undead who signed up to escort Lind's team. In the end, Lind randomly picked a few undead with whom he had a high favorability. Did you choose people based on their favorability? The undead who found the advantage were very surprised. It has been said that brushing up NPC favorability is very useful. You have to be nicer to NPCs in the future. Just as Lind and the undead who escorted him to safety left for the exile outpost. Miko found the crystal mage. What's the matter? The crystal mage looked at the rabbit tooth witch in confusion. They had no intersection. I want to learn more knowledge. Her eyes were more determined than ever before. Chapter 375 Exile Outpost. The distance from the Morphous Gate outpost to the exile outpost is not far. About 2 days, but Lind did his best to look protected. As a service industry practitioner, Lind attaches great importance to the experience of the undead. When he came to the cliff, he deliberately stood still for a long time. Although the undead were eager to complete the task, they were helpless in the face of Lind's unwillingness to leave. No matter what game you play, the escort mission is like this. Procrastinating and dragging out the game time. The terrain has changed, and it's different from what the Crystal Wizard recorded at the time. But Lind looked down. If the terrain alone was not enough to stop the night, they could put a ladder or a rope down. The perfect terrain also gave Lind great convenience in defense. Assuming that the frontline fortress of the Calamity Executioners had been completely lost, it would not be so easy for the things in the abyss to escape. The terrain advantage was probably the last mercy this world had on humans. Lind was thinking more about what he could gain from this battle. There was no doubt that defeating the abyss would bring huge benefits. In addition to these, the undead should also provide something. Is there a hidden mission? I think so. I heard that there is a big crack in the abyss in that direction. Oh my god. How do I get down? The undead were also studying, but they had no idea that the NPC next to them was thinking about how to put the butcher knife on their necks and cut them hard. After a short stay, the team continued to move forward. When they first entered the exile village, Lind frowned slightly when he saw the carnivorous flies all over the sky. But the carnivorous flies instinctively did not approach him. The aura emanating from Lind was like that of a big boss. He looked humanoid, but if we compare his true appearance, he should be the same as the great snake Baron Ronan and the dragon King Kurt. At the worst, he should be a 4 or 5 meter tall red knight. But the undead were in trouble, and they could only keep waving their weapons to drive them away. Some people reacted quickly and opened the barrier directly or lit torches to drive them away, ensuring their safety and not being harassed anymore. When they encountered some disasters on the road, they didn't need Lind's instructions. The undead were not in the mindset of completing the task at all, but were fighting for monsters. The quick hand gets the reward. The slow hand gets the reward. It was already the evening of the second day when we arrived at the exile post. The post used a suspended iron door. The steering wheel rotated to roll up the iron chain, and then the iron chain pulled up the iron door. There were only a few people here. A man in ragged clothes with a huge iron cage on his head was lying on the ground. He suddenly jumped forward. Ha ha! I caught it! He raised his hand and picked it up. It was a black cockroach the size of a palm. Damn! He won't want to eat it. An undead man couldn't help but said, "I'm not stupid." Who knew that the man turned around? The iron cage had covered his entire head, with only his mouth, nose and eyes open. He was a festering exile. "I just caught it for fun." The exile pointed to a room made of wood and mud. "That's all the food you sent." "I'm Lind Alman. Where's Boyd?" Lind's attitude was calm. According to him, the festering exiles were not good people. They were essentially people who had committed unforgivable crimes and were doomed to die. Every country had death row prisoners. The disaster executioners would go to various countries to find death row prisoners, bring them to the front line, let them use their sinner bodies to resist the abyss and atone for their sins, and play their last role before they die. People who should have died are gaining every extra day they live. Whether we should thank a group of death row prisoners who have caused countless tragedies for protecting the world is a very contradictory thing. "Ah, you are the one they are talking about." The exile stood up and quickly retreated, hiding a little further away from Lind. He instinctively feared the nobles. He is painting inside." The exile raised his hand and pointed at another short mud house. "You wait here." Lind only gave an order, then walked to the mud house, pushed the door open, and there was a skylight on the roof, and light shone in. It was like a solid beam of light just falling on the drawing board. A hunched and thin figure, with an iron bridle on his head, was concentrating on painting. "Boyd?" Lind asked. The hunched figure slowly turned around and looked up and down at Lind with his eyes in the holes of the iron bridle. "Lind Armand?" He stood up and saluted Lind with the attitude of a noble. "The painting you drew was good." "Yes. I remember it was drawn when you were 17 years old. I was convinced that you would become a powerful nobleman. But now it seems that I was too conservative at the time." Although Boyd no longer had the unrestrained manner of the prodigal son, he still retained the elegant habits of the nobility from his conversation. "We have different life experiences." Linda did not ask why Boyd became like this. If the other party did not want to say it, he would restrain his curiosity. This was the respect reserved for a person who once had dignity. "I heard that you formed an expeditionary force to fight against the abyss." "Yes." "So, did you listen to the call of a certain voice?" Lind's eyes flashed. "Of course." "No." "So you heard it?" "Those noises will affect people's creation. I hate people talking in my ears when I'm painting. But it's much better after coming here. Your painting house is nice." Lind looked up at the hole in the roof. Boyd said, "That's the hole I asked the rat catcher to help dig. It rarely rains in this place. So don't worry." It was getting late, and Lind was destined to spend the night here. So he was not in a hurry to ask Boyd to help him. "When you have time, can you help me draw another one?" "Is one enough?" "The Lord of Star Dragon City, Snake Catcher Fortress, Black Island Lord, Mountain Troll Castle Lord, Rand Kingdom Duke, and Rand Army General." Linda pretended to count casually on his fingers, then sighed. "You'll be busy." "Ha ha ha." Boyd couldn't help laughing. "You're much more interesting than before." "Linda, when I drew your portrait, your hands seemed to be stuck to your knees with honey. You were the most obedient boy I've ever seen. This is the best comment I've ever heard," Lind said with a smile. He also likes to chat in a cheerful atmosphere. So this is why he can't be a serious king. As the head of the novice village, I must be more friendly and amiable. I know you must have a lot of questions, but in exchange, you have to answer some of my questions," Boyd said. "If you don't feel inferior, I can tell you the length. It would be even better if you could see it with your own eyes. I will seriously help you draw the booklet." Chapter 376, Bookmaster Boyd. The undeads hit a wall in their communication. They may be socially anxious in real life, but after entering the game, they are the freest and most unconstrained people. Seeing an undead trying to verbally attack the short and fat abscess exile to bring the two sides closer, Boyd, who had just walked out of the room with Lind, had to say, "Don't mess with that guy. He is not picky about food." The undead shuddered and immediately distanced himself and returned to Lind's side. "Afraid? Only standing by Lind's side can you feel safe." Only Lind and Boyd had dinner, which was dried meat and whole grain bread. The taste was so bad that Lind felt that his teeth that could bite off a fine steel sword were blocked. But it tasted much better than boiled beans. The undead also had their own snacks. Some of them were bored and pulled out their weapons to wipe and maintain them, while others were in a daze, probably browsing the official website. "Don't they need to eat?" Lind looked at the exiles, who were doing their own things. "They are not fools. Boyd raised his hand and knocked the iron cage on his head. Linda, this thing is just an iron sleeve, and the person wearing it will not become a fool. You are right. Linda smiled, and he admitted that he did look at the exiles with the eyes of looking at disabled people. I answered your question, and it's your turn to answer mine. Boyd nodded at Linda. Puff. An undead, who was about to drink water, burst into a large spray, and they noticed that Boyd's angle was a little wrong. Is the chat between NPCs so explosive? No. This world seems to have always been very explosive. For example, prostitutes have never been completely eradicated, and some undead have discovered the skills of peeping. As long as you follow an NPC couple and squat outside their house at night, you may hear special sounds. And the recorder Doris beside Lind is the biggest rumor maker. People in the Doomsday will not suppress sex. There is no tomorrow. In short, this is an 18+ game. Come with me to the bathroom later. Can I go too? The undead were excited. My husband has already called out, so it's okay to take a look. I promise not to take screenshots. I'll take screenshots but not spread them. Even if I spread them, I'll blur them. Ha ha ha. Boyd laughed happily. I haven't seen such an interesting person for a long time. Do you want to see it? What? That? Of course I want to see it. All of the undead were interested at once. Only Lind looked helpless. Although he didn't know Boyd, he knew what Boyd was going to do. This guy was a small picture album distributor. Those who slept with him always had to consider whether they would appear in the picture album as material, in a shameful posture without clothes. Regardless of whether they were men or women. When Boyd took out his collection, it immediately caused the exclamation of the immortals. Excuse me. It turns out to be the master of the book. Who is this? The painting is so sacred. Lind didn't even look at it. It wasn't that he was pretending to be noble, but he had already seen it many times with a critical eye. In addition to his own painting skills not being up to standard and unable to reproduce, it couldn't bring him any freshness. Master, do you have any new works? The immortal exclusive has changed his tone. It can make people become humble immediately. There is only one situation on the internet, which is to ask for resources. Of course, when he introduced his new works, Boyd also became interested. He brought back a few paintings, but the images in the pictures were a little distorted, and they should be exiles. Lind's eyes instantly became solemn. The voice of the undead beside him explained more fully what Lind saw. This painting actually has attributes. It's a prop. Yes, it's a prop with attributes, and it's a prop with some amplification. Lind took a painting, and in the painting was a short and thin exile. That's the rat catcher. A thin Nord. Nord? Lind had never heard of this name. He created his own race. His mother is a Lander, and his unknown father is a Nor. A race that lives in the mountains. Very thin. And the Norns in the mountains were killed more than 20 years ago. Boyd introduced. Her mother is the daughter of a village lord. After being raped, she gave birth to the rat catcher. However, the lord would not recognize him as a grandson with dirty blood, so he could only make a living by catching rats in the village. Linda nodded. The story of illegitimate children is always like this. And then? An undead asked. They are more concerned about the story of the rat catcher. He said that his childhood was very happy. I guess because that guy's speech is not perfect at all. He just pouts his mouth and shows his front teeth, and then makes a squeaking sound. Boyd imitated, but he was wearing an iron cage, so his imitation was not very similar. Then, he would show a Nordic smile. Boyd pulled his mouth with both hands. Then what? The rat catcher is a person who likes to share. He will send the rats he catches to people's tables, farmers' beds, and leather workers' boots. There are even people whose noses and ears were bitten off by rats because of him. Ha ha ha. Boyd told a chilling story, and no one present laughed. He is the grandson of the Lord. Even if the Lord does not admit it, no one dares to do anything to him. This time, no one needs to ask. What happened next? Boyd was about to finish the story quickly. That day, his mother got married to a merchant. It was not easy for a noble lady without chastity to marry. The rat catcher decided to make his mother happy. He followed the mouse into the merchant's house and used a knife. Such a long knife. He showed it to me at the time. Boyd raised his hand and showed a length of about 5 centimeters. With that knife, he cut his mother and the merchant's family of more than a dozen people from left ear to right ear. The bloody Nord smiles. Hiss. Clown, the undead said. So when they looked at the painting called Ratcatcher, they felt that the bonus was very appropriate. Ratcatcher, the work of painter Boyd, recording the story of a happy ratcatcher, and a signature Nord smile. Agility plus 10, equipped with an irreplaceable Nord smile. After touching this painting, the muscles on your face will be forcibly pulled, revealing the so-called Nord smile. Every painting has a story? Of course. Boyd picked up the second painting. This guy is called the Hungry Guy. That's the one. He pointed at the exile that the undead had just chatted with. The short and fat figure is indeed very similar. Don't underestimate that guy. He is the most dangerous one here. He eats people not because he likes to eat, but because the god he believes in guides him to do so. There are countless messed up beliefs in this world. Sometimes I feel that if I erect a statue, I can declare to the outside world that I have established the Boyd Church. The Hungry Guy, the work of the painter Boyd. Recording a hungry guy. A scary guy who always exudes an indifferent temperament. Strength plus 10. Fear resistance minus 10. Boyd is very enthusiastic about introducing his paintings, but everyone feels a little tortured when listening to them, especially when it is completely dark, and those inhumane guys in the paintings are wandering around. It has nothing to do with strength. It just feels creepy. Chapter 377 Cursed Body. Are you selling your paintings? Of course not. These are all my hard work. Boyd immediately snatched back all the paintings and held them in his arms. The atmosphere of this conversation was quite good, but it was broken by the undead's initiative to buy. You can rest now. We don't have anything more to do before tomorrow morning, Linda said. It looks like this, but in fact, the next thing to talk about should not be heard by anyone except Linda. He received the message. The undead people all went offline after hearing the message and disappeared on the spot. We should talk about the incident from earlier. Lind looked at Boyd. You said before that you found a way to make the brain resist that voice here? Curse. Boyd nodded. It seems that we should have more to talk about. They talked all night. The first thing they talked about was of course making resistance medicine. To make resistance medicine, the premise is that you are cursed by the abyss first, and then use your body to bear the pain. Every time you make resistance medicine, you bear more curses until your body can no longer bear it and dies. However, the gardeners have another kind of power. They do not steal power from the magic ring, but gain power from the curse to strengthen themselves. However, compared with the power they gain, they suffer more pain, and this power only allows them to run faster when they encounter disasters. Although Boyd is an old noble, he did not learn to master extraordinary power, nor did he stay in the palace. So he escaped, and then a force wanted to enslave him. His willpower was not enough to resist that power. He came to the Great Rift, but he had an unexpected gain in the Great Rift, and he was cursed. The evil power of the curse actually confronted the voice, and then Boyd took the opportunity to put on the iron cage and learn the ability to control the pus exile. The iron cage has the power to restrain the curse, which is related to its production process. For demonstration, Boyd unlocked the lock of the iron cage. Under the iron cover was a huge head that was swollen like a pumpkin, covered with ugly pus, and the right forehead was the most serious. It was like a fist-sized white pimple, with redness and swelling around it, and it was in a state of being about to burst. Curse. What did it bring you? Linda didn't find anything wrong with Boyd. He was always in high spirits. There are 3 curses. Boyd raised his finger and said, they are the rock curse, the slug curse, and the scavenger curse. Rock? Located in the deepest part of the Great Rift. The king of the Great Rift is called the Rock King. I happened to encounter it when I was about to approach the Great Rift. It sounds bad, Lynn said, thinking of the cunning king. Yes, but I saved my life. It has no interest in small insects. But my body became very weak after being cursed. I could hold 2 girls before. It doesn't sound that strong, Lynn complained. What about the slug curse? It's a slug as big as a bed, covered with poisonous pus, crawling forward. You will be sick when you see it and can't eat. That's why I'm so thin. Boyd raised his arm and tapped it twice. Scavengers? Are they from the executioner of disaster? Linda had met Iris, who was at the forefront, and now he had found the fertilizer, pus exile. But he had never seen a scavenger. They had a very heavy task, and when someone in their group was eroded to the limit by the abyss, they would kill him and make him die in the form of a human. Gardeners? Boyd nodded. But they have all been cursed and turned into undead zombies. This is not good news. Boyd continued, it brings me, as you can see, the power of painting, which allows me to create paintings unique to each person based on their paintings. How many resistance drugs can you make now? Each person can make up to 10 per day. More will drive people crazy. And you have to consider making more people exiles while making them. Every time we make one, we will be one step closer to the abyss. How long can it last? One day. Terrible output. There are more than 2,000 undeads following now. And there will be a third and fourth team later, until nearly 10,000 undeads in the Rand Kingdom all arrive at the Great Rift. Linda must consider what will happen to the undead after they go deep into the abyss. Direct death is a good thing. But he is afraid that they will not die cleanly and change their race. Then at least we must ensure the output of nearly 10,000 resistance pills every day to stabilize the exploration. Astronomical figures. Let me see your curse. Linda decided to look at the curse first, and then decide what to do next. Expanding production will inevitably involve more people. So whether the curse can be controlled is very important. The moment Lynn's fingers touched Boyd's head, the curse instantly wrapped around his fingers like an infectious disease that would inevitably spread through skin contact. But then it was swallowed by the Krite emblem. Lynn simply pressed both hands on Boyd's forehead. Boyd subconsciously wanted to dodge. But he was far worse than Lynn. The curse rushed towards Lynn's arms crazily, and then was swallowed crazily by the Krite emblem. Lynn's body even improved for a short time. But unfortunately, when the swallowing ended, the bonus disappeared. Lynn let go of his hand. Boyd had recovered to the level of a normal person, but his head was slightly swollen. But he could still see his previous appearance. It was like he was punched twice. It seems that we have other solutions. How do you feel? Boyd asked first. Of course it's good. Lynn moved his wrist. Can you tell me how to make resistance medicine? He has a stubborn dragon disease. Maybe it can be used to make resistance medicine. Boyd nodded. Without the curse oppressing his head, he became very energetic. The materials must be taken from the abyss. But there is no shortage of those things in the exile outpost. They occasionally need to make their own resistance medicine to eat, while accelerating the erosion by the abyss, and then use the products made by the power of the abyss to slow down the erosion. Deep grass, a black-leaved plant like chrysanthemum, with the smell of cabbage worms, crystalline debris, obtained from a certain large crab in the abyss area. In the past, the exiles would rely on irises to pick them, and they never lacked this kind of thing. But now they use less and less, and they dare not go deeper. There were 4 or 5 other things. Then, Lynn failed. It was not surprising at all. You don't have the abyss curse, Boyd said. When he saw that Lynn was not afraid of the abyss curse, he had the same idea as Lynn, so that he could produce unlimited resistance medicine. But he really had no solution without the abyss curse. And he had to enter the Great Rift and be cursed first. But you have a curse. A stronger one. Boyd felt that the method he mastered might help Lynn gain power from the curse. There's no rush for this. After a careful understanding, Lynn found that the way the exiles obtained the power of the abyss was also very interesting. If Boyd's method was really useful and could transform the dragon curse into a part that was beneficial to him, he should try to get in touch with more abyss curses. The emblem was his trump card. Lynn said, Mr. Boyd, I want to hire you as my chief painter. Of course you have to do more than just painting. Boyd was stunned. Me? The topic changed a little too quickly. But Boyd hurriedly saluted and half knelt on the ground. I do. Sir, you have to be mentally ill to refuse. Then, it belongs to you. Linda pointed at Boyd's forehead, where the 3 curses converged. The Krite emblem. Grant success. The moment it appeared on Boyd's head, the Krite emblem began to work. It was very excited because it tasted the endless curse. Boyd raised his head in shock because he found that there was a force constantly flowing from his head to his body, making his body weak and powerless because of the curse, while also being strong and powerful. Contradictory, but exciting power. Chapter 378 Secondary Occupation? Boyd, who put on the iron cage again, felt a sense of balance. The power of the curse, the power of the emblem on his forehead, and the restraint brought by the iron cage made him feel like a normal person. How can I get this power? Lynn asked. He didn't need to go to the abyss now, and he had a curse on him, so it was the best option to try it. Boyd changed his title and tone. You need to recite with me. This is a long poem from the pus exile himself. The oath of allegiance means that the contract has been signed. No one knows what will happen if they break the oath. But even the worst people have never thought of breaking their promises at will. In a world with gods, the binding force of language is stronger than imagined. However, Lin prefers to believe that in the land of the Kingdom of Rand, as a duke, if there is a traitor, then the thunder should help him punish. I like poetry, Lin said, because Boyd put on the iron bridle again. Lin was not sure what his expression was now, but he saw respect in his eyes. Respect for this poem. He chanted in a pious manner, the great despair of the great rift. A new prologue of the story. The pain of the birth of the three gods. Faith and oaths are forgotten. Under the curse of the king, the disaster execution never stops. Morning, dusk, night, dawn. Iris is summoned. Explore opportunities in the curse of the abyss, and seek the door of life. The fortress is isolated from the mortal world, and the cracks build the city of the dead. At the end of life, you will set your soul free. Please respect those who move forward with every breath. You will die. You will be respected. You will go to the city of the dead. In the depths, life sighs and death echoes. Don't panic. You never walk alone. When life ends, your soul will be free. With every breath, respect those who move forward. He chanted the second half 3 times before stopping. Linda closed his eyes. When Boyd's voice came again, Linda had entered the state, and the special emotional power made his consciousness pulled. In fact, it is difficult and complicated to say, but it is very simple to do. As long as you can collect curse body and poetry, it will proceed naturally. Being cursed is not a good thing. It means being stuck for life and can't get rid of it. He repeated the poem over and over again. Boyd saw with his own eyes that Lin's body had changed. When the sound of rustling came, he saw with his own eyes that dragon scales appeared on Lin's exposed skin. The scales quickly covered Lin's face, making him look like a human-shaped dragon. The dragon curse grew out of control and reached its maximum in an instant. But Lin still didn't stop. The dragon scales faded quickly again. Boyd's feeling was very strange. He could feel that Lin, who had been very strong from the beginning, suddenly became very weak. As weak as a village woman who couldn't lift the toilet. This feeling was very strong. When Lin opened his eyes again, there was a bloodthirsty red light flashing in his eyes. But his eyes were not turbid, and he returned to normal in just a moment. He took a deep breath to adjust. But the feeling given to Boyd was, he breathed, and his body suddenly changed from a medicine jar village woman to a flaming dragon in an instant. Can people really switch like this? Others may not be able to, but Lin can. Does this count as opening a secondary profession? The Crike emblem is still devouring the active dragon curse, and then continuously giving him feedback. The good news is that through this absorption of the curse, the dragon curse should not have a sudden outbreak. The Crike emblem is at the bottom, making the curse like a rootless duckweed, unable to take root. In order to avoid being eroded, Lin once again sacrificed his second heartbeat, under his absolute control. When the exile ability took effect and caught the dragon curse, he threw it directly into the second heartbeat. The bad news is that the curse instantly turned his second heartbeat into a complete dragonization pollution. If he switched his state to the second heartbeat, he would instantly become a cursed dragonization Linda. But there is no need to worry about it, because the second heartbeat can't affect the first heartbeat at all. And he can also directly abandon this curse anytime and anywhere. Linda tried to use the power of the curse, and a phantom dragon head appeared violently in front of him. Boyd subconsciously stepped back and fell to the ground without standing firmly. Sir? Don't worry. It can't bite people. It just can do that. Linda observed the dragon head and found that it was like an extension of his body. But it didn't have the power to kill. Just like a beautiful thing. Although it didn't look good. Linda walked to an open space outside and opened his hands to the sky. A dragon head grew rapidly, and soon grew to the size of the original Dragon King Kurt, directly filling the entire exile outpost. The dragon's mouth opened. Glorious explosion. Far away at the Morphous Gate outpost, Lael was patrolling. He had learned his lesson after missing the sign-in before. Why spend so much effort on it? Not only did he not gain anything by doing the side quests by himself, but he also caused the NPC's favorability to drop because of his desertion behavior. It would be better to follow Lin's footsteps. Boom! The sky-high flame suddenly lit up from a very far direction. But they only lit up for a moment, and then disappeared. What a pity. Lael beat his chest, and stamped his feet. That must be the exile outpost. Which means that those undead followed Lin to take on important tasks. It would be nice if I could follow him. What a pity. The undeads who were offline in the exile outpost came online one after another after receiving the news. The terrifying high temperature swallowed them directly. Did someone burn a hole in the sky? Sir, is there any danger? Is it the boss at the bottom of the abyss? The undeads gathered around Lind. Some of them had noticed that the exiles around Lind were as well behaved as young wives. I'm just experimenting with an ability, Linda said calmly. Experiment? Ability? The undead widened his eyes. What ability do you have? You can make the firelight visible at the outpost 2 days away. And it's even more exaggerated when you look at it up close. Oh my god. It's really going to break. No one knows what ability Linda has experimented with. When asked by the exiles chose to keep their mouths shut. So they can only regard it as a hidden plot that they accidentally missed. And beat their chests for it. Linda is in a good mood. With more than 10 times the consumption. The dragon head is like an amplifier specially used to amplify various abilities. Others may have to run out of mana. And it is even possible that a battle that can last for 10 minutes can only use one skill because of the dragon head. But for Lind, consumption has never been a problem. As long as he has his own battery flying dragon by his side. And lets the flying dragon spit fire to charge behind him. He can release unlimitedly. Just like battlefield buffs. The musical inspiration of the poet's path can also be released in this way. It is definitely the most compatible ability with auxiliary professions. Whether it is group control, treatment, or group buffs and debuffs. It's a pity that the dragon disease has disappeared. Unless Rania drinks the potion and refuses the help of the emblem to transform into a new dragon king. Lind will be the last one. Regardless of how the undead people complain in their hearts. Lind has a good harvest and is ready to have a good sleep. And then go to the abyss. He wants to have a close contact with the abyss curse. Judging from Boyd's state, the curses will entangle with each other and then evolve into new curses. Maybe there will be a good match waiting for him. Abyss? It's just a new skill deck. Chapter 379. The Undead met another group. Undead. The first batch of the assault team has been selected. William's way of thinking is different from Linda's. He selected the undead based on strength. This team is considered the spearhead team, with Linda as the captain, William as the deputy captain, and 50 undead members. They each held 3 resistance pills in their hands, which means they only have 3 days. There are many advantages of the existence of extraordinary soldiers, such as strong comprehensive combat performance, not easily tired, etc., and with space equipment, if it is placed in peacetime. Linda has such a 50-man night team, which is enough to sweep most of the countries in Shilu continent, including those he has heard of, and those he has not heard of. Undeads with robes tied around their waists jumped off the cliff one after another, and headed towards the front line of the Great Rift. 100-meter-high redwoods pierced the sky, and I felt insignificant when I went deep into them. There were no enemies in the distance from the break of the cliff to the dark and deep forest. So maybe we could move the outpost forward a little. The palm of my hand touched the sword's spine, and the cold touch was as reassuring as a comrade in arms. Lin said, "Our goal is to go to the frontline fortress of the Disaster Executioner. But it is said that the overflowing abyss disaster has corrupted it." The team explored ahead of Lind and William with peace of mind. They were a little less disciplined, but they were not afraid of death, and could perfectly perform the work of mine detection engineers, thinking that the new map was right in front of them. The undead were excited and full of enthusiasm. I am proud of this scene. William looked at the team as the spearhead and said, "We are doing a great job." William, as the protagonist of the version, is not likable, but it is undeniable that he has a very strong personal charm. For the great goal, he will not ask others to sacrifice, but is willing to burn himself first. Yes, we are all doing great things. Linda nodded, and he was thinking about more than just the abyss. It took longer than expected to advance in the deep forest, and the undead gradually changed from full of enthusiasm to a little negative, wondering if this was an expedition within an expedition. As winter was about to begin, the deep forest was dark and sultry. When they turned back, they could not see the cliffs they came from, but only countless redwoods that were 100 meters high, growing straight and piercing the sky. They began to feel the heat, and what was waiting for them ahead seemed to be a burning hell, and the trees that grew denser and denser woven the road into a spider web. Finally, They saw the first group of enemies. The way they found the enemy was very interesting. It was a dried corpse lying on the ground, with skin tightly attached to the few remaining muscles and blood vessels, looking like a skeleton wrapped in human skin. No one paid attention to them until an undead man subconsciously drew his knife and stabbed. Alive! The zombies staggered to their feet, and there were more than 200 or 300 of them. Just as the undead were about to attack, a flame surged, and William, wrapped in flames, rushed forward. He quickly swung out more than a dozen swords until he was sure that all the zombies in front of him had turned into charred corpses. No. Are you kidding us? Although the undead were complaining, they felt at ease with two powerful characters around them. There were more and more zombies in front of them, and there was no situation where there were no monsters to fight. An arrow was shot out after the undead pulled the trigger, hitting the zombie's forehead accurately, and the arrowhead came out from the back of its head. Then the second arrow followed, the third, the fourth, as members carefully selected by William. They have good game experience, not only with good equipment attributes. There are so many of them, someone said. These things have empty health bars, but they will stand up after being killed. Someone has noticed the problem. They rarely encounter such a turbulent zombie-tide attack, with a strong desire to attack, a continuous number, and they will get up after death. The undead encountered another group of undeads. Fortunately, these zombies were not very strong, and it was easy to kill them. They could be resurrected quickly. You just had to run over quickly after killing them. As for standing up again, it had nothing to do with the undead. The spearhead team was moving forward at a steady speed. William became the most excited warrior, bursting with flames and slaughtering zombies continuously, just like using a feather duster to deal with ants crawling on the ground. Smoke and dust flew, and flame shone everywhere. Flame meteors kept flying over the battle line of the undead people, and a large number of zombies were engulfed in the red wave. At this time, William was constantly advancing in the front. Every corpse that had been piled up for 2 or 3 years became a zombie, and the curse of immortality made them crawl up. Fortunately, they can now die in the flames and avoid the pain of being a walking corpse. William leaped, and the long sword in his hand was swung again, and the sea of fire churned. His ability to use fire was slightly different from Linda's, and had nothing to do with Clory, the White Knight of the Everfrost land. But in terms of appearance, they all wrapped the fire around their weapons. Zombies that could only wave their slow claws and pound slowly like an old woman in a vegetable garden fell into the sea of fire as William swung his long sword. A shrunken corpse was swept into the sky by the flames, and turned into another flaming meteor that flew over the head of the undead, and then fell to the ground. Only the stubborn ribs and the flame residue in the cavity were left, and the sparks flickered with the wind. The killing process was efficient, and the undead people quickly reacted. With their abilities, they were very likely to not be able to resist the endless tide of zombies. But with William in front, it was different. All they had to do was to pick up the fish that slipped through the net. Although they are said to be fish that slipped through the net. In fact, the number is also very terrifying. Each undead kills more than 10 zombies every 30 seconds on average. But if there are really zombies that are not killed and slip through, it shouldn't be a big deal, because Lind is standing behind. Wait a minute, brothers. Our mission is not to escort Lind to the fortress, right? It's a bit nonsense. With his combat power, he still needs us to escort him? But Lind didn't move from beginning to end, so I couldn't help but imagine it. It was the first time that Linda saw the undead who had given him a task to do something. It seemed that after the previous time when Linda tried out his new ability on a whim in the exile outpost and caused a huge effect. But the undead thought he had missed an important plot. Their imagination and suspicion became much more serious. So he stood there without moving. But the undead regarded him as a big crystal and guarded him tightly. Linda bent down and grabbed a zombie. It had no hands and feet. But when Linda approached, it opened its mouth frantically and tried to bite him. No curse. Linda casually threw the zombie into the sky. Just at this moment, William's flame swept over again, burning the zombie that happened to be thrown into the air into ashes. Redwoods have good fire resistance, which is probably related to the erosion of the abyss. After being ignited by William's flame, they were quickly extinguished by something. Only a small part of the trees that directly suffered William's attack were cut off, and a sticky black liquid actually came out of them. When Linda was thinking about what was going on, a shout came from the front. "We're at the fortress!" The fortress of the executioner of disaster. At the end of the road that was burned and chopped by William's flames. A fortress-type building built before the big crack appeared in front of us. This is the real front line. The first line of defense against the abyss of the big crack. Chapter 380 Explosion. After walking down the cliff, through the deep redwood forest for who knows how long, and through the raging zombies, they finally arrived at their destination. This is a building that combines the beauty of light and space design. Looking up, you can see the loneliness in it. The fortress with the mission of resistance in the dark space, where countless people died, painted it with a tragic color. The gate of the fortress was closed. William stepped forward and pushed it, then turned his head to look at Lind, shook his head and said, "Sir, it can't be opened." A great knight of the hero rank said that it couldn't be opened, which meant that violence was ineffective. The undead couldn't help but say, "No way. What a stupid setting. It's another door that can't be opened from this side. I wish you go to the bathroom when you have diarrhea, and then find that it can't be opened from this side. You have to climb through the window to enter the bathroom, and then open a shortcut. I'm going to split this door open." Some hot-tempered undead didn't believe in evil and had already taken action. The result is predictable. They can't shake this door. The fortress gate itself, filled with the ancient and decaying atmosphere, represents the will of the fortress. When the gate is closed, nothing can escape. Lind recalled what the crystal wizard said. When building the fortress, they used a certain inherited method to prevent the building from being destroyed. Just like the city of Leon in the past, and the city Lord Hall of Star Dragon City today. Epic battles cannot destroy those walls. It is definitely not enough to use only stones and mud to block the abyss. As for what was used, the crystal wizard only said that it was related to the abyss. The only thing that can resist the abyss is the power of the abyss. The fortress is made of a stone similar to granite. The high walls emit a light gray light in the dim light, like a white bone flower blooming close to hell. There are defensive buildings around it. The small towers buried in the city walls have stopped working at this time. Otherwise, Lind's assault team would have been the first to face a rain of arrows as soon as they approached. The undead tried to climb up the wall, but the fortress had already considered this point and cannot open on this side. At the same time, cannot climb over appeared. Whether climbing or flying directly, they will be blocked. Damn air wall setting. They always find some way to convince themselves. They climbed the wall as high as Goliath before, so they don't think this wall can't be climbed. They just think it's the air wall. To the east of the fortress, there is a building that climbs on the undulating mountains like a beast. If you can climb over the wall by climbing the mountain, you may be able to get in. "Sir, we want to go over there and take a look." The undead took the initiative to find Lind. "Go ahead and find a way to open the fortress gate." Lind nodded. He even generously gave a verbal task. As long as the fortress gate can be opened, there will be a resistance medicine reward, so that the undead can explore the front line for one more day. There are main tasks that must be done. If you can also receive a branch reward, no one will refuse it. What everyone likes most is to get unexpected gains. The elite undeads are all players with excellent equipment and combat awareness. They consciously divide into teams and work in groups of 2 or 3. The target is too large if they act in a swarm. And the most important point is that it is difficult to divide the resources. The quick ones get the advantage, and the slow ones get the disadvantage. Among dozens of pairs of hands, there will always be someone who is slow. William was the only one who was stunned. Exploring the front line of the abyss is very dangerous. For example, Griffin Castle is unwilling to send soldiers here. But Linda's way of giving you a chance to die still refreshed William's cognition. The way the undead moved joyfully told him that they really liked the reward Lind promised. "Sir?" William looked at Lind. "Wait here. Trust the undead," Lind said casually, then sat on the ground and opened the official website. The hard work of exploring and picking up trash can be left to the undead. They like to do this. And if they have the time, they might as well surf the internet. He wanted to see how far the exploration of the Great Rift in other areas has progressed. William saw that Lind seemed to be in deep thought, and he also stood guard with his sword in his arms. If he delayed the general's important task, it might affect the overall progress of the expedition. "Lind, this outfit is interesting, but it is a bit demanding on the figure. Only Doris can try it. This outfit is suitable for Rania, but it is still a little bit off. The queen shouldn't step on her face like this." It seems that in order to let the undead have more favorite fashion items, some new looks have to be sold. Duke Lin controls almost all domestic production and manufacturing. Making new clothes can stimulate the consumption of the undead and increase employment opportunities. Win-win. War, death, fear, like endless wailing hovering over the fortress of the executioner of disaster, interweaving into a destined tragic epic. Like the spear in the holy word piercing it and nailing it to this land. And now, the undead have opened the prelude with a tragic heart. This world is too real. And I often can't tell whether it is reality or a game. Xuanwu Shield turned around and looked at Linda, who was thinking with his head down at the campfire in the distance. The other party must be worried about the abyss again. The deeper he got into it, the more he felt that he was not playing a game, but just went to another world after falling asleep. Just like an avatar. The nerves connected, and then entered another body in another world. I found the way. Come on. Come on. Xuanwu Shield immediately came back to his senses. Here we go. They climbed up the mountain and found that there was a hole in the city wall that was smashed by some force. And they could go directly to the city wall through the hole. Standing on the wall, they looked down ahead. The high walls of the fortress soared into the sky. Standing on the battlements and looking down, they felt a sense of heroism that all living beings were submitting to them. Below them were some wandering figures in armor. But they were too far away. Like ants. And their red names were not even displayed. Further away, they were completely invisible. It was not clear whether they were pretending to be dead to lure the undead closer, or simply not refreshed. Looking into the distance, only part of the fortress could be seen. The large area of houses should be the residence of the executioners of the disaster. In addition, there were countless walkways and bridges, making the entire fortress look complicated. If you are not careful, you may end up spinning in place. Half of the fortress area has been occupied by the Dark River. After crossing the river, you can only see another wall, which is a higher wall blocking your view. As a fortress that resists the abyss, the closer to the abyss, the higher the wall, which is very reasonable. The undead were also glad that they came from the back. Otherwise they would definitely not be able to enter the fortress now. The undead did not have much time to sigh. They only had one way to go now. Jumping down from the battlement would definitely kill them. And the dense enemies below made them feel like they had accidentally entered a biochemical crisis. They can only jump from the rooftops, and then jump down from a suitable position with fewer enemies. Fighting with old friends in the game makes them feel like they are on the battlefield together. With a thick shield in his right hand, and a lance in his left hand. It is his main job to provide defense for his teammates. But it does not mean that he has no means of attack. This lance is a good weapon he has brushed out. After using the shield to resist the enemy's attack, he only needs to reach out from the edge and poke it. No matter how fancy the opponent's attack is, it will be useless. He encountered the first wave of enemies on the roof. Wandering Abyss Plague Zombie. LV10. Life, 50-50. The level is not low, but the life value is a bit too low. Similar to those zombies outside. But the level difference is huge. The Black Tortoise shield rushed forward habitually, knocking 3 or 5 plague zombies back with the shield. And then he quickly attacked, stabbing 3 plague zombies' heads 3 times in a row. If it was the dragon scale sword, it would definitely be able to take them all away in one move. But that guy was still dealing with other enemies behind. The remaining 2 plague zombies suddenly had swollen chests. Ugh. A very clear vomiting sound. The nearby undead clearly saw that the plague zombies' mouths suddenly began to gush out dark and sticky liquid, which seemed to be conscious and wrapped around the plague zombies. In an instant, it turned into a strange and sticky monster, with only 2 slender zombie legs still supporting the roof tiles. Wandering Abyss Plague Zombie. LV10. Life, 1050/1050. Oh my god! The difference between before and after is too big. The level has not changed, but the health value has increased wildly. The Basalt Shield shoulder-to-shoulder shield felt like a wild bull had hit him, although he successfully blocked the opponent's collision. His body also moved back several steps. My posture bar is full. There must be many hidden attributes about the undead in the game, such as toughness, which can make people stand more steadily when being hit, and posture bar, which will not be able to resist if it exceeds the upper limit, etc. These are all summed up by the undead themselves. Of course, there are also weaknesses of the enemy. Humanoid monsters have obvious weaknesses. Hitting the head can usually trigger the instant death effect. For non-humanoid monsters, if they are large, You can choose to repair their legs and destroy their joints. And there is a common weakness. Weak fire. Dragon Scale Sword flew over. His sword with a touch of brilliant color. A layer of frost blowing on the blade. And his arm had already made a sword-swinging action when Dragon Scale Sword rushed forward. The two plague corpses that burst pus were covered with a layer of cold air and ice flowers. And their speed was forced to slow down. Dragon Scale Sword turned around and stabbed the short blade in his other hand into the plague zombies at close range. Hot smoke blew out from the wound. Pull out the blade and stab again. Stab continuously in a short period of time. The plague zombies swung their heavy bodies to chase. But Dragon Scale Sword seemed to have full dodge points. Spun and jumped like dancing, easily dodging several attacks. And the fire and ice double blades in his hand left wounds on them again and again. When the moon-slashing sword also joined the battle, the situation finally changed. The two plague zombies collapsed to the ground. Sparks and ice particles were still flying in the air. But the pus on the plague zombies had disappeared. Be careful. Everything here seems to explode. And then the attributes are improved in all directions. Try to kill them in the shortest time. Chapter 381 Chaotic Great Expedition. The undead made quite a commotion. But their fighting style was always very conservative, and their speed was very slow. But as an undead was injured, the situation changed dramatically. Fuck. Wu Shang is gone. Brothers, go. Playing games is like this. If you don't make mistakes, you will be very careful. Just like wearing shoes and walking on a flooded road. You will be very careful. But if your shoes are wet, then you might as well just wade through the water. More and more enemies were advancing. And then, they encountered the first type of enemy. A group of festering exiles. But this group of fertilizers was not as bizarre as the picture circulating in the forum. They wore iron cages. But the iron cages were deformed by their swollen heads. The ways of attack were also varied. And all of them mastered strange skills. The abyss creatures that should be afraid of fire actually began to release fire. Seeing those exiles with various illusory limbs such as twisted animal feet, mouths, and tails spreading on their bodies, releasing poisonous smoke, flames, and storms, the undead people felt their scalps tingling. The flames and poisonous fog intertwined to form a purple-green flame, roaring fiercely and charging at the undead. Damn! The Xuanwu shield and other people with shields took the initiative to stand in front and used their shields to forcibly divide the flames. The scorching airflow penetrated into the skin like a steel needle. When the first wave of flames ended, the Xuanwu shield armor that was at the forefront was left with a mess of scars, poisonous corrosion and flames. And even his arm armor was completely burned red by the high temperature. Xuanwu shield quickly removed his arm armor, revealing a red arm that was bubbling with meaty aroma. He had encountered this situation many times before. He skillfully took out the medicine bottle, uncorked it with his teeth, and poured it into his mouth. His injuries recovered quickly. He put away the arm armor and waited for someone to repair it when he returned. Then he took out the spare equipment first. It is impossible for the top elite among the undead to have only one set of weapons and equipment. This game is too realistic in this regard. The equipment damage rate is very high. While people feel a sense of substitution, they are also a little angry. It is common to get a set of godly equipment, but dare not wear it when brushing the map, afraid of wearing out. Other undead took the opportunity to rush forward, and the strange roar of the abyss was replaced by the collision of swords and magic. Dragon Scale Sword cut off the enemy's arm with the ice sword, then quickly turned around and used his body to quickly cut the enemy's throat with the fire blade in his left hand. Black slurry gushed out from the burnt neck wound. He felt bad, but did not retreat, but accelerated the speed to chase and stab, and finally won before the opponent exploded into a more difficult monster. But it does not mean that the exile can only fight at a distance. An exile rushed to the front like a monkey carrying a fireball. Boom! The exile jumped into the air like a monkey, his body covered in flames, and the fireball expanded several times. But then, the fireball was suddenly torn open from the inside by the thin arm, and the opponent actually rushed out with a scorching heat, and stretched out his claws to cut towards Longlingian's head. Longlingian twisted on one leg, and his body spun like a gyroscope to narrowly avoid the arm, and raised his elbow instinctively to chisel the opponent's nose with the hilt of the sword. The completely twisted and deformed iron cage head was still firm under the heavy blow and did not break. After landing, the exile was a little confused and staggered back. But the dragon scale sword that was almost attacked caught up and stabbed his eye socket with a short blade with sparks. Thick smoke billowed out. And when he pulled out the short blade, the blade was already hot and red. The body fell to the ground. During this period, some undead turned into ashes. The festering exiles, who were not known for fighting, became difficult to deal with after being contaminated by the abyss. Although the undead enjoyed the feeling of challenging strong enemies and winning, they also knew that their mission was to open the gate of the fortress. As long as the gate is opened and William and Lind come in, these guys shouldn't be a problem. So why not just let Lind and William go the other way from the wall? They never thought of doing this from the beginning. If NPCs do everything, why should we play? So just be a poster girl who issues orders and don't move around. Lind was watching the Abyss War in other regions on the official website at this time, and found many places worth referring to. Resistance drugs have become a scarce resource. Expedition teams organized in other regions are mostly sparse, and many undead can only rush in and use their bodies to resist the curse. In other regions, undead are directly infected by the abyss and complete the glorious evolution. However, unlike what they imagined, they would be transformed into a different race and then begin to destroy human civilization. They found that their bodies were out of control, and they became monsters that were killed by other undead. Some people don't care about this. After being infected with the plague, they will be forced to hang up. Although there is no reward for hanging up, it should be quite interesting. There is a blogger who makes videos and takes the initiative to let himself be infected for the sake of the show effect to see what happens. Then, because his level and equipment are the strongest in the area, his strength has changed dramatically after being infected. He directly conquered the undead defense line of the big rift in the area and almost killed all the NPCs. The defense of the entire area completely collapsed. The comments floated by 6666. It's really cool. But it's a pity that it can't be controlled. The blood plasma explosion is more exciting than the cut film. Fuck. The poster girl was killed? Ha ha ha. Reborn in a different world. I was infected and became an abyss demon and decided to destroy mankind. The gameplay is really free. Almost no one would criticize. And many lawful undead would just leave a message. It turns out that you can play it this way. A small number of critics were undead in the same area as the blogger. Because of him, their own defense line completely collapsed. And this area was directly unplayable. All NPCs are dead and still playing. Either go to other countries to start over, or delete your account and start over. But no one cares about their gaming experience in front of big bloggers. Some regions just unite and rush forward in one breath. And then, they are killed collectively. The resurrected undead run around with the abyss plague. And eventually the whole country becomes a country occupied by the abyss. Even the brainwashed official NPCs, who focus on the undead, can be killed because of a momentary interest. Not to mention the enemies. There are also areas that have made gratifying positive progress. Through rapid infrastructure construction, a defense line is built. And then only a small part of the abyss disaster is drawn out each time, so that the undead and the abyss disaster can fight in a limited small area. Like fighting crickets. The effect is good and can ensure that they will not be infected. But the disadvantage is that the speed is too slow. When their planned actions are successful, it may take decades to enter version 2.0. Figures appeared by the campfire. Too difficult. Complaints came. The dead undead are resurrected. It's not going to work this way. I think we can consider stealth assassination, or lure one and defeat them one by one. William on the side asked, "Sir, do you want me to go in and help?" In William's opinion, the undead are still too weak. Your job is to stay here and wait for the gate to open. And, in front of all the undead, Lind emphasized, all those infected by the abyss must be killed by you. Chapter 382 Tyrant? It has been 3 days since the undead entered the fortress, and they are constantly passing on news to the rear. The exiles are also speeding up the production of resistance medicine. More and more undead will be released, and the second team will be soon. Everyone can't wait to experience the new game content as soon as possible. Watching others kill enemies on the front line is even more uncomfortable than killing them. The exiles who trapped the undead's exploration progress were finally wiped out with great difficulty. The blade cut off the arm, cut the throat. They have learned how to win in a more efficient way. Through death to understand the enemy's attack pre-swing. The dull Walking Dead fixed and low intelligence attack template is not difficult to deal with as long as you can memorize it. But the difficulty lies in not being besieged. And being surrounded will definitely die. Dragon Scale Sword quickly moved inside the fortress. His flexible figure won too many victories. Like a one-man show movie action scene. He had to make all kinds of dazzling moves. And his enemies only had to be killed in various postures. The armor was splattered with slime. The resistance medicine had been exhausted. And the plague infection was getting worse. But he finally reached the gate. And then successfully opened the fortress gate by turning the mechanism. Ha ha ha. I'm infected. The infection bar is almost full, Dragon Scale Sword said while laughing. Some signs of mutation and distortion can be seen on his body. According to the setting, he should be killed by William here to avoid completely turning into an abyss monster. When watching videos in spare time, everyone knows how bad it is to turn into an abyss monster. Forced to hang up. It is still a monster after resurrection. Simply put, the account was forcibly managed by the authorities. And there was no way to appeal and get it back. So the account was useless. William was about to approach him with a sword. But Xuan Wuxild suddenly asked, "Sir, can you let me kill it?" "What?" William was stunned. "Is it to pursue the honor of a warrior? But the undead can be resurrected even if they die." Xuan Wuxild said, "I just think it's interesting. I haven't killed it before." William was silent for a moment. Then nodded, "Okay. Please treat me to a meal." Long Lin Jian pointed at his neck. "Hey. What are you going to do? Cut off my head or hang me? Can you burn me on a cross?" "Damn. You don't have to make it so big. Just behead me. I'll log off and have dinner later. You really can't take advantage of me overnight." "Hee hee. You just agreed." Xian Wuxild took out an axe, waited, and said, "Come here and kneel down." "Master Qi Tang. Spare me." Dragon Scale Sword quickly got into the game, and a few people gathered around to watch the fun. Just as Black Tortoise Shield stepped on Dragon Scale Sword's back, pressed him down on the platform, and prepared to chop off his head with an axe. Dragon Scale Sword suddenly said, "Hey, do you think a dragon named Alduin will fly over at this time? And then I will be free? Go!" Black Tortoise Shield was too lazy to answer, and directly fell with an axe. The body turned into ashes. After a while, Dragon Scale Sword appeared, except for blood and ashes on the ground. No one would believe that he was lying there, and his head was chopped off not long ago. With the gate of the fortress opened, the undead's exploration became much easier. They didn't have to climb the mountain in the east every time they were resurrected, and then go a long way on the city walls and roofs. This time, they could just go in through the gate, saving at least several hours of walking. The undead wasted their exploration time because of the long and roundabout route. Now they can finally launch a charge without fear of death. Unfortunately, without resistance medicine, the charge can only be carried out with death as the ultimate goal. The firepower of the undead hit the gate of the fortress, like a spear quickly penetrating. Without the obstruction of the exiles, it became less difficult to move forward. Arrived in front of the Black River. When his feet stepped into the black viscous liquid, the face of the undead changed immediately. "It's broken. This thing is accelerating the accumulation of bars. It's over." As he shouted, the face of the undead changed again. He had accumulated a lot of bars along the way. Now, after being accelerated by the black liquid, his body directly fell into the abyss uncontrollably. Seeing his teammates around him getting shorter and shorter, it was himself who was growing taller quickly, and they all turned into red names. He knew that he must have turned into an abyss monster. My body is also in a stuck state. During the internal test, there was a plague infection. At that time, the undead would not even turn into monsters, but would be forced to disconnect if infected. Now it has become that there will be no disconnection, but you can only hang up and watch. The teammates began to attack in tacit agreement. After the infection, my combat power really increased greatly, but facing a group of elite undead who were also carefully selected, it was not so easy. Hang up. We'll follow the body's whereabouts. The body of the undead infected by the abyss rushed uncontrollably towards the fortress gate. And just as he came out, he was met by a figure. In the middle of the spacious fortress gate, the figure looked very thin. But when the undead saw the red name, he almost peed. Linda. Life. 65,000/65,000. The terrifying health bar made him mistakenly think that he was dazzled. What happened? He got stronger again. With this health bar. Are you sure that no one can beat you? Didn't you agree to be the protagonist of the internal beta version? Why are you getting stronger all the time? You are not really going to follow us undead to the maximum level, are you? Linda took the initiative to walk towards him. The body of the undead relied on instinct to attack. And the attack hit Linda. But he did not move. Oh my god. Domineering body? There was no feedback from the attack. Linda raised his fist high. The undead's rolling instinct began to work. An efficient movement could trick the enemy into attacking first. Nowadays, everyone's strength is getting stronger and stronger. Rolling is no longer like the silly bear rolling in the past. And after combining with many skills, the role of rolling can play an unexpected role. It may look a bit stupid, but rolling is really powerful. The next best thing to rolling is turning around and running away. If you can't win, just run away, and you will always be invincible. But Lind always raised his fist, and locked his eyes on the undead. At the moment when the undead stopped, Lind's fist fell. Good opportunity. Although his body is not under his control now. The undead, who is forced to hang up, can't help but sigh at the clever timing of the roll. It is worthy of imitating his own hang up. And the imitation is too perfect. But when he stood up after rolling and prepared to fight back, Linda's fist slowly hit his face. Damn. Delayed punch. Fast and slow sword. Tyrant plus fast and slow sword. There is really no solution. The power of that punch made the undead man urinate blood. And the long blood bar was emptied in an instant, leaving only single-digit numbers. Linda, who had saved his strength, did not kill the undead with one punch. He tied him up with a chain, and then reached out to press on the undead's head. When the undead saw that his full corruption bar had turned from 100% to 99%, he immediately understood. It turns out that the strongest resistance drug is Lind. It's easy to deal with it if you have a backup. Your behavior has been disliked by Lind. Favorability -10. The undead was about to speak. But after receiving the reminder, his expression changed instantly. And he wanted to cry, but had no tears. No. Go. I really didn't get infected on purpose. But things have come to this point. And there is no way to change it. It is well known that it is the most difficult to increase Lind's favorability. I was converted because I didn't control it well. And my favorability started to drop. He told the undead who followed him, a warning to those who come after you. You must control yourself. Otherwise you will lose your favorability. What if your favorability is gone and Lind no longer helps you? The more you think about it, the more you feel you have lost. The harder it is to get something. The more regretful it is to lose it. For example, William's favorability can be easily increased. Just brag to him. Say some great and glorious lines. And fight hard in the battle. But even if the favorability is high, it is useless. William can't give any substantial benefits. Sir, I want to buy resistance medicine, the undead said. Use your body to resist. And then when you are about to fill up the bar, it is too late to die. Isn't it just spending money? I will spend it. Your behavior has been praised by Lind. Favorability +1. Chapter 383, Abyss Set. The battle to retake the fortress is still going on. The first half has been cleared out by the undead. Most of those who are stationed here are logistics troops. And their combat effectiveness is not strong. The second batch of undead came. And then built a new base with the Disaster Executioner Fortress as the origin. Thousands of people gathered here. After taking the resistance medicine, the undead can move in the black mucus. But after the body is trapped in it, the movement speed slows down. Even if there were resistance drugs, it would be useless. If they stumbled forward in the waist-deep mucus, their corruption bar would soon be full. The undead could only retreat and make long-term plans. The Morphous Gate had completely become a material transfer station and the last gateway for defense. Leaving the Crystal Wizard, Doris, Miko and other logistics personnel, who were not good at fighting to guard it. When Raven stood beside Lind. Don't you have a way? She looked at the door. She could cross it. But she couldn't cross it with so many people. Yes. But I don't have to worry about it. In a completely free and unrestricted world, Lind didn't think he should deprive the undead of their fun of the game. What are they doing? When asked. Cut corners to build bridges. Lind replied. What? Anyway, this is one of their fun things. Lind looked at the festering exiles, who followed Boyd. They wore uniform iron bridles, and looked at the fortress with eyes full of memories. But after seeing Lind, there was only awe and fear in their eyes. The undead didn't see the scene that night, which was comparable to a small volcanic eruption. But they saw it with their own eyes. Even the former Iris Knights could not cause such a terrifying power. Continue to make resistance medicine. Don't worry. I will help you cure the curse. Lynn said. The exiles led by Boyd are frantically producing resistance medicine here. William needs to issue tasks so that the undead can explore and pick up materials by the way. It didn't take long to cross the black viscous liquid. The undead went out and cut down a few redwoods. They tried to put them down first. After finding that they would sink to the bottom, they changed their thinking and directly stood up the trunks. And then let the archers shoot the arrows tied with ropes to the opposite side. The wall is protected by magic and cannot be climbed. But it is not a big problem inside the fortress. They can just use the zip line to get through. And the way back is also very simple. Commit suicide. This time, they are lucky, and did not encounter the situation of the door cannot be opened from this side. This is the back of the fortress. So it must be opened from this side. The densely packed undead stood at this end, watching the mechanism turn and the door click open. Everyone had an expectant smile on their face. Now, the war to retake the fortress is about to begin. The gate that blocked their view opened, and a scene that was completely different from the one inside the fortress gate suddenly appeared before their eyes. In the farthest distance ahead was a strange living building, which was like some kind of mollusk-like organic creature, covering half of the fortress castle. Its slippery and sticky surface had countless fist-sized holes, which vibrated slightly, as if it could breathe. The ground was covered with messy fungal blankets. The pitch black formed a sharp contrast with the white and gray bricks and stones of the castle. The black veins that were like spider webs entangled around the parapets and stone pillars were like the blood vessels of living things, and huge black balls in the shape of water drops, like bags full of water, were hanging on the eaves and corners of the walls. The space here was very huge, and compared to the front of the fortress, which could be turned around twice in half a day, it was more like the real main body of a city. There were countless messy swords stuck on the ground along the way, crooked and slanted, which reminded the undead people of the swords they had seen at the Snake Man outpost. Later, Lynn's army had inherited this tradition. If people want to have eternal peace after death, they must return their bodies to the flames. If the war is too intense to build tombstones, the swords will be their tombstones. A strange sound, like some kind of war song, more like a song of death. Abyss Scavenger, LD25. Life, 3000/3000. A soldier holding a torch and wearing a pointed steel helmet staggered out. It didn't look like an exile or a zombie, and it was most likely to maintain its human appearance. From their equipment, it can be seen that they were also combat troops. The scavengers who cannot undertake the task of attacking the abyss are inferior to Iris. The undead did not take them seriously, even if they were LD25. They were just a group of low-intelligence zombies. Unexpectedly, they were surprised by the opponent's superb swordsmanship as soon as they fought. The scavengers were well-trained soldiers in their lifetime, although they were not qualified to fight on the front line of the abyss. The enemies they had to deal with were not weak at all. Killing the companions who had become abyssal was also a difficult task. A large number of abyssal scavengers surge out, and they instinctively form a line to fight with the undead, facing the scavengers whose attributes are not inferior to their own and whose methods are equally numerous. The undead have no advantage at all. What's more terrifying is that the scavengers are good at fighting in groups, and their fighting style is completely designed to be the enemy of humans. When the undead try to distance themselves, the scavengers immediately use long-range weapons to attack, such as throwing spears, crossbows, etc. And when the undead are ready to launch a charge, the scavengers will immediately form a shield wall for defense, and quickly disperse after the undead approach, and use the team to quickly digest them. It's over. We've become monsters, and they've killed us. I caught Pikachu and complained after coming out of the resurrection point again. They were trapped in front of them, and the distance between them and the building that looked wrong had never been shortened. What's worse is that the scavengers that were killed will soon be resurrected and stand up with full health. There are undead people on both sides, and they can't kill them all. They have no choice but to fight back on the battlefield. There is a large-scale fight, but not a single drop of blood can be seen. It was exciting at first, but then the mechanical killing made them feel more and more boring, and nothing was learned. I caught Pikachu rolling to avoid a string of arrows, and the arrows stayed where he just stood, with feathers trembling. He seized the opportunity to rush forward quickly and slashed at the opponent with force. The bad realism made them have to consider the reaction force when attacking. If they couldn't cut the enemy in half like chopping a haystack, the force transmitted back might take away the sword in his hand. But this time he was lucky. and he accidentally inserted the sword into the gap of the scavenger's neck, and then easily chopped off the opponent's head. Woohoo! Pikachu's heart was beating wildly. When he received the warning, he found that he had unknowingly retreated into the black viscous liquid. The body of the scavenger also fell into the water, and was quickly swallowed up. Looking at the helmet in his hand, Pikachu was stunned. Abyssal Scavenger Helmet, the scavenger wandering in the world, obeying the task of destroying the abyss. Never forgets his duty even if he dies. After wearing it, the damage you receive will increase. Physical defense plus 15. Magic defense plus 3. Fire resistance plus 5. Lightning resistance plus 2. Abyssal resistance plus 2. Unlike enchanted equipment, that stuff needs to be maintained and re-enchanted every once in a while. But this one doesn't seem to need it. Just then, another scavenger swooped down towards me. This time, I caught Pikachu and aimed at the opponent's neck, and successfully stabbed him in exchange for injury. With one hand, I grabbed the potion and gulped it down to restore blood, and with the other hand, I stabbed frantically, just to see who had the thickest blood bar. When he killed the opponent again and took off the scavenger helmet, the completely different attributes made him brighten up. You can brush it. Not only the helmet can be brushed, but also the armor on the body can be stripped off. But there are many with zero durability, which is equivalent to bulky scrap metal. In the end, he only got the helmet and leg armor. When I caught Pikachu and put on the Abyss Scavenger set with obviously higher attributes, the killed scavenger had already stood up staggeringly, but all the weapons and equipment on it were stripped off, and it could only rush up with bare hands. Go to hell. I caught Pikachu with excitement. He wanted to complain about Linda before, but now he thinks he is wrong. Did Linda deliberately let the undead people use their lives to explore the way and see the enemy situation inside the fortress? Did he squeeze our hard-earned military merits in order to sell resistance medicine? Obviously not. This is to let us brush the Abyss set. Lauda. Touched. Chapter 384. Linda has to kneel down even if he comes. Abyss set? What is that? When Linda saw the various information spread on the official website, he was a little confused. It was very pleasant to give military merits, but he was unwilling to exchange military merits and points for resources. According to his usual style of doing things, he first let the undead fall into a difficult battle and have to spend money quickly. That is, to create demand for them without the need to spend money, instead of letting them use military merits to exchange for various resources. It is better to let them exchange various low-quality consumables on the front line, as long as he can get the military merit back from the undead. Lin doesn't need to fulfill any obligations. He will make money. He has noticed the undead's passive slacking recently, and many of them have even turned to digging for materials. However, the video of tutorial on brushing the Abyss set, Land Kingdom region, made Lin unable to hold back. What kind of gameplay have you developed behind my back? The Abyss Scavenger appeared in the Great Rift of the Land Kingdom, and maybe in other regions. I'm not sure about this, but if your region has it, you can consider researching brushing the Abyss set yourself. The defense and resistance bonuses are really high, and the most important thing is that this set of clothes is pretty cool. Then let me tell you the way I found to kill them. The scavenger's previous job was to deal with colleagues who had become abyssal, so their main fighting style was to use techniques against humanoid enemies. And the scavengers were very good at killing enemies with formations. Don't fight them in numbers. Even if you have 3 times more people than the scavengers, they will still kill you all. My suggestion is to stick to the terrain, because the scavengers' movement speed will slow down after entering the Black Snot, which is the Black River, and because they have completely become abyssal, they will not become more weird, and there is no need to worry about sudden deformation. After you lure the scavenger in, you just need to stand outside his range and fire. It is recommended to use an archer, because alchemical items and weapons of mass destruction are likely to damage armor. You can saw off a piece of wood to stand on a high place. I want to complain here. This game is too real. What you see is what you get. You can take off any equipment from the corpse and wear it yourself, but the scars you make on the equipment will not disappear. I advise those who want to get good equipment to cooperate with each other. It is better to have an auxiliary wizard next to you and slowly grind to death. Finally, I wish everyone can get the Abyss set they want. After Lin finished reading the information, he felt a sense of crisis for a moment. Before this, the equipment of the undead could only be obtained through looting and purchasing, and the properties of the equipment obtained through both methods were very ordinary. the armor master who worked under Lind. The dragon skin armor master four-handed Bard produced enough novel mechanisms and equipment, but could not meet the growing level and equipment needs. The equipment he made only looks good, but it is not easy to use. Although there are enchantment skills, the enchantment effect is not very high, and the duration is not long. In terms of defense, you can only rely on the material of the armor itself, and the secret pattern is actually the main skill of weapons and equipment, which must be activated actively, so the secret pattern equipment is more useful on weapons. Even Lind himself, the equipment he wears is only good looking in appearance, but actually has no attribute bonus. Seeing that the undead people actually invented the game method of brushing the Abyss set, Lind's first thought was that it was broken, and now the armor and equipment will really be unsaleable. But if you think about it carefully, you will find that the situation will not get worse. It is absolutely impossible for this amount of Abyss equipment to shake his equipment manufacturing market. Abyss set will become the carrot hanging on the donkey in a short time, allowing the undead to advance madly. The number of scavengers in the fortress is at most a few thousand, which cannot meet the needs of nearly 10,000 undead in the expeditionary army. And not every scavenger's armor can be worn. So this set of Abyss set will only exist as a rare equipment with a higher drop difficulty, and at most cause a small-scale trading boom among the undead. That is to say, let a group of people make some money. This is a real world. The damage rate of equipment and weapons is very high. Ordinary swords will bend after cutting a few people, and fine steel weapons are also not durable. Only weapons related to the fragments of the magic ring can say goodbye to the problem of durability at present. Some undead have obtained fragment weapons, but these weapons are not very special in their hands, and can only be used as rare special props. The episode of the Abyss set has boosted the enthusiasm of the undead, and the advancement has begun to accelerate. If you want to go to the Great Rift, you must first eliminate the disaster executioner who is in the way, from the zombies responsible for logistics transportation, to the abyssalized pus exiles, to the abyssalized scavengers. They failed to stop the invasion of the Abyss, and now they are also unable to stop the expeditionary force from going deeper. They finally arrived in front of the building wrapped in pitch-black organic matter. As the first group of undead people approaching the building, the Basalt Shield team was nervous at this time. Alive? The dragon scale sword pierced into the pitch-black fungal blanket on the side, with a sword wrapped in a layer of white frost, and harvested a slight tremor. Go in and take a look. The atmosphere has changed. There must be something dangerous in the huge building that is the core of the fortress. Outside the building with distinct gray and black, it was extremely quiet. Xuanwu Shield carried Dun and walked in the front. The door of the hall was a heavy iron block. He raised his hand and tried to push it, but it only shook slightly. Can it be opened on this side? Xuanwu Shield turned his head and said, "Come and help." With the combined efforts of several people, the iron door made a heavy buzzing sound. The dim light projected from the gap in the door was trying to swallow the light outside. The door was pushed and made a dull sound like the roar of a beast. Finally, the door was pushed open a crack, and the darkness inside completely enveloped them, and the darkness eroded the light in reverse. They groped forward and could hear the harsh sound of the sword being dragged on the ground and rubbing against the floor tiles. After walking 5 or 6 steps, their vision was regained. In front of them was a huge hall, with dozens of figures with bright red names on their heads standing inside. The armor and basalt shields on their bodies seemed familiar. The exquisite patterns on the armor, the fine lines extending like blood vessels, wrapped around the chest, leg armor, and arm armor. The decoration on the helmet is an iris. Abyssal iris. LV45. Life, 25,000/25,000. Their changes were more restrained than those of Lord Leon at the beginning. They barely maintained a humanoid posture, but the fierce aura on their bodies did not diminish. I still have the same feeling as before. We may have entered the wrong map. This should be an advanced map. The black tortoise shield couldn't help but say. A Lord Iris glided over like a flying bird with his arms spread out. The blade in his hand lightly swept and hit the shield of the black tortoise shield. The huge impact force directly caused his shield to collapse and deform. His body flew backwards and hit the door. His health bar was instantly emptied and turned into ashes. He swung his sword again, and the crackling blade quickly harvested the lives of the moon-chopping blade, dragon scale sword and others, easily piercing the scavenger set they had brushed out. And the body was cut in half, before the blood could be splashed. The undead had collectively turned into ashes and disappeared in the hall. Everything returned to calm again. The Iris Lord who had just rushed over dragged his sword, staggering and wandering aimlessly. Good news. It doesn't matter if the scavenger armor set is not satisfying. There is a better Iris set to brush. And both weapons and equipment are well preserved. Very worth brushing. Bad news. Chu Jin was killed in seconds. And he didn't even react. There are nearly 100 LV-45 Abyssal Iris Lords, who can kill people in seconds. And they are all together. Even if Lin came, he would still kneel. Chapter 385. Get Cyber Eggs. Linda got a set of Scavenger's Abyss equipment. The resource distribution among the undead is still very extreme. Some have already brushed several sets, while others have not got a single hair. The Lone Ranger is at the bottom. Unless you are lucky enough or have played the internal test before. It is painful to play. Keeping together can save a lot of trouble. And Siege can make up for many shortcomings. Everyone makes up for each other. Linda can't see the so-called equipment attributes on the armor. But those things are not important to him. Just tap and pinch it with your fingers. And even without him using any ability to identify, any veteran can see what is good about this set of armor. It is indeed inconvenient to have no numerical values. But as long as you see enough, you can tell the difference. Isn't this similar to the weapons and armor of snake soldiers and dragon soldiers? It cannot be said that it is a weapon with basic attributes. It should be said that it is something that ordinary soldiers avoid. Cursed equipment that naturally represents evil. After wearing it, it is basically guaranteed that you will first get disgust when chatting with others. But putting these aside, armor with various curses will indeed be easier to meet the requirements of the undead in terms of attributes. After being cursed, there is an obvious change. The target will be slowly assimilated, including non-human armor, weapons, etc., which will also be integrated into the body, and even directly become part of the body tissue. Lin suspected that this was the same as the castle. Abyssification was to corrupt the target, and then transform all organic and inorganic matter into the same kind. Nowadays, some undead still use the tail spears of dragon soldiers as weapons, which have various effects and are strong and durable. A not very bold, but very reasonable action plan has appeared in Lin's mind. But he can't do it now, and he has to experiment slowly. Linda has not been idle recently. He is trying to get in touch with more curses. For example, the abyssal curse attached to the scavenger is not strong enough. As soon as the curse is applied, it is cleared by Linda. It takes up space, and there is no need to keep it. Compared with these, William has been very busy recently. Just like Linda could easily take the potion formula from William. When the undead asked William for advice, this guy really taught for free. Teaching skills for free. You are disrupting the market. So William has a lot more work recently. And he can't calm down to teach the undead. After this period of development, William, who saw the progress of the expedition, admired Linda very much and put his arrangement first. And teaching the undead can only be put on the back burner. But the undead always find opportunities to take advantage of opportunities. There are not many opportunities to learn skills without spending money. After making sure that William has some free time after dinner every day, the undead will wait here early. At dinner, Lin, William, Wen, Boyd and others sat together, which was considered a high-level dinner. Again? Boyd turned his head and looked at the undead, who had been waiting outside the door for a long time. He thought it was very interesting, and then turned his head to look at William. They are serious, William said. He was different from Boyd in his negative thoughts. As long as he could enhance the overall combat strength in the abyss, he was willing to teach. When Raven also had the same idea as William. But now we could only look at him with a slightly envious look. But this envy made William shudder, because he only felt the murderous aura. William, who was always sunny, liked to talk to Lin the most. He felt that many of Lin's actions had deep meanings. Although she and Boyd have different ideas, they can still communicate. Using her own curse to make resistance medicine is a great sacrifice of burning herself. Only one, whose cold personality makes William feel like he has run into a cold knife. The cause is also simple. Before, an undead came to Win to learn skills. Her strength is even higher than William's. And she is also beautiful. Her expressionless face is even more in line with the XP of the undead. One is a person with extreme thinking. And she is even more decisive than William. William at least needs to consider a person's specific combat power, combat awareness, combat style, etc. While win is as long as you learn. I will teach you. No matter who you use it to kill. As long as you use my power to cut the abyss disaster. It will be considered a win. But after learning, the undead found that Win's combat style was very strange. Her first move was suicide. And all attacks were based on suicide. The undead are indeed not afraid of death. But your skills are not strong enough to kill the world in seconds. It is too exaggerated to immediately return to the living point after using it once. So Win was listed as the first NCP who would never be asked to learn skills. There are even many who come to Boyd to learn to draw books. Lin put down his spoon and looked at the undead waiting in line outside. Isn't this an act of receiving cyber eggs? He didn't stop William. Some of the basic combat knowledge William taught was not applicable to the undead. Only the undead who took the path of the Sun Knight were the best. And they all belonged to the power of fire. As a pseudo-official, his authority was lower than anyone thought. William, who quickly finished his meal, continued to go out and burn himself to glow. Lind asked Boyd, "Do the different images you draw have certain special effects?" "Yes." Boyd nodded excitedly. The first time this topic was brought up was on that night at the Exile Outpost. After seeing Lin's power, Boyd wanted to draw him very much. But Lin refused without a second thought because he didn't have enough time. "Iris, I think she's a good target," Lin said. He had seen the undead complain about how hard it was to fight Iris. Average level 45. Kills people as soon as they meet. Average HP is around 15,000. And doesn't mind rushing in. If they hadn't planned to rush out of the big iron gate for the time being, the entire fortress would have been recaptured. Some expeditionary forces in other regions that had already pushed to the big cracks had not encountered such a powerful executioner of disasters. The situation in each region was different. Nearly 100 bosses. Even if Lind encountered them all at once, it would be a headache. But as long as he didn't encounter them all at once, the problem wouldn't be too big. Now the entire fortress is filled with undead figures. And they keep brushing the resurrected zombies, or the stripped scavengers. The reason is that all the undead are trapped in the Iris dungeon. When one person finds the boss in front, almost everyone will abandon the unimportant tasks in front of them and go to refresh the boss. This game does not talk about balance. From beginning to end, the quick hand will get the slow hand. And no one wants to miss it. Then, they encountered the most difficult enemy in history. Maybe not the most difficult in history. Because whether it was the big snake Baron Ronan spraying poisonous fog directly throughout the fortress, making the undead unable to approach, or the storm thunder of Dragon King Kurt wantonly slaughtering every undead, they all clearly realized their own weakness. So weak that they did not even have the qualifications to get in front of the boss. So the undead, who had no other options, began to make collection their main job to maintain the exchange of resistance medicine. There will still be a group of undead who cannot afford to exchange resistance medicine and can only take on some tasks to transport supplies, reducing consumption by traveling from the Morphus Gate outpost to the Disaster Executioner Fortress, even if it is to rob resources. The small team mining studio that prohibits others from coming to rob resources has gradually become powerless. Thousands of people are engaged in destructive mining, and they still have the mentality of not getting enough. They pick up resources until they can't walk and are seriously overloaded before going back. Even the Abyss infection had never seen such a scene. The growth was not as fast as the harvest. If there is no progress, they may be forced to leave the fortress. And they started the game like a fool. What is Linda doing? Linda suddenly moved and attracted the attention of the undead. Is there going to be a plot? It's been stuck for so long. And Linda still has to show us the CG? I want to see the CG. It turns out that there is a reason why we can't beat them. Not because we are bad, but because of the plot setting. So some people started to review what they did to finally trigger the plot. Before that, the NPCs were very calm. Clues, all hidden in the details. This is when the environmentalists come on stage. These people used to work part-time as soil scientists, members of the book team, etc., studying the historical background and ecology of various games. It can be said that their professions are completely relevant. It should be triggered by dialogue. I remember someone took the initiative to chat with Linda before. Later I asked that buddy, and he said that he triggered a hidden dialogue with Linda. He repeatedly emphasized that he must wipe out the enemies from the Abyss. And he also got one favorability in return. It is well known how difficult it is to gain favorability for Linda. It's actually related to the progress of the fortress occupation. Linda started to act only after the scavengers and exiles were completely wiped out. which means it's not safe yet. Environmentalists have given many convincing guesses. And I can't help but shout, too detailed. My brother. In fact, Linda just wants to advance the progress. And the undead have not been killing monsters recently. And there is no other consumption except resistance medicine. Battle experience points, military merits, etc. are all the default salary of the expeditionary force. If it continues to be consumed, will the Kingdom of Rand directly have 10,000 more barons who rely on signing in to get full attendance to be promoted? Just thinking about that scene is outrageous. Lin can allow some people to get rich, and even let them return with a full load. But he does not allow everyone to get rich. Only when the undead lack everything and want everything will they complete the task obediently and not cause trouble. The undead assumed that the CG was about to start playing and took the initiative to follow. But they were blocked when they approached the castle. They may be good at joining in the fun, but when the war starts later, the undead will only cause trouble. So it is better to prohibit them from entering and watch the live broadcast outside. Chapter 386, This is the Beauty of Numbers. Linda took out the unholy grail of Black Flame, and after promising to give it 100 undead believers, he was qualified to use Black Flame again. Banshee Horn, Broken Sword of the Scavenger Queen, and other items were all ready. Opened the door casually, looking at the Iris adults in front of him, who were like zombies, and had been completely turned into the abyss, with no possibility of rescue. Linda took out the Pied Piper's long recorder that the Whispering Woman had used before. He poured in his strength, and his fingers quickly crossed to play music. William I, who was following him, immediately felt his strength increase. Then, his speed also increased. Then came his defense. Lin, who had the fairy emblem, would have all his gains doubled, and he could feel his obvious improvement in all aspects. Oh my god! Hunting Horn. Although the undead did not get any gains, they saw with their own eyes that Lind and the other two had gains. No, even Boyd, who had set up an easel on the side, had gains, and his body was shining with different lights. NPCs can also add various buffs to themselves? NPCs are not fools. Shouldn't they? But I feel that he is more skilled at adding buffs to himself than we are. Not only that, black flames burned on Lin's body. Raise the horn. Blow. Debuff. Woo woo. The attack horn has been blown. But Lin did not take the initiative to attack, but suddenly raised his hands in the undead's unbelievable eyes. And a familiar dragon head appeared in the undead's sight, including one who followed Lin, and William, who had calloused ears after hearing about Lin's battle with the Dragon King. They were all stunned. Only Boyd was excited. He was painting frantically. He wanted to draw this scene. The huge dragon's mouth opened, and the big mouth almost bit half of the castle. Black explosions spewed, and the surging flames directly filled the entire castle hall. The rumbling sound filled the entire building, and the billowing black smoke and black flames not only filled the hall, but even drilled out from the windows of the castle, and the gaps in the wall bricks. The fungus-like organic creatures attached to the outside of the castle twisted in pain, as if wrapped in a piece of charcoal that could burn the soul. The fire went out, and the undead found that several irises had their health reduced to 0 and fell to the ground. Not only that, more than half of the remaining irises had their health reduced by 1/3. The comprehensive diffusion and amplification attack only injured the enemy, but failed to kill him, which made Lind a little regretful. Even death didn't mean much to the irises, and the fallen bodies would stand up again in a short time. The abyssal irises finally reacted and flew towards Lind. They were surrounded by dark abyssal energy, like petals about to bloom, or like creeping tentacles. When they reached the height of Lind's head, the first iris attacked. It attacked cleanly, trying to nail Lind to the ground with the sword. Lind did not dodge, because in an instant he felt that he was locked. This almost magical must hit made people feel very upset. There was also good news, because they must hit themselves. So they must hit them before preparing to fight Iris. Lind had already thought of the battle plan. He would definitely not be able to withstand a sudden attack. Iris, with an average level of LV45, had a rapid attack rhythm. If they were replaced by Dragon King Kurt and the Snake Ronin, they would be a magnified target. Lind was not sure if he could withstand their intensive attack, even if the flame could heal quickly. If the speed of causing damage exceeded the speed of recovery, he would definitely die. Everything just now was a preparatory step. The enemy that was directly eliminated was the one who ate Banshee Horn. The curse weakened, But the horn that can only weaken a single one is a bit troublesome to use. It can work when fighting alone, but it weakens infinitely when attacking in groups. At this time, you must act gently with William, and use their abilities and lives to help you hold back apart. The swords and swords have fallen like a rainstorm that has been pulled into a long line. The irises that fell from the sky burst out with more terrifying destructive power than when they were alive. If it weren't in his palace, just a collision would be enough to flatten the entire fortress. The battle confined to the castle building was not as ordinary as it seemed. Lin's armor was easily cut when it was touched by Iris's sword. For ordinary people, the attack would be interrupted because of the pain when it caused damage. Even William, the protagonist of the Rand Kingdom version, could not violate this. Even one, as an undead knight, would fall to the ground and lie motionless when his head was smashed. But these problems would not occur to Lind. Solid shield emblem, always in a dominant state until the physical strength is exhausted. It just so happens that as long as Lind has fire to replenish, he is not afraid of energy consumption at all. So he can ignore the swords that cut him one after another, and fight back with both hands holding the sword. Reality is not a game. When there are people in front of you, the people behind you will never pass by your own people to attack the enemy in front. Although it seems that Lind is besieged by more than 30 irises. In fact, there are only a dozen attacks on him. Poet's emblem has the function of spreading the attack. One-on-one attacks will also spread in a fan shape and penetrate other enemies behind the enemy. Two-handed sword emblem has the function of increasing the damage when holding the weapon with both hands. The last one is lion emblem, which is bloodthirsty, and will completely explode the damage accumulated by continuous attacks. The spread slash of poet emblem can also be included. When a dozen irises slashed from above and split Lind's armor and pierced his body, Lind also slashed the first sword with both hands. At this moment, everyone saw the sword wrapped in black flames touch the first iris. And then the fan-shaped flames spread out, directly covering more than 30 behind. And the pouring black flames, after being superimposed with terrifying emblems that even Linda was not sure what the final result would be, slaughtered the bosses marked as level 45. The combat instinct allowed some irises to react in time, and they quickly turned to dodge. But the nearest dozen irises still took Linda's attack. Dai's bloodlust was not enough, and he only killed 3. But the good news is that the iris adults dispersed. One and William have also cut into the battlefield, using their own way to delay the battle. But the gap between them and Linda is a bit too big. One can still hold 2 people by himself, and use his fearlessness of death to hold 5 more people. William is stretched in a one-on-one fight. He is just a heroic knight, and his enemies are all epic. His greatest contribution is to be able to stay alive and not cry for help. The scattered enemies gave Lind an excellent combat range. The chains entangled the Holy Grail, the horn, the recorder, etc., and the power poured in to continuously urge them, constantly refreshing buffs for his own people and constantly adding and removing benefits and debuffs to the enemy. Lind's sword deflected the enemy's long sword and jumped high. The combat instinct made the enemy know that he should not fight Lind head-on. He wanted to dodge and avoid Lind's attack, but it was too late. Even though he had always used heavy armor and great sword as his fighting style, it did not mean that Lind had poor flexibility. His agility attribute was already the highest in the entire Rand Kingdom, at least far exceeding the Iris Lord in front of him, holding the sword with both hands. The bloodthirstiness of the lion emblem has accumulated enough. It's lion slash. The undead, who looked comfortable and took out the jerky, shouted, "Don't talk. Don't make a noise. Turn over. Leap. And chop." The black flame danced in a circle, and it fell on the First Lady Iris and spread again. Only then did the undead realize that using a big sword can be so elegant and calm. This is the beauty of numbers. It was also lion slash. After the undead used it, they could only chop the enemy to stagger. But Linlai wanted to split the abyss in half. Same moves, but different values. More and more Iris died. But Lind became more and more courageous. His bloodlust was too much, and he couldn't stop at all. Slowly, Iris began to climb up. But what greeted him was another one from Lind. The black flame giant sword pierced his mouth, and the flames burned his body. The burning ability of the black flame was not strong, but it had magical damage. When Lind stopped, he was left with only the chain mail woven from chains, which prevented his whole body from being exposed to the light and being captured by the undead. The war is over. Even if there are still a few irises resurrected, it will be useless. The scene has been completely stabilized, and Linda can take time to burn the bodies. Then the undead outside, watching CG, found that Linda suddenly drove Win and William out, and then closed the door. Not allowed to watch. Open the door. Open the door. Open the door. Facing the boss that I can't beat. I am timid, facing Linda who beats the boss. I punch hard. Huh? The black flames on Lynn faded away. Just now. He promised to give 200 quotas for the sake of endurance. And the Holy Grail made a lot of money. It's true. I made a lot of money too. Lynn tried to suppress the corners of his mouth. He must not let the Holy Grail see it. He had to hold this loophole in his hand for the rest of his life. With a little consciousness of the Holy Grail, it's like you basically said goodbye to development and growth. Perhaps after dozens or even hundreds of years, the Holy Grail will find that it has given so many seeds. But not a single soul or believer has received it. It's not because of bad luck, but because the undead will never come. Maggots are given away casually, but the Holy Grail is powerful if it can dig out the undead. Lind also took resistance medicine in advance during the battle, but he could still feel that his body was eroded by the curse of Iris. The new Abyss curse has come, but there is more important work at the moment. Get rid of it. Take off the armor of the Iris adults, which are all good things that the undead like very much. Take it off, and then burn the body completely. Burning the body of an epic abyssal enemy is not so easy. So Lind can only speed up the speed of taking off weapons and equipment, and then gather all the bodies together. Then open your hands again. The Dragon King's head amplifies and burns violently. Chapter 387 Card Collection. My rarity is the highest. The undead guarding outside saw the castle once again filled with flames, and the fundal blanket wrapped around the castle was no longer struggling and curling up, but falling off quickly. The drop-shaped black ball hanging under the eaves was also cooked, falling to the ground and exploding, with a foul-smelling black slurry inside. The flames lasted for a day and a night. At the beginning, they would watch, but later the undead were too lazy to watch and turned away to busy themselves with their own affairs. When Lind pushed open the door again, a terrifying hot wind whistled out, making people frown. Boyd immediately hugged his drawing board, looking at Lind, whose skin was red and steaming. Boyd took the initiative to hide far away, and then asked loudly, "Sir, are you okay?" "Me? Very good." Of course, he was in good condition. This time he unexpectedly harvested more than 80 Abyss disaster hearts. I don't know what the difference is between this thing and ordinary disaster hearts, which looks even more disgusting. The stone was covered with veins like blood vessels. After taking it in his hand, the veins also moved synchronously with his breathing. No matter what kind of heart of disaster this type is, it cannot be used for breeding. Otherwise it is hard to say whether it will directly breed a new Abyss race. The door to the Abyss has been opened. Now the undead can go through the hall to the front line of the Abyss, and go to the real big crack. Lind can finally breathe a sigh of relief. After completely controlling the fortress in his hands, he can directly activate the various defense functions of the fortress, and turn it into a real military fortress. Let the undead, who are eager to open up new land go. More battles and more consumption can create more profits. My lord, this is what I drew. Boyd brought his painting this time. After Lind knew the characteristics of Boyd's painting ability, he considered using his ability to make a profit. How can a successful game not have card collection? Draw the key characters in each battle. It doesn't matter whether it is limited to sale or not. Selling it first can stimulate consumption. And there is a characteristic of Boyd's paintings. That is, it has different attribute increases and decreases. Several paintings of Lind, Gentle William, and Iris adults. And there are also scenes of Lind and his men fighting. If you copy these paintings, can you guarantee these effects? My lord, even if I draw them myself, they are just fakes. There are many fakes in your pamphlets. Lind exposed without hesitation. Boyd laughed. It's easy to draw. And you know that creation is the most difficult. And inspiration always flashes away. That's good. But the effect may be much worse. It's fine as long as it works. Do you want to sell it to the undead? Boyd's mind is very sensitive. During the time he followed Lind, he had seen many of Lind's operations, and found that the undead, who were not afraid of death, were essentially a group of mercenaries. The reason they were loyal was that Lind seemed to know what to use to pay for their needs. Even if Boyd occasionally imitated Lind, and gave some rewards to the undead to do things for him. Most of the time, the rewards he gave were not attractive to the undead. So after trying a few times, Boyd gave up the idea. Lynn pointed at the paintings and said, "Yes, for zombies. You can draw tens of thousands of them first. Exiles can draw 10,000 first. Scavengers 5,000. Irises 1,000. William and would only have 1,000. And I only have 99. Since I am a lord, it shouldn't be too much to increase my rarity. In addition, characters like Crystal Wizard, Miko, Rania, and Tyan are also worth drawing. Female character cards are definitely rarer than male characters. Sir, there are less than 10,000 undead in our expeditionary army." Boyd felt that he should remind Lynn that he should give up drawing zombies and increase the number of irises to 10,000. He even forgot that he was the only one who drew tens of thousands of cards. "I know. It's because there are fewer undead now that I drew less." Lynn nodded and said, as a matter of course, "In the future, these cards will be entered into his magic system and then stamped as authentic. When there are more and more undead people in the future, throwing tens of thousands of cards into the market will be like throwing a drop of oil into the sea." Little draw? Boyd thought he must have heard it wrong. Why didn't he understand what Linda said? "Sir, the undead may not be willing to spend money to buy it. I don't think they will like those ugly zombies." "I know." Linda nodded, and then asked, "Who said I want to sell it to them?" "Not selling? It has been a long time since the lottery pool was opened. It would be a bit of a waste if the abyss, such a good material, is not open once." Linda felt that the undead had too many military merits, so he had to harvest them as soon as possible. Only those who were hungry would work hard. Only the undead, who had no money, would work hard for the new equipment they wanted. Fair trade would not be called cutting leaks, and fair trade would have the risk of making a large number of undead rich. Linda had no official authority and could not make any adjustments. Therefore, there must be a high-risk and high-return link such as a lottery. Every undead thought that he was special, and then he would foolishly throw out the money he had earned for countless days and nights. Even if some undead people really rise to the top overnight, it doesn't matter if they go from the bottom to the top players. It doesn't matter how strong the top undead people are. The value that high-end players can create is actually so much. He is not official, so he can't get any benefits at all. Moreover, they don't do this or that, and they just want to enjoy themselves every day, and they pick and choose when they do a task. Those in the middle and lower levels are always at the bottom, and the most important. They are the part that NPCs need to harvest. "I'm going to leave for a while. Let William and Wynn sort it out and set up a checkpoint in front. Any undead who are seriously abyssalized will be killed directly. Don't let them run into the fortress. This is one of the most important uses of the fortress." "Yes." Boyd watched Lynn leave, and then realized it. "That's not right. I drew tens of thousands of pictures myself." Lynn returned to the gate of Morphus with the heart of the abyss. There are not only soldiers here, but also a group of undead who came here on their own. They are all newbies, and their levels are not high. They can only do some tasks nearby. When Lynn found Miko, he found that she was reading a few books seriously and didn't even notice his arrival. Ahem. After standing for a long time, Linda couldn't help coughing to remind him. Miko scratched her head and put the book down, looking in Linda's direction. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but at that moment, Linda saw circles in her eyes. "You're back?" After confirming that it was Linda, Miko directly put the book on the table, jumped off the chair and ran to him. "What book are you reading?" "I'm learning some knowledge from my mentor. You may not know that my mentor also studied at the Star Magic School. After he knew the disaster of the Great Rift in the Abyss, he joined the Disaster Executioner, the rabbit tooth, which said a lot." Linda nodded and listened. This atmosphere also slightly relieved the pressure in his heart. It was hard not to be affected by staying near the Abyss for many years. "What are you going to do this time? Are you injured?" Miko had already reached out to feel around Linda to make sure he was injured. "No. I brought you some good things this time." "What?" Linda took out the heavy bag of Epic Abyss Disaster Hearts. Rabbit Teeth smiled with satisfaction. "But I need to ask the instructor first. And I may not be able to brew an epic potion now." She just likes Linda to give her all the important materials every time he gets them. At least it can convince her that she stays with Linda because she can always get good potion materials. He didn't stay too long and met with the Crystal Mage again, mainly to understand Miko's learning situation. She has no talent in other aspects. And her talent in potions is also average. The Crystal Wizard said bluntly. Really? Lin heard a piece of news that made him unhappy. If you want her to become an epic or even higher level pharmacist, is it possible? Brewing potions requires a flash of inspiration. Many pharmacists' recipes come from a flash of inspiration. You can think of it as a gift from God. Miko does not have this talent. The Crystal Wizard turned around and said, but there is another exhaustive method. As long as she puts in dozens, hundreds, or thousands of times the effort, she can succeed. If it were a wizard or a knight, I might recommend this method. But she is a pharmacist. Sir, Miko is a pharmacist. Her thousands of times of effort means thousands of times more cost than a talented pharmacist. Only thousands of times? Lin pinched his chin. Raising the price of the undead should be able to offset this investment cost. Anyway, there are undead to help you get materials. If it doesn't work, put more useless things in the lottery pool and call it adjusting the multiplier. What? Crystal Mage thought he must have heard it wrong. She wants to be a pharmacist. And I also need a pharmacist. So the other things are not a problem. Please teach her well. I will. Before, the Crystal Mage just talked casually and let Miko read books because his attention was all on the abyss. But if Linda has this attitude, then he can only teach with all his strength. The talent of the apprentice is important. But whether there is a mature mentor who teaches with all his strength is also important. Now the Crystal Mage just wants Linda to fight the abyss well. The cost of teaching a little witch without talent is really too low. Having said that, this time, Epic Storm Night Path Potion. The Crystal Mage still needs to be involved. He is not good at brewing potions, but his help can increase Miko's success rate. Lin really needs to improve his strength. His busyness is not over yet. When he returned to the Gate of Morphus, he received a message from Melulin. And now the two sides have to meet. Chapter 388, Equipment Qualitative Change. Linda saw Melulin again. The queen, wrapped in hatred, exuded a powerful aura. Her slim figure wrapped in a black long skirt, and her arms wrapped in black lace gloves. Her delicate face was pale, but her lips were bright red. Her favorability was as he expected, maintaining a nearly full value. It was not Linda who took the initiative to explore the other party, but the other party took the initiative to entangle him with emotions. That feeling made him feel as if he was facing a spider girl spitting pink poison mist. She was full of sexiness and death, but Lin couldn't have any improper thoughts about her. It was simple. This was a corpse. The corpse of the dead queen of the Black Swamp Kingdom. Later, after the wizard's strange magic, she was reborn with new hands and feet. But it couldn't change the fact that she was dead. Later, Lin gave her a body to the vampires. The only difference between her and Redwald was that the mind named Melulin still dominated this body. But it was hard to say whether she was the real Melulin. But it didn't matter. Your underground Bloodlamb Ranch needs new shepherds, said Melulin. I found a group of night demons who are good at magic and can take on the task of shepherding. They are homeless now. She needs to leave. And the ranch in the underground world will inevitably be abandoned. Night demon? Lin remembered that there seemed to be an undead carrying a painting all day long. It was Boyd's work. And it was a painting of an elf girl with blue skin. They have a natural advantage in magic and speed. Melulin continued. Bloodlamb Ranch is no longer important now. Lin shook his head and said, with the rapid iteration of the version, there are more and more ways for the undead to obtain the heart of disaster. He can only use more advanced potions to attract the undead. And low-level potions are no longer competitive. There have always been undead learning to brew potions. Now there are various game guilds joining. And they are also keen to brew potions themselves, which can reduce costs. It just so happens that potion formulas are not very precious things. There is no way to circulate high-level potion formulas because the undead cannot access them. But low-level potions are different. Many people will directly donate them selflessly on the forum. The circulation of knowledge is too fast. So Linda must master more competitive skills. The era of using information asymmetry to earn profits from the undead has passed. And there is another situation. Whether there will be undead who will rub their own equipment when they have nothing to do. Not only do you have to compete with the official, but you also have to compete with the undead. The competitive pressure is really great. Everything is pushing Linda to seek more and better resources. As for what will happen to ordinary NPCs after giving up the Bloodlamb Ranch, it is actually not important at all. They can only be great knights for their whole lives due to their limited talents. There is no need for Lynn to continue to promote them, and waste a lot of pharmacists for this. As NPCs in the newbie village period, they have completed their tasks. Perhaps in the future, exams and competitions will replace everyone, and talented people will be cultivated. Otherwise, everyone will be a great knight and wizard, and new troubles will evolve. That is, people with no talent are unwilling to work because of their status as extraordinary people. If you join the army and fight, you may not be able to defeat experienced soldiers with only your level. And in order to keep up with the game version, many things around Linda have to be eliminated, including those important NPC commanders. You can't expect a group of level 11 knights to face a level 100 boss. The Bloodlamb Ranch has played its role, and there will be new ranches in the future, which will be eliminated after playing their role for a period of time. So Linda's attitude towards these blue-skinned girls is the same as his attitude towards green-skinned girls. They all believe in a certain god. It's just a new race. There's no fundamental difference. You should go to Scarlet City. Linda hopes that Melulan will lead the Blood Clan of Scarlet City back to the Black Swamp Kingdom, establish a new force. When I'm done here, I'll go to help you. He has already begun to reap the dividends of the Abyss. It's a bit of a waste to throw it to the undead. It's better to kill it with justice. Leave the burden of saving mankind to me. If there is news in the future, let the Blood Clan send a message to the Red Sister in Raven City. I understand. Melulan turned into a puff of black mist and left. As an old noble boss, it should be reasonable for me to train a Blood Clan boss myself. Linda looked at the direction where Melulan left. As for those blue-skinned night demons, it's not important at all. The new race that believes in God and himself can't pee in the same pot. Compared with the undead's capriciousness, these guys whose brains are eaten by God are not normal at all. It's better to go back to the front line of the Abyss, where there are still a group of undead waiting for him to harvest. The battle to invade the Abyss has begun. The speed of the undead pushing the map is more exaggerated than expected. Perhaps even the Abyss itself did not expect that it was the only one who opened a big crack in the material plane and killed the world, and did not expect that someone would block its nest and kill. Both sides are typical of not being able to kill all. One side is madly refreshing, and the other side is constantly resurrecting. Then the Abyss saw something even more outrageous. They have always been burning, killing and looting. But how come they have become the resources to be harvested by others? Limited by their strength, the undead could not go too far. After entering from the narrow crack, they could only barely occupy a stronghold. All the undead felt the problem. Is the big crack a late-game map? Not only the undead thought so, but even Lynn thought so. All the epic-level executioners were infected and corrupted, indicating that the enemy was at least epic. Boyd couldn't say what the strength of the Rock King was. He was cursed just by a glance. It is indisputably very strong. Stronger than Linda. In connection with the previous, official, dishonest early update, it also confirmed Linda's idea again. The official control over this world is very weak, and something unexpected happened. So they were in a hurry to start the public beta. And unforeseen situation must be related to the Abyss invasion of the Great Rift, which could not be stopped. So the undead were needed to fill the hole. This is a bit like the strategy game that Linda played before, where the peasants were supposed to cut trees and the soldiers were supposed to fight. But for some reason the soldiers could not resist. And then the enemy killed them in front of the nest. In order to protect the nest, he had to let the peasants give up cutting trees to resist. He knew that the peasants could not resist the powerful enemy, but he had no other choice. He could either use the peasant's sacrifice to drag the enemy down, or be killed by the enemy, and the game was over. After jumping out of this world and historical background, treating the whole world as a game, and treating the official as his opponent, Lin found that he could see the essence of the problem more easily. But his opponent might not care about a small ant like him. Several kingdoms have already fallen in the attack of the Abyss. If this were a game, Linda would be very inconspicuous in it. After Linda returned to the fortress, he didn't say anything and directly put a sign outside. The passing undead glanced subconsciously and immediately couldn't move. Equipment qualitative change. Linda will perform equipment qualitative change to give weapons more special effects. Linda is actually a part-time enchanter forger. The undead, who got the Scavenger Abyss set before, were just curious. They already had equipment, and there was no need to perform equipment qualitative change. How can a qualified game not have forging enchantments? In the Ganges. Brother duh. What's the price? Someone came up to ask. Linda pointed to the sign that had just been erected on the side. More and more people came, and those behind pushed those in front. "Help me read it," someone shouted. So the person in front read it loudly, so that those behind could hear it. Others took screenshots and photos, and uploaded them to the forum so that the undead people in the Land Kingdom could see it directly, without having to queue up. The first qualitative change forging can give the equipment special effects. Now you can choose Dragonization and Iris. The success rate is not 100%, depending on the material. First time? Is there any enhancement? Someone immediately reacted. Linda also looked up at the other party. You even learned to answer quickly. You look very qualified. You should be the Lord. But Linda can't provide the enhancement function immediately. Who can enhance the equipment by paying money? It requires various materials. And there are also enhancement coupons. And the plot must be advanced to a certain extent. In short, it is not good to get it easily. For the resources in his hands, Linda implements the idea of using them to the end. I want to change once and become a dragon. An undead man decisively took out his weapon and took off all his equipment. He has a dragon-transformed great sword from the Battle of Golden Throne, which comes with a negative emotion buff that can put the attacked enemy into a state of fear. If you put on a complete set, can you directly cosplay a dragon-transformed soldier? Linda hooked his fingers and deducted it directly from the opponent's military merit. The so-called qualitative change is actually to use curses to pollute equipment. Come and get it tomorrow. Linda waved his hand. Can't you do it now? It takes time. Wait. It's a seller's market now. I'm an NPC. When have I ever seen a player ask an NPC to speed up work? We are all code programs. Do you understand? Linda suddenly thought of a question. Can he launch a coupon for accelerating the qualitative change of equipment? But he just thought about it, because he had no contact with the official, and could not enjoy any discounts. So many Krypton gold methods were unnecessary for him. Things that destroy the balance of the game don't matter to the game officials, because their original intention of making games is to make money, and the turnover of Fuji's Krypton gold is the main profit. As for the balance of the game, is it important? But Linda doesn't want money. He doesn't want code programs. He wants the resources in the game. These things are pure liver. Although we couldn't see how Lind operated, some undeads gradually chose to hand over their equipment to Lind, even fearing that he would not accept it. After all, he was an official NPC, the village chief of the novice village during the internal test period, so he would definitely not cheat us. Lind harvested a lot of equipment as he wished, without the points of military merit. The undead, who could not rely on their old capital, would move and fight hard. At the same time, as the spearhead, William had begun to explore the big crack and tried to go deep into the area that the undead could not reach. There were many mounds and platforms on the broken cliffs and cracks that were inconvenient to stand on. Below was a bottomless abyss, and no sound could be heard after dropping a stone. At least a great knight could come here, and ordinary people couldn't even move on the platform. Going down for about half a day, they would fall to a place paved with floor tiles. This place was like a huge castle, and they seemed to have appeared directly at the tower of an abandoned castle. When entering, they would see a brazier with flickering red flames barely illuminating the surroundings. The lion flag and dragon flag were hung high on both sides, representing that this place currently belonged to Lind's expeditionary army. The undead sat together in groups of 3 or 4, chatting, healing, and eating. They looked no different from the soldiers fighting on the front line. But if you look closely, you will find that they are happily talking about their handsome swordsmanship just now and mentioning their 1v5 feat. The firelight illuminated the edges of William and Wind's armor. The golden outlines made them attract the attention of the undead. The undead subconsciously lowered their voices and looked at the two. However, the two would not stop there. They quickly went down the castle's spiral staircase. The entire building was intact, but there were large patches of blood on the ground and walls. There were constant battles here, and the pause was only temporary. If it weren't for the undead, who were in the joy of killing, even without the erosion of the abyss, ordinary soldiers would have mental breakdowns. After they could not stop it, the resurrected things in the abyss would climb up, and then the fortress would be their target of attack. When the two came to the castle hall, they finally saw the only damaged thing in the castle, the broken castle gate. There were more than a dozen knives of advice stuck in the door, and the messages were very consistent. There is a magnificent view ahead. Please witness it. William and Wynne walked out of the castle gate side by side and looked forward. A scene that had nothing to do with the big crack and the abyss appeared. The sky was occupied by the dim light of the sunset, and a layer of light yellow coat was covered wherever the site was. The front was not a wasteland, but an endless group of high towers. There were messy rock pillars growing in it. There are also stone sculptures that look like the roaring abyss disaster. They are at least 15 meters tall, squatting on top of huge stone pillars, guarding the densely scattered high tower buildings, which looks very inconsistent. The two of them are now in one of the towers, and the so-called castle is just a huge tower. At the end of their site, there is a towering mountain, which is higher than other buildings, as if telling them that there is the end of the Great Rift Abyss. William looked down. There were tombs and caves next to the huge rock pillars. There are dangers everywhere here. William felt his lips dry. Unlike what he imagined, the abyss was desolate yet gorgeous, like a dim world made entirely of rock and soil. Various religious stone sculptures gave this place an indescribable atmosphere. There were no abscesses or dark pus here. Nothing existed. The quiet and peaceful world in front of him had nothing to do with the abyss. But the bloody smell and the wind will not deceive people. Those things are still here. They just haven't acted yet. Haven't been exposed yet. An undead man came over. He first greeted the two people, then took out a bow. And in the puzzled eyes of the two people, the arrow cut through the sky and landed on the nearest huge stone sculpture. The next moment, the stone sculpture, which had no breath of life in the eyes of the two people, turned its head quickly and burst out with the breath of epic disaster, rushing towards this side. This scene shocked one in William, because if those stone sculptures were alive, it meant that there might be thousands, or even more epic disasters as enemies underground. Even one, who was once an angel, felt the terrible pressure that touched his soul. The quiet and gorgeous is just an appearance. This is the abyss. The terrifying abyss. Oh my God! Hurry up! The undead shouted at the two people, and then rushed back to the gate of the tower. The two also ran back subconsciously. The huge stone sculpture with a height of more than 15 meters climbed to the front of the tower gate. Its huge body could not go any further, and at most only one arm could be stretched in. William and Wenjingjing followed the undead and hid at the stairs. Then, they saw the undead shooting arrows non-stop. Big body, weak gait. The undead was very calm. The two looked at the huge stone sculpture. Perhaps it should be called a gargoyle, whose arms were already covered with scars. This was not the first time the undead had acted. There were footsteps behind us. The undeads heading to the abyss were ready. Some threw out various potions, and some wizards chanted magic to temporarily enchant their teammates. The great knight was praying, and the flames were entangled. Finally, the gargoyle that failed in the attack retreated and let out a roar that could pierce a person's eardrum. There were rustling footsteps. Here it comes! An undead shouted. What's coming? William asked subconsciously. It's strange. Every time the gargoyle can't hit us, he will call his brothers anxiously. Those brothers are all above level 11. Oh! It's the Great Knight. A mass of disasters have come, and they look cleaner than the infected humans. They are thin, similar to small animals. Where do they come from? William felt strange, because the undead had only been deep in the Great Rift for less than a day. But they had already grasped a lot of key information, and they were very happy to brush up the underground mausoleum. The surface of the Great Rift is full of high-level elite monsters, those gargoyles, and wandering servants. The underground mausoleum is a nest, but I don't know more because we can't get close. William took a step forward. I'll help too. The undead were overjoyed. They came to the NPC to help fight monsters? The boss was right. The strongest wheelchair in the game is not a special weapon or skill, but a win with the help of the NPC boss. The flames swept across, and the battle had already begun. Unlike the undead who were happy, William and Wen felt very heavy in their hearts. They didn't know what Lord Lin would do after knowing the situation here. Maybe they were also worried. Chapter 389, Business Travel. Good news. What Lin is most worried about is the lack of resources. Now that so many epic enemies have appeared, does it mean that he can directly pile up resources to force the Rabbit Tooth Witch to become an epic pharmacist? Not only that, he can also take drugs freely and quickly improve his strength, including the Red Knight, William, etc. The level can also continue to rise. Due to talent restrictions, many people can no longer improve. But William, the protagonist of this version, and the Red Knight, who is the boss, definitely have the potential for improvement. Previously, the power of Lin's path could only reach the level of the upper knight. Without the backup, he could not provide any help in the future. It was also necessary to open up new knight path power. He had no obsession with persistent cultivation to improve a certain path, because his own characteristics did not require him to run around for a certain path like ordinary people. Except for the Sun Certificate as the main trunk, he used whatever he had. The potion formula for obtaining the Sun Certificate would not be too difficult. To become a Song White Knight of the Everfrost land, one must be at least epic, which means that as long as he goes to the Everfrost land, he can find a large number of epic Sun Knights. If the level of the undead was not too low, Lin would even want to directly issue a bounty. With the information network of the undead, the potion formula is the least valuable thing, and this thing is part of the strategy. In the Abyss today, the undead have begun to gather materials, which also proves that Lin's previous choice of discarding was correct. The Bloodlamb Ranch no longer has any need to exist. Maybe the part of the limb replacement magic can still be kept. If he really needs that kind of magic, undeads can obtain a large number of Great Knight class Hearts of Disaster through the Abyss, and can choose to sell them. According to the current price of the Rand Kingdom, they can make a lot of money by selling them directly to NPCs. And if you sell the materials directly to new undeads, you can make real money offline. In short, it is absolutely a sure-win business to brush the Heart of Disaster. There is a stable flow of Abyss puppies in a high tower of the underground crack. Although the explosion rate is not high, the number is large enough. Many undeads are brushing with the dream of making a fortune. What? Why is the price so low? Xuanwu Shield and his group stood in front of the recycling merchant stall in the fortress. After the fortress was completely controlled by the expeditionary army, NPCs came to occupy the place one after another, providing various kinds of help, including but not limited to shops, taverns, simple equipment repairs, etc. Lord Lin will never forget to stimulate the consumption of the undead. If they don't spend money, Lin will not sleep well. But the transaction price surprised them. 15 Hearts of Disaster can only be sold at the price of 5 before. What a rip-off. The merchant turned around calmly and pointed behind him. Too many. Behind him, there was already a box of Disaster Hearts piled up. And he had received the general's order. And he had already had a plan for how to deal with the undead. Moonblade, it's quite reasonable. If there are too many, we will buy them at a low price. And if there are too few, we will buy them at a high price. Dragon Scale Sword had a different idea. Hey, what do you think? If we buy a lot of Disaster Hearts here, and then sell them in other places where there is a shortage of Disaster Hearts? What do you think? The three of them stood in front of the merchant and started to discuss. This was also an old tradition of the undead. They would treat the NPC as deaf and stupid. Even when the NPC made an eavesdropping gesture, they would laugh and say that the game was too realistic. Not everyone is in the Abyss. Recently, there are more and more newbies joining the pit, including their college roommates. So it is easy to find out the prices. Just send a message. The roommate who was far away in the Snake Catcher Fortress immediately ran to the store to ask about the prices. The price here has not changed for the time being. You can try selling it here. I was selling the Heart of Disaster with my guildmates, and when I saw the selling price, I even thought I had misread it. The price was 5 times lower than before. Although NPCs have always recycled the Heart of Disaster, the recycling price has been continuously lowered as more and more resources have accumulated. Before reaching the Great Rift, there are only a few ways to obtain a Heart of Disaster, such as relying on luck to kill monsters, buying from NPCs, and offline transactions. After the Great Rift, the undead thought they had a quick way to get rich. After all, it was very expensive to let Lin perform equipment transformation. But they didn't expect this problem to occur. It was good that the prices of other props were not directly raised to cause inflation. It was not like some games that cost tens of millions of dollars in the late stage. But the results were the same. There was no difference between restricting me from making money and letting me have inflation in the late stage. I still couldn't satisfy my resources. Trading? For example, Xuanwu Shield and his team were limited by the composition of their team members. Even though they knew that trading could make money, they had to make a trade-off between fighting monsters on the front line and trading. Staying on the front line of the Abyss would obviously bring the most benefits, and was the best solution. However, Large teams had no such worries at all. They had different divisions of labor. Some were responsible for the numbers in the front, while others were responsible for assisting in the back. After consulting with a big guy and the members of his game guild, he immediately decided to start trading. Directly find an NPC to purchase the Heart of Disaster. Since the purchase price is so cheap, I bought them all. Am I making a profit invisibly? What? Why are you selling them to me at the original price? Law was stunned. He pointed at the pile of disaster hearts behind the merchant. Don't you have a pile? Yes, I do have a pile. Because these things are not important to me. Then why are you selling them to me at the original price? Because you seem to need it. The merchant smiled. He didn't need Lin to teach him this. He just eavesdropped on many undead people discussing business. Since the undead people planned to buy low and sell high, why not just sell them to them at the original price? The identity of a merchant was not given by Linda. Maybe the doomsday environment will limit the merchant's vision, but it will not limit the merchant's thinking of making money. He almost vomited blood after pulling a big one. So he could only choose to find other undead to buy. Everyone had brushed a lot, and they were willing to trade with him after seeing that the store was too low. But some people were unwilling to trade, which involved military merit as a relatively scarce resource. The Heart of Disaster would still be strongly bound to the military merit of the Expeditionary Army even if the price was getting lower and lower. Selling important resources such as the Heart of Disaster to NPCs on the front line of the Expeditionary Army can earn military merits, which is a special mechanism that does not exist in other places. Some people are not short of money, but they are short of military merits. After pulling a big man and selling everything, he finally gathered more than 700 Great Knight level Hearts of Disaster, and then arranged a team to go to Star Dragon City. According to the plan, they will sell them in Star Dragon City. If the price is stable, they will all be sold in Star Dragon City. After all, Star Dragon City is the nearest city, which saves a lot of time. In the second stage of business, the focus will be on the Snake Catcher's Fortress, the Troll Castle, Goliath and the Black Island. The distance gradually increases, and the transportation in this stage cannot be less than 2,000 Hearts of Disaster. Otherwise the round-trip time is too long, and there is no guarantee of sufficient income. The undead caravan has begun to take shape. Maybe they will consider cross-border business when they have other means of transportation in the future. The longer you stay in this world, the more you can discover the reality of this world. Even if there is no one to guide you, you will find many ways to play. Killing monsters and enemies is just a very insignificant part. Linda also needs undeads to do business. Resource transportation has always been a huge problem. It is too expensive to open a portal. The portal needs to consider the distance, number of people, time, etc. And each opening costs a lot. There will be many dangers when arranging people to transport, and disasters have never disappeared from the land. If the undead find that the food in Star Dragon City is cheaper than that in the Snake Catcher Fortress when transporting supplies, will they buy a large amount and sell it to them? The answer is definitely yes. The price difference is definitely much cheaper than if Lind arranged a group of soldiers for transportation. Each soldier has to receive a fixed salary and be provided with food and accommodation. But the undead are different. They just buy low and sell high. If there is a problem on the road, the cost will be borne by the undead themselves, reducing various risks and population losses. Chapter 390. The game is right for me. The first batch of equipment with qualitative changes is finally out. The undead people are collecting their own equipment. The appearance of the dragon-cursed weapon is that it grows gray-white dragon scales, and the characteristic of the iris-cursed weapon is that it grows vein-like lines. But the qualitative changes are very small, with a little change in appearance, but it can be ignored, and the attribute increase is not much. In short, it feels like there are a few more things, which is a bit of a loss. Loss? That's right. When the undead were complaining, they found a shelf in front of Lynn's store, and William came out with a dragon head. The helmet was completely corroded by the dragon curse, and there were also armor and weapons. After being fully assembled on the shelf, it was a living dragon soldier. Put it here for the undead to identify with their eyes. You don't know until you see it. You will drool. The defense is ridiculously strong, although it comes with various negative buffs. Active attack can make the enemy have negative emotions. It is simply a top-notch equipment that is both tanky and controllable. The undead who had fought in Goliath knew how difficult the dragonized soldiers were, but no one had ever been able to strip a complete set of armor from a dragonized soldier. The armor and flesh had grown together, so they could only sigh in admiration. Now seeing a complete set, how could they not be envious? Then another set of armor was brought out. Unlike the Dragonized Soldier set, this one was covered with exquisite blood vessel patterns. But in some places, there were black balls that were crawling in the shape of water drops. And large patches of fungal blankets covered the surface and breathed, giving it a gloomy feeling of the abyss. Iris set features increased speed and increased resistance to physical attacks such as sharp weapons and blunt weapons. Although fear of fire is a big problem, it is very suitable for speed-type professions and non-speed-type wizards who need to keep a distance. I want it. I want it all. William frowned slightly. He was a little resistant to Lynn selling such things. If you come into contact with things related to the abyss and curses for a long time, your mind will inevitably degenerate. But the answer given by Lynn left him speechless. They need the undead to become stronger. They haven't seen the real enemy in the abyss rift yet. But the gargoyle they encountered for the first time has made Wynn and William unable to move. Moreover, death can dispel the curse. So these things are most suitable for the undead. The same is not suitable for one. Because Wynn's death is a quick repair of the body, not a rebirth similar to reading the file. And the curse will always exist. In addition, this set of armor is also suitable for people with Craft Serpent Emblem, who can eat the curse to improve themselves. After wearing it, they will not become weaker, but will be strengthened twice. How much do you want to sell this? Some undeads couldn't hold back any longer. If they hadn't been unable to defeat William and Lind, they would have probably just started to rob them. Not for sale. Lind walked out and looked at the undeads and said, "These weapons come from a curse. It took me a lot of energy. I have done countless experiments to barely strengthen the weapons and equipment to this point. I strengthened them about 9 times? I can't remember. But it was very difficult." The undeads nodded in agreement. They can see the description of the equipment attributes. But no one cares about the evaluation of the equipment. They only care about whether the appearance is good looking and whether the attributes are beautiful. At this stage, they are in urgent need of enhancing their combat effectiveness. In addition to upgrading their levels, they must buy new weapons and equipment. The official has given a map of level 41 to 50. But now everyone is locked at level 20, which makes the game very tiring. Lynn's new equipment can undoubtedly solve the urgent problem. It is better to resist one more blow. If 10,000 people can resist one more blow, the boss can be sent away directly. It is not difficult to hear what he meant. These 2 sets of equipment are strengthened step by step. In other words, they can be strengthened. Then, it is necessary to keep the weapons and equipment that have just undergone a qualitative change. I must learn more about the Great Rift. Go hunt more abyssal disasters. Help me explore and understand the abyss. And I may be able to help you further. Of course, Lind also knew that this was useless. So he said, "I will let William and Wynn take charge of the frontline command. Eliminate the enemy. Occupy the mausoleum and the tower. And the distance you can walk will be recorded." As he said this, Lind nodded to William beside him. William turned around and went back. And when he came back, he was carrying a large wooden board. It was Linda's old tradition again. The ranking list. You can form a team. I don't care how many people your team consists of. 1 person, 5 people, or 500 people. I can make a fixed amount of equipment quality change for the team on the ranking list, in addition to rewards such as Abyss Stone, military merit, etc. Sir, does everyone have it? Every team has it. Linda smiled. But how to distribute it is up to you. So whether it is a Krypton Gold player who hires someone to directly help him earn points with 1,000 guaranteed to 1, or a game studio that works like crazy, or a lone ranger who fights wits and courage, it makes no difference to Linda. He only gives a fixed amount of rewards and only looks at the results. There are only so many prizes in the prize pool. You can discuss it. Some people want to take it all at once and give compensation. Some people like to make selfless contributions. Whatever is fine. Sir, what is the Abyss Stone? The prize pool is only open at the Abyss for the Expeditionary Force. It contains many things related to the Abyss. Lind raised his hand and casually patted the dragon transformation cursed equipment beside him. The eyes of the undead suddenly lit up. It was necessary to advance the plot to strengthen the equipment. But it seemed that it was not impossible to draw a set of equipment directly. No one doubted that they could not deliver the goods. The fun of the lottery was that everyone believed that they would definitely win before the lottery. This time, they really had to work hard. Soon, A team came to register, which was similar to what Lind had guessed. Among them, those who hired people to play with them, and game studios were relatively large. And the number of people was basically more than 30. But there were number 100 people. In addition, there are game anchors. Linda has seen people who pay others to join their team. But the operation of collecting money from others, and then giving them the opportunity to join their team, and calling it a parking space really broadened Linda's horizons. You can even use my name to cut leaks. You will make me look like a victim. You let you into the big cracks, but didn't charge the entrance fee. What a miscalculation. I will definitely improve it in advance next time. Linda is smart and studious, and will never give himself the opportunity to make mistakes again. In the future, he will be more careful when he meets anchors. Many anchors and bloggers have made big troubles for the effect of the program. Abyss rankings, Abyss prize pool, enhancement, and the heart of Abyss and various materials. After having various blessings, the undead entered the Great Rift again, and finally had a feeling of the game is right. Sir William looked at the undead, who left in a hurry, and asked, "Is this useful?" "No. They are just immortal, but not invincible. The undead now are the same as when they faced the big snake and the Dragon King. It seems that their skills and equipment have become stronger, but their hard power has not improved much. No matter how many ants there are, and how fearless they are, they will only be scorched in the face of a burning sea of fire. It is not that you can win just by having confidence and not being afraid. But why?" William did not understand. "But only by motivating them to fight hard can we stop the things in the abyss from going further. Someone must use his life to hold back the abyss." Coincidentally, the lives of the undead are not lives. William was silent after hearing this. He also wanted to refute it, but he found that this was the best solution at this stage. Your task is also heavy. Collect those intelligence and information, and then occupy more places to ensure continuous advancement. But you must also be careful of the things in the abyss. Linda didn't know what the real strength of the Abyss Rock King was. The last time he met the Cunning King, he was a projection born by a snake, but conservatively estimated, it might be above level 61. Through the prediction of his own strength and various battles, Linda can be sure that his total combat power is definitely above level 51. But he has never seen a level 61 enemy. In terms of specific combat power, it must have surpassed the 4th ring, but it should not reach the 5th ring. Linda has no plan to enter the Great Rift for the time being. Generals can charge into battle, but they can forget about being sentinels. If he succeeds in opening up the epic Storm Rider path, Lin might consider going down to take a look. Seeing Lin put away both sets of armor and seemed ready to leave, William couldn't help but ask, "My lord, what are you going to do?" "Go prepare the box. It won't be long before the undead will use the Abyss Stone to draw a lottery. So he has to prepare in advance before that. And he must let people draw to their heart's content. He has to leave again, and take those thousands of disaster hearts with him. So many hearts of disaster don't have to be used to make a path potion. They can also be used to make ordinary potions. The effect of the potion will definitely be greatly enhanced. Who would be willing to use the hearts of disaster to make potions in the past? Although because of the abyss, the potions made may have the negative effects of the abyss curse. However, the undead should not care too much. He will not sell it at the merchant casually, but will put the powerful potion in the box. Chapter 391, The Hidden Story of Melulin. North of the Golden City of Goliath in the Kingdom of Rand, in the Frozen Mountains, there is a town that can barely be called a city. The Scarlet City, although it looks unremarkable, has no walls, and is even a bit shabby. Everyone who comes here will call it a miracle, and think that this place is different from the strict and anti-human order of the Kingdom of Rand. And there is freedom here. Everyone is welcome here. The Scarlet City gathers various races, and all evil chaotic camps, including criminals wanted by the Rand Kingdom, can move freely. You don't need to pay anything to join here. It just so happens that the Rand Kingdom has also abandoned the Frozen Mountains, and it is impossible to waste resources to send troops here, which leads to the gathering of chaotic camps, undead people, NPCs, etc. Increasing. Trade is free here, and no taxes are collected, provided that you can protect your wealth after the transaction. Fuck. I should have gone to the small market in Black Hoof Village earlier. And undead left cursing, looking back at Scarlet City, with only endless regret. He was fooled by those Chaos Camp undeads. and really thought that this place could be compared with the small market in Blackhoof Village. It turned out to be all electronic fraud. Who says that people don't cheat their own people when they're out? They cheat their own people. And they are not afraid of being posted on the forum. And the main point is that those who are willing to take the bait will be deceived. Compared with the complete laws of the Rand Kingdom, the lawless here seems free. But in fact, if you are not careful, you will be cheated and left with only your underwear. Too free. So that the undead will be bought by NPCs for 0 yuan. As for resistance and complaints, there is no hope. First of all, those blood-wart demons who claim to have power. The blood clans of Scarlet City do things unscrupulously. The undead and NPCs who have to come to Scarlet City to trade mean that they can't go south. And they eat you black households. In addition to the blood-wart demons, the largest and most troublesome force is the greenskins. The poor bugs who were almost killed in the Star Dragon City area are now groping from the north. And several tribes have been stationed near the frozen soil mountains. They are strong and naturally suitable for fighting, with strong combat power and large numbers. If there is a conflict, the number of undead in Scarlet City is no match for them. Even the blood race turns a blind eye to the greenskins. No one knows what these guys are going to do. But the greenskins' occasional extortion makes it more difficult for the scattered small forces to survive. In addition, there are also the salamanders whose nests have been wiped out and scattered here. They are good at being scammers, thieves, robbers, etc., which aggravates the bad trading environment in Scarlet City. There are also some NPC forces that are unwilling to submit to the Kingdom of Rand. The undead like to call this place a meat processing plant rather than a Scarlet City, slaughtering people who come for miracles and freedom. Scarlet Lady Reyna returned to Scarlet City. Since the Great Scarlet Monarch was sanctioned by the mysterious Black Knight, Scarlet City has turned to another direction of development. The Blood Clan who believes in bloodline sees the ancestor of their lineage being judged as a traitor. It is contradictory that their loyal Blood Clan betrayed their ancestor. They chose to stand aside and watch. On the one hand, they were thinking, and on the other hand, it was related to their inability to get close to the storm. They couldn't fight, so they just watched. Afterwards, the Blood Clan headed by the Scarlet Nobles held several meetings. As Scarlet Ladies, they also began to work as messengers. Everything seemed to be going on as usual, but as time went by, they all began to doubt whether the words of the Black Knight were true, and whether the Great Melulan existed. Reyna's idea was simpler. She wanted to go back to Goliath to live. She wanted to buy. Instead of hiding and sleeping every day, or dreaming of being a poor noble, she worked hard to complete tasks, earn points, and then spent money like crazy. She thought she had an advantage over the undead because she had an almost infinite lifespan. And it didn't matter if she didn't sleep. She could keep working. But the Scarlet City restricted her. Those undead and the Scarlet Nobles poorly imitated everything in the Rand Kingdom, issuing tasks, giving rewards, etc. The most ridiculous thing was that they often went back on their words. This is how credibility collapsed. Even Lena felt the horror of Lind. How did he survive in such a chaotic world? Perhaps countless profiteers died under his sword. It's no wonder she thinks this way, because all the stories about Lind are always about killing. In the eyes of the undead, Lind may be tolerant and easygoing enough, and he can even be called a Nani. But to the people in this world, he is a terrifying guardian who always defends the laws of the Rand Kingdom and never allows anyone to make the slightest mistake. With a lot of random thoughts in her mind, Reyna stood on the roof and looked into the distance, searching for something that she herself didn't even know she was waiting for. Suddenly, a familiar feeling enveloped the entire Scarlet City. Lena turned around and turned into a crow and flew into the sky. One by one, the vampires were startled. In Scarlet City, the blood-wart demon undead were rampant. They actually lived a pretty comfortable life. Although because the Abyss Expeditionary Force of the Land Legion guarded the Morphous Gate, it was equivalent to directly controlling the qualifications to fight monsters in the Abyss, resulting in the undead outside the Land Kingdom camp being unable to enter the Great Rift. A large number of wanted undead people can only move around in the frozen soil mountains. Some people woke up quickly and decided to surrender and pay a fine, saying that they would join the expeditionary force no matter what. There are also some who have committed serious crimes, but are reluctant to lose everything in their accounts. They can only hope that there will be a turnaround in Scarlet City. As the lowest level vampires in Scarlet City, The bloodworts have the right to walk sideways. Others have a hard time. But they live a comfortable life. It's good to lean on a big tree for shade. When I get a higher level potion, the Rand Kingdom? It's just a novice village. Slaughter it. The sudden terrifying pressure made the bloodworts stand up. What's going on in the sky? Someone shouted. The bloodwort demons looked up at the sky and found that all the blood clans in Scarlet City had flown to the sky and rushed in a certain direction. At the same time, a reminder appeared in front of them. You feel a certain call in your blood. You think you should rush over. Hurry. Hurry up. The bloodwort demons jumped and chased after them, leaving a puzzled look. What happened to the blood clan? It doesn't matter, because they don't want to get involved. They walked into the deep mountains, and the mountains were like crowns, with corners supporting them upward. The dim sunlight of the setting sun was allowed to enter 2 beams of light through the gap of the crown. The sight did not become clear because of the 2 beams of light on the left and right, but made the places that the light could not reach even darker. When the bloodwort demons arrived, they saw figures falling to the ground. Looking forward with cautious eyes, there was a figure there, with the upper body covered with the golden outline of the sun, but the hem of the lower body was completely integrated with the darkness, as if the darkness of the thousands of square meters of dark open space in front of her was her skirt. Her words excited the vampires. I came here at the call of the Black Knight. My name is Melulin. Follow me to the Black Swamp Kingdom and embark on a great expedition. The vampires looked at the mysterious queen. The most fearful thing about their long lifespan was that they didn't know what to do and lost the meaning of life. The arrival of an orthodox vampire might take them further. The invitation from Melulin was like a bottle of medicine that made people feel comfortable and comfortable, flowing through the limbs of the vampires. They need a leader. The bloodworts were very excited. It turned out that this was how the game was played. You could fight the abyss without pledging allegiance to Lind. Hidden plot. The game is too free. Your Majesty, the bloodwort undead said excitedly, we can recruit troops for you. Many people hope to embark on this expedition. All the vampires turned their heads and glared at the bloodwort who was speaking. The red name became brighter and brighter, and all the bloodworts were reminded that their favorability had been greatly reduced. The lowly bloodwort demon who spoke to Melulin without permission had already angered everyone. Melulin thought of Lind's attitude towards the undead, and she had observed enough during the days of observation at the Morphous Gate. The great expedition will surely bring enlightenment and rationality to every participant. Melulin's voice was elegant. As a former queen, she was very good at grabbing the audience's attention and stirring their emotions. In this respect, she would be better than Redwald, Lind and others who were good at power. New. Hidden plot. The mysterious Queen Melulin. Many pictures warning. A post appeared, and not many people cared about the content of the post. The majority of the undead who participated in the expedition were from the lawful camp. But the screenshot that looked like a beautiful flower of death blooming in the dark night began to circulate, and the popularity ranking of female NPCs surpassed Rania, Tyan and others. The Dark Queen with backlight. Her appearance could not be seen, but her figure was very strong. The less I could see, the more curious I was, like a kitten scratching. However, even if the bloodworts were given more courage, they would not dare to take secret photos. The blood clans were already eager to make them into materials for growing grapes. If they angered the blood clans, they would really have no place to stay. It would not be worth it. In addition, this post attracted a large number of undead from the Black Swamp Kingdom. Nothing else. Just no organization. Looking for a big leg to hold. The treatment of the undead is completely opposite to that of the Rand Kingdom. The treatment of the undead is very low. If they help others, they will be spitted. If they are found to be undead, they are more likely to be directly executed or imprisoned. Only a few managed to survive. The bloodworts were overjoyed, although they were not allowed to see the great and noble Queen Melulin again. They brought exciting news. Great Melulin, we already have a terrible army, and they will definitely occupy the entire Black Swamp Kingdom for you. It only took a day or two for thousands of undead from the Black Swamp Kingdom to contact them. Occupy the Black Swamp Kingdom, and then go back to kill the Rand Kingdom. The good days are getting closer and closer. Chapter 392 Good Leaks. Linda received a message from Melulin and was very satisfied with Melulin's initiative to report the situation. Before that, he had noticed the forum sections about the Kingdom of Rand and the Kingdom of Black Swamp. It can be said that Melulin is what the undead people want. Finally, they are not excluded and can join. Don't be picky. The news from Melulin includes those mentioned by the undead. But there are also some high-level secrets that the undead cannot access at all. As for how to deal with the undead, it is actually very simple. Combine the treatment of mercenaries with a way of entertaining nobles. If you give them enough benefits, they will be willing to fight for you. Of course, you must also be good at telling stories. Having a legitimate reason is important no matter where you are. Melon, who is burdened with many responsibilities such as revenge, revitalization of the blood race, unification and resistance to the great rift of the abyss, has evil and law written on her face. Linda pointed out a few points in detail. Even if Melon can't learn all of them, it will definitely be enough. After the matter of the big rift here is over, Lind will immediately go to the Black Swamp Kingdom to continue to brush the next big rift. But when Reyna, the messenger, saw Lind, her expression was a little dull. You are the Black Knight? She had heard every soldier and farmer praise Lind's name, and she had seen with her own eyes how dazzling Lind was bathed in the sun. But when she found out that the Black Knight was actually Lind, she was shocked in her heart. Of course, this strange feeling soon disappeared because she felt it was very reasonable. Black Knight? I don't like this name. I just need to kill Redwald. Lena nodded gently. She knew this was the impression of Linda. His way of solving problems was always to kill someone. The Black Knight was indeed a name they gave without authorization. Linda looked at the introduction of Lena in the letter. Melulin said that among the many vampires she had contacted, Lena was a very peculiar existence. She fanatically loved the various policies introduced by Linda, including military merits, points, shops, etc., and would buy. Linda's product is the motto of her life's struggle and efforts. So she asked Reyna to deliver the letter as a messenger. It has been a while in this world, and Linda never thought that she still has fans who like her product, and they are the level of brainless fans. After knowing that Linda is the Black Knight, Reyna has already thought of reasons for all his actions in her mind without Linda's explanation. The reason why Linda hides his identity is that he doesn't want Rania to know that he killed Redwald, who came back from the dead. As for the fact that the Black Knight is Linda Arman, it doesn't matter at all. The undead will find a reasonable explanation by themselves. And he strongly suspects that 90% of the undead don't care about the plot. They just want to have fun freely in a free world. Plot? It's all there to skip. At most, after I finish the mission in a daze, I can click on the videos of those video bloggers, make up for it, and try to skip it when playing games. But before he opened his mouth, Reyna said, I won't tell anyone about your identity. It doesn't matter if you tell anyone. No, I'll keep it a secret. Do you have to make an unimportant thing a secret? It's up to you. Linda quickly wrote a reply, not expecting Melulin to be able to rely on his ideas to develop. But it was still very convenient to collect the undead in the early stage. It is convenient to harvest the leaks when they gather together. It is impossible for him to go to the Black Swamp Kingdom to build infrastructure from scratch and then create a good Nani persona to harvest. Gather them together and then be quick, accurate and ruthless. The undead are very adaptive, and they will thank him. Looking at Reyna, who was waiting eagerly, Lind felt that he couldn't let her fly in vain. If it was the Red Sister, he would not care. But since Reyna was his fan, he had to treat her differently. He said, I can give you some discount coupons. Reyna's eyes lit up immediately. Sir, can I continue to earn points? Reyna asked anxiously. She just wanted to work hard and then go shopping. Who knows? It's easy to get addicted to the praise of those beautiful and unique things in the team of undead. Melulin will launch a similar currency, and maybe open a trade route in the future. The signal infrastructure has not been laid to the Black Swamp Kingdom, and Lind strongly suspects that the gold seal cannot handle such a long range. Therefore, the new currency can only be used for transactions. The inability to bind it will allow many undead to take advantage of it. But if the kingdom's rule is not taken into account, the difference in harvest will not be too big. The hard-working Scarlet Lady turned into a crow and flapped her wings and flew away. Linda felt that he was a bit too much. How could he use the routine of squeezing the undead on NPCs? His routine of using discount coupons is usually to first raise the price of things above the undead's psychological expectations, and then use discount coupons to reduce it back to normal levels. But NPC leaks should also be considered leaks. If he doesn't cut a little messenger like Reyna, who is so enthusiastic and serious, he will have insomnia at night. The Black Swamp Kingdom has entered the idle state. Lin can rely on the undead to determine their progress, and the busy Reyna will become the most diligent messenger to deliver messages. Lin's eyes return to the abyss. The exploration of the undead is very difficult, and the level gap can only be made up by quantity. But the characteristics of the big crack are in defense. The stone gargoyles of more than 10 or 20 meters have high defense and can ignore various attacks. In addition to the gargoyles, there is also a group of mysterious abyss servants, who are like wizards, but have horns that are as curved as old tree roots. Various curses make the undead people complain bitterly. But as I said, it is not impossible to kill them. You can always kill them slowly. Many people don't like to suffer when playing games. If they can't beat them, they want to skip classes. But if the rewards are sufficient, this suffering is not impossible to bear. The Abyss side attacked frantically, and the undead side never stopped. The Abyss Disaster Heart, which has a low drop rate, has begun to be popular, and even the higher level Disaster Hearts are increasing. Get promoted? We undeads haven't even gotten promoted yet. Now, once the level cap is unlocked, we will definitely get promoted. The flesh mill is running non-stop, squeezing the blood from both sides. The undeads are getting braver and braver. They successfully took down 10 towers, and spent money to buy various alchemical items such as alchemical bombs, and forcibly blew up the defenses of the gargoyles. As we all know, when the first problem in the dungeon is solved, others will instantly learn the skills and start from suffering becomes brushing for materials. Lin cannot sustain such a huge consumption of alchemical bombs, but the undead can. A good cycle has been formed between them, with the undead fighting on the front line to harvest materials and sell them to Lin. And then Lin produces various extremely expensive props to provide to the undead. In other areas, fighting the Abyss is timid, with a torch in one hand and a long sword in the other. But here, fighting the Abyss is a direct bombing. Bombing one wave first, and then the wizard bombing another wave. Facts have proved that no matter which world the war is, it is a war of money. As long as the wealth can support it, the Abyss will tremble when it sees it. Linda sighed that he had never been so rich. Other regions were trapped in the dire straits, but he was only hot here. Business is so hot. Now there are several undead caravans that have left the Abyss to sell the Heart of Disaster, taking away thousands of them. Some undead people don't care about the little profit, and just throw it to the merchants like throwing garbage. It is better to exchange it directly for the military merits of the expeditionary army. A little bit adds up to a lot, and the undead people also became rich. More and more Abyss Disaster Hearts also caused a small accident. The businessman who guarded the Abyss Disaster Hearts every day and did nothing was actually infected by the Abyss. Linda had to give him a Kaishi emblem to resist the erosion of the Abyss. A large number of Abyss Disaster Hearts were piled together, and some weapons, buildings and other dead objects also began to undergo irregular qualitative changes. Unlike Linda's qualitative changes, these things were simply attached with the Abyss curse. But soon Linda discovered a very serious problem. If the level cap is unlocked, the undead will definitely exchange a large number of potions. He has many types of upper-level potions that can meet the job transfer needs of the undead. But with so many undead, he may have to produce more than 10,000. Considering the problems of promotion failure, he may even need 20,000 to 30,000 bottles of path potions. He can only quickly arrange pharmacists in various regions of the Rand Kingdom to prepare stocks. The entire Morpheus Gate crack presents a completely different atmosphere from other regions in the game. In some areas, the Abyss has completely counterattacked the surface, and the Abyss King has occupied the human kingdom, killing all living things, completely abandoned, and spreading to the surrounding countries. In some areas, humans are struggling with the Abyss and dealing with civil unrest in the kingdom. In some areas, humans have a slight advantage and are struggling. But the style of Linda is completely different. Everyone is full of energy, and it feels like they are fighting for discounted rice and eggs. Why is the leaderboard surpassed by others again? I am very unhappy now. I want to be a Superman. The prize pool is open. Draw. I have saved enough. And the grand draw with tens of thousands of people must be exciting. Chapter 393 2.1 Update. Unlock. Abyss prize pool open. Lottery. Thousands of undead stood in the square of the fortress, and they had to queue up to open the boxes. Although several queues had been opened at the same time, They were still too busy. Lind was satisfied with the points on the side. Points were added every minute and every second. After the points were added, they were just useless numbers, without any currency function, and disappeared directly. For him, there was no such thing as a refund. And he didn't even need to have the final right of interpretation. He didn't need to explain to anyone. This is how we NPCs do business. Always with a fixed price, and no after-sales service. While Lind was happily harvesting, the undead were also happily opening boxes. The box included high-level potions that had never appeared before, brewed with the heart of disaster, which was everywhere. It had a strong negative effect, but an even more exaggerated positive effect. In addition, there was Iris's armor. Dozens of sets of armor were not put in at once. And he didn't even put in a full set, to avoid stopping after drawing a full set. There are also a lot of weapons, alchemy items, etc. Not all of them are garbage. He still needs a good reputation, so that business can come and go. Oh my god, this dragon helmet is so cool. After wearing it and blinking, the helmet can actually blink with it. Someone directly drew the dragon soldier helmet and couldn't wait to put it on. At that moment, he seemed to have turned into a dragon soldier. If you have one, you will definitely want a set. If you don't have a set, then strengthen a set yourself. In short, the undeads have been completely ignited by the passion of the lottery. What is this? A card? An undead drew a card. Lind turned around and found that it was the rarest card, which was his own. Looking again, it turned out to be the romantic good-for-nothing. So there was nothing wrong with what she drew. Each card also comes with a slight attribute increase. Oh, it's good. And there are peripherals. I drew a zombie. And this thing can actually increase the upper limit of health by 10 points? If I have 10,000 cards, will I be invincible? I drew 10 cards. And the same card effects cannot be stacked. So they are useless. The undead reacted quickly. They have clearly understood that no matter what profession or race they are, it is still a competition of values. Any props that can increase their own attribute values are very precious. Although the types of cards are not rich, it does not prevent them from capturing key information at the first time. Lind's card has the highest gain and the highest rarity. Collect cards. Lind's cards. High price. The prize pool here has not yet ended, but some people have already started to set up stalls to collect cards at high prices, intending to grab them before others can react. And they will make a profit if they receive them. The fortress is bustling. In the depths of the big rift, a giant creature wrapped in heavy rock skin scales is sleeping soundly. And there is silence in front. Do you want to wake up the great king? The one who spoke was a lump of black mucus. And the road it crawled on would leave a muddy and black trail. The hunched rock-colored lizard's yellow eyes rolled and turned. What a good idea. The two were silent. Who would wake them up? The more you do, the more mistakes you make. And the less you do, the better. But those people on the ground are of average strength. And there will be no danger or impact. That's right. They chose to be quiet. Linda opened the +2 forging unlock to the undead, as promised before. The new batch of weapons and equipment forging upgrades began to have obvious changes in appearance. Twisting and growing jagged scales, sharp long claws, etc. The weapons that exude evil auras make William and others avoid them. But the undead treat them as treasures. It doesn't matter if my health is deducted every time I use a weapon. I can just use the weapon while recovering health. Some people have built their first set of Abyss suits by assembling them, and are full of confidence in the next Abyss journey. Only by constantly brushing materials and working hard can you strengthen your equipment and open up the prize pool. So, you can't stop. Lind is always observing and paying attention to the movements of the Abyss. He is paying attention to every area that makes a big noise. Although the Rock King in the Land Kingdom has not appeared, he has appeared in other areas. Some people have seen the king with level 59 from afar, but unlike one who was also above level 51, the opponent's health bar was several times that of one. As a boss level, Lind understood the difference between ordinary people, elites and boss very well. The two sides were not the same species at all. Unless the level difference was huge, it was not a reference at all. Therefore, before his strength was improved, he was determined not to go down to the abyss. The speed of good news was not slow. After countless failures, the epic Storm Night Path potion was finally successfully boiled. Lind left the fortress again, but before leaving, he was very considerate to leave the Banshee horn behind. and opened a limited-time dungeon for the undead to enter and brush their points. There were not many times left to use, and the undead were urgently needed to pass the level and sacrifice. The undead, who were almost sick of brushing the abyss, found that the meat pigeon dungeon was back, and immediately entered the dungeon happily. As long as it can improve strength, brushing anything is brushing. But there are also people who keep brushing the abyss, and occasionally drop some rare materials, which are still quite valuable. As the front line entered a strange and stable stalemate, Lind had already started drinking potions. Epic! And there was an unexpected gain. The Crystal Wizard spent a lot of time with the irises, so he also knew what abilities the Storm Knights had. To be exact, there were 3 abilities, and they evolved based on them. Storm Knight Mean, one of the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse, was known as the Storm, but he didn't have much control over the Storm's abilities. The impression he left on people was just that he carried a big sword, or put his head under the sword. The 3 abilities are completely opposite to the image of Mean that Lin knew. The first one, named Mean Soul Blade, uses the soul to make a sword shape and use it as a weapon to attack. Power comes from your soul, the Crystal Wizard said. Iris are unwilling to use this power when facing the abyss, which will accelerate their infection. Using the soul to attack directly, although there is no restraint of the weapon, it will be affected. The second one is called Mean's Invisible Blade, can completely erase the presence of the weapon, making it invisible and unperceivable. The third one is called Mean Storm Blade, which is very simple and must hit. Lin was once attacked by the irises, and could not dodge, and could only grit his teeth and hold on with this move. In the following period of time, Lin kept adjusting his status and drinking potions. It is a pity that the Storm Knight path is an extension of the Sun Knight, and its poetry collection is the same as Praise the Sun. Lin hopes to pick up a poetry collection to brush out a badge, but the only option left for him is the Red Knight's Salamander badge. The day when I successfully became an epic Storm Knight was sunny and windy. The atmosphere was just right. Miss Miko had just finished reading a thick book and came out of the tent rubbing her head. Boom! A huge crystal barrier appeared out of thin air and fell heavily on the ground. Teacher? Miko grabbed the staff and cast a speed-up spell on herself. Then she skated to the crystal barrier quickly. The crystal mage was on full alert, and a familiar figure stood opposite. Lind. He held an energy blade with a twisted evil soul in his right hand, squirming and struggling. What is that? Soul blade, the crystal mage said seriously. His soul has been completely corrupted. I can only stop him for a while. You run away immediately. We lost this battle. But, Mike looked at Lind opposite him, who was still blinking at him. Teacher, even if he has the breath of the abyss, it may not be a problem. Don't let love cloud your mind. Miko, the crystal mage scolded. The meaning of our existence should be greater. Love. Miko felt that the crystal mage was the one who was corrupted, and Lind on the opposite side had already walked over. Mage, what are you doing? Lind was also confused. He just tested Mayan Soul Blade. Why did the crystal mage suddenly become so nervous? Don't try to confuse me with your words of the abyss. Abyssal disaster. The crystal mage's beard fluttered, as if he would fight to the death if Lind opened his mouth again. Why is your soul blade like that? It's full of evil. It was Miko who pointed out the core problem. This? Lind raised his hand, and the black sword exuding a strong evil aura made the crystal mage's eyes widen, and he was about to fight to the death. But the next moment, Lind raised his left hand and quickly condensed a clear blue soul blade. What a pure soul. The crystal wizard couldn't help but sigh, judging from the purity of the soul blade alone. Lind's soul was completely uncontaminated. This is impossible. As long as you live near the Great Rift and in that environment for a period of time, your mind will definitely be affected. But the soul will not lie. What are you? The crystal wizard couldn't help but ask. Possessing both a filthy and pure soul at the same time, an inherently contradictory existence. Lind loosened his hand, and the light disappeared from his palm. The evil and azure faded, and the dark and pure soul blade disappeared at the same time. I'm Lind Alman. He doesn't need to be defined by anything. If he really needs a label, he hopes to be the friendly village chief of the novice village, and a good father to the undead. The crystal wizard raised his staff, and knocked on the crystal barrier. He could only temporarily assume that Lind was fine, because a pure soul could not be disguised. The barrier immediately exploded, floating weightlessly in the air like snowflakes. The sunlight shone on the broken and floating crystal barrier, blooming with rainbow light. Can you dispel the abyss? The crystal wizard thought he had found a reasonable explanation. He rolled up his wide sleeves. In the crook of his arm, a dark and sticky liquid abscess was beating like a heart. Everyone who had ever fought in the fortress would inevitably be infected by this thing. But Lind, who had stayed in the fortress for a long time, was still pure. Or he separated the evil from the purity, which was simply unbelievable. Is this the curse of the abyss? Lind asked. A collection of disasters. It is endless, the crystal wizard said. It stays in the deepest part, manipulating the curse. But Lind threw his hand and directly grabbed a soul blade the size of a scalpel. The crystal wizard was shocked by his powerful control ability. And then, Lind directly used his pure soul blade to cut off his abscess. Your soul will. The crystal wizard wanted to stop it, but his speed and strength were no match for Lind. So he could only watch. Linda's blade was stained with black. But the next moment, the soul blade became clean. 1.2.1 update, unlock the level cap. Now you can upgrade to level 30, open the live broadcast function. You can collect the screen and connect it to the computer through a data cable for live broadcast. Sudden update. And the content of the update was somewhat beyond his expectations. There was no problem with unlocking the level cap. Originally, according to Linda's guess, he thought that when the 1.0 version was publicly tested, the undead should be unlocked to level 30, which is the level of the upper knight/upper wizard. But for some reason, the unlocking of the level cap was delayed. At level 30, with nearly 10,000 upper knights and upper wizards, Lind felt that he could blow the horn to attack the abyss. With such a force, it seemed that it was not difficult to kill himself, and it became very important to quickly increase the length of his health bar. As we all know, as long as the immortals will not be killed in one move, as long as he can forcibly cause a little damage, the ending is that they will definitely win. The existence of live broadcasting has given Lind countless surveillance cameras. As long as he locks on the live broadcast room of some anchors, he can know everything that happens there. You can also show off your face and let other undead know you when you have time. The reputation of justice will definitely play a role. After the hot update, the undead almost subconsciously found Lind. As long as your contribution is enough, you can exchange for a higher level potion. Lind made a generous promise. The advanced directions of knights such as the Upper Sun Knight, the Upper Golden Oath Knight, the Bard, the Secret Pattern Messenger, the Snake Catcher, etc. are enough to dazzle the undead. For wizards, there are also Orthodox Moon Witch Paths, Morina's Necromancer, Brittany's Perfumer, etc. At this stage, the role of wizards in battle is mainly in concentrated fire attack and long-range attack. They can play a small role in 1v1. But the temptations of various enchantments and brewing potions make it difficult for the undead to refuse. Once each path is started, there is no turning back. Even if you tell the undead about this, they will not care. There will always be a way. Let's have fun first. The game can't give you a profession that blocks the road. After Lind's early reminder, all regions accelerated the brewing of potions and worked hard to prepare for this potion exchange craze. The process was safe and sound. In just a few days, the entire fortress will have nearly 10,000 upper knights and upper wizards. A terrifying force that can easily sweep across the kingdom of Rand. With such a team in hand, Lind's first thought every day is not that he is invincible, but that he is worried that the undead will suddenly surround him and force him to refresh his copy. The abyss, which was invaded in reverse, was inexplicably relieved. The black slime and the rock-colored lizard breathed a sigh of relief. You are right. What should we do now? Continue to attack? Or wait for the king to wake up? You are right. Since there is no problem adhering to the principle of doing more and making more mistakes, I should continue to do nothing. Chapter 394, Ancestors. With the level cap unlocked in version 2.1, and the Expeditionary Army's merchant team selling a large number of Abyss Disaster Hearts, ordinary people have more ways to obtain potions. Of course, only in the Kingdom of Rand. Other regions can't treat the Abyss as their own backyard, and crazy attacks will inevitably incur the wrath of the Abyss King. Tinkerbell followed the development of the plot without looking at her crotch, and followed the Expeditionary Army through the Gate of Morphus. She didn't stop, but went straight to the great crack in the Abyss. The advantage of being a newbie is that you can quickly get past the early stages of the game and catch up with the latest version. The disadvantage is that the strength you gain from this is a bit confusing, and your use of it is not as good as that of the big guys. If you find someone releasing magic through a weird dance in a frontline battle, you can conclude that he is definitely an old player. And if someone chooses to stand still and chant spells in the face of the menacing army of disasters, there is no doubt that he is definitely a newbie. Family. Doraemon is not staring at the crotch when live streaming. This is another function after the new version is updated. The opening of the live streaming function has ushered in the spring of many anchors' careers. Is there anything more wonderful in the world than this? Live streaming sleeping. Put on the helmet and lie down. Everyone can see the content of their dreams and can watch it through mobile phones or computers. And I don't know how the real-time barrage function is realized. In short, both the audience and the anchor feel that the experience is very good. The anchor can make money while sleeping, without the torture of tenosynovitis, periarthritis of the shoulder, hemorrhoids, and other diseases. After waking up, you can do whatever you want. The audience also has entertainment and fun, just like watching a TV series. Even when you are at work, you can capture key information through live streaming. It may be a bit exaggerated to say that everyone is playing this game now, but young people are basically addicted. Family. What should we experience first? Ding Dong asked without looking at her crotch. She was standing in the fortress of the executioner of disasters. The gray and white high walls blocked her eyes from exploring. All the undead people were coming and going in front of her. Damn it! She was suddenly startled because a person covered with black mucus came over, dropped something and left. What is this? Ding Dang picked it up subconsciously without looking at her crotch, and then found that it was actually a dozen hearts of disaster. Is this how the big guys welcome newbies? She was shocked. Just at this moment, the barrage passed by. You're welcome. It turned out to be you. Ding Dang found out that it was a fan of her live broadcast room without looking at her crotch, and she was immediately relieved. This is also one of the small privileges of a beautiful anchor. Everyone will be more patient and will help to get equipment. If it is a funny male anchor, the situation is basically the opposite. Witness the latest reward method. Oh my god. Brother can just throw away the heart of disaster when he gets promoted. With these stones, you can buy a house in the main city. What? Buy a house? Doraemon's eyes lit up. Really? You could buy a house a month ago. But it's hard to say now. Resources overflowed. And at first, an ordinary heart of disaster had to fight hard. But when everyone's level was upgraded, ordinary heart of disaster became garbage that would take up weight, and a large number of them were thrown to NPC merchants in exchange for military merit. Then, because there were too many of them, the military merits began to be discounted. Alas, Doraemon sighed, feeling that she had missed 100 million. Why not go to the abyss? You could open boxes by going to the abyss to rank up. Someone was playing tricks in the barrage. I'm alone? Doraemon pointed at her nose. Now there are big guys pushing more than a dozen towers. It's very easy. Yes. Yes. Go quickly. You can get precious materials. She was only level 20 and entered the big crack in a daze under the guidance of the barrage. When she came out of the tower, looking at the sunset scene in front of her and the gargoyle figure under the sunset, she blurted out, Ultraman? The comments suddenly began to surge wildly. I finally understand why I follow her. She really understands. She actually understands Ultraman Sunset. I follow her. I also like special effects. Okay, Doraemon said without looking at her crotch. And the topic gradually deviated. But she didn't notice that many comments were harboring evil intentions. When she walked in front of the gargoyle with curiosity and drew her weapon to hit the other party, the gargoyle jumped over. Smoke and dust rolled. I'm dead? Naughty. Naughty. Dead. Naughty. The barrage of comments filled the screen. What we want is the first kill. The opening of the live broadcast function has attracted more people's attention to this game. Entertainment anchors have found their own track. And watching others get beaten is a lot of fun. The same is true for other types of anchors. The big guys who show off their skills directly turn the game into a gorgeous dance. And through the study of the mechanism, make their battles full of viewing. There are also anchors who like to study strategy games, who directly started game testing, using live broadcasts to show the role that different formations can play with the same number of people. The most indispensable thing is the card draw anchor. No matter what game it is, as long as there is Krypton Gold and a lottery system, it can always attract a group of people the fastest. Now Lin's cards have only been released about 20 times, which has become the rarest, and the entry system has a number, and the anti-counterfeiting is very good. The transaction price is naturally high, which can mobilize the undead's lottery mood. Now the Abyss Rift can make the undead willing to work hard and struggle for it. And the lottery is definitely the majority of the reason. However, there are very few undead people entering the Abyss at this stage. And even the high towers that were previously occupied are being lost one after another. The reason is that most people hope to break through to level 21 first, and then enter the Abyss to rush the ranking. If the strength is not improved in the early stage, the durability of weapons and equipment will be damaged, which is not worth the loss. After dying more than a dozen times in a row, Doryman finally realized the reality that this was not a monster she could fight. Suffer in the game. Enjoy in reality. Because of her panic reaction and Lara Croft's horrible death. Such as hanging, smashing into pulp, piercing with spikes, etc. She contributed a lot of fun and gained many fans. She escaped from the big rift in panic and returned to Morphous Gate. Only here can she feel a little safe. I didn't look carefully before because I wanted to level up. But now I find that Morphous Gate has become quite large. Many NPCs seem to have started a new life here. As a game anchor, Xiao Dingdang has a certain ability to make things happen. She does some incredible things. Whether it is deliberately stupid or having fun, it is all for the show effect. So she is more socially anxious than ordinary people. Since the first echelon can't be made, it's better to take some side quests. While wandering around bored, she found a group of strange people in the nearby unforgettable church. According to them, they once went to Star Dragon City, but were kicked out. Now they heard that Linda was at the gate of Morphous. So they came here to find Linda and make Linda give back to them as a way of repaying their gratitude. We are the ancestors, one of the old men said. These people look no different from ordinary people. Ancestors? Not landers? Tinkerbell asked without looking at her crotch. She was not very clear about the races in the game. These people did not look very different. But because of cultural characteristics, they were divided into different races. Landers should be considered one of the orthodox races. In addition, there are mutants, such as greenskins, fishmen, night demons, blood races, etc., which are quite troublesome to remember. Many undeads must have come here before her, because she saw many things left by undeads here, including the knife of advice. There are liars in front. Other undeads call this group of people liars. We were the first to come to this land. The old man who spoke sat cross-legged on the stone. He adjusted his sitting posture and smoothed his robe with his hands. His useless elegance made him look even poorer. We opened up this barren land, but the king of the land kingdom abandoned us and treated us as civilians. I want to ask a question. Ding Dong raised her hand without looking at her, and after receiving a slight nod from the other party, she asked, when did the ancestors come to this land? Hundreds of years ago? Thousands of years ago? In short, we have been here before the birth of the kingdom of Rand, even before the appearance of the three gods. Ding Dong thought that these people might have some problems with their brains. If you say so, I am still the descendant of the clay figurines made by Nuwa on Earth. And should I also share some of the things on Earth, so that I can collect rent? The salt of the earth comes from our sweat, and the rain is the tears we once shed. We just want to get back what we deserve. He suddenly stopped talking. What do you mean? Ding Dong started to ask for help from the barrage. Why did these people suddenly stop talking while talking? A barrage passed by, asked for help. Then another barrage. Some people thought these people really had a hidden plot before. And then, they were crazy about feeding them. I didn't expect this group of hang people to be so arrogant and curse people after taking the benefits. These people just want to get benefits from Linda, saying that they are some kind of ancestors. But they are just swindling people. They haven't even met Linda. I am a host who asks for money online. But I am being asked for money by others? Ding Dong thought it was outrageous. She stood up and prepared to leave. But the old ancestor, who had been pretending to be profound and silent, suddenly said, if you can give us some food, I can tell you some interesting stories. Trading stories for food? It's really a cyber begging. Ding Dang found that many people in the barrage were asking her to give them food, which seemed to trigger a dialogue that had not appeared before. So she turned back. She had a lot of good things on her, such as bread, dried meat, and even candy. The old man of the ancestors ate the food voraciously. It can be seen that they begged for food and cursed people before, which made many undead people unwilling to come to feed them. If they don't give them food, will these people starve to death? There was a comment floating by. It was just an interesting guess. For this guess, everyone was willing to put it into practice. It was a game. I really don't want to tell this story in the cold winter. The sunny afternoon will make the terrible atmosphere much weaker. Now we can only be in the dilapidated church. Without fire, warmth, they blocked us outside. But we still wanted to warn them, the old man said. Hearing this, Doryman lit the bonfire without looking at his crotch. This story happened at the beginning of the world. Even longer ago, when the three gods were not yet born. At this time, many people flocked to her live broadcast room. We have been passing down stories by word of mouth. But there are always some deviations in the stories. After you hear my story, if you meet other people who know the story, you can communicate with them and compare. And then remember the story and let it be passed down, including the part of the ancestors. He took a sip of wine. In an era of substandard hygiene, fermented wine would be safer than water, and a good medicine to avoid disease. The cold taste made the old ancestor shiver. At the beginning of the chaos of the world, there was only the flame of life. At that time, there was no magic, only flames. And from them light and darkness were born. Ding Dong asked without looking at her crotch. Justice comes from light, and evil comes from darkness? Of course not. What you said is just your own will. A knife is only a weapon when it is used to kill people. And it can also be used to cut meat. People born in darkness do not necessarily belong to darkness. And people born in light can also go to darkness, the old man said. They are just light and darkness. And they exist like that. But you are partly right. Some people were inspired by power. They forged the magic ring into chaos and chose light. Three gods, Ding Dong said without looking at his crotch. Maybe? The old man nodded gently. People yearn for light, but their hearts are always attracted by the invasion of darkness. Just like the abyss. But no matter whether it is light or darkness. What I want to say is that all this has not been important from the beginning. This world, this land is an arena. And humans, disasters, everything are thrown into it. We humans have been chosen to stand on the side of light from the beginning. So when darkness strikes again, we must resist. The arena? Light and darkness. Eagles and snakes. Snakes and honey badgers. Everything that is in conflict. We must resist until we die. Our ancestors once fought for this land. So we come here to get back the rights we deserve. The dark forces are coming back again. And the land people will understand that the ancestors are an indispensable part. Lord Lind is at the front line of the fortress. He has been resisting the abyss. You can't wait for him, she said. You may be able to convey our message to him. Tell him the warning of the ancestors. And then tell him what the ancestors asked. Ding Dang thought to herself that this task was not easy to take. And it was difficult for ordinary undead to speak in front of Lind. She could only nod and said, I'll try my best. When she left, she still felt dizzy. But the experience of listening to an epic story made her feel an urgency to find Lind to complete the task. Until her fans sent her a video link. Someone really has gone to Lind to hand in the task. In the video, Lind finished listening to what the undead said. Ancestors? I will not deny the existence of any race. Maybe what he said is true. But he said some things wrong before that. Word of mouth can also cause deviations in the story. The three gods did not believe in light by chance. Everyone knows that rumors are the most unreliable. A small thing can be distorted and misinterpreted. The history with written records is just a little girl who can be dressed up by anyone. Stories passed down from ancient times to the present. Even those of our ancestors that have not been recorded in writing are very likely to be fabricated. Although the magic ring is broken, it has never disappeared. Lind pointed to the top of his head, where it was clear. If you can see the moon clearly. The undead were puzzled at first, then looked up at the sky, and used telescopes and other things, and finally found a shocking situation. The moon is broken. So the magic ring is the moon? Chapter 395. The Glory of Deserters. Morpheus Gate. The Highland Village of the Night Demons. The Night Demon girls live in a narrow cave that can only be passed by thin people sideways. Their blue skin seems to be born to live in the moonlight. When the expeditionary force of the Land Kingdom was moving outside, they hid here. In fact, the distance between them is very far. So far that no one can come here without specific guidance. They are used to hiding their lives. Every night demon has the blessing of magic from the daughter of night flowing in their blood. Although they are relatively weak, they are born to be good at casting spells. Xiaoli gestured with both hands. hooked her 2 index fingers together, and shook them up and down. She imagined that a ring appeared from her right wrist, and then slowly moved to her left wrist as she shook her wrist. When she opened her eyes, there was indeed the same ring. Xiaoli swung her left hand suddenly, and the ring made of magic flew out and hit the rock wall in front. A pit. The night demons defeated the mad wolf in this way before. That's it, Xiaoli. The tribesmen were surprised at her learning speed. There were not many of them. We can't stay here any longer. The queen said she would go further and return to her country. The one who spoke was an elder among the night demons. Or should we call him an elder? The night demons once met my Lulin unexpectedly and felt a breath similar to that of the daughter of the night from her. They thought they might have found someone to rely on. But the other party didn't think so. Life in the cave is not as smooth as imagined. Food, space, freedom, etc. They must leave. Perhaps dealing with those expeditionary forces is a good choice. Although they don't have much experience in fighting the abyss. Their resistance to the abyss is far greater than that of humans. But dealing with the human army is not safe. And it is very likely to attract their hostility. Finding a new, quiet and uninhabited place to continue living is more suitable for their current situation. A place where they can grow food and be self-sufficient. As mutants of the new era, the night demons can easily digest the food grown in the land. As long as they find a disaster shadow area, they can survive. But it is difficult to live well, because those disaster shadows will not allow a large number of plants to be planted. So the night demon girls scattered and left to find a place to survive, leaving only the elders and the injured night demons waiting here. Maybe 1 month, maybe 3 or 5 months. Those who have gone away must come back. And it is best to bring back good news. The lonely night demon girls are like birds flying south in the cold winter, covered with frost and dew, running towards the unknown distance. The world is so big, there should be corners where they can survive. A large number of undead are being promoted, which is a very spectacular sight. Even though Linda has launched a large number of various activities, as we all know, activities are equivalent to making people work hard and earn gold coins, and then giving them a little bit of useless but profitable gadgets. However, the consumption of his resources by the undead is still in a very, very terrifying state. And this is still the premise that the upper disaster hearts are all provided by the undead themselves. The undead provided a large number of jobs for the residents of the Rand Kingdom. For this reason, Rania has sent letters several times. Almost no one grows crops. Although life is not difficult, the development of the entire country will definitely be distorted in the long run. Everyone wants to be a great knight, a wizard master, and a master. In order to meet the needs of the undead, Lin had to provide a large number of props and equipment, which also depended on the population. Moreover, the harder the work, the higher the reward. Everyone has the right to choose a better life. Even if he is a lord, he can't force a job, unless it is a slave under his hands. There are almost no slaves in the Rand Kingdom, and even the number of people imprisoned in the dungeon is decreasing rapidly. Only when the undead cause trouble will they be imprisoned. NPCs are usually killed directly when they commit crimes, or they are punished and paid ransom. The value of their lives is not worth wasting too much manpower and material resources. The upper level needs to consider the food reserve problem for next year or even later. But ordinary farmers don't need to consider so much, and they don't need to consider more. If the current situation can continue, it will be fine. The actual situation is that after all the undead are promoted and the current version of the Abyss Rift is opened, the demand will suddenly drop to a terrible level. When the undead left the Rand Kingdom and headed for the new map, the entire country's manufacturing industry overflowed, and no one farmed. And people who were used to a good life and high income were unwilling to farm. Although Lin must have gone to the new world with the undead by then, and may even have gone earlier than them. This is his hometown after all, and the novice village will not disappear. The Rand Kingdom is equivalent to a leek field where a steady stream of tool people grow, and it is definitely impossible to give up. It is necessary to make it easier for Her Majesty Queen Rania, the leek farmer she has chosen, to manage. Linda has been thinking about this problem recently, and has come up with several methods. The most unreliable but fastest way is to throw the task. Daily task. Ordinary undead people may not care, but studios and hardcore players will definitely not give up this task. The only problem is the reward. Although the Heart of Disaster is now everywhere, it is impossible to use it as a reward. The value overflow is too much. When a heart of disaster transforms into a complete disaster, it is still easy to sweep a small village. If it is placed in the abyss, it is a small jerk. And if it is placed in the novice village, it is a boss that makes people run away in fear. In addition, there is the weekly active tasks, which is a routine that many games have. The game content is not interesting, but each time a task is completed, the progress bar can be accumulated. After the activity is accumulated to the full, special rewards can be received. These methods are only temporary solutions, not fundamental solutions. The part that depends on survival must be self-sufficient. So there is another way to speed up farming efficiency and solve the problem from the root. Pay farmers high wages to farm. One farmer can feed hundreds of people, and the problem will be solved naturally. This is a magical world. Everything is possible. And all Lind needs to do is to give the undead a task. Undead are really useful. When Lind issued the task, no one cared at first. Food problem. Low food production has made life difficult for the residents of the Rand Kingdom. I heard that there is a way to increase food production. It looks like a meaningless task, even if it appears in every main city. But when the undead saw the reward for completing the task, they thought they had seen it wrong and rubbed their eyes frantically. Reward, Dragon Transformation Set/Iris Set. 1000 Expeditionary Force Merits. 500 Experience Points. This is not a big reward. So far, the most crazy undead who has completed the task has only more than 300 experience points. And 1 to 500 experience points are just the lowest level trainee soldiers. In theory, they are lower than the guards with wooden sticks in the novice village. When you reach 501 experience points, you will be promoted to a formal soldier, which is similar to ordinary patrol soldiers. It is said that you can also receive a higher salary. When you reach 1001 experience points, you will automatically become an elite soldier. That is, a soldier of the Rand Kingdom in popular terms, wearing a beautiful set of golden armor. You will be very impressive when you go out. Ordinary people will bow their heads and greet you when they see you. It is said that the Rancor store will be open permanently. Not to mention the subsequent classes. You will gradually leave the soldier class and become a middle class. Dancing, dinner, elegant symphony, until you finally become a baron at 500,001. A true aristocrat. In one mission, you can directly skip a stage and reach another level. No undead will not be tempted by this. What they have to do is also very simple. They can directly spend money to offer a reward on the forum, no matter who is in other countries or continents. If they have similar potions or props to increase production, etc., they will all buy the formula at a high price. Lind looked at the bounty post that occupied a corner of the forum in a short period of time, and suddenly found that a fake NPC, is still very useful. Next time, you can use it to offer a reward for the recipe of an epic potion. It seems that I am not far from the freedom of the potion formula, but it seems inappropriate for me to issue a bounty. Rania is very suitable for issuing similar bounties. She is the queen, and she is beautiful. The only problem is that Rania has to start thinking about the scene when there are tens of thousands of barons in the Rand Kingdom in the future. In the Snake Catcher's Fortress, the cold wind urged the people in the sunset to finish their work quickly. There is no shortage of work here. And there is no shortage of work everywhere. The 123rd year of the Rand Kingdom is coming, which is the 4th year of the broken magic ring. With messy hair, Oem pushed open the door and walked into the tavern with a curse. He brought the cold wind, and when he fanned his coat, the chill penetrated into his neck like ice. Let me warm myself by the fire. Oem pushed the thin man next to him away and sat in front of the fireplace. He was thinking about finding a job in the Snake Catcher's Fortress to maintain and repair armor. The kind with certificates and badges. Although taxes need to be paid, the undead people recognize this stuff and would rather spend more money on it. They trusted the Duke more than anyone else. But Oem didn't think these people were smart, because the craftsmanship of the guy who got the badge before was obviously not as good as his. Just because of a so-called certificate and a badge. Well, he had to get one. Since the undead caravans appeared some time ago, their number has increased. They travel very fast and always carry a lot of foreign products. The caravan business is also very good. They are all doing big business. And Oem feels that he should seize this key opportunity. If a knight appears in an ordinary family, it is considered a great fortune. If there is a wizard, it is the blessing of God. No matter which god is blessing. But the undead are completely different. They can quickly improve their strength in a few days, or even less time. Ordinary people have to go through long-term training and preparation to drink magic potions. But the undead can easily achieve their goals. And the success rate is very high. Of course, I met the Duke, but we usually call him the general on the front line. You know, there is an army there. OM heard the conversation at the next table. He turned slightly to listen to the conversation of the two people at the next table. I heard that the fortress has been recaptured at the front. How is the battle going? Those things. I mean, the blind man picked up the wine glass and asked in a yearning tone. You must have seen a lot at the front. The man paused, then raised his head and smiled, more than you think. My brother, I am the most trusted soldier of the general. I have accomplished several great things in several dangerous situations. But I can't say too much. Anyway, he thinks I am the most trustworthy soldier. We talk about everything. The blind-eyed man smiled, haha. I knew it. I can't wait to hear more news about the front and your glorious stories. You are from the front? OM, who had been eavesdropping for a long time, came over and said, I have communicated with the undead caravan from the front. I heard that the war is not easy. The man who claimed to be from the front opened his mouth, and he seemed to find it difficult to answer this question. The blind-eyed man said, Then you should ask my friend. He is a sentinel at the front, helping the Duke General explore the way and avoiding a lot of trouble. OM was also very excited. He had a very good relationship with the soldiers of Crescent Town before, but because of his talent limitation, he could not go to the front line to fight. It was definitely a good thing to meet the veterans who came back from the front line. The two of them chatted happily, and beer played a big role. The man smiled and told about his glorious service experience until OM said, Speaking of which, I have always heard that there is a man named Fuller among the sentries on the front line. The man with one eye blind subconsciously looked at his old soldier friend. With a smile on his face, he must have made a big name for himself. Old soldier. Expression changed slightly. He wanted to leave, but many people gathered around him. Most of them were outsiders. They came from the north. Ha ha ha. Yes, the only deserter of the expeditionary army. OM drunkenly grabbed the old soldier beside him, making it impossible for him to get up and leave. I heard that the general was furious because he almost destroyed the most important part of the expeditionary army. Fortunately, those undead, you know, the undead resisted everything. I dare say that if it weren't for that bastard named Fuller, we might have won the expedition now. Ha ha ha. There were laughter and curses all around Fuller. Someone even came forward to add details of the time, as if he was there. But the expressions of the old soldier and his friend, who was blind in one eye, changed dramatically. The two left the pub, and the friend stared at Fuller with one eye. I will report you. So run away before dawn tomorrow. The friend turned and left. He thought Fuller should die on the battlefield because this was their agreement all along. First become famous, then die. But when Fuller was entrusted with an important task, he chose another way to survive, and became the laughing stock of countless people. The moon rose slowly, and the broken moonlight enveloped the temporary residential area of the snake catcher's fortress. The soil and sand here were piled high. During the day, someone would mix them and use them to make special concrete mud bricks. The houses and walls built with this mud bricks would be very strong, just like a mountain that could resist a lot of evil forces. Damn Lind. Fuller stood in the moonlight, his fingernails piercing into his palms. He became a huge joke, the only deserter in the expeditionary force. From the front line to Star Dragon City, Snake Catcher Fortress, Troll Castle, Raven City, Goliath, Black Island, etc., including those villages, Suigong, Black Hoof Village, Crescent Town. He knew he should run away quickly, because he knew his friend's character very well. Compared with him who just shouted glory, the other party was really willing to die for it, and would also kill himself. But he was not sure when the other party would report him. What if it was not before dawn? But now, there must be enough time for escape. Compared to cursing Lind, Fuller thought he should strive for a longer escape time. And he also needed some money. Under the moonlight, the shadows cast by the trees were twisted like a tangled net. The voice of darkness called out to Fuller more than once. He was a thief and an experienced sentinel, but he was a little less courageous. He slowly caught up with his friend, and indeed found that he had not returned to his residence, but was walking towards the direction of the soldiers' camp. The night wind blew, raising the dust on the ground, like a wave covering all the shadows close to the ground. The man with one eye seemed to have a sense of his heart. He quickened his pace, and tried to speak to attract the attention of the patrolling soldiers in the distance. The two were very familiar with each other. Just as Fuller would guess that his friend was using a delaying tactic to hold him back and then report him, the other party also knew that the crisis came from Fuller. Right behind him. Right beside him. Having only one eye. And in the dark. Limited his reaction. Fuller was a great knight. But his friend was not. He could not catch a person trying to assassinate him. The friend opened his mouth to speak. But the howling wind and dust in the fortress blocked his mouth again. The residential area was not completely built. And the dust and cold wind were flying in the large open space, which could swallow up all the sounds. The friend was thinking about how to deal with it. But now no matter how much noise he made, it was difficult to attract the soldiers, who only had a faint fire in the distance. The distance was too far. Then a foot stepped on his back, and he flew out. The sound of bones snapping brought a heavy feeling of powerlessness. Then, before he could even turn around to question the other party, his hair on the back of his head was grabbed by a hand, and his head was lifted up, exposing his neck. The sharp knife cut his throat. No mercy. The feeling of powerlessness spread throughout his body. And then he died. You shouldn't have lied to me. Fuller looked at his friend's body and talked to himself. He threw the body into a pile of sand nearby. No one will know I might be here until daybreak. The friend fulfilled his promise. But the price was a slit throat. Fuller turned and left, in order to comply with the undead's work and rest schedule. That is, 24 hours a day. No matter which main city is closed at night, the gate is always open. He can easily leave the snake catcher's fortress. And he took the money from his friend. But it was a pity that the money was not enough to buy a horse. He could only buy some dry food. Then, he needed to flee. But where should he flee to? The whole country was the Duke's territory. Perhaps the territory of the Grand Duke of Griffin in the south was more suitable. I heard that they were not on good terms. But no matter where they are, they should not accept a deserter. Fuller hated Lind. He began to walk aimlessly, avoiding the passing caravans, because Fuller knew that the caravans were all undead. And those guys would rush up to him like crazy for the bounty after seeing him. Occasionally, he would buy some things in the surrounding villages. But the money he had was slowly running out, and his hatred for Lind and the expeditionary army was growing day by day. Until one day, he saw a familiar figure in a village. Night Devil. Not the one he knew. But they must have come from the same place. The Night Devil with magical talent seemed to be living well in the village, with a robe and a magic wand, just like the undead. Then Fuller remembered a story he had heard from the Night Devil girl Shelley before. So he stole a horse, left in a hurry, and headed towards the gate of Morphus again. The weak sunlight swayed in the dew on the sawgrass. The light clattering sound of horse hooves came from far away, and the fast horse passed through the sawgrass, shattering the dew and exploding the sunlight. Several figures lying on the horse's back were hurrying on their way. The wind lifted a corner of the rope, revealing the blue skin. Since leaving the gate of Morphus, the night demon girls had been trying to find a way to start a new life. The great crack in the abyss made the dust pool a forbidden place where they could no longer stay. So they had to disperse and find a new place to live. But they didn't expect that things were easier than they thought. The Land Kingdom did not exclude them. Even if they had blue skin, they could work with their own hands to get food. The outside world was new, but it was not the time for them to stay here and enjoy it. They should go back as soon as possible to tell their tribesmen. Who? There was someone on the roadside. A human. If they had been careful to avoid it before. But now, because they had a good impression of humans, and could even live together, their first reaction after seeing humans was to get closer. Are you night demons? He spoke first. I am Shelley's friend. If you have heard of me, you are that human. The night demon girls obviously knew the story of their own people. Previously, Shelley had left the cave without permission for the key. After being found by the elders, Shelley told her story. I don't know if the night demon girls are kind enough, or if they really haven't heard of the story of deserter Fuller. Fuller breathed a sigh of relief. You left the Morphus gate and went. I work for a lord. Noble. Fuller had heard a lot of news before the action, such as the inexperienced night demon girls praying for a place to stay. But I still need some helpers, such as wizards. So I thought of you. If you also need to find a place to stay. The night demon girls showed surprise on their faces. What kind of lord are you talking about? Lord, he is in Goliath. Have you heard of him? Of course. The Golden City. The night demon girls seemed to yearn for that city more than humans. Unfortunately, Fuller had never been there. But that didn't stop him from continuing to talk about that city. Compared to starting from scratch, if they could have the protection of an adult, the rebirth of the Night Demon clan might be easier to start. So they invited Fuller to go back with them. Fuller nodded happily, as that was why he came. They talked a lot on the way about the Night Demon girl Shirley, and praised her as a rare magic genius who was favored and blessed by the Lady of the Night. Finally, they came back. The sunlight flickered in the bloody wind. The smiling Night Demon girls became panicked. The smell of blood made it difficult for them to calm down. When they rushed into the cave, they only saw the body of the elder. His throat was cut in a very delicate way. The Night Demon girls cried with tears, and their magic power was running wild. But their strength was very ordinary, so they could only shake the stones. Who did it? I know who it was, Fuller said. I used to serve in the army. This was done by Lind Almond's people. He has such a group of people under him, and they will do anything. The Night Demon girls roared in anger. I swear to the daughter of the night, I will take revenge and make them fall into darkness and despair forever. Fuller stood behind everyone with a smile on his face. But he still reminded, your strength may be difficult to do. Lind has the power of a living god, and he has many undead people under his command. We don't have the ability to take revenge, but the daughter of the night can. The Night Demon girls had firm expressions, and there was no reason in their eyes. Only anger. Now the anger will burn everything and devour everything. Yes, this is how revenge should be taken. Chapter 396 Dust Pool. Fuller followed the Night Demon girls to the dust pool, stumbling along the way. He had to protect these powerless wizards, who could only stand there and chant spells. Finally they arrived. This was an underground mausoleum with a pool of turbid water. He stood quietly on the stone bricks, watching the Night Demon girls kneel on the ground and enter the water. The dead speak, and the dead are teachers. They prayed and waited quietly. Fuller felt a little tormented, and he quickly moved his eyes to the ground. He regretted his previous decision a little. Not regretting killing his friend or regretting his future actions, but regretting following here. Everything here looks like a cult sacrifice site. Perhaps the so-called Daughters of the Night and the Night Demon girls were originally members of the cult. No different from the mad mystic sect wanted by the Rand Kingdom. The turbid pool water began to bubble as if it was boiling, and a key emerged from it. It was a golden key. The moment his eyes touched the key, Fuller actually had a strong desire to possess it. He had a strong feeling that if he got this key, he would be able to open any lock in the world. Any! No thief could endure this temptation. But Fuller felt that he should be able to endure it for his more distant future. If there was no Lind Armin in this world, or if the expeditionary army failed, he would no longer be a deserter, and everything could return to normal. They came out holding the key. When do we start to summon the Daughter of Night? Fuller asked. When the night comes, they answered, looking up with resentment and determination in their eyes. Lind finally entered the Great Rift. After having epic power as a guarantee, he thought he should be able to go deeper, at least to see what is in the abyss in person. He was also very interested in those curses. The more others are cursed, the weaker they are, and the more cursed they are, the stronger they are. The more health bars there are, the more you can do whatever you want. Deep in the underground cracks, the advantage that the undead had previously seized had been taken away by the abyss disasters over time. The tall and pointed towers stood up one after another, like a huge sword standing upright on the ground. Lind's arrival caused a reaction from the disasters, and the gargoyles rushed towards him first. The principle of big body and weak door is not only understood by the undead. When the gargoyles rushed over with roars, Lind calmly retreated back to the tower. Can resist, but there is no need. The gargoyles were blocked outside, roaring and trying to reach out to grab Lind. The surging breath of death was also wrapped in heat. The rumbling sound shook the floor tiles of the tower hall, as if the powerful force of the opponent twisted the floor tiles into a vortex. Dust and gravel fell on Lind's body, and hit his armor, making a series of rapid ping-pong sounds. Everything is just impotent rage. The pure soul blade condensed, and was grasped by Lind with both hands. He took a step forward and chopped vertically. The body of the gargoyle suddenly exploded, dropping a pile of ore and a dark heart of disaster in the abyss. The chain flew out, and helped Lind collect all these things. It is difficult to understand this scene from the perspective of ordinary people. Lind only chopped the back of the gargoyle's hand. Why did the gargoyle die directly? Shouldn't it have lost its hand? This is the peculiarity of the soul's attack. Perhaps it is easier to understand it by applying the explanation of the undead. First, no matter which part is hit, as long as the health bar is 0, it will die. Then, Lind's attack just now was real damage, ignoring the stone skin of the gargoyle, which is as thick as a mountain, and directly hits the soul. With Lind's current dozen of emblems, plus the power of the old nobles and the abyss curse, as well as the epic storm knight, the enemies in the epic level basically can't survive a few of his moves. You are just epic monsters, and I am an epic boss. Although I am only the boss of the internal beta version, I am still a numerical monster. It's really a good place to farm materials. Looking at the materials that burst out from the gargoyles, Lind now just wanted to dive into the magic land and find a few skilled craftsmen in the advanced maps to make new equipment. This novice village map can't stay for a second, and only higher level maps can find epic potion recipes. It doesn't make sense to be one step ahead of the version. Only by being more than 10 steps ahead of the version can you protect yourself. Walking out of the tower again, Lind looked at the tombs in front of him. The tower's in a forest, and the huge building in the farthest distance. We'll be able to push it down soon. As time went by, more and more people joined the expedition, with tens of thousands of fully armed level 30 undead. The war should come to an end. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, Lind's eyes suddenly stopped on the tower under his feet, and then he looked into the distance. Even the gargoyles can't break through. No, even I can't break through the tower. The indestructible terrain should be the ability of the Rock King and the Abyss Crack. He smacked his lips. It looks like a big sword. The summoning steps are a bit complicated, which may be related to the Night Girl's love of chaos. The key must be hidden, and then found according to the rules. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One of the 5 Night Demon Girls hides the key, and Fuller is the one who finds the key. Can you explain it more clearly? Fuller asked. He actually never listened to the rules of the game. It is definitely not a good thing to be associated with God, and he has no interest in joining in, regardless of whether he was a deserter or not. He always knew clearly that believing in evil gods would not end well. I don't understand. Can one of you who understands the rules come out to participate? The more difficult the search steps are, the easier it is to get a response from the Lady of the Night. One of the Night Demon Girls said, "Maybe I am not needed. I really don't understand." Fuller said that he was helpless and couldn't do it. The Night Demon Girls had to try to do it themselves. The process doesn't look complicated. Just point your finger and guess. If it's not right, turn around and let someone change positions and continue to guess. Sometimes it is useless to guess correctly. The key does not respond. This must continue until the Lady of the Night responds. Finally, once again, the moment the key was found, the Night Demon Girl who hid the key suddenly began to shake violently and uncontrollably. Her body twisted, and under Fuller's gaze, her bones and joints bent in an unreasonable posture, and the crisp sound of caw-caw-caw made people's scalp numb. Her body was twisted into a knot. But the strange thing was that the Night Demon Girl had a smile on her face, as if she had listened to the most beautiful hymn in the world, and her soul was blessed. Her skin was like a curled and contracted belt, peeling off layer by layer, curling up, and then flesh and blood bloomed. Bursts of black smoke flew out from under the blooming flesh and blood. The black smoke filled and poured in, engulfing the trees one by one, occupying every corner of the site. The tall woman, whose body was wrapped in darkness, pulled her black skirt and descended in the night. The daughter of the night. She came in response to the call. I understand. I understand. Her voice was as soft as the night wind, making people fascinated. Fuller felt a strong throbbing from the depths of his soul pressing into his body. Just like when he was a teenager, he would involuntarily stare at the big leather drum under the linen skirt of a woman bending over to wash clothes. Some kind of impulse from animal instinct was gradually stripping away his reason, until a Night Demon Girl spoke and woke him up. He broke out in a cold sweat. Great Daughter of the Night, we have encountered a terrible massacre. Those humans who are eager to be trapped in the quagmire of war are twisted by greed and desire, and have committed evil deeds against us. A Night Demon Girl's eyes were filled with tears. She knelt on the ground, and her voice trembled when she spoke. The Daughter of the Night still used the same tone, repeating it, which was chilling. I understand. I understand. Chapter 397 The Invasion of the Lady of Night. Linda has a strong interest in the tower in the abyss. This thing is big enough and looks hard. If it is used to hit people, it must be very powerful. The only problem is that it is not convenient to take it away. It is rooted in the underground world and connected to the earth. The Rock King here has aroused Linda's great interest. Now it is not the abyss invading the surface world, but the expeditionary force on the surface is interested in the white and tender fat sheep in the big cracks. The big cracks in the abyss represent materials, resources, and other good things. For the sake of safety, we can wait a little longer. The resources in Linda's hands have accumulated to a level that even he feels terrified. If we cannot digest them quickly, it is very likely that the warehouse storing the heart of disaster will directly evolve into a super large disaster shadow area, breeding countless disasters. First, supply the undead, who can squeeze out the oil and water. Cultivate their crisis awareness, and sound the horn of the general attack. In short, it will definitely make the undead crazy to consume. And then cultivate some talented NPCs. Although they may not have the opportunity to embark on a longer journey, they can still play a significant role in the novice village. A stable output of talents is necessary. It is enough to have a genius among thousands of people. Now a small trading market has been built at the Morphous Gate. A large number of undead and logistic soldiers gather here to exchange some things they may use. Wherever there is a need, there will be a market. When the undead caravans go to the major cities to trade, NPCs also gather spontaneously. A small number of citizens of the Rand Kingdom want to take the opportunity to do some small business to supplement their family expenses. Although the front line sounds dangerous, the benefits and dangers coexist. The increasingly wealthy undead can easily buy and sell some things to make ordinary people live a good life. Most of them are other wandering tribes. On the one hand, they don't want to join the Rand Kingdom and lose their noble privileges. And on the other hand, they are eager to trade. As the Scarlet City moved away as a whole, the previous chaotic objects slowly wandered here. As for these people, Linda adheres to the attitude of turning a blind eye. As long as you don't cause trouble, he can barely pretend not to see you. If you come to consume, you can get a gold medal of immunity from death. But if you dare to cause trouble, you will be held accountable. At the beginning, they were hiding their heads and showing their tails. Later, they found that the expeditionary army would not take action as long as their identities were not exposed. So they relaxed their actions and just wore black cloaks. The Abyss set, which is very popular among the undead group, is to the extent that no one cares about it here. Whether it is the new mutant race or the ordinary lander, they all stay away from the Abyss curse. In order to obtain that power, you have to drink life recovery potions and take resistance drugs continuously. It sounds evil and terrifying, and even the cruel greenskins avoid it. Thus, a very strange scene appeared at the Morphous Gate outpost. Fully armed dragon soldiers walked by with a swagger, and there were groups of irises with mucus pus tumors all over their bodies, which made people avoid them. On the contrary, the NPCs called mutants, and those who were unwilling to swear allegiance to the Kingdom of Rand were sneaking around, looking the most like humans, but afraid of everyone they saw. As the sun set, a wisp of black smoke quietly emerged. The patrolling outpost soldier suddenly sniffed, and his face suddenly changed. But when he wanted to alert others, the smoke had already penetrated his eyes, nose and mouth. The body seemed to have its soul sucked out, and it trembled constantly with its face up. Boom! The body fell to the ground. The black smoke continued to spread silently. A caravan from the east had just completed this transaction, and was preparing to rush back in 2 months. Since the end of the attack and defense of Goliath, the small market in Black Hoof Village has produced fewer and fewer items. They knew that if they wanted good things, they had to follow the pace of the expeditionary army. Or to be more precise, follow Lind. Fortunately, they bought a lot of good things here. They could buy from the undead caravans. But those guys were shameless, and were geniuses at raising prices. If you paid too quickly, they would raise the price. If you wanted to kill the undead, well, no one could beat the undead now. So they had to take this trade route by themselves. The cold wind at night lifted a corner of the cloak, and the thick smoke quietly entered the mouth and nose of the person in front of him in the dark. He suddenly looked up to the sky, and his eyes, nose and mouth seemed to be spewing soul flames. "There's a problem," one person shouted, and the others quickly retreated to keep their distance. But when they drew their weapons and looked around, They found that they could not find any trace of the enemy. The weapons in their hands rustled, and the wizard began to chant in panic. The fireball burst out from the palm of his hand, exploding in the dark night, and the flames splashed. But nothing was hit. The black smoke continued to spread, and the man who was still madly slashing at the air a second ago suddenly began to twitch in the next moment, lying on his back, and his soul was siphoned away. Boom, boom, boom. The bodies fell one after another, making the remaining two people panic, as if the big net woven by the night was closing in quickly, and their thoughts were confused by fear. Who is it? They could only roar helplessly like this. But unfortunately, the thing in the darkness had no intention of answering the question, and could not hear the sound of wind and footsteps. It's smoke, someone shouted in the distance. It seemed that the death of the patrol soldier had attracted attention. There was only black smoke left, colorless and odorless, which was impossible to prevent in the dark night. Then an old voice came. The ground shook, and the sky burst into dazzling white light. It's the Crystal Wizard. There is a powerful crystal wizard at the outpost, who once resisted the Duke's flying dragon, and is now the most powerful force sitting in the gate of Morphus. Illumination is a reminder, and then more and more people react. Wizards release illumination, and the night's light torches. But it is still dark ahead. Is the sky so gloomy? Looking up, it seems that the moonlight can still be seen. Back off. The old voice of the Crystal Wizard came again. The black smoke suddenly accelerated like a wave and rushed towards the people who were rushing over. They struggled and then fell one by one. The Crystal Wizard created a barrier. The people hiding behind the barrier saw the horror of the black smoke. It was like a wave that kept rising and would never stop, madly hitting the barrier. The barrier that could resist alchemical bombs and many powerful attacks was being corroded rapidly and became thinner and thinner. The black smoke was like the steam that ignited the ground, burning the dead land and boiling up, covering the ground and everything people could see in front of them. The invisible, horrible enemy. Could the gate of Morphus be breached in an unexpected way? Mentor. Miko grabbed the magic wand and came to the side of the Crystal Wizard in a skating posture. I'll tell him to come back. Although the enemy was very strong, she also had a figure in her heart that had never been defeated. Miko grabbed the magic wand with both hands and pointed it to the sky. The next moment, a dazzling light flew high into the sky and bloomed a dazzling light in the sky. For a moment, it was like daylight. Come back quickly, she silently said in her heart, and the voice had been conveyed through the signal fireworks that bloomed in the sky and lit up the night. It must be able to be conveyed. Chapter 398 Legend. Linda is still in the fortress of the Executioner of Disaster, and a large number of undead people have also gathered here, in addition to occasional necessary transactions, such as finding newbies outside to deal with their unnecessary equipment. The undead people who have reached level 30 prefer to stay in the fortress, whether it is playing the Banshee Fantasy game, or drawing lots, strengthening equipment. Staying on the front line is the best choice to ensure that they will not fall behind. Suddenly, a bright light bloomed in the distant sky. Something happened? The alchemical signal flare that Lin left for Miko for help would not be fired easily. But every time it was fired, there would be trouble that could not be resisted. Almost instantly, Lin found that the undead were whispering, and some of them were still in the Morphus Gate, and they transmitted the situation there in real time. Something really happened at the Morphus Gate. The strange black smoke kept taking people's lives, and no matter how strong you were, you would die if you touched it. Lin cleared his throat. Undead people, we have encountered an emergency. Return to Morphus Gate to stop the spread of harm and eliminate the enemy. I promise to reward each person with 100 experience points. Ola! Ah! Nearly 10,000 undeads roared and rushed out, because each undead was wearing an abyss suit. It didn't look like the undead went to save Morphus Gate, but more like the abyss disaster invaded the surface world on a large scale. Fuller stood with the 4 night demon girls. He hated Morphus Gate even more than the night demon girls. So when he saw the skirt of the night girl easily kill a large number of people, Fuller felt indescribably happy. As for the undead, he was not worried. The moment he saw the daughter of night, he understood her existence. Knowledge was like a burning piece of carbon, emitting sparks, and was stuffed into his head. The severe pain also made Fuller understand the powerful ability of the daughter of night. Only those who could survive under her skirt were qualified to see her true appearance. But it was just seeing her. The daughter of night could still give death. The strength of those undead was actually similar to his own. which meant that they were not qualified to meet the daughter of night. Rumble. The ground began to shake. The strong earthquake made the ground under their feet start to shake constantly, and the gravel bounced up in the vibration, as if thousands of troops were galloping. A shout like a tsunami came from the other side of the Morphous Gate. Then, there was the endless abyss disaster. There really were thousands of troops. Fuller and the Night Demon Girl's expression suddenly changed. The abyss crack actually counterattacked at this time. It's over. It's all over now. They shouldn't doubt whether the daughter of the night can fight against the abyss. But when they saw the dragon people, each wrapped in black mucus, rushing towards the black smoke, Fuller and others' hearts sank to the bottom. No one died, which meant they were qualified to meet the daughter of night. The image of the daughter of night gradually condensed. She was about 3 to 5 meters tall, wrapped in a spiral black long skirt, with a slender waist and slender white arms. A completely magnified woman. It was just that her face was not clear, and it was even difficult to determine whether she was a woman. Then, Fuller and the others heard someone shouting, "Fuck! Big boss! Brothers! 8-foot Sama plus version! Leave it to me! Brother! Let's have some fun today!" Those abyssal disasters are actually talking. As the Lady of Night waved her arms, nearly 100 people at the forefront turned into ashes. Undead. Fuller suddenly felt a chill down his spine. The aura exuded by each of those undead now made him feel terrified. It's only been a few months. What on earth happened to them? Linda Alman. Did you specially form the Undead Expeditionary Force just for this day? No one paid attention to Fuller hiding in the corner, because everyone's eyes were on the terrifying tall woman. Daughter of the Night. LV60. HP 106000/106000. The others were invisible, but not important. You have 100,000 HP. So if we have nearly 10,000 people, how much HP do we need to take away from you to end this battle? The undead launched a fearless charge, and nearly 10,000 undead wearing disaster suits rushed forward, which made Lind feel absurd. I am the Abyss King of the Great Rift? The tall woman in front looks miserable. What is that? Linda asked. He felt a feeling he had never felt before from the Lady of the Night. It was not a threat, but a feeling that made him want to bow his head and worship God. The crystal mage leaned on his staff. Miss Miko just opened a bottle of magic potion and handed it to her mentor. Such a weak god? Linda's comment made the crystal mage's mouth twitch. What? Weak? She gives me the same feeling as when, at this time, when Raven had just arrived. That is to say, the opponent's level is between 51 to 60. Although there is no detailed data, it is just an angel. When is a wounded white knight of song? She lost her wings. The crystal wizard felt that he should make it clear. But I feel that you are similar to her, Linda continued. I am just a legendary wizard, and an academic one at that. The crystal wizard felt that he should explain the difference between the two in detail. You can't say that we are the same weight just because there is a sack of cotton and a sack of iron. Linda nodded. I understand. The monsters and the boss. The target is indeed wrong. The crystal wizard strongly believed that Linda didn't understand at all, but his mind was now all on the god that suddenly invaded in front of him. Can legends become gods? Linda just finished asking, and suddenly thought of his Lion Knight path. The power of the sect came from a great Knight-level magic lion. So after embarking on this path, the path was locked at the Great Knight level. Speaking of which, that magical lion should also be considered a god in the sect. I see. He understood. Crystal Mage and Miko were not idle. They used magic to bless the undead in front of them, but soon found that it was useless. Most of the undead could only leave a little damage when they barely walked to the Lady of Night, and the vast majority of the undead would be swept away like garbage. Becoming a god is not a good choice, Crystal Mage said. Eternal life, immortality, and people who kowtow to you every day are not really good choices. Linda thinks that this old man is just being jealous. Of course, if Linda is asked to become a god, he definitely doesn't want to. That's just like shaking the drum in front of the undead in heat. You have to be more open-minded. 2% of blood is lost. Brothers, keep going. Don't let her blood recovery speed keep up. The undead did not lose their composure because of the large number of casualties. Instead, they became more and more courageous and even took drugs without hesitation. Lots of money. Enough resources. Forced to take drugs and forced to open. 100 experience points. Killing the boss will also explode the passive skill. The temptation is too strong. Today, even if I am unconscious and can't hold my urine, I have to push the boss. Daughter of the night, I don't understand. He changed from the initial, I understand, to the current, I don't understand. Why can't these people in front of him be killed completely? Although they can kill most of the ants with a light wave of their hands, there will always be ants crawling through the gaps and crawling on themselves. Some even crawl under skirts. And their weapons are very strange. Weapons with the curse of the abyss will make the daughter of the night feel like she is being eroded by the abyss. Although she can resist, it will also affect her recovery. The more she attacks, the more she will be affected by the abyss. There is no way to kill them all. There is no way to kill them all. Chapter 399 Surrender. Under the moonlight, the black tall figure surrounded by them was trembling. Lin watched the undead swarm out of the outpost, attacking the daughter of the night in a suicidal manner like a storm. As long as they could gnaw off a little flesh, the battle would be won. After witnessing the horror of the undead again, Lin's eyes flickered. She believed that her choice of Lin was the right decision. Only Lin could tap the full potential of the undead in such a short time. This invasion war is over. From the moment the first drop of blood was taken, this battle could only be won by the undead. Lin had also thought of many ways to deal with the undead. The best way was to master the skills of rapid displacement, such as the vampire's unique teleportation. If you can't win, running away is the best choice. In addition, confinement and sealing prevent the undead from moving freely. But if the enemy is expanded to tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands, confinement will not make much sense. I exploded. An undead shouted, announcing the end of this sudden invasion. Even if the undead with the abyss suit faced Lind, they would not be killed instantly. If they could withstand the next attack, the undead would become full of threats from no threat. Compared to those, Lin suddenly noticed a ball of black light floating and swaying. He rushed over quickly and pierced it quickly with the soul blade under the confused gaze of the undead. It's useless. This thing is not a soul, but another concept. Linda, who often used various complicated and fancy ways to harvest the undead, suddenly felt a little annoyed at this moment. If he wanted to get along in this world, it really wasn't enough to focus on strength, soul, curse, strength, magic, and even prayer. One power system is immune to another power system, and they have some influence on each other, but not much. The soul blade that seems to have real damage still can't hurt black light. Just as black light was about to dissipate, Linda made up his mind and grabbed Fox's heart. Suddenly, he dumped on the black light. This worked. The black light was absorbed instantly. Ever since he got the fox heart, Lin had always used the concealment ability it brought with it as a prop to turn himself into an NPC, but he had never had the chance to use it as a womb that nurtured gods. Now he just caught a god. Next was the reward time, and Lin fulfilled his promise very generously. The undead who won the battle would receive 100 battle experience points, and some had already been promoted. But these were not important, because from the beginning, Lin had set up this system with the idea that all the undead in the Rand Kingdom were barons. If everyone is a baron, then no one is a baron. In addition to increasing the recognition of the kingdom by the undead, there is actually no change. At most, the NPCs will react and call him Master Baron. By that day, it is estimated that every undead will be a hero, or even stronger, and it will not be a loss to call him Master Baron. The undead happily returned to the fortress, repaired their equipment, bought props, and prepared for the Battle of the Abyss. Lind also saw the information of the emblem obtained from the post posted by the undead who killed the Daughter of the Night. At this stage, there are only two ways to obtain emblems: killing the boss and going to Lind to get them. The number of emblems that appear is very small, and each appearance will attract a lot of onlookers. Night Emblem Unique. Magic resistance plus 10%. Additional magic damage when attacking. Note, each undead can only obtain one emblem. A key emblem that allows the Great Knight to become a spell knight. Lin can even imagine what will happen to the undead after obtaining this passive. Not to mention the undead. He himself is a little greedy, directly transformed into a mystic knight. From then on, the attack will be accompanied by magic damage. Can resist and fight. It seems that I can only wait for the Daughter of the Night to be born and then brush her. The war to invade the Big Rift has begun. The well-prepared undead are progressing rapidly. All the undead at level 30, wearing the Abyss suit. Their combat power can kill the Daughter of the Night. And of course, they are not afraid of those abyss disasters. Linda is collecting the hearts of disasters on the front line. Linda is still collecting the hearts of disasters. Linda continues to collect the hearts of disasters. Time is passing by like crazy. Lind once asked the Crystal Wizard how much it would cost to train Nico into an epic pharmacist. Now it seems that the so-called cost may be just a few days of harvest. He can even train a few more. And choose the ones without talent. So that he can show that he has a lot of resources. So much that he can waste them at will. Storage is a big problem after all. Ordinary and high-level disaster hearts are easy to deal with. But heroic disaster hearts are prone to trouble. If they are not protected properly. A disaster invasion is very likely to break out. Linda usually observes the night girl nurtured in the fox heart. The other party grows very slowly. And after an accidental contact, the fox heart actually starts to drain his power, making him subconsciously throw it away. Linda is not so arrogant as to nurture a god with his own power. He probably will suck himself dry. But the fox heart does not seem to be very picky. After a heart of disaster was thrown into it, there was a slight change. 100. A little bit of change. Ordinary disaster hearts are not very useful. And the upper disaster hearts are also something that Lind is now troubled by and cannot deal with. As the undead frantically attack the abyss has begun a counterattack, but with little effect. And every time the undead harvest a large number of disaster hearts from the abyss, they can feel that the rebirth speed of the disaster in the abyss has slowed down. This means that the more you kill, the slower you will be resurrected. And you may not be resurrected at all in the end. The undead saw the dawn of victory. And Lind was also feeding with disaster hearts. Until the daughter of the night fully grows up and appears. However, after landing, what awaits the daughter of the night is not a world where she can. I understand. But the undead, who are eyeing her covetously. It's a bit tiring to brush the abyss. So let's brush the daughter of the night. I didn't expect the daughter of the night to become a fixed boss. You can brush a large number of experience points at one time. And there is a chance to obtain the passive skill. Emblem of the Night. The undead can't think of a reason to refuse. Linda also liked to use this method to deal with the extra hearts of disaster, avoiding the large-scale outbreak of disaster. When the undead successfully killed the deepest part of the Big Rift, the daughter of the night finally welcomed the sixth new birth. But she was not happy at all. She tried to shrink in the fox heart, because she knew very well that if she went out, she would definitely be besieged and killed again. The life of the evil god is also a life. But the owner of the fox heart is now Linda, and he has the right to decide whether to let the other party continue to shrink. You want to surrender? The news that Linda received surprised him. God. It turns out that he is not only afraid of death, but also afraid of not being able to die. Chapter 400, the finale of the Great Rift. The daughter of night surrendered and signed a contract with Lind. From now on, Lind will become the Pope of the Dust Pawn sect, and use the Dust Key of the Daughter of Night Purple as his only token. With this key, Lind can summon her anytime and anywhere, and can also use this key to open any lock in the world, theoretically any lock. Lind prefers to believe that the Daughter of Night escaped directly after leaving, although it is unclear how she traveled through the material plane with the strength of level 60. After all, neither the Crystal Mage nor Wynn could do this. But if she escaped, she would definitely not come back. Wouldn't it be a waste of a garbage disposal station that can digest the heart of disaster and avoid the troubles of the abyss? I don't understand. I don't understand. The Daughter of the Night thought she had given everything. One more thing. Give me a copy of the emblem. The Daughter of the Night, that's it? Linda has obtained many emblems from the poetry collection. But this is the first time he has personally received a gift from a god. Even if the power of this god is very ordinary. The emblem of the night merged into his chest, and was quickly surrounded by other powers, and forcibly restrained. If the strength of the Daughter of the Night exceeded Linda by a lot, maybe he could still leave some tricks. But now, he could only watch the emblem he gave being cut off, and then merged into Linda's own emblem ecological chain, forming a strange branch, making the emblem tree more luxuriant. Lind had an intuitive feeling that the emblem he had obtained was definitely better than the one obtained by the undead. And the good talk of the Lady of the Night also made Lind feel that he could raise the price. Like the undead, he was a genius at raising the price. One more thing. I need you to help me convert a group of people so that they can become night demons. I understand. I understand. The voice suddenly became much more cheerful. And Lind had an illusion that this was not an evil god, but a puppy wagging its tail happily. It seems that helping to develop believers is a good thing for God. This time, the daughter of the night will not leave, and even asks Lin when he will develop the night demon. He likes this punishment very much. Please punish him more. Who asked you to come? Since he can communicate, Lin does not waste time. And the result points directly to the night demon. When Lin sent people to the dust pool, it was empty. But the daughter of the night can issue orders to the night demons to chase and kill each other. The news was difficult to share. Linda was considering whether to let an undead transform into a night demon, and then have the undead relay the news. As time flew by, the speed of the Great Rift's advancement reached its limit. The finale had arrived. The room in front of him was a throne room. The earth and stone bricks under his feet were arranged in a spiral shape, and finally condensed on the heavy rock helmet giant sitting on the throne. The music of the abyss echoed around him, and the high-pitched roar of disaster spread between the towers. The intricately carved granite was shaking with the vibrations of the distant battlefield. The servants were wearing robes, and they struck the stone bells in front of them like monks, chanting in a fanatical manner. The Rock King opened his eyes, and the wailing of the distant battlefield was as melodious as a harp, and the fast-paced chords fluctuated his bloodthirsty heart. Just immersing himself in the howling and the wailing of death filled his body with strength, and the flesh and blood under the rock helmet flowed with the desire to vent violence. Great! The rock-colored lizards and black slime crouched below. How long will it take? The Rock King didn't want to listen to that nonsense. Each Abyss King has a different style, and the Rock King is the type that craves killing. Wearing thick armor and heavy armor, he rushed forward. The two generals under his command, one mastered the plague and the other mastered cunning. But they could not play any role in this war because the enemy could always be resurrected from the dead. And no matter whether it was the plague or cunning, the progress of the inner corruption would disappear with the rebirth of those undead. In other words, they are of little use. It seems that they have lured a few people before, but they were killed before they could play a big role. The last time they were close to success, they influenced a deserter, but unfortunately they still failed. The Lord of the earthly world seems to be very extraordinary. The footsteps came from far away, and the undead people who were more like the disaster than the abyss disaster, wrapped in cursed armor and weapons, finally came here. The undead saw the tall figure on the throne, and they swarmed over. And what greeted them was the black mucus, which was very similar to the mucus on the Iris adults. The mucus on his body burst into a dense rain of crackling raindrops, hitting the armor of the undead, making the undead, who were already at a critical juncture of the disaster, completely fill up the infection curse bar. One by one, the undead fell in the attack, and the thin mucus was even sharper than a steel needle, turning the undead, who were hit continuously, into ashes. When he and William had taken the initiative to stand up, at this juncture, the undead self-teaming could actually play a small role. There must be two strong people in the front to resist in order to create a good output environment for the people in the back. Teams of undead were constantly advancing, braving the hail of bullets, just to launch an assault. Compared with the Daughter of the Night, the enemies here seemed a little weaker. When met the rock lizard, her fighting style was always based on the premise of both sides dying together to create the greatest damage. But after contacting Lin for a while, one of Lin's suggestions really moved one. Occasionally dying together would have a different effect than always dying together. The most fearful thing is not to fight desperately, but to be calculated without intention. Win's body is very agile, just like a dancer, to avoid the tricky attack of the rock lizard. In terms of level, Win is even slightly higher than the rock lizard. The lizard's tail, like a steel spear, suddenly rose and drilled towards Win's head. After dodging several times, she suddenly chose to resist and thrust the sword straight into the eye of the rock lizard. Her head was pierced by the lizard's tail, and the sword also blinded one of the rock lizard's eyes. The injury recovered quickly. Win continued to move forward in the puzzled eyes of the rock lizard, and pushed the sword that had been inserted into the eye socket deeper with a sword, completely piercing its head. As the rock lizard was nailed to the ground, it attracted the attention of the undead. "Leave the head to me, Sister Win. I'll grab the head." "Ah, I'll help you." The undead rushed up to provide assistance. The head must not be taken away, in case the small boss also explodes the emblem. Win, who drew his sword, had already looked at the huge silhouette on the throne. The rock-colored armor on his body seemed to be coated with a layer of dusk, full of the ancient texture of time. Facing Win's leaping assassination, the opponent was still sitting, But he turned the giant sword like a door panel with one hand. Such a huge sword actually turned a sword flower casually, as if it was not a huge sword in its hand, but a thin wooden stick. When sharp blade was easily blocked by the huge sword. And even because the feedback force was too strong. When flew backwards and hit a hole on the palace wall with her back. Her body quickly recovered from the injury. And when launched an attack again, she knew that her mission to step into the big crack this time must be to take off the head of the Rock King in front of her. The opponent's huge sword swept across, and when dodged instinctively, then flashed in front of the opponent, and stabbed the sword with an upward tilt. She was in a very happy mood, because Linda's advice was correct, even if she was not afraid of death. If she could dodge the enemy's attack, she could attack the enemy twice more, and cause more damage. The rapier touched the armor, but was blocked and did not penetrate. It even got stuck in the gap of the armor. Boom! The Rock King punched Wynn's rapier with his backhand, breaking it. At the same time, the shock wave with a strong force threw Wynn away. The body rolled on the ground for several more times. Wynn supported herself to stand up. She knew that she was not the opponent of the Rock King in front of her. But she had to keep rushing forward. After jumping high into the sky, the power of twisting her waist made Wynn, holding the broken sword, spin in the air. Death always leaves a deep impression on people. In terms of backboard, I am afraid that even the undead cannot compare to one who always feels 100% resurrection. She dodged all attacks with a meticulous and perfect posture, and landed in front of the Rock King. She swung her arm, and swung the broken sword in a circle to cut the opponent's neck, flowing like clouds in water, and successfully caused damage, cutting the opponent's throat. The king, who always kept sitting on the throne, looked down at Wynn. The attack was successful, but the neck of the Abyss King did not seem to be a fatal weakness.